The mortal was just a loser delivery guy, swinging a hammer lightly, yet scared thousands of gods and demons into vomiting 3,000 times. But just outside the warehouse, Chen Changan was still a mortal without any cultivation. To cure his brother, he had to go to the Qingqing grassland to gather herbs. Unexpectedly, he encountered a group of beautiful celestial beings, slaying demons with great style. However, the demons were stronger. The celestial sisters, less than 3 seconds after appearing, were slaughtered by the evil demons, leaving only one girl crying in fear. Luckily, she had an ancestor's life-saving talisman and managed to escape the demon's fatal blow. This terrified the cultivation-less Chen Changan, who could only hide trembling in the grass. It was all his good brother Su Dafu's fault. Why did he have to go digging graves in the burial mounds? Actually, Chen Changan had transmigrated here 3 years ago, but he lacked a golden finger. Even his cultivation aptitude was trash, a complete waste. Fortunately, he was taken in by an old apothecary owner, who not only taught him herb gathering and healing, but also passed down his family's cultivation technique, teaching him to cultivate, yet he only reached the yang shui stage. But today he encountered a huge poisonous spider, barely escaping death. Finally, his body fell off a cliff, plunging him into despair. Heavens, can you not be so unlucky? However, Chen Changan, having fallen 10,000 meters, didn't die, luckily landing in a tree. He also found the datura flower that could cure Dafu's corpse poison. Chen Changan immediately took out the small hoe from his pants, preparing to gather the herb. Suddenly, a voice sounded by his ear, "Young master, you smell so good." Chen Changan turned around startled, seeing a scantily clad girl. The girl smiled, revealing her fragrant shoulder. "Little brother, entering someone else's home without greeting isn't very polite, you know." Facing the girl, Chen Changan felt a bit shy. This girl was so fair, so large. Suddenly, the girl licked her own. Her tongue was surprisingly long and thin. Then the next second, the girl's appearance drastically changed. She transformed into an ugly snake demon, terrifying Chen Changan. He grabbed his hoe and smashed it towards the snake demon. "Damn you, heaven's punishment." Unexpectedly, the snake demon didn't react in time. Its head almost split open, but this angered the snake demon. "Damn human, you're playing with fire." Saying this, the snake demon opened its giant mouth, lunging towards Chen Changan. "Little thing, obediently enter my stomach." At the critical moment, a huge skull descended from the sky, swallowing the snake demon in one bite. "Qin Xiaoyan, if you keep hiding, I will destroy this entire forest." Saying this, the skull charged towards the cliff, monstrous flames burning the entire Qingqing grassland. And Chen Changan under the cliff was also swallowed by the hunting dog skull. Powerless, he could only shed tears of unwillingness. "Sorry, I've brought shame to the transmigrator army. Saint, prepare to die." An ethereal voice echoed in Chen Changan's mind. "Host detected under life threat. Billion cultivation system activating." 3 years, do you know how I've spent these 3 years? In the consciousness space, a pink figure shuttled over. Only then did Chen Changan realize it was a pink lowly overlord. "Dear host, I am your system administrator, Jiao. This system has stored 999 billion years of cultivation for you. The host can unseal it anytime needed, but the host's physical body realm is too low. Using cultivation power exceeding what the physical body can bear will result in lifespan reduction." Chen Changan's eyes widened, completely unable to believe his ears. "My goodness, so much cultivation, doesn't that mean I'm invincible?" He curiously asked the little lowly, "Can this one punch of mine blow up the cultivation world?" The little lowly looked at him, somewhat amused. "It seems the host doesn't believe my advice, then the host should fend for himself. Bye-bye now." Then the little lowly disappeared. While Chen Changan was still stunned, a whoosh came from the sky, and a girl fell down. Thud thud thud. Chen Changan was accurately hit by the girl. He rubbed his head, somewhat bewildered. "I haven't even started showing off, how did I get taken down first?" Then, when Chen Changan saw the girl in his arms clearly, his little brother stood right up. "Celestial sister, why the quick fan service?" But as an outstanding young pioneer, he resolutely held back his manly urges, shaking the celestial sister, trying to wake the girl up. The girl groggily opened her eyes, looking at Chen Changan in the early yang xie stage. She couldn't help but sigh. "There's no other way. Hey, if you want to live, promise me one thing." Saying this, she reached into her chest. Chen Changan thought the celestial sister wanted to clap for love with him, becoming somewhat bashful. But the celestial sister merely took out a golden talisman paper. "This is my last teleportation talisman. I'll send you out in a moment, go find the city lord in Tianwu City." However, before she could finish her words, The next second, the golden magic clothes directly exploded into pieces. Qin Xiaoyan, I finally found you. Chen Changan, clearly a peerless master with billions of years of cultivation, didn't even dare to fight back when bitten by an ant, even taking medicine daily, afraid of suddenly dying. It turned out Chen Changan had awakened the billion cultivation system, but because his mortal body was too fragile, every time he used his cultivation, it consumed his lifespan. Just now, Chen Changan had his first intimate contact with a girl, activating the billion cultivation system. But before he could start showing off, the girl's enemy had already arrived. Chen Changan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the person. It was actually the skull that nearly killed him just now. Instantly, green flames engulfed him again, though it didn't cause him any harm. It burned the datura flower needed to detoxify his good brother Dafu. The captured. Qin Xiaoyan couldn't help but rebuke, if my master finds out, he will definitely not let you go. Shilong sneered dismissively, Qin Xiaoyan, do you really think after you die, your master would offend us, the Shirtua cult, for a dead disciple? Saying this, he reached out his hand towards Qin Xiaoyan. Just then, Chen Changan suddenly shouted, damn it, bastard, you burned my datura flower, how do you plan to compensate? Shilong was somewhat surprised. A mere mortal dared to question him? But the next second, Chen Changan suddenly laughed. He roared, unseal all cultivation. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color. With just a thought from Chen Changan, the invincible power suppressed the attacking Shilong, easily pinning him in place, completely unable to move. Shilong couldn't help but pale drastically. He only felt a great terror descending, his heart filled with dread and cold. His body trembled uncontrollably. What the hell? He was clearly just an ordinary person moments ago. The next second, with a thud, Shilong was forced to kneel by this spiritual pressure. He could only watch helplessly, as the demon, who looked more demonic than himself, walked towards him. Shilong forced down his fear. Trembling, he spoke, don't come over here. I have already opened the 3 major life springs of the physical body, my body is like Vajra, indestructible, you can't hurt me at all. Is that so? Chen Changan lightly waved the hoe. In an instant, the hoe erupted with a dazzling light. The next second, the hoe struck Shilong, and in a flash, Shilong's head flew off. Even more shocking, after killing Shilong, the hoe's power didn't diminish at all. It slashed straight towards the Dalong mountain behind Shilong Rumble. With a heaven-shaking sound, the 10,000 Zhan high mountain, with overwhelming force, instantly split the 30,000 li wide Dalong mountain, cleaving it in half from the middle with one strike. Looking at this shocking scene, Qin Xiaoyan was completely dumbfounded. Is this guy really just a mortal? He really couldn't imagine what level of cultivation was needed to cause such world-destroying terror with a single strike. At this moment, Chen Changan put away his hoe. Looking at the scene before him, though his face was calm, his heart was already in turmoil. Is this the 999 billion years of cultivation? Damn, I'm awesome. Suddenly, the pink lowly Jiao jumped out of the turbulent spacetime, slashing towards Chen Changan's back without warning. Chen Changan was stunned. Are you freaking crazy? I'm your master, why are you cutting me? Although Jiao's strike seemed powerful, it was indeed powerful, though not fatal. It cut away 44 years of Chen Changan's lifespan. Jiao blinked her large eyes, looking innocently at Chen Changan. I warned you before. Using cultivation power beyond your physical body's limit will have consequences. Chen Changan exploded in anger. I only have 6 years of lifespan left now. If I die, you'll perish along with me, right? So what good does this do you? But Jiao seemed completely unbothered by Chen Changan's threat. She turned back with a smile. Collecting the host's lifespan is also one of my duties. If the host unfortunately perishes, this system can survive using these lifespan points. Life is fleeting like a white colt flashing past a crack. Jiao will accompany the host to the end of life. Chen Changan felt utterly powerless. Angry. Jiao, you win. If showing off is a crime, this man deserves the death penalty. Just now, Chen Changan, in order to save the beautiful celestial sister, actually unsealed his 999 billion years of cultivation, just to deal with a small 7th-level golden core demon. Unexpectedly, after he finished showing off in front of the girl, System Jiao actually struck Chen Changan with a slash. Jiao directly cut off 44 years of Chen Changan's lifespan. Qin Xiaoyan looked at the strange Chen Changan. Although puzzled by this senior's somewhat bizarre behavior, she still stood up to thank Chen Changan for saving her life. However, Chen Changan currently had no mind to pay attention to her. His lifespan was now only 6 years. He was just about to become invincible. Was he going to die young? Seeing this, Qin Chaoyan thought Chen Changan was dissatisfied with her thanks. Helplessly, she reluctantly took out her treasured sword. Chao Yan is willing to offer this treasure to Senior. Who knew Chen Changan refused without even looking? Qin Chaoyan felt conflicted. This Senior's methods are heaven-defying. Her own treasured sword probably doesn't even count as trash in Senior's eyes. Just as Qin Chaoyan frowned, suddenly Chen Changan lifted her pretty face. Wait, do you have that kind of pill? The sudden intimate contact made Qin Chaoyan blush slightly. Which kind? It couldn't be that kind, right? Qin Chaoyan was about to ask, when Chen Changan smiled slightly. The kind that increases lifespan. Qin Chaoyan's face flushed red. Turns out she misunderstood. Although she didn't have that kind of pill, she also didn't have the pills the Senior wanted. Hearing this, Chen Changan instantly lost interest. Go, hurry up and leave. No medicine, useless for anything. Senior Qin Chaoyan quickly took out a bottle of pills. I have 5 third-grade Yuchan pills here. They have detoxification and healing effects. Perhaps they can help you? Useful. Chen Changan's expression changed instantly, smilingly accepting the Yuchan pills from the girl. Meanwhile, deep within Dalong Mountain, in the 30,000 Li Canyon carved out by sword energy, and deep within, a huge blood-colored underground palace was revealed. Crack! A crisp sound. The palace seal was broken open by the sword energy. Immediately after, streams of blood-colored divine light shot into the sky, finally condensing into a large blood-colored bell. Erupting with terrifying power, the bell chimed 9 times. In an instant, it alerted countless cultivators and major powers. It's the bell of compassion ringing. The compassionate immortal emperor's underground palace has emerged. A black-robed person pointed towards the depths of Dalong Mountain and shouted, "The immortal emperor's inheritance must not fall into the hands of other sects. All disciples." Before the black-robed person could finish, his body suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. This old man hasn't even spoken. When did it become your turn to give orders? Behind him, an even more terrifying black shadow gradually appeared. By Kuei, is that Dalong Mountain ahead? My Longer's life tablet shattered. The place where his soul dissipated. Is this Dalong Mountain? Who killed my son? I must make the one who killed Longer pay with blood. Everyone, listen to my command. Follow me to flatten Dalong Mountain. The next morning in Tianwu City, Chen Changan rushed back to the city pharmacy with the Yuchan pills. However, the pharmacy was empty. Just then, a hand suddenly reached down from the beam, followed by a hoarse voice sounding above Chen Changan's head. "Changan, I'm here." The sudden appearance of the eerie figure startled Chen Changan. Damn, a ghost. "Changan, good brother, I'm so hungry. Did you bring me anything good to eat?" After speaking, the eerie figure lunged directly at Chen Changan. I threw a bottle of caustic liquid at my good brother. But not only did he not die, he even wanted to offer himself to me. Just because his good brother went grave robbing in the burial mounds late at night and got bitten by a zombie. Just yesterday, Chen Changan went alone to Dalong Mountain to find an antidote for Sudafu. But when he returned to the pharmacy, he found his good brother had already turned into something neither human nor ghost, a zombie. Just as the zombie, Sudafu, opened his bloody mouth, about to swallow Chen Changan, a figure flashed in front of Chen Changan. Slap! A big gift was delivered to Sudafu's face. The person who arrived was precisely his good brother's? Sudafu's 7th master. Su Yuanba, seeing my bewildered face, 7th master angrily told me to get lost. As a result, Sudafu's bloody mouth had already bitten down. In desperation, Chen Changan grabbed the Yuchan pills in his pocket and threw them out. Bang! A cloud of smoke rose. The next second, a naked young man gradually appeared before Chen Changan. As the two locked eyes deeply, Sudafu finally remembered the bad things he had done before. Then, disregarding the coolness beneath his crotch, he lunged at Chen Changan again. Chen Changan looked at the eye-searing guy before him, cursing angrily, "You pervert." Saying this, he responded to Sudafu with a kick, sending him flying. Just then, System Jiojio's voice suddenly sounded before Chen Changan. A panel with various information about Sudafu appeared. Panel, Jiojio introduced with a wicked smile. This is a new function she developed. If Chen Changan doesn't like it, she can help cancel and hide it. At this moment, Chen Changan was already attracted by the information about Su Yuanba inside. because the information showed Su Yuanba was actually a deity transformation stage old monster. Chen Changan couldn't help but guess. It seems this uncle and nephew pair also have secrets. Good thing he awakened the system now, becoming the king of show-offs. Otherwise, before, he would definitely have to suck up to him. Just as Chen Changan was lost in thought, a girl outside the shop suddenly shouted, "Lad from the pharmacy, your wife has arrived." Only to see a still charming woman arrive at the pharmacy entrance. Su Dafu looked at the woman, then looked at Chen Changan. "Changan, your taste is really good." After the woman saw Chen Changan, she also gave him a seductive glance. "Before your old man left, he specifically entrusted me to find you a young wife. Coincidentally, a new batch arrived today, so I thought of you." Chen Changan went out to look. The girls were all scantily clad. This couldn't help but make Chen Changan, this virgin, feel his blood rush. Seeing him like this, the woman smiled. "Little Changan, don't be shy. Your old man told me everything. Said you hide under the covers every night, studying textbooks, doing needlework." Hearing this, Su Dafu looked lewd. "Alright Chen Changan, you have such good stuff, and didn't share it with your brother for study." Chen Changan felt awkward, and couldn't help but refuse the woman's kindness. Suddenly, System Geo issued a warning. Only then did he notice a yellow-haired little lowly in the cage. Then Chen Changan strode up to the little lowly. "I am Chen Changan. My pharmacy needs an errand runner. Do you want to stay as a pharmacy apprentice?" Hearing this, the little lowly quickly grabbed his sleeve tightly. "My name is Zhonglinger, please let me stay. I'm very capable." Seeing this, Sudafu burst out laughing. "Heard Lei Zi say Changan likes them young. Seems it's really true." Seeing the situation, the woman also smilingly teased the Su uncle and nephew. "Ha ha ha, how about grandma sends you two one each too? Like grandma, pretty like me?" Shocked, Sudafu and the other ran more than 10 meters away. "Thank you, grandma. We're not interested in women." And Chen Changan looked at the Zhonglinger information provided by the system. Zhonglinger, child of destiny, possesses an innate divine physique, boundless potential before awakening. Chen Changan couldn't help but show a happy smile. "Ha, this young master has found a treasure." The man hid for 3 years, only to gain billions of years of cultivation, yet he couldn't use it. Simply because his mortal body was too fragile, each unsealing would consume his life force. Just moments ago, Chen Changan acted the hero to save a beauty, resulting in consuming 44 years of his lifespan, yet only managed to kill a golden core stage demon. At the edge of Dalong Mountain, where the golden core demon Shilong died, a grey-robed cultivator arrived. His appearance was 80% similar to Shilong, but seemed colder, his eyes long, narrow, and sharp, currently filled with anger and ferocity. This person was Shilong's father, Yu, also one of the elders of the Shirtua cult, a terrifying figure titled King. Looking at the terrifying scene of Dalong Mountain split in two, and the strange phenomenon of the underground palace erupting from the depths, Yu had no interest at all, only wanting to find the murderer who killed his son now. "No matter who killed me, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Yu gritted his teeth, forming hand seals, using the bloodline secret technique again. Under his bloodline secret technique, faint wisps of blood energy rose from the ground, then drifted towards Tianwu City. "So it's here." Yu's gaze became even fiercer, transforming into a divine rainbow, killing straight towards Tianwu City. Meanwhile, at the Tianwu City pharmacy, Chen Changan settled Zhonglinger into an empty room on the left side of the backyard. Chen Changan asked, "Do you want to cultivate immortality?" Zhonglinger widened her beautiful eyes, incredulous. She hesitated. "Brother Changan, can I?" Chen Changan smiled. "You won't know if you can until you try." After speaking, Chen Changan returned to his room, took out an ancient book and gave it to Zhonglinger. "This Fei Xian scripture was passed down to me by master, try cultivating it." Zhonglinger curiously opened the Fei Xian scripture. Her first contact with a cultivation technique made her feel its profound complexity, much of it incomprehensible. Chen Changan had cultivated for 3 years and had considerable understanding of the Fei Xian scripture. Bored, he began to explain it to Zhonglinger, clearing her doubts. And Zhonglinger, indeed the reincarnation of an empress, truly possessed cultivation talent, understanding almost immediately. In just one morning, she completely comprehended the blood-nourishing chapter in the Fei Xian scripture and began formal cultivation. An hour later, Zhonglinger sat cross-legged in the backyard, drawing spiritual energy into her body, starting to refine her blood. A faint humming sound came from her body's blood vessels, the sign of entering the Yangxia realm. Chen Changan's expression was complex. Is this the difference between genius and mediocrity? He recalled how under the old man's guidance, it took him a full year to successfully draw spiritual energy into his body and refine his mortal blood. Unexpectedly, Zhonglinger only took 1 hour to succeed. Successfully nourishing her nature, such talent is truly astonishing. At the gate of Tianwu City, the originally clear sky was now incomparably dark. Suddenly someone pointed to the sky. Boundless firelight blasted the city gate apart. Then, 100 zhang tall black shadow slowly appeared. Looking at the chaotic Tianwu city, Shiryu's face became extremely gloomy, his gaze cold, filled with killing intent. It seems the murderer is in this city. Shiryu was blunt. From his body, the terrifying pressure of the deity transformation realm erupted like a mountain torrent, engulfing Tianwu city. At the same time, Shiryu raised his hand and threw out several blood-colored formation flags, arranging them around, forming a large formation, sealing the entire Tianwu city. Not even a fly could hope to escape the formation. At this time, countless cultivators and mortals in the city were alarmed by Shiryu's pressure, feeling a chill all over, a sense of great terror descending. Such terrifying pressure. The one who came is at least a deity transformation realm expert, a king figure infected by heaven and earth. Countless people in the city looked up, watching Shiryu standing high in the sky, his expression cold and fierce. Couldn't help but whisper. Shiryu looked down upon Tianwu city below. The cultivators in the city were like ants in his eyes. He spoke coldly, his voice filled with chilling killing intent. The one who killed my son. I know you are hiding in the city, get the hell out here immediately. Today, I, Shiryu, will definitely tear you into pieces, grind your bones to dust, leaving you with no burial place. Hearing Shiryu's words, everyone in the city showed shock. However, many just watched like it was a show. But Shiryu's next sentence made everyone present terrified. If you don't come out, I will massacre the city. Kill everyone in the city, let's see how you hide then. The cold words were filled with killing intent, sending chills down everyone's spine in the city. Everyone stopped talking. The entire Tianwu city became deathly silent. You must know that Shiryu is a deity transformation realm king figure. And the city lord is currently competing for the underground palace inheritance. If Shiryu wants to massacre the city, truly no one can stop him. What should be done? It's my time to show off again. The man just waved his sleeve, actually turning the entire world upside down. It turned out while Chen Changan was guiding little Zhonglinger's cultivation, the demon Lord Shiryu outside the city had begun the massacre. Simply because Chen Changan, to save a girl, unsealed his 999 billion years of cultivation, slapping the demon Lord's son into meat paste. But this time, Chen Changan chose not to act. Of course, it wasn't because there wasn't a pretty girl, but because Chen Changan's every act of showing off required a strong physical body to support. Yet Chen Changan was just a small fry in the Yangtze stage, unable to withstand the primordial power. He could only use his own life force to offset the after effects of showing off. Now, Chen Changan only had 6 years of lifespan left. If he acted again, he would probably die directly. Meanwhile, seeing no movement from the city, Shiryu, his eyes fierce, magic power erupting, forced me to cause a river of blood. Let's see how long you, this cowardly turtle, can hide. After speaking, Shiryu struck even more fiercely. Seeing others facing disaster because of him, Chen Changan couldn't bear it. He tried gathering part of his cultivation into his left hand. But unexpectedly, Chen Changan just clenched his fist, and the space outside Tianwu city was suddenly torn open into a large hole. Immediately after, Chen Changan infused another stream of energy into his left eye. The next moment, the world in his eyes underwent a cataclysmic change, seeing through the world, seeing the universe. Seeing through. Suddenly, Chen Changan's nose started gushing blood. It turned out his subconscious gaze landed on Zhonglinger, who was cultivating the fair, plump girl, in a strange posture. Chen Changan couldn't help but scream. This benefit is too strong. But for the sake of billions of people, Chen Changan decisively stopped his rogue behavior. He tried to transfer part of his cultivation slowly into Zhonglinger's body. Unexpectedly, the moment his hand made contact, Zhonglinger suddenly let out an alluring moan. Chen Changan couldn't hold back. Linger, stop moaning. It wouldn't be good if Uncle Wang next door heard this. On the other side, under the Demon Lord's massacre, tens of thousands of lives were swallowed by the black mist every minute. Ghostly winds howled, a living hell. Just then, the Tianwu city guard commander arrived late. Seeing the situation, he formed hand seals. A flame bird took shape. Undying bird, fiery phoenix sweeps the plains. With a bird cry, in an instant, the ghost infants were engulfed in flames, letting out wails and roars. For a moment, the guard's morale surged. General Pang is here. Brothers, charge. I am the city guard leader, Peng Fei. May I ask which great expert from the Shirtua cult has graced our Tianwu city? Won't you stop now? Hearing this, Demon Lord Shiryu laughed loudly. A mere nascent soul junior dares to ask for my, Shiryu's, name? Truly laughable. So it's King Shiryu. May I ask how we have offended you? Who knew Shiryu didn't give him another chance to speak? He instantly appeared behind Peng Fei, raising his hand and striking directly through Peng Fei's chest. Boring brat, why does this one need to report to you? Die for me. Everyone, listen to my command. Raise the entire Tianwu city to the ground. I was originally a peerless master with billions of years of cultivation, yet I'm being hunted by a deity transformation stage demon lord. But because I was dual cultivating with a girl in the city, it led to the innocent citizens being massacred. Seeing the city guard commander ambushed and killed by the demon lord. Seeing this, Chen Changan couldn't help but increase the force in his hands, continuously transferring cultivation into Zhong Linger's body. Then, he reached out towards the void. Since you want my life, let's see how many lives you have to survive my hand. Survive. At this moment, Shiryu, who was still commanding the army's slaughter, instantly stopped. A crimson light shone in the sky, then, a giant hand covering the sky appeared above his head. Seeing this, Shiryu instantly cowered. Where did this void-tearing expert come from? Your Excellency, please stay your hand. I am an elder of the Shirtua cult. Even if Your Excellency is an esteemed void-refining expert, offending the Shirtua cult will inevitably cause trouble. How about we reconcile? His words made Chen Changan laugh. Reconcile? Are you kidding me? Weren't you killing everyone to find the murderer? That dog son of yours was killed by me. But what are you? You think you're worthy to talk about revenge with me? After speaking, Chen Changan gently pinched with 2 fingers, and Shiryu became like a plaything, lightly lifted by Chen Changan. Seeing he couldn't escape, Shiryu roared, deity transformation stage cannot be insulted. He fiercely spat out a mouthful of essence blood. If I die, we die together. Undead devour. Chen Changan looked somewhat amusedly at the clown before him. Because this level of strength didn't even feel like tickling him. Accidentally, Chen Changan suddenly applied a bit more force in his hand. As a result, the dignified deity transformation old monster instantly turned to ash. However, the next moment, Jiao suddenly prompted. Hey host, you used power exceeding your own capacity. Lifespan reduced by 5 years. Warm reminder, host sir, you have 1 year of lifespan left. Chen Changan looked at Jiao. Couldn't help but ask the soul-searching question, why so much? I was clearly very restrained with the power I released. Jiao, are you freaking scamming me? Hearing this, Jiao actually pulled out a POS machine, quickly dialing. The scanning skill the system gave you, the divine eye skill. The skill to cleanse the little girl's marrow, plus tearing space with bare hands, crushing cultivators. And after doing all this, Jiao excitedly licked the small knife in her hand. All of these consume your life force. This infuriated Chen Changan, crying. You're just a black market shop, aren't you? Too deceitful. Shameless liar. Unexpectedly, Jiao suddenly looked aggrieved, tears welling up. It was clearly the host's own choice. How can you blame me? Shameless. Chen Changan wanted to say more, but the words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Zhong Linger saw Chen Changan hadn't moved for a long time, and ran over concernedly asking, Brother Changan, are you okay? Chen Changan shook his head helplessly, it's nothing. I was just tricked by a vicious vampire. He knew he had to find longevity medicine as soon as possible. To find hope for survival, Chen Changan came to the famous Wanba Pavilion in the city. But the usually bustling street was empty today. Suddenly, a cultivator appeared out of thin air. A golden gourd appeared in his hand, nascent soul barrier. The cultivator shouted angrily, Feng. A transparent barrier enveloped the entire Wanba Pavilion. The cultivator looked at the barrier and wiped his sweat, success. Now no one can enter. But before he could be happy for 3 seconds, Chen Changan nonchalantly walked through the barrier, entering Wanba Pavilion right in front of him. Damn it, this guy has no spiritual energy fluctuations. How can a mortal pass through this barrier? The cultivator didn't think much, looking at Chen Changan's figure, was about to attack directly. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded, "Warning! Warning! Foundation establishment stage cultivator nearby." Hearing this, Chen Changan couldn't help but turn back and roar, "Turn off the damn automatic scan for me. I seriously suspect this dog thing system is using this method to secretly deduct my life." Hearing this, Jojo seemed rather displeased, but this is a practical feature granted by the system. It only costs you that little bit of lifespan, and you still complain? Chen Changan was exasperated. "Close the background running application for me. It's too wasteful. I feel like I'll be screwed over by you sooner or later." Chen Changan's unusual behavior also startled the cultivator who was about to attack him. The cultivator shook his head, beginning to wonder if the barrier wasn't fully deployed yet, allowing Chen Changan to slip in. Meanwhile, Chen Changan entered Wanba Pavilion, looking up and down at the lavish surroundings. Seeing the dazzling array of treasures here, Chen Changan couldn't help muttering, "Only 1 year left to live. There must be something I want here." Suddenly, a light cough sounded beside him. A red-haired girl blowing smoke rings looked towards Chen Changan. "Is there something this guest wishes to buy?" "I am Wan Hongying, the pavilion master of Wanba Pavilion's Tianwu City branch." The moment he saw the girl, Chen Changan couldn't hold back again, instinctively letting 2 drops of nosebleed flow as a sign of respect. "Do you have any techniques here that increase lifespan? Longevity pills or medicine are also fine." Wan Hongying took a drag from her pipe. "Young master, longevity techniques related to cultivation are extremely rare. Currently, Wanba Pavilion does not have them for sale. However, I myself have 3 longevity pills." She took out a porcelain bottle. "I wonder if this item is useful to young master." Hearing this, Chen Changan's gaze could no longer move away from the small bottle. Useful. How much per bottle?" Wan Hongying took a closer look, only to find Chen Changan was actually a mortal who hadn't even reached chi refining stage. Immediately, she sneered coldly, stating a sky-high price. "Longevity items are precious. Each of these costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Changan was a cultivation waste, yet got a female disciple/wife from Granny Wang. Just as the two were about to consummate, they were tragically interrupted by a deity transformation expert starting a city massacre. Unexpectedly, while the man was doing warm-ups here, the deity transformation expert over there was slapped to death by him. However, after this show-off, Chen Changan directly became short-lived, his lifespan balance only 1 year left. When Wan Hongying took out the longevity pills, Chen Changan knew he came to the right place. But hearing the girl ask for 1,000 spirit stones, only then did Chen Changan realize he was broke, cursing the girl's ancestors 18 generations deep in his heart 10,000 times. Chen Changan still forced himself to remain calm, responding with a grin, "Small money, it's all small money. Unless..." Chen Changan had a flash of inspiration, looking profoundly at Wan Hongying. "How about we make a deal? Give me 3 longevity pills, in exchange for my protection over you." Wanba Pavilion, once. As soon as these words came out, Wan Hongying burst out laughing beautifully. The little white rabbits bounced wildly. "Young master, are you joking? Just you, an early Yangxia stage fake cultivator?" "Not joking, I'm serious. Perhaps your Wanba Pavilion needs my protection." Wan Hongying was exasperated, shaking her head. "Sorry, our Wanba Pavilion doesn't need protection from a Yangxia stage fake cultivator. Look around at this inventory. It's all low level. Young master should check other shops." Just then, suddenly, 3 cultivators completely wrapped in black robes burst into the hall. The abnormality of the 3 intruders naturally attracted the attention of the Wanba Pavilion guards outside, the attention of the 2 mortal transcending guards. They directly blocked the 3's path. "Halt! Who are you? Why come here without showing your true faces?" The gray-robed cultivator snorted coldly, raising his hand and grabbing. 2 bloody heads fell to the ground. Humph, 2 headless bodies blocked the ground. The gray-robed cultivator's cold eyes swept over everyone in the hall, releasing icy killing intent. "Kill them all, leave none alive." Wan Hongying sneered. "Mere foundation establishment dares to be so arrogant?" The gray-robed cultivator laughed loudly after hearing this. "You don't think just you, a life spring cultivator, can stop the 3 of us, right?" As soon as the words fell, the burly cultivator and the other 2 also revealed their cultivation. All 3 were actually at the life spring stage. Wan Hongying exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you think Wan Honying is a pushover? 1 against 3, the battle started instantly. Wan Honying first kicked the perverted man in the face, then followed with another move, sending the bandaged man flying. Finally, she raised her leg for a downward chop, aiming for the burly cultivator. However, Wan Honying's signature attack lost its effect this time. The gray-robed cultivator laughed loudly. "Is that all you've got?" Saying this, he grabbed Wan Honying into his arms. Immediately after, the gray-robed cultivator greedily licked Wan Honying's thigh, while speaking dirty words. Wan Honying now realized something was wrong. But no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Yet Chen Changan wasn't afraid at all, casually watching the fight. Until the other two beaten guys got up. Chen Changan suddenly spoke to Wan Honying. "Shopkeeper, remember the deal I mentioned earlier? 3 longevity pills, in exchange for my protection over your Wanba Pavilion." Wan Honying, in the midst of battle, was stunned, unable to understand. At a time like this young man still had the leisure to say such things? Chen Changan's voice came again. "Shopkeeper, I think you're about to die. Just a slight nod from you, and I will act to ensure your Wanba Pavilion's safety. Trust me, I'm very strong." After hearing Chen Changan's words, Wan Honying's situation became even more precarious, and she felt rather annoyed. "If you can really protect my Wanba Pavilion, never mind 3 longevity pills. Even 300 wouldn't be a problem. Whatever longevity pills you want, I'll find them for you." Getting the reply, Chen Changan smiled slightly, starting to crack his knuckles. System Jiao also raised her 180-meter giant scythe. "Jie, the harvest begins. I just awakened billions of years of cultivation, but I'm about to die soon, just because I secretly studied learning materials every night, leading to excessive kidney use. My weak body cannot withstand the powerful cultivation. Every time I want to show off, it reduces my own lifespan, and I'm the type who can't stand seeing girls bullied. After I saved 2 damsels in distress, before I even touched their hands, my lifespan was only 1 year left." Seeing Chen Changan rushing forward recklessly, Wan Honying treated it as a desperate measure, hoping this mortal could create a miracle. Chen Changan turned back to Wan Honying with a smile. "Don't be afraid, trust big brother, I'm very capable." But actually, Chen Changan wasn't confident either. He only had 1 year of lifespan, unsure if it was enough to deal with these 3 people. Jiao seemed to sense Chen Changan's worry. She patted his head comfortingly. "Don't worry. Just these few shrimps, 1 year of lifespan is more than enough." Chen Changan cursed inwardly. "Dog thing, goading me again. If I overuse cultivation too much, maybe I'll just perish directly. How about just a simple fart, and blast them to death?" Seeing the conflicted Chen Changan, the gray-robed cultivator grinned widely. "Ha ha ha, Wan woman, your lover is an idiot. Ha ha, one-eyed ghost, go finish that kid off." One-eyed ghost directly controlled the bandages, turning them into countless spikes attacking Chen Changan. Before the attack even arrived, the 2 of them burst out laughing first, suffer, scream, then become a corpse. Ha ha. The next moment, Chen Changan's body was directly pierced, appearing horrifyingly damaged. Immediately after, One-Eyed Ghost tied Chen Changan up like a mummy. The gray-robed cultivator laughed. "Wan woman, is this your final support?" Wan Honying, sweating profusely from being licked, was also speechless inwardly. "Useless trash, and I even had hope for you." Just as the bandages were tightening, suddenly snap snap. The bandages suddenly broke simultaneously, exploding into pieces. The next second, Chen Changan stood there completely unharmed. He shook his head. "Sorry, was a bit distracted just now. But since you attacked, then Pavilion Master Wan's pipe will do." Seeing Chen Changan wasn't dead, One-Eyed Ghost charged again. "Stinky kid, take this again." Seeing the exact same attack as before, Chen Changan was getting impatient. He simply waved the pipe. Bang! The pipe accurately hit both of them. In an instant, both their bodies exploded, receiving their death warrants. Chen Changan rubbed his head, annoyed. "Dog things, so weak. Made me use too much strength again." Wan Honying was stunned. Killing 2 experts with a casual blow, is this the strength a mortal should have? The gray-robed cultivator wet himself, frantically grabbing Wan Honying. "Don't come over here. Careful or I'll crush her head." Chen Changan smiled. "Do you think you can threaten me?" He slowly raised one arm. The next moment, the gray-robed cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream. The arm holding Wan Honying instantly broke. However, Chen Changan didn't plan to let him die so easily. He raised his hand slightly. The pipe flew out directly, accurately entering the burly cultivator's mouth. Immediately after, the burly cultivator trembled violently, shouting "Yamit! Don't!" Suddenly, with a grunt, the burly cultivator's chest exploded violently. The entire person fell to the ground. Chen Changan caught the pipe, grinned and said, "Work done." Just then, the system popped up a notification: host killed 3 life spring stage cultivators, deducting 2 months of lifespan. Seeing this number, Chen Changan felt even happier. Not bad, only 2 months. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Chen Changan was happy, but Jiao was disappointed. Damn host, my KPI for this month is going to fail. Hearing this, Chen Changan directly stepped forward and pinched Jiao's cheek. Dog thing, seems like you can't wait to get me killed, huh? Jiao struggled free from Chen Changan's grasp. Get lost. We'll see about that. Suddenly, a voice pulled Chen Changan back to reality. Junior Wan Hanying thanks Senior for saving my life. Please accept these 12 longevity pills. Clearly able to live 100 years, yet after awakening the billion cultivation system, his lifespan was reduced to only 1 year. Just because I like showing off in front of girls, and the price is exchanging life force for my 5 seconds of glory. True man. Looking at the full box of longevity pills, Chen Changan was still somewhat dissatisfied. So he turned and asked, "Do you have any body refining techniques?" Wan Hanying shook her head, explaining that because most cultivators practice immortality cultivation, body refining cultivators are pitifully few. Even our Wanba Pavilion doesn't have many related techniques. But if Senior needs it, I will naturally do my utmost to find it for you, Wan Hanying thought silently. Must latch onto this Senior's thigh. Suddenly, a purple slash attacked, catching Chen Changan off guard, directly sending Wan Hanying flying. Subsequently, a purple phantom appeared in the hall. "Kid, you've got some nerve. Daring to kill my Xiong of Haifeng strongholds, brother. I'll make you pay with blood." Wan Hanying struggled to get up, looking at the black shadow with a grave expression. She didn't expect Xiongde had actually injected an incarnation, a clone, of himself into Xiong'er's body. Chen Changan fled while cursing, "Damn it, they play like this too?" Looking at the fiercely blazing Xiongde, Chen Changan couldn't help but ask/call Jiao, "How many days of my lifespan are needed to deal with this guy?" Jiao smiled, "Take a guess? 10 years, 8 years, maybe even more. Here it comes, here it comes." While Chen Changan was still hesitating whether to fight Xiongde or not, he had already completely lost control. His opening move was unleashing a big attack, one punch sending Chen Changan flying 18 meters. Die! Just as Xiongda's hand was about to grab Chen Changan stuffed all the longevity pills into his mouth. Angry. His back molars almost shattered. "Damn it! How dare you hit me? You forced me! Dog thing, let me show you the power of billions of years of cultivation." As golden light flared intensely from Chen Changan's hand, the imposing deity transformation cultivation Xiong, they actually couldn't put up any resistance, directly turning to ash under this terrifying power. After dissipating the cultivation, Chen Changan couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. Damn it! Used too much force again. The next second, Jiao displayed a panel, showing that after Chen Changan consumed the longevity pills, his remaining lifespan was 2 years, 3 months, and 21 days. Looking at the young man who only looked 16 or 17, Wan Hanying's face flushed red, her body began to tremble incessantly. After a moment, Wan Hanying suddenly knelt before Chen Changan. "Hanying wishes to ask young master for a favor." Upon completion, Hanying will not only help young master obtain the longevity item from headquarters, but will also follow young master's lead in the future. Chen Changan didn't speak, his eyes filled with curiosity. Wan Hanying thought for a moment, respectfully saying, "My real name is actually Yi Hanying. I was originally a direct descendant prodigy of the Yi family at Wanba Pavilion headquarters, but due to internal strife in Wanba Pavilion when I was young, I was framed and poisoned with pill poison, causing my cultivation talent to decline repeatedly, leading to my current state. And the pill poison in her body is extremely vicious. Only a 7th grade pill or a myriad laws realm true monarch acting personally could possibly clear it. Therefore, Hanying wishes to ask young master to help with marrow cleansing. This way, I can return to the main family and help young master find the longevity item." Seeing I needed to leave again, Wan Hanying became extremely nervous. After listening, Chen Changan looked Yi Hanying over. After pondering, he nodded, "Take me to your room." Yi Hanying was stunned. "Young master, yo! Did you want to do the marrow cleansing in the hall? Hearing this, Yi Hongying blinked her big eyes in pleasant surprise twice, quickly walking to Chen Changan, leading the way to Yi Hongying's boudoir. Chen Changan pointed towards the big bed over there. Don't do anything, just lie on the bed and wait for me. Lie on the bed? Although Yi Hongying looked confused, she thought this was also a necessary condition for Chen Changan's agreement, asking with a blush, "Young master, can you be gentle?" Chen Changan's expression changed instantly. "Are you kidding me? If you can't accept it, then forget it." These words directly frightened Yi Hongying. Don't. Young master, I agree, okay? I sacrificed 98 years of lifespan to save a rich woman, just hoping for a beautiful encounter with her. Unexpectedly, the rich woman really took me to her boudoir, but knelt down begging me to use my remaining lifespan to help her with marrow cleansing. Although Yi Hongying was somewhat puzzled, she still obediently lay on the bed, perfectly revealing her graceful and alluring figure. Seeing this, Chen Changan immediately activated his divine eye, seeing through Yi Hongying's entire body. Until nosebleed gushed out, Chen Changan suddenly woke up, turning to examine the blood and flesh meridians within Yi Hongying's body, following the meridians downwards. In the dantian area, he saw a dense mass of black impurities, blocking a meridian. This should be the pill poison Yi Hongying mentioned. Immediately after, Chen Changan raised a finger towards Yi Hongying's brow, beginning to use his invincible cultivation to perform marrow cleansing for Yi Hongying. Powerful, mysterious energy flowed from her brow, instantly surging throughout Yi Hongying's entire body, warming every cell. Suddenly, something in her dantian broke. For a moment, the comfort made Yi Hongying unable to resist letting out a moan. Under Chen Changan's output lasting 2.5 hours, the pill poison in Yi Hongying's body was finally completely removed, and he even helped her undergo metamorphosis, evolving into an immaculate spirit body. At this moment, Chen Changan's image in Yi Hongying's heart became even more mysterious, as if wrapped in mist, impossible to see through, full of attraction. Yi Hongying knelt on the ground without hesitation, gratefully saying, "Hongying thanks young master for the grace of rebirth," and bestowing the immaculate spirit body. Seeing Yi Hongying's reaction, Chen Changan remained indifferent. "This is what I promised you. Now that the pill poison is gone, what happens next depends on your performance." Yi Hongying nodded heavily. Now that her meridians were fully cleared, she could easily cultivate to the deity transformation realm, becoming a king figure in theft by the heavenly emperor. Entering the headquarters is a certainty. Young master, rest assured, Hongying will definitely strive to find longevity items for young master. If there's any news, just come find me at Jiukang Pharmacy in the south of the city. After speaking, Chen Changan didn't waste any more time at Wanba Pavilion, turning back to the pharmacy. Meanwhile, on Haifeng Mountain, 100 li away from Tianwu City, in Haifeng stronghold, a burly man suddenly trembled, his face turning pale. He let out a miserable scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This person was precisely the chieftain of Haifeng stronghold. Xiong'er's older brother, Xiong de Xiongda's expression was cold, full of killing intent. He absorbed the memory fragments transmitted back from where the soul imprint was destroyed. He gritted his teeth. Who is that person? Able to break my soul clone? Could it be nascent soul? Impossible, stronger than nascent soul? If he's a true person cultivator, wouldn't crushing me be as easy as crushing an ant? Thinking of this, Xiongde felt fear after the event. What should I do? Seeing their leader so panicked nearby, the Haifeng stronghold strategist couldn't help offering a plan. "Chieftain, have you provoked a powerful enemy? Don't forget about our stronghold's curse, the Heishui curse Tianshu that killed 72 members of the Zhong family." Hearing this, Xiongde laughed. "A Heishinshu that can unknowingly shave away one's lifespan and cause death. Even a nascent soul true person cannot escape it." "Ha, strategist, it had to be you." Immediately after, Xiongde gave an order, "Little ones, prepare live human sacrifices for me." As soon as the words fell, the minions of Haifeng stronghold began to act. For a time, wails filled the fields. 100 refugees were sacrificed as offerings to the Heishinshu. As continuous lifespan was devoured by the Heishinshu, Xiongde couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha, Chen Changan, await the arrival of death." Changan was originally an invincible big shot with billions of years of cultivation, but he was afraid, deathly afraid, collecting longevity pills everywhere. As a result, facing a mere deity transformation clone, he actually needed to fiercely consume 12 pills to barely kill it. But Chen Changan never expected Xiongdae, far away in Haifeng's stronghold, actually possessed the clan-exterminating treasure, the Heishui curse. The Tianshu could absorb the life force of the sacrifice to steal Chen Changan's lifespan. Fortunately, System Jiao acted promptly. Just as Chen Changan was about to leave the rich woman's boudoir, he was summoned into Jiao's private space the next second. Chen Changan cursed angrily, "Bastard! System, at least let me show off for a few more seconds. Why did you suddenly call me in my mind?" But when Chen Changan stood up, he found Jiao hiding in a corner, crying secretly. Chen Changan was baffled. "What's going on?" Sobbing, Jiao explained sadly, "Host, you big idiot. You're about to die, and you're still thinking about picking up girls." After saying this, Chen Changan was even more confused. "Aren't I fine? How could I be dying?" The next second, a panel appeared before Chen Changan. Lifespan, 730 days. Cursed, 700 days. 660 days. 610 days. Chen Changan's remaining lifespan value was continuously decreasing. Jiao cried even louder, "Woo, my KPI has been stolen. Someone placed a curse on you." Chen Changan suddenly understood. "But how did this happen?" "Host, you really are an idiot. This is the curse placed on you by that Xiongdae you defeated. Originally, as a mortal, you would have been instantly killed by the curse, but I helped you avoid it. Daring to steal from Grandma. I'll definitely tear apart the fate he selected." Chen Changan couldn't help retorting, "You don't seem like a good person either. So how much lifespan do I have left now?" Jiao shook her head, explaining that this curse accelerated lifespan consumption by 100 times. Originally having 2 years, calculated down, it could only last about a week. Hearing this number, Chen Changan was shocked. Jiao said solemnly, "That's right, you're dying soon. Quickly think of a way to resolve the curse. This time, we're on the same side." After speaking, Chen Changan was thrown out by Jiao. Coincidentally, he landed right on Yi Honying, who was still cultivating. Her elastic skin, uncovered, was seen completely by Chen Changan again. Yi Honying's face instantly turned red. "Young master, can you get up? It's crowded." Chen Changan took the opportunity to grope her. Speaking righteously, "Honying, I have matters to attend to and must leave. If you find news about longevity medicine, still come find me at the pharmacy in the south of the city. I'll leave first." After speaking, Chen Changan directly used his invincible cultivation to traverse the void. Meanwhile, at Haifeng's stronghold, the absorbed lifespan transformed into a giant dragon in the sky, continuously draining the sacrificed refugees below. Wails echoed through the clouds, living people constantly being sucked dry into white bones. On the high seat, Xiongda's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the living hell before him, he laughed even more wildly. "Ah, die. All of you die." Luckily, the clone managed to hit the person and leave an imprint in the soul imprint. That's why it's going so smoothly. Whether you're a nascent soul true person or a reincarnated celestial god, once hit by this curse of heaven technique, just wait to die silently for me. Suddenly, a questioning echo came from the void. The next second, above the Heishui curse Tianshu, a void vortex appeared. Immediately after, a hand emerged from the vortex, grabbing the Heishui curse Tianshu. Crack! The Heishui curse Tianshu was directly crushed. Then, Chen Changan slowly walked out of the void. "So, you've already thought about your end?" Xiongdae panicked. "Impossible. That's a god from the earthy mortal era. How could you detect it?" Chen Changan couldn't be bothered with his nonsense, directly maxing out his cultivation. As a result, Jiao immediately ran out to remind, "You used up half your lifespan in one go. Are you sure you want to do this?" Chen Changan was already addicted by now. Showing off is temporarily satisfying. Always showing off is always satisfying. Chen Changan smiled wickedly, rather than worrying about lifespan. "I care more that his death isn't miserable enough. I was originally a cultivation waste, yet awakened the billion cultivation system. Unexpectedly, after less than 3 seconds of showing off, my lifespan was only 2.5 years left. And yet, some blind fool used dirty tricks on me. If it were for wealth or women, Chen Changan could accept it. But Xiongdae just had to target Chen Changan's life force. This even made Jiao cry. Even though Chen Changan's outburst consumed half his lifespan, Jiao still chose to help Chen Changan, preventing him from dying suddenly midway. The next second, the two attacked together, striking towards Xiongdae instantly. Everyone in Haifeng's stronghold submitted under this immense pressure. Xiongda's face was filled with terror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You were clearly hit, how? Before he could finish, Xiongda suddenly let out a miserable scream. Chen Changan, using the method of the Heishui curse Tianchu, let Xiongda also experience the feeling of his lifespan being sucked dry. Bang! Immediately after, Chen Changan threw a punch. Accompanied by another sky-piercing wail, Xiongda was directly blasted off the planet, evaporating in space. Chen Changan still didn't feel satisfied, giving the sky the middle finger. Dare to provoke me? Dying like this is letting you off easy. But Jiujio suddenly started crying again, because she found Chen Changan's lifespan was still being consumed at a rate of 100 times per day. Hearing this, Chen Changan wet himself. Holy crap! I clearly destroyed the cursed Tianchu, why is it still like this? Jiujio pointed at Chen Changan's body, explaining distraughtly. Too late. The curse is already attached to you. Just destroying that thing is useless now. What? Chen Changan immediately tore open his shirt. On his 8-pack abs, a bright red curse mark was engraved. Looking at that curse character, Chen Changan broke down. Damn it! Doesn't that mean I'm screwed again? Moments later, just before Chen Changan reached the Tianwu City Pharmacy, the crowd suddenly became agitated. A terrifying black shadow suddenly appeared on the street, scaring the passing pedestrians into scattering. But Chen Changan, still immersed in his deep sorrow, paid no attention. Because Jiujio on the way had helped him calculate, based on the curse mark's consumption rate, Chen Changan's lifespan could only last 3 days. I'm back. Chen Changan pushed open the door with a gloomy face. But just at this moment, a giant claw was about to touch little Zhong Linger. Careful, Linger. Chen Changan couldn't react in time, only able to shout a warning. But the next second, Chen Changan's worldview collapsed, because he actually saw a giant bear wasn't harming Zhong Linger, but helping her work instead. The two creatures were harmonious and compatible, simply incredible. And after Zhong Linger patted the white bear's head, she finally noticed Chen Changan. Brother Changan, you're back. Saying this, Zhong Linger ran quickly towards Chen Changan, throwing herself into his arms. Chen Changan looked awkward, looking up to meet the white bear's eyes. The atmosphere became somewhat frozen. The most feared thing is sudden silence. Zhong Linger cuddled with Chen Changan for a while before explaining, this is Xiao Mianhua. He was her childhood playmate, their relationship very close, and Xiao Mianhua was originally very small. But one day, Haifeng's stronghold attacked, the Zhong family parents were killed, and Zhong Linger herself was captured. Xiao Mianhua got separated from her in that accident. Saying this, Zhong Linger's tears started flowing. One day, I will get revenge. Chen Changan patted Zhong Linger's head. Linger, don't be sad anymore. Haifeng's stronghold no longer exists. The people who hurt you have also disappeared. Zhong Linger looked at Chen Changan somewhat surprised, her two large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Changan smiled gently, they committed too many evils and provoked me, so I conveniently wiped them all out. Rest assured, from now on, you are my family. No one can bully you. Brother Changan. What a touching scene. Even White Bear Xiao Mianhua cried, holding up a sign saying congratulations. But the touching moment didn't last 3 seconds. Jiujio jumped out to remind, hey. Idiot, you only have 3 days left, aren't you going to find a solution? I awakened the billion cultivation system, able to punch through the universe, yet got cursed by a traitor. Placed a curse on me, living 1 day reduces lifespan by 200 days. Thinking he only had 3 days left, Chen Changan couldn't help cursing inwardly. Such a short time, where can I find longevity medicine? Gurgle. Just then, Xiao Mianhua beside him suddenly got hungry. He rubbed his belly, took out a golden fruit, preparing to put it in his mouth. When Chen Changan saw it, his eyes instantly lit up. This was actually the old man's Minghuang Shagua recorded in the medical books. This made Chen Changan ecstatic. Just this small piece could let him live at least 5 more years. Without delay, Chen Changan immediately went to pack his things, wanting Xiao Mianhua to take him up the mountain to gather herbs. Meanwhile, after leaving Dalong Mountain, Xin Chaodian rushed back to the Changsheng cult without stopping. Regarding the task Chen Changan entrusted to her, she didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Finally, after 4 days, Xin Chaodian returned to the Changsheng cult. She immediately went back to Xiaolin Peak, requesting an audience with her master, Dongfang Lingyue. Dongfang Lingyue was extremely beautiful. Her 3,000 black silks cascaded like a waterfall, dressed in white robes, her expression cool. She was the cool beauty type. Throughout Huzhou, she was famous as Fairy Ling Yue, admired by countless cultivators. After a moment of sharing drinks, the two arrived at a quiet bamboo forest on Xiaolin Peak. Dongfang Ling Yue looked at the earth instrument compassion sword Qin Chaoyan presented. Even with her vast experience, she couldn't help but be astonished now, filled with shock. Feeling the immortal emperor's pressure emanating from the compassion sword made her heart pound with fear. Dongfang Ling Yue exclaimed in amazement, "It really is the chi of the great earth. This compassion sword, could it have been obtained from the underground palace in Dalong Mountain?" Qin Chaoyan nodded, "Yes, master. That day, I failed to complete the task assigned by the cult and went to Dalong Mountain to retrieve the mission item. Unexpectedly entered the underground palace and obtained this compassion sword. But this compassion sword was snatched away by Shilong, the son of that Shirtua cult elder Shiryu. Even this disciple was about to die at Shilong's hands. Fortunately, a mysterious expert intervened, killing Shilong and saving this disciple." Mysterious expert? Dongfang Ling Yue was puzzled, frowning slightly. There was one thing she didn't understand. "Chaoyan, since the mysterious expert you mentioned saved you, why is this compassion sword still in your hands?" Qin Chaoyan's expression was complex. He didn't want it. Just glanced at it, then threw it back to me like junk. As soon as these words came out, Dongfang Ling Yue was startled. This is an earth instrument. Extremely precious. Each earth instrument contains terrifying power. Countless people desire them, yet he didn't want it? And even threw it back like junk? How is this possible? Qin Chaoyan smiled helplessly. She knew saying this would make it hard for anyone to imagine someone would refuse an earth instrument. It's simply insane. But Qin Chaoyan knew Chen Changan wasn't like that. "Master, I am not deceiving you. This mysterious expert's strength is unfathomable. You didn't see it with your own eyes." As she spoke, the image of Chen Changan's single strike, splitting Dalong Mountain in half, flashed through Qin Chaoyan's mind again. "Master, did you know? The 30,000 li wide Dalong Mountain was split in half by someone?" Dongfang Ling Yue nodded. Master has heard about this matter. She thought of something, asking, "Disciple, don't tell me. This Dalong Mountain being split in half is related to him?" "He did it. When he saved me, he killed Shilong with a strike. The power of that sword light was terrifying. Incidentally, it also split Dalong Mountain in half. Too terrifying. I'm afraid even our Changqing cult's current leader couldn't block that strike." He delivered. This time, Dongfang Ling Yue was completely shocked, unable to help taking a sharp breath. Splitting the 30,000 li wide Dalong Mountain in half, he actually did that? Dongfang Ling Yue opened her mouth, wanting to say more, but for a moment didn't know where to start. If it's truly as my disciple says, then that mysterious expert, with a single strike, split the 30,000 li wide Dalong Mountain in half. His cultivation must have reached a terrifying realm. It's even possible he possesses other earth instruments. Calming the shock in her heart, Dongfang Ling Yue asked, "Do you know who that mysterious expert is?" Qin Chaoyan shook her head. "I don't know. But he told me after obtaining the longevity technique, to find him at Jokan Pharmacy in Tianwu City. If there are other longevity-increasing items, I can bring them along too." Dongfang Ling Yue frowned. Longevity-increasing items? Could it be his lifespan is nearing its end? But what Dongfang Ling Yue couldn't figure out was, if the other party is so powerful, even if his lifespan is ending, how could he lack longevity-increasing items? Furthermore, why would he need a low-level blood-nourishing longevity technique? Dongfang Ling Yue couldn't guess Chen Changan's thoughts. However, his actions must have their own reasons. "Chaoyan, since you were able to obtain the compassion sword, this is your opportunity. Seize it well, strive to refine the compassion sword as soon as possible. Your talent is already not bad. With the compassion sword, perhaps later in the Dalong Mountain underground palace, you can gain the immortal emperor's recognition and become his successor." Qin Chaoyan nodded seriously. If she could become the immortal emperor's successor, perhaps the Changqing cult could ride this wave to become a top power in Huzhou, maybe even become an Earth Stronghold immortal sect in the future. "But I hid for 3 years after transmigrating. Finally awakened the billion cultivation system, yet after less than 3 seconds of showing off, my lifespan is only 3 days left." Wanba Pavilion. Yi Hongying quietly listened to the information the guard gathered about Jiukang Pharmacy and Chen Changan. Her expression was filled with emotion. I never expected such a great figure like young master to be hidden in Tianwu City for 3 years. If he hadn't revealed himself, I probably would have thought he was just an ordinary physician treating people. Learning the whole truth, Yi Hongying felt even more shocked and amazed. To suddenly be able to cling to the thigh of such a peerless expert made Yi Hongying feel a sense of unreality. Just then, Yi Hongying had a thought. Took out a transmission talisman. The transmission talisman kept flashing with light. Yi Hongying snorted coldly. These 2 old guys, leaving their posts without my permission, running off to Dalong Mountain to snatch treasures, almost letting the evil person's scheme succeed, destroying Wanba Pavilion. I haven't even punished them yet. Sending the news back to headquarters will be enough trouble for these 2 old guys. Although very annoyed, Yi Hongying still placed the transmission talisman between her eyebrows. She wanted to see what message these 2 old guys sent back. Soon, Yi Hongying received the message sent back by the 2 old guys who went to Dalong Mountain. It was actually about a 10,000-year spirit jinseng, escaped from the gap in the underground palace seal. A 10,000-year spirit jinseng evaded the scramble by several kings/marquises, now hiding in Dalong Mountain. The 2 stationed elders ordered Yi Hongying to quickly bring Wanba Pavilion's spirit beast, the treasure-seeking mouse, to Dalong Mountain, to find that 10,000-year spirit jinseng. Upon getting this news, Yi Hongying was overjoyed. This is the longevity-increasing item young master wants. You must know. She was just worrying about where to find longevity-increasing items for Chen Changan. After all, longevity items are extremely rare and precious. Even though she was the shopkeeper of Wanba Pavilion with a considerable network, finding 1 or 2 longevity items was still not easy. Unexpectedly, she received news about a longevity item so quickly. Without hesitation, she brought out the reared treasure-seeking mouse and headed towards Dalong Mountain. This 10,000-year spirit ginseng, once she found it, would be given to young master, absolutely not to those 2 old guys. With young master backing her, let's see what those 2 old guys dare to do to her. Dalong Mountain, Xiaomianhua's secret base. Chen Changan let out a satisfied burp, lying on the ground with a round belly, sunbathing. The ground was covered in remains. Chen Changan contentedly looked at the panel. It showed a lifespan of 1 year. Alright, time to go back. Tianwu City, a bustling tea house, a window seat on the 2nd floor. A blood-robed old man sat expressionlessly, sipping tea. But deep in his eyes hid a trace of shock and horror. This blood-robed old man was named Gu Xioma. Like Shiryu, he was also one of the elders of the Shirtua cult, a king expert of the deity transformation realm. He came to Tianwu City to inquire about the cause of Shiryu's death. Shiryu, after all, was a guardian of the Shirtua cult. His status was noble, yet he died suddenly and tragically. This completely disregarded the Shirtua cult. It was a great humiliation. Naturally, the cause of his death needed to be investigated clearly. If possible, they must avenge him. But upon learning that Shiryu was actually crushed by a suddenly appearing giant hand, Gu Xioma was extremely shocked. He only felt his hair stand on end. Elder Shi's strength was similar to mine, unexpectedly crushed by 1 hand. The opponent's cultivation must surpass the deity transformation realm, very likely a cult leader-level expert of the undying realm. Gu Xioma took a deep breath. After finding out the cause of Shiryu's death, he didn't dare to look for the murderer. Even more so, he didn't dare to stay in Tianwu City, afraid of being targeted by the mysterious expert who killed Shiryu. Downing the tea in his cup in 1 gulp, he hastily left. But just as he left the inn, he encountered a young girl. Gu Xioma's eyes instantly lit up. Immaculate without lack, inferior to spirit jade. This seems to be an immaculate spirit body. Didn't expect this old man's luck to be so good. This little girl is suitable for pill refining. Perhaps an immaculate treasure pill can be refined. And this young girl was precisely Zhong Linger going to buy fish. Gu Xioma grinned. Pointing a finger, using some unknown technique, he entered the pharmacy ahead of Zhong Linger. I remember closing the door. Zhong Linger, just arriving at the entrance, was puzzled. Could it be a thief? Thinking this, Zhong Linger peered through the door crack, trembling slightly. Brother Changan, is that you? The next second, the black shadow in the pharmacy with blood-red eyes turned to look. Immediately after, Chen Changan walked out smiling. Linger, I'm back. Seeing the black shadow clearly, Zhong Linger cried and threw herself at Chen Changan. Brother Changan, you scared me to death. It's okay, it's okay. Chen Changan smiled, holding Linger and patting her head. With me here, what are you afraid of? Suddenly, a bloody glint flashed in Chen Changan's eyes. Just awakened the billion cultivation system, and the old man already arranged a wife. 10 Lolas, 9 women. The lowly I picked is even an empress reincarnated. But before I could start living off her, just 2 days after moving in together, someone disguised themselves as me and abducted my lowly wife. Jealousy. Chen Changan had already taken Zhong Linger out of the city. Zhong Linger following behind was somewhat confused. Brother Changan, aren't we eating fish? Why haven't we arrived yet? Chen Changan smiled sinisterly. Just hang on a bit longer, freshly caught fish tastes better. Just then, Zhong Linger suddenly had a realization. Wait, you're not Brother Changan. Hearing this, Chen Changan's red-eye disease flared up again. I'm not your Brother Changan? Then tell me who I am. GGG. After speaking, Chen Changan turned back with a smile, directly dropping the disguise, and grabbed Zhong Linger. Meanwhile, Chen Changan, whose lifespan had recovered to 1 year, also unhurriedly returned to the pharmacy. But upon entering the pharmacy, he found Aunt Zhu inside had fainted. Moreover, her fainting symptoms looked like someone had used a soul search technique on her. Chen Changan's expression changed. Bastard! Who did this? Could Zhong Linger have been captured by people from Heifeng's stronghold? The next second, Chen Changan didn't hesitate, directly using his divine eye to search for Zhong Linger within Tianwu City. But soon his face darkened, because his divine eye had searched the entire Tianwu City over once without finding any trace of Zhong Linger. Meaning Linger was not in Tianwu City. Chen Changan remained silent, worried about Zhong Linger's safety. Although they had only spent a few days together, Zhong Linger was obedient, sensible, and very understanding. Chen Changan already considered her part of Jiukong Pharmacy. No matter who it was, daring to harm someone close to him, Chen Changan would definitely not forgive them. He continued using his divine eye, searching outside Tianwu City. His eyes like a deity's, looking down upon the endless land and myriad beings. Soon, Chen Changan finally found Zhong Linger. At this time, Zhong Linger had already been taken by Gu Xiaoma to a cave on the edge of Dalong Mountain. He took out a large cauldron. The ground was piled with over 1,000 types of medicinal ingredients. Chen Changan frowned. What does this blood-robed old man want to do with Linger? But observing carefully, he saw that Zhong Linger was currently unharmed. This allowed Chen Changan to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Immediately after, Chen Changan fused his invincible cultivation into his legs. This was a skill he figured out, divine step. Just taking one step, his entire person seemed to teleport, instantly disappearing from Jiukong Pharmacy. His whole body appeared outside Tianwu City. The void trembled, Chen Changan's figure appeared. Then, another divine step was taken, rushing towards Dalong Mountain. Inside the cave, Zhong Linger's face was pale. She had regained consciousness by now, looking at Gu Xiaoma preparing to refine pills. Zhong Linger, only 12 years old, couldn't help but feel scared. Who are you? Why did you capture me and bring me here? Hearing Zhong Linger's voice, Gu Xiaoma raised his head. Satisfied, he said, truly an immaculate spirit body, regaining consciousness so quickly. Immediately after, Gu Xiaoma grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Little girl, don't be afraid. This old man just wants to refine you into an immaculate treasure pill, to help this old man cleanse his marrow, to wash away the bodily filth accumulated over years of cultivation, hee. Hearing this, Zhong Linger turned even paler. Only then did she realize the old man before her was actually a cruel, old demon head who killed infants. What to do? Zhong Linger's brain spun rapidly, thinking how to be saved. Gu Xiaoma saw through Zhong Linger's thoughts. He sneered, little girl, don't even think about escaping. You, a mere blood-nourishing fake cultivator, cannot possibly escape from the hands of a king. As soon as these words came out, Zhong Linger was incredulous, followed immediately by despair. This old thing before her was actually a king. Zhong Linger didn't know how strong a king was, but Shiryu, who threatened to massacre the city that day, was precisely a king. Although Shiryu was crushed by Brother Changan with one hand, it didn't detract from his power. Zhong Linger bit her lip. She refused to be refined into a pill. So what if you're a king? In front of Brother Changan, you are nothing. He can crush you with one hand. As soon as these words came out, Gu Xiaoma's heart couldn't help but jump. He knew Shiryu was crushed by one hand. Could it be related to the brother Changan this little girl mentioned? Gu Xiaoma frowned. After thinking for a moment, he performed a soul search technique on Zhonglinger. But during the soul search, Gu Xiaoma suddenly was frightened by a certain scene in Zhonglinger's memory. His originally calm face became deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He staggered backwards, suddenly falling to the ground, completely lacking the bearing of a king. Chen Changan, it's him. Gu Xiaoma's words trembled, filled with terror. Because just now, through performing the soul search technique on Zhonglinger, he saw the scene from Zhonglinger's memory. A green-robed youth sitting in the courtyard, his expression indifferent, merely extending his right hand, evolving into a sky-covering giant hand. Then Shiryu, who had worked alongside him in the Shirtu occult for many years, just like that, under the sky-covering giant hand, was crushed into a rain of blood. And the little girl he had captured now, what a coincidence, was actually someone close to that Chen Changan. Calming his terrified heart somewhat, Gu Xiaoma looked at Zhonglinger, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. How should he deal with this Zhonglinger? Continue refining her into a pill? Or let her go? Transmigrated for 3 years, hid for 3 years, finally waited until Granny Wang came distributing wives on the street. Without a second word, I directly chose a blonde little lowly. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be an empress reincarnated. Just when I thought I was about to start living off a woman, a traitor appeared and abducted my wife. Finding the target, Chen Changan was already rushing over urgently, but at this moment, Gu Xiaoma had already made his decision. Even after witnessing Chen Changan's terrifying cultivation, he still planned to first secretly refine Zhonglinger into a pill, unnoticed. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the quiet cave. Who gave you the guts to impersonate me and steal people? Gu Xiaoma faced a formidable enemy. Who? He saw at the cave entrance a green-robed youth slowly walking in. Upon seeing this green-robed youth, Gu Xiaoma's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a bone-chilling coldness shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull, making his hair stand on end. Chen Changan. Gu Xiaoma was terrified. He never imagined that just after performing the soul search on Zhonglinger, in the blink of an eye, Chen Changan would appear alive before him. He swallowed hard, fear welling up in his heart. He knew that Chen Changan before him was a ruthless character capable of crushing a king with one hand. He stood absolutely no chance against him. Without even thinking, he grabbed Zhonglinger and threatened, Chen Changan. Let this old man go, and this old man will return this little girl to you. Only, his voice trembled with fear no matter how he tried. Nearby, Zhonglinger, seeing Chen Changan suddenly appear before her, her despairing heart instantly filled with joy. Brother Changan, how did you get here? Chen Changan smiled slightly at Zhonglinger. If I didn't come, who would serve me in the future? Who would wash my clothes and cook for me? Should I ask Granny Wang again to introduce another little girl? Hearing Chen Changan joking, Zhonglinger blushed, but she wasn't nervous or scared at all. Then, Chen Changan turned to look at Gu Xiaoma. His gaze was ice cold. Old fellow, you dare touch my person? Seems like you're tired of living at your old age. And you think grabbing my person can threaten me? Gu Xiaoma said in a deep voice. This old man didn't know at first that this little girl was your person. If you just raise your noble hand and let me go, I won't harm her. But if you insist on killing this old man, then don't blame this old man for dragging this little girl down with me. Chen Changan sneered. Take her down with you? He once again activated his invincible cultivation. With a thought, boundless, terrifying pressure descended, suppressing Gu Xiaoma's body. Gu Xiaoma seemed to be under an immobilization technique, standing motionless on the spot. Even the magic power within his body stopped flowing. Wanting to kill Zhonglinger and take her down with him was simply impossible. Gu Xiaoma was terrified, infinite despair rising in his heart. Only now did he realize how ridiculous it was to grab Zhonglinger to threaten Chen Changan. In Chen Changan's eyes, he was just a hopping ant. He could crush him casually. Spare me, senior. Please spare my life. I won't dare do it again. Gu Xiaoma couldn't move, only able to humbly beg for mercy. Chen Changan paid no attention to Gu Xiaoma, didn't even respond. He said softly, Linger, it's all right now. Hearing this, Zhonglinger indeed found the restraints on her body gone. Regaining her freedom, she joyfully hurried back to Chen Changan's side. Chen Changan patted Zhonglinger's head. This old fellow, how do you want to deal with him? Zhonglinger said sweetly, I'll listen to you. Chen Changan punched out. The begging Gu Xiaoma only felt boundless, terrifying power descending. He didn't even have time to scream before exploding into flesh and blood. The defensive magic treasures on his body also instantly turned to dust. In the end, only a storage ring remained. From Chen Changan's appearance to Gu Xiaoma's death, it all happened too fast. But just as Chen Changan dispersed his cultivation, Jiao jumped out angrily. She held her 80-meter-long giant scythe, standing quietly behind Chen Changan. Oh my god! Chen Changan was startled by this sudden concern, but he also knew Jiao was here to claim his life. Yamit, be gentle. After speaking, Chen Changan closed his eyes, waiting for Jiao's loving scythe. It took me 3 years to awaken the usable billion cultivation system, and using it once costs me 99 years of lifespan. Just saved 3 girls, haven't even had time to discuss life. And my lifespan is only 1 year left. When Chen Changan had already closed his eyes, prepared for Jiao's violent harvest. But unexpectedly, Jiao actually put away her scythe, poked him with the handle, then retracted it. Lifespan 1, current lifespan 1 month and 3 days. Chen Changan was baffled. So gentle? Is this system bugged? Idiot, do I need to do this every time? Jiao glanced resentfully at Chen Changan, then disappeared. Just then, Zhong Linger started a bonfire, leaning against Chen Changan's side. Brother Changan, we can't eat fish tonight. Chen Changan smiled, eating tomorrow is fine too. Saying this, Chen Changan checked Gu Xiaoma's storage ring. He deliberately kept it this time, to see what a king's storage ring contained. Millions of low-grade spirit stones, even medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones were there. Chen Changan gasped. This was the first time he had seen so many spirit stones. Struck it rich. Besides spirit stones, the most numerous items inside were medicinal ingredients. Finally, there was a pile of alchemy books, and some treasured pill formulas. Chen Changan was surprised. Seems this old fellow was an alchemist. Then, using his invincible cultivation, he activated the skill, Divine Brain. It only took half an hour to finish reading these alchemy books. If he could flip pages faster, he might have mastered them in half an incense stick's time. Indeed, flipping pages only affects his learning speed. As for Zhong Linger beside him, watching Chen Changan's page flipping speed, she wondered puzzledly, flipping so fast, can Brother Changan understand? Then Chen Changan opened the pill formulas inside. Instantly, his calm face showed a flicker of emotion. 5th grade 1000 lifespan pill. Taking one can increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Chen Changan hadn't expected to find in Gu Xiaoma's storage ring the formula for this 1000 lifespan pill. And Gu Xiaoma had also collected the medicinal ingredients, only lacking 3 main ingredients: 10,000-year spirit ginseng, purple deer blood, and a water spirit bamboo flower of at least 5,000 years. Chen Changan narrowed his eyes slightly. If I had this 1000 lifespan pill to increase my lifespan by 1,000 years, it would be enough to solve my urgent crisis. Even in the future, I wouldn't have to worry about sparingly using the 999 billion years of invincible cultivation. He wished he could immediately go to Wanba Pavilion right now and ask Yi Hanying to help find them. But just then, the sound of intense fighting suddenly came from outside the cave. The entire cave shook violently, debris constantly falling from the ceiling. Chen Changan frowned. Linger, this cave isn't safe, let's go outside. Chen Changan led Zhong Linger out of the cave. Indeed, just as Chen Changan led Zhong Linger out of the cave, with a loud rumbling sound, the entire cave collapsed suddenly. Zhong Linger swallowed hard, still shaken. Brother Changan, we were almost buried. Chen Changan nodded, looking up towards the nearby forest. An intense battle was erupting there. Large swaths of trees collapsed, the power astonishing. Clearly, the fighting cultivators were extraordinarily strong. Let's go take a look. After speaking, he led Zhong Linger directly towards that forest. In his view, encountering strong fighters battling wasn't bad. At least powerful cultivators are knowledgeable. Perhaps from them, he could get news about the 3 main ingredients needed to refine the 1000 lifespan pill. In the forest, Yi Hanying held the trembling treasure-seeking mouse in her arms, coldly looking at the 3 people fighting in the forest. Her eyes gleamed, seemingly pondering something. Her right hand was currently holding the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. This 10,000-year spirit ginseng's roots were vigorous and thick. Numerous roots, like an infant's arm, golden in color, emitting an extremely rich spirit ginseng fragrance, having already birthed a trace of spiritual wisdom. It struggled in Yi Hongying's hand. But Yi Hongying wrapped the 10,000-year spirit jinseng with a talisman, sealing it, preventing the 10,000-year spirit jinseng from escaping. These two stationed elders. Damn it! Yi Hongying was very annoyed. After the two stationed elders sent back the news about the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, she immediately brought the treasure-seeking mouse to Dalong Mountain, searching everywhere for the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. After busying herself for 3 days, finally, tonight in a remote mountain gully, she found the hiding 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Yi Hongying was overjoyed. Quietly setting up a formation, she successfully captured the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. She didn't plan to hand the 10,000-year spirit ginseng to the stationed elders, but decided to give it to Chen Changan. So, under the cover of night, she quietly left the depths of Dalong Mountain. Never expecting those two stationed elders had long been wary of her. They intercepted her at the edge of Dalong Mountain, forcing her to hand over the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Yi Hongying was unwilling to deal with the two stationed elders. Coincidentally, an old man at the peak deity transformation realm passed by here. Yi Hongying didn't hesitate to take out the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, successfully attracting this old man. The old man knew the importance of the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, able to extend his already ending lifespan. Thus, the old man attacked the two station elders with full force, erupting into this battle. Although the battle between the parties bought Yi Hongying a moment's respite, Yi Hongying dared not flee at all. As long as she dared to flee with the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, presumably these three would cease fighting instantly and attack her simultaneously. Yi Hongying frowned tightly. Damn it, how can I escape with the 10,000-year spirit ginseng from these three high-level experts? I originally possessed 999 billion years of cultivation, but each use consumes life force. However, a rich woman took a fancy to me, letting me live off her daily, requesting I give her massages. Actually, at the very beginning, Yi Hongying had another path, which was to first proactively hand over the 10,000-year spirit ginseng to the two stationed elders, then return to Tianwu City, and inform Chen Changan about the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. If Chen Changan acted, the two stationed elders could only willingly hand over the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, but doing so wouldn't prove her ability. In the future, wanting to gain Chen Changan's esteem would likely be difficult. Her future at Wanba Pavilion was bleak, pitch dark, probably never having a chance to succeed in her life. She had a gut feeling. As long as she could latch onto Chen Changan's thigh, her future days would definitely change. Thinking of this, Yi Hongying's gaze became firm. She gritted her teeth. As long as I can return to Tianwu City and see young master, I'll be safe. Yi Hongying took a deep breath. Placing the 10,000-year spirit ginseng into her storage ring, she patted the treasure-seeking mouse in her arms again. This time, Yi Hongying put the treasure-seeking mouse into a spirit beast bag, took out two speed-enhancing wind-chasing talismans, affixing them to her legs. The wind-chasing talismans flashed with light. Yi Hongying felt herself turn into a gust of wind, extremely fast, fleeing towards the outside of Dalong Mountain. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Hongying made a move, it instantly attracted the attention of the two stationed elders and the old man. The two stationed elders were furious. Yi Hongying, where do you think you're taking the 10,000-year spirit ginseng? The old man coldly threatened, you can leave, but leave the 10,000-year spirit ginseng first. The three simultaneously attacked Yi Hongying. Yi Hongying didn't stop, fleeing quickly. The three high-level experts followed closely behind, continuously shouting at her to stop. But just then, the fleeing Yi Hongying noticed two figures appearing ahead. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi Hongying was suddenly overjoyed. Young master. These two were precisely Chen Changan and Zhong Linger. Yi Hongying was pleasantly surprised, never expecting to encounter Chen Changan in Dalong Mountain. Now she was saved. Chen Changan was surprised, also recognizing the fleeing Yi Hongying. Hongying, why are you here? Yi Hongying was panting heavily, not yet having time to answer. The two stationed elders and the old man had already caught up, surrounding Chen Changan, Zhong Linger, and Yi Hongying. The three's gazes fell on Yi Hongying, filled with killing intent. Chen Changan narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing the situation was wrong. He extended his hand, shielding Yi Hongying behind him, speaking lightly, the three of you, what do you want? The two stationed elders and the old man looked coldly at Chen Changan. Their gazes were contemptuous. Kid, get lost if you don't want to die. This isn't some storyteller's tale of a hero saving the beauty. Yi Hongying, you're truly desperate now, actually letting a Yangxia stage fake cultivator protect you. Get over here now. Immediately hand over the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. You are the shopkeeper of Wanba Pavilion. We won't kill you. Meanwhile, the other old man looked at Yi Hongying. Little girl, those two are hypocrites. Hand the 10,000-year spirit ginseng to this old man, and this old man will guarantee your life. If you don't hand it over, this old man won't let you go either. The three's words made Chen Changan narrow his eyes further. 10,000-year spirit ginseng. He knew Yi Hongying went looking for the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. It seems this 10,000-year spirit ginseng is already in her hands. This is good news. Young master, this is the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. At this point, Yi Hongying had recovered slightly. After calming her breath, facing the three station elders, she was no longer afraid, instead becoming calm. Because she knew Chen Changan's power. With Chen Changan by her side, she was safe. As soon as the 10,000-year spirit ginseng was taken out, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, refreshing the spirit. The gazes of the two station elders and the old man instantly became greedy and fervent. The next moment, the three attacked simultaneously, attempting to snatch this 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Chen Changan let out a cold snort. The faces of the three suddenly changed drastically. They felt a terrifying, boundless pressure descend, making them unable to bear it. They felt their chi and blood surging, their internal organs about to be crushed, directly heavily injured. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood, faces pale, suppressed on the spot, completely unable to move. Chen Changan paid no attention to the three, didn't even glance at them. Took the 10,000-year spirit ginseng from Yi Hongying's hand. Feeling the pure and vast life essence chi inside, Chen Changan couldn't help but feel happy. With this 10,000-year spirit ginseng, to refine the 1,000 lifespan pill, only purple deer blood remains, and the 5,000-year-old water spirit bamboo flower. These two main ingredients. Hongying, you did very well. Yi Hongying respectfully said in a low voice, this is what Hongying should do. If young master hadn't appeared here, Hongying's life would likely be lost by now. Chen Changan put away the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, saying to Yi Hongying, these three chased you. Now that I've suppressed them, I'll leave them for you to handle. Thank you, young master. The two station elders now knew Chen Changan's strength, not at all as weak as he appeared. Their faces filled with terror, they quickly said, Yi Hongying, no, shopkeeper Yi. We are the station elders of Wanba Pavilion. For the sake of us working together, spare our lives. Shopkeeper Yi should have said earlier, this 10,000-year spirit ginseng was prepared for senior. If we had known earlier, this unnecessary conflict wouldn't have occurred. Senior, we didn't intend to snatch your 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Please, senior, be magnanimous and overlook our offense. As for the old man, his face was filled with fear, pleading, Miss Yi. This old man has no grievances with you. If not for this old man acting against these two elders who worked with you, they probably would have taken your life long ago. I am your life-saving benefactor. I hid for 3 years, finally gained 999 billion years of cultivation. Just as my waste life started turning around, I began gathering a harem, a short-lived by 99 years lowly empress reincarnation, a sexy rich woman wanting release, a cool and elegant celestial sister. Chen Changan exclaimed he couldn't handle it all, requesting brothers to quickly come support. Facing the three's pleas, Yi Hongying wasted no words, taking out a treasured sword. Sword light flashed, 3 heads fell to the ground. Yi Hongying looked at the 3 corpses, her expression complex, feeling greatly relieved. Just moments ago, she was fleeing miserably, like a mouse caught by a cat. In the blink of an eye, these 3 powerful high-level experts died at her hands. This made Yi Hongying feel like she was dreaming, extremely unreal, but it also further convinced Yi Hongying that following Chen Changan was not wrong. Soon, Yi Hongying obtained 3 storage rings from the 3 bodies. At the same time, she looted all the magic treasures from their bodies, then threw out a ball of fire, burning the 3 corpses to ashes. Young master, these are their storage rings and magic treasures. Yi Hongying respectfully presented the 3 storage rings. Chen Changan didn't take them, they're useless to me. I only want various longevity-increasing items. After thinking for a moment, he added, also, help me keep an eye out for body-refining techniques. Yes, young master. Chen Changan looked at the respectfully standing Yi Hongying, lost in thought. Yi Hongying, as the Wanba Pavilion shopkeeper, is a great help in collecting longevity items for him. For instance, in just a few days, she obtained this 10,000-year spirit ginseng for him. However, her cultivation is too weak. she lacks self-protection ability when facing strong opponents. For example, tonight, if he hadn't appeared here to save Zhong Linger, and happened to encounter Yi Hongying being chased by the three, if he wasn't here tonight, it's highly likely Yi Hongying would have already died at the hands of those three. Thinking about the people around him, besides himself possessing 999 billion years of invincible cultivation, people like Zhong Linger and Yi Hongying have poor self-protection abilities. He couldn't possibly be lucky enough to save them every time. But soon, Chen Changan had an idea. Regarding his invincible cultivation, he had explored many ways to use it. Soon, he thought of a usage method that might solve this problem. Hongying, do you have any talismans on you? I wonder which type young master wants. Any type is fine. Let me look then. Yi Hongying searched in her storage ring, soon finding several low-grade talismans. There were offensive ones: 2nd grade Flame Talisman, 3rd grade Frost Talisman, 3rd grade Heavenly Thunder Talisman. There were also defensive types: Golden Body Talisman, Escape Type Wind Chasing Talisman, etc. Chen Changan wasted no words, taking the talismans. Immediately after, he infused his invincible cultivation into these talismans. Visually, these talismans still look like low-grade talismans, with no change at all. But in reality, each talisman had undergone a world-shaking transformation, containing a terrifyingly astonishing amount of energy. Chen Changan returned these transformed talismans to Yi Hongying, saying, "In the future, if you encounter danger, just throw out a talisman, it's enough to protect your life." Yi Hongying was puzzled. "Young master, these talismans are just low-grade talismans, only effective against Yang Xie or mortal transcending cultivators. Can they really protect me?" She carefully observed these talismans. Each one showed no change, still the most ordinary talismans. She really couldn't understand how these few low-grade talismans could protect her. Chen Changan didn't explain, just smiled faintly, saying, "You can take out one talisman and try it. Remember to throw it far." Yi Hongying nodded, activating a 2nd grade Flame Talisman. Instantly, Yi Hongying felt an extremely astonishing energy erupt from this 2nd grade Flame Talisman. Immediately after, the erupted flames were like a bursting flood, roaring towards the forest ahead. A sky full of firelight turned the area ahead into a terrifying sea of fire, burning everything to ashes. Under the firelight, Yi Hongying witnessed the power of this 2nd grade Flame Talisman. Her pretty face was now filled with shock and bewilderment. Finally, she swallowed hard. Is this really a 2nd grade Flame Talisman? The power of this talisman had already surpassed Yi Hongying's imagination. Releasing such terrifying power, even a deity transformation realm king would likely find it hard to resist, would perish under the 2nd grade Flame Talisman. No wonder Chen Changan said, these talismans could protect her life. Having witnessed the terror of the 2nd grade Flame Talisman after Chen Changan's enhancement, the remaining talismans, Yi Hongying didn't dare to try. She even felt her heart bleeding. Such powerful talismans, and she just wasted one. What a reckless waste. Also, how exactly did he do it, making this small low-grade talisman undergo such astonishing changes? It simply overturned cognition, utterly incredible. And indeed, as Chen Changan said, these talismans could save her life. She thought, even if she encountered a deity transformation realm king in the future, relying on these talismans, she could defeat, even kill them. Even Zhong Linger beside her was shocked wide-eyed by this 2nd grade Flame Talisman. Chen Changan just watched all this calmly. You know, he just randomly infused these talismans with a trace of invincible cultivation, causing the talismans to undergo such astonishing changes, containing such terrifying power. If he were a bit more serious, he could even, through invincible cultivation, turn a small 2nd grade Flame Talisman into a world-destroying divine talisman. Of course, doing so would also cause unnecessary consumption of his lifespan, at least reducing it by months, or even reducing lifespan by more than 1 year. Therefore, Chen Changan just simply enhanced the talismans slightly. After all, these talismans were already sufficient to protect Yi Hongying's life. Carefully putting away these talismans, Yi Hongying asked curiously, "Young master appeared in Dalong Mountain, was it for the compassionate immortal emperor's underground palace? I am even more awesome than the immortal emperor. Just because I awakened the billion cultivation system, consuming life force allows me to obtain invincible power." Regarding this, Chen Changan just smiled faintly. "The immortal emperor's inheritance is nothing, I'm not interested. Zhonglinger beside him admired Chen Changan greatly. She agreed. I think Brother Changan is even more powerful than the immortal emperor. After all, during these days of contact, Zhonglinger had already witnessed Chen Changan's strength. Whether it was the arrogant King Shiryu who threatened to massacre the city, or the King Gushilma who wanted to capture her for alchemy, when facing Chen Changan, they had no ability to resist at all, and were directly obliterated. So, for Zhonglinger who had just entered the cultivation world, Chen Changan's combat power, his strength, was already deeply imprinted in Zhonglinger's heart. She even developed feelings of admiration for Chen Changan. Hearing Zhonglinger's words, Yi Hanying didn't know what to say for a moment. That's the immortal emperor's inheritance. Yet Chen Changan wasn't interested? Although Chen Changan was strong, Yi Hanying didn't believe Chen Changan possessed the immortal emperor's power. You must know, the immortal emperor was the strongest existence in the cultivation world. Of course, if Yi Hanying knew that Chen Changan previously had the chance to obtain one of the compassionate immortal emperor's earth instruments, the compassion sword, but didn't want it, who knows what she would think. Furthermore, if Chen Changan really faced the immortal emperor, and the immortal emperor dared to provoke him, Chen Changan could extinguish him with a flick of his finger. Let's go back. Chen Changan tonight originally intended to spend the night in the cave in Dalong Mountain. But now that the cave had collapsed, they could only return to Tianwu City. When the three returned to Tianwu City, it was already late at night. Chen Changan took Zhonglinger and Yi Hanying back to their respective homes. For Yi Hanying, she still had important matters to handle now. The station elders were all sent from headquarters. All had soul lamps left at headquarters. With the two killed, the soul lamps extinguished, headquarters would soon send people over. As the shopkeeper of Wanba Pavilion, she naturally had to handle this matter properly. Fortunately, on the way back, Chen Changan had also clearly expressed his support for Yi Hanying, telling her to boldly collect longevity items for him. If she encountered any problems she couldn't solve, just come find him directly. After getting these words from Chen Changan, Yi Hanying no longer had any worries. With Chen Changan as her backer supporting her, she didn't need to fear anything. Jiukong Pharmacy. When Chen Changan brought Zhonglinger back, he saw a white-haired old man in coarsecloth, yawning, drowsy. Seeing Chen Changan approach, the white-haired old man perked up, greeting him with a chuckle. Changan, why are you back so late? Want a bowl of hot noodles? Zhonglinger politely greeted, Uncle Fu. Since being taken in by Chen Changan, Zhonglinger hadn't always stayed indoors. She also got familiar with some neighbors on Qingyun Street. This noodle seller, Uncle Fu, was one of them. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded at her. Speaking of which, girl, you've been on our Qingyun Street for a few days now, and haven't tried this old man's noodles yet. Want to try? Just then, Zhonglinger's stomach inopportunely let out a rumbling sound. Zhonglinger blushed. Chen Changan smiled, patting Zhonglinger's head. Not only was Zhonglinger hungry, he was hungry too. After all, after Zhonglinger was captured by Gushilma, the evening fish was gone. Chen Changan was anxious to save her. Hadn't eaten yet, so naturally was hungry too. It's been a while since I had Uncle Fu's noodles. Uncle Fu, trouble you for 2 bowls. Saying this, Chen Changan led Zhonglinger into the stall, sitting at the table, telling Zhonglinger beside him, before, when Dafu, Lazy and I played until late at night and came back starving, we would always find Uncle Fu for a bowl of hot noodles. Uncle Fu's noodles are a rare delicacy in Tianwu City. Linger, you'll know once you try. Hearing Chen Changan's praise, Uncle Fu couldn't stop smiling, feeling rather proud. Proud. This noodle stall, Zheng Fu, have been running since I was young. Now I'm 62. Never mind Qingyun Street, even people from other streets, who doesn't know the sign of Zhang's noodles. Zheng Fu skillfully cooked the noodles while preparing the seasoning, at the same time chatting worriedly about recent events. Changan, Tianwu hasn't been peaceful lately. Ever since that underground palace incident deep in Dalong Mountain, many immortals have come. Have you heard? Chen Changan said, this is a major event. Heard it alarmed the entire cultivation world. How could I not know? Uncle Fu, what's wrong? Alas, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Right now, news of the underground palace is causing uproar throughout the city. People are anxious. When immortals fight, we mortals suffer. If one day we displease an immortal, who knows how many people will die in Tianwu City? I also heard, the number of people who died in Dalong Mountain these past few days could almost form a mountain. Remember that immortal wrath a few days ago? That person was said to be an elder of the, what was it, Shirtua cult? Very strong, wanted to massacre the city. If not for an immortal in the city intervening, Tianwu City probably wouldn't have escaped disaster. Chen Changan said, Uncle Fu, you don't need to worry about these things. Wasn't there an immortal in the city who intervened? If someone wants to massacre the city, naturally, they won't be allowed to run rampant. You can rest assured. Zhong Linger also said, Brother Changan is right. Uncle Fu, you don't need to worry. Chen Changan has also stayed in this Tianwu city for 3 years. Chen Changan has feelings for it. How could he let someone destroy it just like that? Facing Chen Changan's reassurance, Zhang Fu didn't say much, just shook his head helplessly and sighed. Just then, the noodles were ready. Sprinkled with chopped green onions, Zhang Fu served them to Chen Changan and Zhong Linger. The noodles emitted an enticing aroma. The starving pair began slurping the noodles heartily. Zhang Fu smiled, Girl, how's the taste? Very delicious. Chen Changan slurped quickly, finishing the bowl in no time, but still wanting more. Uncle Fu, another bowl. You kid! Your appetite is still so good. Coming right up. Chen Changan laughed, Aren't I still young? Yeah. But Changan, you should think about having kids too. When old man Huang comes back, give him a surprise. Saying this, he intentionally glanced at Zhong Linger. Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Zhang Fu. Linger is only 12. And she's just my pharmacy apprentice. Zhong Linger beside him blushed bright red, burying her head while eating noodles. Soon, Zhang Fu brought the second bowl of noodles for Chen Changan, chatting again, It hasn't been peaceful lately. I plan to move to Manhwa village in these 2 days. I'll come back when things quiet down. You two should still be careful lately. If you can avoid going out, definitely don't go out. Especially be careful not to offend the immortals. Chen Changan nodded. He knew Uncle Fu had a son who was a hunter named Zhang Yongnam. Introduced by Granny Wang, he married a woman from Lanhua village. Chen Changan even went with the old man to the wedding feast back then. But the cost of living in the city was too high, so Zhang Yongnam lived with his wife in Lanhua village. It was also convenient for him to go hunting. When free, he would bring game into the city to spend a few days with his father. And the money Uncle Fu earned from the noodle stall was of course used from time to time to help out the young couple. Uncle Fu worked hard for most of his life. It's time for him to enjoy life. Lanhua village is indeed a good place to enjoy peace. If Uncle Fu needs anything during this time, feel free to come find me at Jiukong Pharmacy. Okay. Chen Changan smiled, continuing to slurp his noodles. Soon, another large bowl of noodles was finished. Chen Changan was finally full and satisfied. Linger, are you full? Full. After paying, Uncle Fu will be leaving first. Rest early. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded. Watching Chen Changan and Zhong Linger leave, Uncle Fu sighed, That kid Changan is pretty good. That old man Huang really took in a good disciple. The second day, Chen Changan woke up and walked out of his room. In the courtyard, Zhong Linger was cultivating, breathing in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The sound of qi and blood roaring constantly emitted from her body. It seems her mid-stage blood-nourishing cultivation had stabilized and improved again. Brother Changan, morning. Immediately after, Zhong Linger stopped cultivating, bringing the prepared breakfast from the kitchen. Thanks, you've worked hard. Zhong Linger smiled sweetly, shaking her head gently, Not hard at all. Chen Changan patted Zhong Linger's head. With this girl around, his life had indeed become much more comfortable. The feeling of being taken care of is nice. After breakfast, Chen Changan called Zhong Linger over. Linger, yesterday you were captured by a demonic cultivator because of your special physique. Just in case, I need to seal a power within your body. When you encounter danger, you can use this power to protect your life. Immediately after, with a thought from Chen Changan, he activated his invincible cultivation. He pointed a finger, actually condensing a golden talisman in the void. The golden talisman shone with brilliant golden light. The faint power it released was extremely terrifying, actually causing the surrounding void to tremble incessantly. This was something Chen Changan figured out after pondering late into the night yesterday. A method inspired by those talismans from Yi Hongying is to condense the invincible cultivation into a power talisman, integrating it into the protected person's body. They can use this power talisman at any time, whether for self-protection or to temporarily enhance themselves, becoming stronger in battle. Chen Changan named this talisman function he figured out, the life-death talisman. Because if he wanted, he could even use the life-death talisman to directly take a person's life. However, condensing this life-death talisman still came at a considerable cost to Chen Changan, directly consuming 2 years of his lifespan. Now his lifespan was 1,660 years left. Zhong Linger was curious, looking at this life-death talisman floating in the air. Chen Changan pointed a finger, and this life-death talisman entered Zhong Linger's brow, disappearing. Immediately after, Zhong Linger felt that within her sea of consciousness, there was an additional golden talisman. As long as you wish, you can activate this life-death talisman at any time. However, you can currently only use it twice. When the power is exhausted, the life-death talisman will dissipate on its own. Now try out its power. Although Chen Changan figured out the life-death talisman, he himself wasn't clear on its exact power. Zhong Linger tried to activate the life-death talisman. Almost instantly, an astonishingly terrifying aura erupted from within her body. Like a volcanic eruption, it quickly filled the entire Tianwu city, instantly alarming countless cultivators in the city again, each facing it as if confronting a great enemy, thinking another king had arrived. Tianwu sensed this aura was very strong, not weaker than the 2 sure-to occult king elders encountered before, but actually much stronger. Zhong Linger's small face showed great surprise, feeling the sudden infusion of that terrifyingly boundless power within her. She felt very fierce now, even having a gut feeling, even if she encountered last night's situation again, facing Gu Xiaoma, relying on this power, she could definitely defeat him. I awakened the billion cultivation system, but every use reduces my lifespan. Yet not only do I have to provide warmth and safety to girls daily, I also use the 999 billion years of cultivation as my basis. Linger, now I have embedded the life-death talisman into your body. If you encounter bad people again, use the life-death talisman anytime to protect yourself. If the uses for the life-death talisman run out, find me anytime. I'll replenish it for you. Thank you, Brother Changan. Zhong Linger was so happy. Honestly, she didn't care that this life-death talisman could protect her life. What she cared about was Chen Changan's concern for her, which made her heart feel warm. Go cultivate. Zhong Linger nodded and continued cultivating. Chen Changan, meanwhile, was thinking, I wonder, by consuming 5 or even 10 years of lifespan, to what level can the power of the life-death talisman be raised? But now his lifespan was getting shorter and shorter, better take it slow. Chen Changan must consider the future. And Yi Hongying, it seems I should also grant her a life-death talisman when I have time. Chen Changan still thought highly of Yi Hongying. Especially this time. She gave him the surprise of the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. If this 10,000-year spirit ginseng was consumed directly, it could increase lifespan by 100 years. If refined into the 1,000 lifespan pill, it could increase lifespan by 1,000 years. As long as he consumed the 10,000-year spirit ginseng now, increasing his own lifespan by 100 years was completely possible. Chen Changan took out the 10,000-year spirit ginseng wrapped and sealed by the spirit talisman, observing it carefully. Every root of the 10,000-year spirit ginseng seemed to possess spirituality, trembling slightly. I wonder, what effect infusing invincible cultivation into this 10,000-year spirit ginseng would have? Chen Changan was curious. However, he hadn't tried it yet. But having the idea, Chen Changan didn't hesitate and tried it directly. But he didn't dare use it on this 10,000-year spirit ginseng, afraid that if he accidentally killed this 10,000-year spirit ginseng, he could only cry in a corner. He found an ordinary medicinal herb from the pharmacy and tried slowly infusing invincible cultivation into it. An incredible scene occurred. This medicinal herb, nourished by the invincible cultivation, quickly changed. The originally withered herb now regained vitality. Withered wood meeting spring, sprouting tender buds. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vibrant herb containing rich life force, even blooming a medicine flower. Based on Chen Changan's understanding of herbs, this ordinary herb, in the blink of an eye, turned into a precious 100-year-old herb, already gradually developing a trace of spiritual wisdom, and it was still growing at an extremely fast speed. Chen Changan was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect infusing invincible cultivation into herbs could also accelerate their growth. After confirming that invincible cultivation was indeed useful for herbs, Chen Changan had a bold idea. He turned his gaze back to the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Little darling, my hope rests on you now. don't let me down." After speaking, Chen Changan carefully began infusing invincible cultivation towards the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Gentle breeze blowing. In the backyard of Jokan Pharmacy, the 10,000-year spirit ginseng was planted by Chen Changan, flourishing. 10,000 wisps of spiritual chi swirled around the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, dazzlingly bright. Especially its leaves were like pieces of exquisite precious jade, crystal clear. At the top bloomed beautiful and brilliant golden flowers. The released fragrant floral scent was simply intoxicating, making one feel like becoming an immortal. Chen Changan looked satisfied, looking at the 10,000-year spirit ginseng he planted. The current 10,000-year spirit ginseng, after being nourished by Chen Changan's invincible cultivation, was growing rapidly. It seemed he would soon obtain the 10,000-year spirit ginseng seeds. Chen Changan waited quietly. 2 days passed in a blink. Chen Changan finally waited for the harvest moment. This 10,000-year spirit ginseng successfully condensed 5 spirit ginseng seeds in total. Each one was the size of a longdan, brilliantly golden, emitting vast essence chi and rich spiritual chi fragrance. Zhonglinger looked at these 5 spirit ginseng seeds, asking curiously, "Brother Changan, are these the spirit ginseng seeds?" Chen Changan smiled and nodded. Harvesting the 5 spirit ginseng seeds. The quantity is just a bit small. It was recorded in Gu Shouma's alchemy books. After a 10,000-year spirit ginseng reaches 10,000 years, it can bloom and bear fruit every 1,000 years. The condensed spirit ginseng seeds are a great tonic for cultivators, able to increase lifespan and strengthen the physical body. Now he was keeping the 10,000-year spirit ginseng to refine the 1,000 lifespan pill. No rush to eat it yet. Consuming these spirit ginseng seeds increases lifespan sufficiently. Immediately after, Chen Changan ate 1 spirit ginseng seed. System prompt: consume 10,000-year spirit ginseng seed, lifespan plus 3 years. Chen Changan's eyes lit up. This spirit ginseng seed really works. 1 seed can increase lifespan by 3 years. I wonder how many I can take. Then, Chen Changan handed Zhonglinger 1 spirit ginseng seed to try. Zhonglinger gently shook her head. She could see Chen Changan's emphasis on the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. And these ginseng seeds, they were clearly very useful to him. How could she eat them? "Brother Changan, you eat, I won't." "All right." Chen Changan didn't insist. He could use his own invincible cultivation to nourish the 10,000-year spirit ginseng's growth. Wait until the 10,000-year spirit ginseng has completely absorbed his first nourishment, then he can proceed with the second nourishment. This 10,000-year spirit ginseng can bloom and bear spirit ginseng seeds again, so no rush to give them to her. He ate another one. I clearly awakened billions of years of cultivation, supposedly the continent's strongest king. Yet I'm still mocked as trash, struggling with cultivation? After Chen Changan ate all 5 spirit ginseng seeds, his life essence chi strengthened considerably. Checking his lifespan through the system panel, 1,670 years. Chen Changan was very satisfied, wondering curiously, seems the lifespan increasing effect of the 10,000-year spirit ginseng seeds is quite good. In total, they increased my lifespan by 15 years. If I let the 10,000-year spirit ginseng grow again, bloom in 1,000 years and bear spirit ginseng seeds, will it still have a lifespan increasing effect on me? Chen Changan hoped. These spirit ginseng seeds could continuously increase his lifespan. But Chen Changan knew this possibility was very small. Then, Chen Changan looked at the backyard, thinking, there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the cultivation world that can increase lifespan, even findable. These longevity spirit medicines, nourished by invincible cultivation, accelerating their growth in terms of lifespan, will surely achieve great improvement. But the pharmacy is still too small. There isn't much extra space in the backyard. If later I need to open up a medicine field for planting longevity spirit medicines, the area is insufficient. Seems like I need to expand Jiokang Pharmacy by half when I have time. Chen Changan stroked his chin. Next door is Butcher Wang's butcher shop. I can ask him. See if he's willing to sell his butcher shop to Linger. You watch the pharmacy, I'll go next door. Next door. But just as he stepped out of the pharmacy, a navy blue patterned, green-robed youth in law enforcement guard attire quickly walked towards him. Seeing Chen Changan, a smile appeared on his face. Greeting, Changan. Chen Changan was somewhat surprised. Lazy. Why are you here? This kid Lin Lei had rugged features, dark skin, held a position in law enforcement, his eyes bright, faintly flashing with authority. He strode quickly, tall, with momentum like a galloping horse, majestic looking. Lin Lei punched Chen Changan's chest playfully, smiling, "Missed you. Can I come see you?" Then Lin Lei looked towards the pharmacy. Chen Changan winked at him. "I heard from Granny Rong, Linger is helping you at Jiukang Pharmacy now. How are you two progressing?" Chen Changan rolled his eyes. "Linger is only 12. You introduced her to me, aren't you a brute?" Lin Lei chuckled mischievously. "Child bride, understand?" Chen Changan glanced at him. "Seems Lord Law Enforcement Guard is quite interested in child brides. When I have time, I'll introduce one to you." Lin Lei quickly begged for mercy. "No, no, no. If my Xiaolu finds out, she'll skin me alive." Chen Changan was speechless. "Pay. I think you're showing off to me." Lin Lei chuckled, then his expression turned serious. Becoming solemn, "Changan, I need your help with something." Chen Changan was puzzled. "What help? Let's go inside and talk slowly." Lin Lei scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, pulling Chen Changan back into Jiukang Pharmacy. Inside Jiukang Pharmacy, Chen Changan and Lin Lei sat down. Zhong Linger from the backyard saw them and quickly served tea for both. Looking at Zhong Linger, Lin Lei smiled teasingly. "Little sister, are you adapting well here? Brother Changan treats me very well." "Then this guy Changan, did he sneak into your room at night to bully you?" "No. No." Zhong Linger's face turned beet red, shaking her head vigorously. Suddenly, Lin Lei noticed something. He looked astonished. "Little sister, when did you become a fake cultivator?" Lin Lei's cultivation was at the late mortal transcending stage, stronger than Zhong Linger. He saw through her mid-stage blood-nourishing cultivation at a glance. This shocked him greatly. He knew that at most half a month ago, Zhong Linger was clearly just an ordinary person, without a trace of cultivation. How, in just half a month, did she already have mid-stage blood-nourishing cultivation? Such cultivation speed felt incredible to him. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he saw wrong. But the fact told him it was true. Chen Changan smiled slightly, explaining, "Linger's talent in cultivation is very high, so I gave her the family heirloom technique passed down by the old man to practice." Lin Lei laughed. "So that's how it is. You kid really lucked out." This made Lin Lei envious. "If only I had little sister's cultivation talent." Then Lin Lei teased again. "But kid, how come your cultivation is still stuck at early blood nourishing stage? Even little sister who just started cultivating has higher cultivation than you. Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. "You know my talent. Let's see if I can find a body refining technique later. I plan to take the path of body refinement." Zhong Linger nearby listened to Lin Lei's teasing, feeling very puzzled. Brother Changan's cultivation is only early blood nourishing stage? But he's an expert who can crush a king with a raised hand. Good thing you're Brother Changan's friend, otherwise, if you mocked Brother Changan like this, be careful he doesn't slap you to death. But seeing Chen Changan didn't explain anything, Zhong Linger didn't say much either, silently standing aside, obedient and sensible. As for Lin Lei, Zhong Linger felt grateful towards him. If not for him, she wouldn't have met Brother Changan. Lin Lei heard Chen Changan's words, looking at him incredulously. "Are you crazy? What era is this? Who still walks the path of body refinement?" "My good friend asked Granny Wang for a wife, and the little lowly arranged for me. Turned out to be an empress reincarnated. I originally wanted to live a life of lying flat and slacking off, but the gears of fate turned because of this." Chen Changan smiled, not explaining. Instead, he asked curiously, "Don't forget the main business. Quickly tell me what help you need." Lin Lei nodded. He said gravely, "The night before last, I heard Lord City Lord was joining forces with other experts to attack the underground palace seal. Accidentally triggered a restriction set by the compassionate immortal emperor. An ominous blood rain flew out. Anyone who touched the blood rain, all turned into white bones. Lord City Lord's daughter, Chu Wushuang, also accidentally touched a drop of blood rain. Although she didn't turn into white bones, her entire divine sense was sealed, falling into a death-like coma. Even her soul sea of consciousness fell into deathly silence. No one knows what exactly happened. Lord City Lord brought Chu Wushuang back to Tianwu City overnight, seeking alchemists to treat her, but there has been no effect so far. Changan, you inherited old man Huang's medical skills mantle. Try and see if you can do it. If you can wake Chu Wushuang, you'll be Lord City Lord's great benefactor." In the future, you and I, brothers, rising to prominence is guaranteed. Chen Changan took a sip of tea. Speechless, even those noble alchemists couldn't wake Chu Wushhuang. What use am I? Besides, it's the old man's half-baked medical skills. Lin Lei lowered his voice. I remember a year ago when I encountered a ghost and lost my mind. It was old man Huang's medical technique called something like soul seal that cured me? Chu Wushhuang's condition. I feel like she probably encountered a ghost. Give it a try. Even if it's not successful, Lord City Lord has already said, anyone who treats Chu Wushhuang, even an ordinary physician, can receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Changan frowned slightly. Seems this City Lord Chu can't find a solution and is resorting to desperate measures. Go give it a try. Even if you can't cure her, it doesn't matter. The key is getting the reward money. That's 100 low-grade spirit stones. We brothers split it, and there's no risk at all. Some famous physicians in the city have already been invited, all got spirit stones. As a law enforcement guard, I can recommend you. Good brother, be bold. Don't refuse. It's okay. You must help me. If I can get my share of these 50 low-grade spirit stones, I'll have almost saved enough for Xiao Lu's betrothal gift. Chen Changan pondered for a moment, then nodded, all right. Since you've begged me like this, I'll try. Lin Lei was overjoyed. Couldn't help but punch Chen Changan's chest again. Good brother. Chen Changan laughed. I just want to see you and Xiao Lu get married sooner and drink at your wedding feast. Okay. When do we leave? The sooner the better. Getting the spirit stones first is most important. Speaking of which, after Chen Changan killed Gu Xiaoma, the spirit stones in his storage ring numbered in the millions. If Lin Lei needed spirit stones, he could give him these millions. But Lin Lei didn't ask to borrow, so he naturally had no reason to give. Lin Lei's personality was sometimes a bit competitive. If you just gave him spirit stones directly, he might feel insulted instead. Unlike Su Dafu, who was shameless. If you gave him millions of spirit stones, he could kneel down, lick your face, and call you good daddy. Thinking of Su Dafu, Chen Changan couldn't help worrying about this fatty. That ominous blood rain that flew out of the underground palace. Is that fatty okay? With a thought, Chen Changan used his divine eye to look towards the depths of Dalong Mountain. The situation deep in Dalong Mountain was becoming increasingly complex. Corpses were everywhere, but it didn't deter the cultivators. Instead, more and more powerful cultivators swarmed towards the underground palace. Soon, Chen Changan saw Su Dafu. Saw him alive and kicking, fighting with a young cultivator. Chen Changan smiled slightly, dissipating his divine eye. Lin Lei asked puzzledly, what are you smiling about? Chen Changan said, I was wondering where Su Dafu ran off to. That guy probably went to the brothel street to find some girls. Lin Lei didn't think much of it, replying casually. Of course, he didn't know Su Dafu was a hidden powerful cultivator. Stronger than him, currently deep in Dalong Mountain, wanting to compete for the immortal emperor's inheritance. If he knew, who knows what he would think. I'm just a half-baked apothecary, but I have a good brother. He not only found me a wife but also pulled strings to arrange a job for me. Unexpectedly, the first customer turned out to be Lord City Lord's daughter. Half an hour later, Chen Changan and Lin Lei, chatting as they walked, arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Outside the imposing mansion gate stood two tall, imposing gate guards. Lin Lei stepped forward to state their purpose. The gate guard glanced at Chen Changan, then opened the side door, letting the two pass. Thank you. Entering the City Lord's mansion, the path wound around. Finally, Lin Lei led Chen Changan to a main hall. Over a dozen people were gathered in the hall. Chen Changan glanced around. Most were somewhat famous physicians from Tianwu City. However, all were aged, nearing the end of their lives, with white hair, very old. But there wasn't a single young physician like him. Those physicians didn't recognize Chen Changan, especially seeing how young he was. A hint of disdain flickered in their eyes. They guessed. Chen Changan was probably here for the reward of 100 spirit stones. Chen Changan said, lazy, am I too young? Lin Lei looked at the old physicians in the hall, saying, they are old physicians, you are a young physician. As long as you're a physician, it's fine. Besides, you received old man Huang's true medical skills inheritance, you're no worse than them. Lin Lei still had confidence in Chen Changan's medical skills. A year ago, he encountered mountain bandits robbing him. Although he successfully killed the bandits, he ended up severely injured and near death. Thought he was going to die, but Chen Changan saved him. In just half a month, he was alive and kicking again. Anyway, as long as Chen Changan was a genuine physician, it was enough. Although he wanted the reward money, he didn't resort to fraud. Besides, he was just a small fry in the law enforcement position. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare. Just then, someone announced, physicians were entering the rear hall one after another to see Chu Wuxuan. These physicians were indeed full of confidence, but soon came out from the rear hall, shaking their heads and sighing, at their wits' end, indicating they couldn't cure her. Fortunately, although unsuccessful, they indeed received 100 spirit stones upon coming out as payment for the consultation. The undisguised joy was evident. After all, for these ordinary physicians without cultivation, earning 100 spirit stones wasn't something achievable in just 2 or 3 years. Just looking at the patient was undoubtedly a windfall, a considerable huge sum. Seeing the unconcealed joy in the other physician's eyes, everyone couldn't wait to enter the rear hall for the consultation. Lin Lei whispered, "See? 100 spirit stones. Didn't lie to you, right?" Chen Changan shrugged. To him now, spirit stones had lost their significance. As long as he wanted, he could obtain any amount of spirit stones. Soon, 70 to 80% of the physicians in the hall had left. None succeeded. Finally, only Chen Changan remained. The steward looked worried. Seeing only Chen Changan left in the hall, he couldn't help frowning. This youth before him was so young, probably only in his teens, hair barely grown. "Are you a physician?" he questioned, looking at Lin Lei. Lin Lei respectfully said, "Steward, Changan is the one mentioned before, who saved me when I was severely injured and near death. He is my good brother. I dare not deceive you in the slightest." The steward waved his hand impatiently. "Since you're already here, then go in and see the Mississippi." After speaking, the steward led Chen Changan to the rear hall. "Good brother, my betrothal gift depends on you," Lin Lei shouted from behind. Arriving at the rear hall, Chen Changan saw City Lord Chu Yongtian. This middle-aged man, in a yellow robe, had an imposing figure, a dignified appearance. But his face was currently ugly, brows tightly knitted, full of worry and anxiety. The steward respectfully said, "City Lord, this is the last physician." Chu Yongtian didn't look at Chen Changan. His worried gaze remained fixed on the sleeping Chu Wuxuan on the bed. He spoke, his voice hoarse, authoritative, "If you can cure my daughter, whatever you want, this city lord will definitely grant it." Chen Changan nodded, preparing to step forward and examine her. But just then, a guard hurriedly arrived at the rear hall, reporting, "City Lord, young Master Jean and the Pill Elder from the Shirtua cult have been invited." Chu Yongtian's worried expression finally showed a hint of pleasant surprise. He quickly said, "Quick, invite them in, quick." Chen Changan thought, "Does the city lord still need me to see the patient?" Only then did Chu Yongtian notice Chen Changan. He also frowned. "You're a physician?" Although his mind was currently in turmoil, unable to find a way to wake his daughter, resorting to desperate measures, finding physicians in the city to take a look. But this kid before him probably hadn't even finished puberty. What could he possibly see? Chu Yongtian felt somewhat angry. If anyone dared to take advantage of this situation to profit off him, don't blame him for being ruthless. The lord of a city, to save his daughter, summoned all the city's apothecaries for consultation. Just for showing up, he gave a basin of silver. "I am a physician." Chen Changan appeared calm and composed. Although Chu Yongtian was a deity transformation realm king, he had already killed 2 kings from the Shirtua cult. How could he fear this Chu Yongtian? A teenager actually appeared calm before him. Chu Yongtian looked Chen Changan over twice. "Since you are a physician, step forward and take a look." Chen Changan nodded, walking to the bedside. He saw the young woman lying quietly on the bed, eyes tightly closed, her face pale, showing a look of pain. Chen Changan took her right hand. Condensing his invincible cultivation into fine wisps, he carefully examined her body. Just as Chen Changan was examining Chu Wuxuan's body, a youth in a golden long robe arrived at the main hall. Heroic and vigorous. Beside the golden-robed youth was a gray-robed old man. His figure was stooped, bent over and hunchbacked, but the cultivation fluctuations emanating from his body were strong. His eyes shone with brilliant golden light. He was actually a deity transformation realm king figure. Chu Yongtian was already in the main hall, waiting. Seeing the golden-robed youth and the gray-robed old man, he quickly stepped forward. "Young Master Jean, Taoist friend Dan, you finally arrived." Jean Yang cupped his hands, upon learning of Wuxuan's injury. I rushed here all the way from the Jin family. City Lord Chu, how is Wuxuan's condition now? Chu Yongtian shook his head and sighed. That girl Wuxuan was hit by the ominous blood rain from the underground palace. Still hasn't woken up. I can only rely on young Master Jin and Taoist friend Dan now. Dan Fingzi said indifferently. I will do my best. After this old man examines your esteemed daughter's current condition, I will draw a conclusion. The grey-robed old man called himself Dan Fingzi, a highly respected alchemist in the Shirtua cult. His rank was as high as 6th grade. And Jin Yang was a disciple of the Cultivation family, the Jin family. Although only a 3rd-grade alchemist, his future was boundless. Now, Chu Yongtian could only pin his hopes on these two. In the rear hall, please follow me, you two. Chu Yongtian led Jin Yang and Dan Fingzi to the rear hall. They saw Chen Changan, who was currently examining Chu Wuxuan's body seriously. Jin Yang looked at Chen Changan holding Chu Wuxuan's arm. Couldn't help frowning. City Lord Chu, who was that youth? Chu Yongtian said helplessly, this person is a physician from the city, whom I invited to treat Wuxuan. Almost all the physicians in the city have come, but none worked. Dan Fingzi said indifferently. Taoist friend Chu was overly worried about his beloved daughter. Resorting to desperate measures is understandable. A mere mortal physician, how could he treat the ominous thing she encountered in the underground palace? Jin Yang nodded. He deeply disliked Chen Changan holding Chu Wuxuan's hand. You must know, the Jin family and the Chu family were originally 2 cultivation families with excellent relations. Jin Yang knew Chu Wuxuan since childhood. As Chu Wuxuan grew up, slim and graceful, beautiful in appearance, it made Jin Yang desire to possess her even more, wanting to marry her as his wife. Unfortunately, Chu Wuxuan didn't like him. But Jin Yang believed, if he could cure Chu Wuxuan this time, he could definitely win Chu Wuxuan's favor. The chance of marrying her would be even greater. There's nothing for you here, you can leave. Jin Yang spoke, driving him away. At this time, Chen Changan, through his invincible cultivation, had already examined Chu Wuxuan's entire body. Of course, he also used the divine eye. He had already found the cause of Chu Wuxuan's illness. Her sea of consciousness was currently enveloped by a mass of ominous blood qi, eroding and consuming her life force. Chen Changan guessed inwardly, if he wanted to wake Chu Wuxuan, he probably needed to disperse the ominous blood qi, enveloping her sea of consciousness. But just as Chen Changan planned to directly use invincible cultivation to resolve this ominous blood qi, he was interrupted by Jin Yang. He glanced at Jin Yang, then looked back at Chu Yongtian. City Lord Chu, I have mostly found the cause of her illness. Still treating or not? Before Chu Yongtian could answer, Jin Yang coldly scoffed. You, a mere Yangxia fake cultivator, can also find Wuxuan's illness cause? Stop embarrassing yourself here. Get out. Meanwhile, Dan Fingzi nearby casually glanced at Chen Changan. But suddenly, he saw 2 dazzling bloodlights emanating from Chen Changan's body. Dan Fingzi seemed to have seen something terrifying. His pupils suddenly dilated. A look of fear appeared. Lion blood light. You must know, the cultivators of the Shirtua cult all cultivated a technique called the Lion Immortal Treasure Technique. One of its divine abilities was the Lion Bloodlight. Once someone killed a Shirtua cult cultivator, they would be tainted by the Lion Bloodlight. Like on Chen Changan's body, this dazzlingly astonishing Lion Bloodlight. Based on Dan Fingzi's knowledge, the seemingly ordinary youth before him, he was tainted by the Shirtua cults, the lives of 2 king elders who cultivated the Lion Immortal Treasure Technique. Connecting this to the recent days, the Shirtua cult's king elders dying one after another. Could it be the work of this seemingly frail youth before him? I'm just a mortal apothecary, yet I was invited to treat a fairy maiden. As a result, the 6th grade alchemist wet himself upon seeing me. But just as I was about to act, I was interrupted by a traitor. This made Dan Fingzi's heart skip a beat. He staggered back 2 steps, his face pale. Able to kill 2 of his Shirtua cult's king elders, this youth before him, his strength is truly incredible. Could he be an enemy of the Shirtua cult? His appearance here, could it be to kill him? Dan Fingzi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, becoming more frightened the more he thought. Otherwise, how could an expert capable of killing kings/marquises idly hide his cultivation and treat people in this city lord's mansion? Dan Fingzi wished he could turn around and leave immediately right now, flee as far as possible. But Jin Yang's next sentence almost scared Dan Fingzi's soul out of his body. Senior Dan, although this kid's cultivation is poor, I observe his qi and blood are rich, his life force vast. He probably ate something good recently. Why don't you just capture him for alchemy? The effect will definitely be no worse than 1,000-year spirit medicine. Chen Changan looked at Dan Fingzi, his eyes slightly narrowed. This old man seems to be from the Shirtua cult. The previous Shirtua cult Sku Xioma captured Zhonglinger for alchemy. Does this guy also think he's lived too long? Chen Changan's gaze, tinged with killing intent, swept over, making Dan Fingzi tremble inwardly, his hair standing on end. He felt a sense of fear, facing death directly. He angrily rebuked Jin Yang, surname Jin. What fucking bullshit are you spouting? I, Dan Fingzi, have cultivated for 370 years, and never thought of refining pills with cultivators as sacrifices. Both Jin Yang and Xu Yongtian were startled. Jin Yang was bewildered. Very innocent. Aren't your Shirtua cult alchemists the ones who most enjoy refining pills with live cultivator sacrifices? He hadn't done anything wrong. Whimper, why are you yelling at me? After angrily rebuking Jin Yang, Dan Fingzi turned his gaze to Chen Changan, cupping his hands in salute, his expression full of respectful flattery and humility. This humble one is Shirtua cult elder Dan Feng, also known as Dan Fingzi, paying respects, Lord. If one looked closely, one could even see Dan Fingzi's saluting hands trembling slightly. Jin Yang's eyes widened. Ah! What did he just hear? Even Xu Yongtian was stunned. This Dan Fingzi is an elder of the Shirtua cult. And a 6th-grade alchemist. His status is noble. Why, upon seeing Chen Changan, is he so respectful towards him? Xu Yongtian said, Taoist friend Dan. This. Chen Changan couldn't help but be puzzled. Does this Dan Fingzi know him? Could it be that he saw him act someday? Or perhaps from killing those few from the Shirtua cult, some residual aura or clue was left on his body, detected by Dan Fingzi? Otherwise, why would this Dan Fingzi be so respectful towards him? Chen Changan ignored Dan Fingzi. As long as this guy didn't trouble him, he wouldn't bother attacking him either. Killing him wouldn't bring Chen Changan any benefit. Chen Changan asked Xu Yongtian again, are you treating your daughter's illness or not? Xu Yongtian snapped back to reality, looked at Jin Yang, saw he was still in a state of shock and bewilderment, then looked at Dan Fingzi. Saw his expression was like someone who had just survived a disaster, breathing a sigh of relief. He felt strange inwardly. This youth is just a young Xia fake cultivator. You are a king elder of the Shirtua cult. Why are you so afraid of him? Even calling him Lord? Does he have some hidden identity, not just some ordinary physician? Especially seeing Chen Changan's nonchalant expression, could he really wake his daughter? Xu Yongtian stopped thinking too much, nodding, please, young master, act to save my beloved daughter. Even his tone of voice carried more respect, no longer daring to look down on him. City Lord Chu. He's just a small Yang Xia fake cultivator. I don't believe he can cure Wushuang. Let me try. Jin Yang's voice sounded again. His face was uncertain, extremely ugly. Whoever could wake Chu Wushuang would be her life-saving benefactor. Perhaps he could win her favor through this. How could he hand over such a great opportunity? Regardless of whether this Chen Changan had a hidden identity, nor why this Dan Fingzi feared him, but Jin Yang wasn't dead. He was a Jin family disciple. No matter how strong his background, could it compare to his Jin family? Besides, this person was ultimately just a small Yang Xia fake cultivator. Killing intent surged in his heart. If he annoyed him, at worst, he'd find someone to assassinate him. Who would know it was his doing? He. Dan Fingzi, meanwhile, gave Jin Yang a thumbs up in his heart, thinking silently, this youth before us is a ruthless person hiding his cultivation. Killed 2 king elders of the Shirtua cult. You kids still dare to contradict him? Truly not afraid of death. Of course, as long as Chen Changan didn't trouble him, he was happy to watch the show. But what puzzled Dan Fingzi was, he was a king too. How could he not sense Chen Changan's cultivation aura at all? This concealment is too perfect. Also, the Shirtua cult lost 2 king elders. The cult is furious, searching everywhere for the murderer. Once he left safely, he would pass Chen Changan's information back to the Shirtua cult. Naturally, the Shirtua cult would send a supreme elder to take Chen Changan's life. Dan Fingzi was curious, secretly watching Chen Changan, wondering if Chen Changan, facing Jin Yang's contradiction, would directly kill him. The traitor repeatedly testing the boundaries of life and death. Chen Changan was crazily mocked, but Chen Changan didn't act, nor did he get angry. Since your excellency is so confident, Then come and try. Chen Changan was happy to be at ease. After all, dissolving the ominous blood qi in Chu Wuxuang's sea of consciousness required using invincible cultivation. Although the lifespan consumption this time would be very small, if he could save it, he should save it. As the saying goes, thrift is a virtue. Even though Chen Changan's lifespan had now surged to 70 years, he still had to be thrifty. Consider yourself self-aware. Jin Yang arrogantly glanced at Chen Changan, walking up to Chu Wuxuang, looking at Chu Wuxuang's pale and pretty face. A flash of greedy heat passed through Jin Yang's eyes. As long as he could wake her, he would be her life-saving benefactor. Wanting her to become his woman, wouldn't that be simple? Jin Yang grabbed Chu Wuxuang's fair, tender, and smooth arm, couldn't help feeling a rush of desire. If City Lord Chu, Dan Fingzi, and Chen Changan weren't here right now, he really wanted to play with it properly. But in front of them, Jin Yang dared not reveal his sleazy side. He seriously examined Chu Wuxuang's condition. Divine sense entered Chu Wuxuang's body, especially her head, searching for the cause of her coma. Xu Yongtian looked at him expectantly. Gradually, Jin Yang's confident expression started to frown tightly, falling into confusion. You must know, an alchemist's divine sense is much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's divine sense, very acute. He carefully examined Chu Wuxuang's entire body, especially her sea of consciousness area was also examined, yet nothing was found. Meaning, he gained nothing. Of course, this was normal. Chen Changan was able to detect that ominous blood qi enveloping Chu Wuxuang's sea of consciousness, relying on his invincible cultivation plus the divine sense and divine eye. Its powerful divine intent. How could this Jin Yang, a mere third-grade alchemist, compare? Xu Yongtian nearby asked anxiously, how is it? Young Master Jin, are you confident? Jin Yang didn't answer. He examined Chu Wuxuang again, but still found nothing. Jin Yang was dejected, letting go of Chu Wuxuang's arm. How could this be? He sighed and replied, City Lord Chu, I couldn't find the reason for Wuxuang's coma. Temporarily can't find a solution. If you give me time. Jin Yang then said, Senior Dan is a 6th-grade alchemist, perhaps he can find it. Xu Yongtian looked expectantly at Dan Fingzi. Dan Fingzi quickly shook his head, Taoist friend Chu, this lord. Didn't he say he could cure your daughter? Let him treat her. I won't show off my meager skills here. Xu Yongtian looked pleadingly at Chen Changan. Chen Changan just said lightly, no rush, let him try first. Then said to Dan Fingzi, her sea of consciousness is enveloped by a mass of ominous blood qi. As long as you can dissolve this ominous blood qi, she should wake up soon. Jin Yang frowned. Wuxuang's sea of consciousness? Where did the ominous blood qi come from? Why didn't I see it? Kid, stop talking nonsense here. Chen Changan didn't respond. Jin Yang saw this small Yangxia fake cultivator actually ignoring him like air. Jin Yang became even more annoyed, killing intent rising. Dan Fingzi saw Chen Changan had said so, no longer refusing, coughed twice, then I'll give it a try. Dan Fingzi stepped forward to examine Chu Wuxuang. Soon, Dan Fingzi ended with a puzzled and helpless expression. Xu Yongtian asked, Taoist Dan, how is it? No clue at all. Couldn't find the cause of the coma. Seems only Lord can personally act. Xu Yongtian's face turned pale. Even Dan Fingzi, a 6th-grade alchemist, couldn't do anything. What should be done? Dan Fingzi cupped his hands towards Chen Changan, Lord Dandy. Lord, I failed to find what you mentioned, that ominous blood qi enveloping the sea of consciousness. Chen Changan was speechless. Seems he overestimated this Dan Fingzi fellow. Xu Yongtian looked at Chen Changan with pleading eyes. Now, he can only place all his hope on Chen Changan. Young master. Chen Changan said lightly, I'll do my best. If not for his friend, he couldn't be bothered to treat her. Jin Yang sneered coldly, even Senior Dan couldn't do anything at all, just relying on you? That ominous blood qi you mentioned, I think it's fabricated. Stop trying to fool people here. A small Yangxia fake cultivator, I don't believe you can cure Wuxuang. Dan Fingzi nearby just watched Jin Yang repeatedly testing the boundaries of life and death. But Jin Yang had no relation to him, so he didn't bother reminding him of Chen Changan's power. Chen Changan originally didn't want to bother with Jin Yang, but his chattering was really annoying. If I cure her, you kneel down, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake. Here it comes, here it comes. Chen Changan is about to save the girl. Turns out the cause of the girl's coma was just a drop of blood. Jin Yang sneered contemptuously, I am a Jin family disciple. Making me kneel? You're not worthy. Chen Changan smiled slightly. Not worthy? If he used his invincible cultivation, wiped out the Jin family behind this Jin Yang, probably even the Jin family's clan leader would have to kneel before him, admit fault and beg for forgiveness. Shu Yongtian's expression wasn't good. If Chen Changan could really cure his daughter, and this Jin Yang was interfering here. What if Chen Changan got angry and refused to treat her? Shu Yongtian spoke up. Young Master Jin, say no more. Just watch from the side. A flash of anger crossed Jin Yang's eyes. This old thing Shu Yongtian wasn't siding with him, but siding with this young Xia fake cultivator. He snorted coldly, saying no more, but the killing intent towards Chen Changan in his heart grew stronger. Jin Yang, this buffoon, didn't register on Chen Changan's mind. He couldn't possibly kill someone just for a few verbal provocations, right? He once again took Chu Wushuan's arm, to dissolve the ominous blood rain enveloping her sea of consciousness. Just slightly releasing a wisp of invincible cultivation, that ominous blood rain enveloping Chu Wushuan's sea of consciousness seemed to have life, actually felt fear. Before Chen Changan could dissolve it, that ominous blood rain escaped from Chu Wushuan's sea of consciousness, following her brow, turning into a dazzlingly bright red drop of blood, appearing before everyone. Whoosh! That drop of bright red blood released terrifying fluctuations and vigorous life essence qi. A single drop of blood seemed extremely heavy, intimidating. Dan Fengzi exclaimed incredulously, such vast life essence qi. This seems to be a drop of longevity blood. Chen Changan asked curiously, what is longevity blood? Dan Fengzi respectfully said, legend has it that in ancient times, there was a great demon head. After using various longevity items, it became difficult to increase his lifespan further. When his lifespan was ending, he actually created the frenzied longevity blood refining method. It could kill and refine cultivators with vigorous life essence qi. The refined longevity blood possessed a lifespan increasing effect, and could increase lifespan limitlessly, without restriction. Ultimately, that great demon head relied on this longevity blood refining method to obtain an astonishing lifespan. Relying on his vast lifespan, he seized the immortal Emperor Dao fruit, becoming the fearsome longevity blood demon venerable, just one step away from the immortal Emperor realm. But such a longevity blood evil technique was naturally not tolerated by heaven and earth. Everyone in the cultivation world couldn't let such a demon head become an immortal emperor, so they attacked him together, successfully killing him. Ultimately, the longevity blood refining method thus vanished into the river of history. Speaking of this, Dan Fengzi couldn't help sighing. If anyone could possess a long lifespan, even with poor talent, by accumulating over a long lifespan, they probably could have already become an immortal emperor. When Chen Changan finished listening to Dan Fengzi, his eyes suddenly lit up. In this world, there's actually such a wondrous longevity blood refining method? The biggest attraction for Chen Changan in this world is undoubtedly increasing lifespan. If he could obtain the longevity blood refining method, wouldn't that mean a continuous supply of lifespan? No longer needing to worry about consuming lifespan? Chen Changan then asked, so this drop of longevity blood has a lifespan increasing effect? Dan Fengzi nodded. A supreme elder of my Shirtua cult once obtained a drop of longevity blood in a secret realm, increasing his lifespan by 300 years. Good stuff. At this moment, that drop of longevity blood flew towards the outside of the hall, but Dan Fengzi was prepared, taking out a jade bottle, sealing and storing that drop of longevity blood inside the jade bottle. He said, Lord, this longevity blood needs to be stored in a special jade artifact, otherwise, the life essence qi inside will dissipate, and the lifespan increasing effect won't be as significant. Jin Yang nearby also desired this drop of longevity blood. If he offered this drop of longevity blood to the clan elders, he would definitely receive generous rewards. But unfortunately, the longevity blood fell into Dan Fengzi's hands. Jin Yang sighed inwardly. He didn't dare snatch it from a king. Shu Yongtian wasn't too envious. He was currently in his prime, his lifespan still long. Compared to this drop of longevity blood, he was more worried about his daughter's current condition. Young master, is my daughter's coma related to this drop of longevity blood? Chen Changan nodded, yes, but before I had time to dissolve it, this drop of longevity blood ran out on its own. Then why hasn't my daughter woken up yet? Should be soon. After speaking, his gaze fell upon the jade bottle in Dan Fengzi's hand, his intent clear. The girl finally woke up. Chen Changan asked for an astonishing reward. Although Dan Fingzi was pleasantly surprised to obtain this drop of longevity blood, he sensed Chen Changan's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He could kill 2 king elders of my sure to a cult, his cultivation realm must be higher. This means his lifespan is very likely shorter. This thing, if I take it, he definitely won't let it go. Whether I can leave the city lord's mansion alive is still unknown. So for the sake of his own life, although Dan Fingzi was reluctant, he still quickly handed the jade bottle containing the longevity blood to Chen Changan. Chen Changan gave Dan Fingzi an old brother, very understanding look. Then, smiling broadly, put the jade bottle into his pocket. Just then, Chu Wuxuan let out a soft sound, gradually awakening, somewhat bewildered, not knowing what happened. Chu Yongtian was overjoyed. Daughter, you're finally awake. Chu Wuxuan was very weak, her lips pale. Father, weren't we at Dalong Mountain? Chu Yongtian said, you were hit by the blood rain back then. Fell into a coma. Turns out it was a drop of longevity blood causing trouble. Fortunately, thanks to this young master's help, he forced out the troublesome drop of longevity blood from your body. Chu Wuxuan followed Chu Yongtian's gaze towards Chen Changan. Although she was still weak, her face pale, her expression had cleared somewhat. She gratefully said to Chen Changan, thank you, young master. It was just a simple effort. Jin Yang watched the scene, gnashing his teeth, furious inside. The one who should be thanked is him. It's all this damn guy's fault for ruining his plans. Chu Yongtian respectfully said, young master saved my beloved daughter. What reward do you desire? Anything I can give. I will definitely not treat young master unfairly. Chen Changan said, besides the Dew Spirit Stones, I hope City Lord Chu can allow me access to the City Lord's Mansion's Library Pavilion for a look. Library Pavilion for a look? Chu Yongtian was very puzzled, not expecting Chen Changan to ask for this. For Chen Changan, his understanding of the cultivation world was still too little. This Chu Yongtian, being the City Lord of Tianwu City, presumably the Library Pavilion's collection is extensive. Perhaps he could obtain the information he wanted there. Even Chu Wuxuan, hearing this, couldn't help but look at him twice more. Young master's life-saving grace. Besides the Library Pavilion, if there's anything else, feel free to ask. Father will satisfy you. This Chen Changan before her had weak cultivation, just an early Yangxia stage fake cultivator. But Chu Wuxuan still felt grateful towards this life-saving benefactor. Chen Changan smiled slightly. Since Miss Wuxuan has said so, then I, Chen, won't be polite. Does the City Lord's Mansion perhaps have longevity pills, longevity medicine, lifespan increasing methods, or body refining methods? Longevity pills, longevity medicine, lifespan increasing methods, body refining methods. This made Chu Wuxuan and Chu Yongtian quite awkward. Longevity pills and medicine are extremely precious, hard to find outside. And although they had lifespan increasing methods, how could a family's inherited longevity technique be passed on to outsiders? As for body refining methods, who would collect such useless things? Chu Yongtian looked apologetic. AI. Young master, regarding these items you require, I'm afraid I don't have longevity techniques here. It's an inherited technique, cannot be passed on to outsiders, sorry. Chu Wuxuan asked again. Is there anything else young master needs? Chen Changan shook his head, forget it. Just let me spend some time in the library pavilion. Right, if there's truly a need, perhaps the city lord could promote my friend. Law enforcement guard Lin Lei. He brought me here to treat your daughter. Lin Lei? Good. I'll remember it. Chu Yongtian noted down Lin Lei's name, thinking, it's all thanks to Lin Lei. If he hadn't found Chen Changan, who knows when his daughter would have woken up. Must reward him well later. Similarly, Chu Yongtian also saw that this Chen Changan was extraordinary. Although his cultivation was weak, he remained neither humble nor arrogant when facing kings/marquises like them. His origin is very likely unknown. This made Chu Yongtian somewhat curious. What exactly is Chen Changan's background? Seems I need to ask Taoist friend Dan later. His respect towards Chen Changan was so great, he must know something. Dan Fingzi said, Taoist friend Chu. Since your beloved daughter has woken up, I have other matters, so I'll take my leave first. After speaking, he cupped his hands towards Chen Changan in salute. Lord, I shall leave first. Although calm on the surface, Dan Fingzi felt hesitant inside, wondering if Chen Changan would actually let him leave. Fortunately, Chen Changan just nodded lightly, didn't make things difficult for him. This let Dan Fingzi completely relax, quickly leaving the city lord's mansion. Jin Yang didn't say anything, just coldly glanced at Chen Changan once, said farewell to Chu Yongtian and Chu Wuxuan, turned, and left. After Jin Yang and Dan Fingzi left, Chu Yongtian had Chu Wuxuan taken care of by maids to rest. Then said to Chen Changan, "Young master, I'll take you to the library pavilion. Brother found me a wife, I'll help brother score big points." Lin Lei waited in the main hall for a long time, pacing back and forth. Still no sign of Chen Changan returning from the rear hall. Why is it different from the other physicians? Those physicians clearly came out very quickly. Changan has been inside for a while now, why hasn't he returned? Lin Lei felt a little guilty, worried maybe Changan was too young. Lord City Lord didn't believe he was a physician, mistook him for a swindler? Could Changan have been slapped to death by Lord City Lord? Ah! Lord City Lord slapped Changan to death, will I be next? Lin Lei's legs couldn't help trembling slightly. Especially these last 2 days. Lord City Lord's mood was very bad because of Chu Wuxuan. Just as Lin Lei was letting his imagination run wild, he saw Chu Yongtian smilingly and respectfully leading Chen Changan out. Lin Lei was surprised. City Lord, why is he so happy? And why so respectful towards Changan? Lin Lei quickly went forward. Changan, how did it go? Chu Yongtian smiled warmly. Young master, is this the good friend you mentioned, little brother Lin Lei? Lin Lei was overwhelmed by the favor. He was just a small law enforcement guard, yet the high and mighty city lord actually knew his name. This is a deity transformation realm king. Actually calling him little brother. This made Lin Lei feel quite elated. This was definitely worth boasting about outside. You know what? Lord City Lord called me little brother. Chen Changan patted Lin Lei's shoulder. It's him, lazy. I'm going to the library pavilion for a bit, I'll find you later. Oh, okay. Lin Lei was somewhat stunned. What exactly is going on? Chu Yongtian said to the attendant behind him. Lin Lei, little brother's arrangements are up to you. Yes, City Lord. After Chu Yongtian led Chen Changan away from the main hall, Lin Lei looked at the attendant. Lord Attendant, what happened? The attendant smiled. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't answer a question from a small law enforcement guard. But things were different now. The friend Lin Lei brought cured the miss. Chen Changan was Lord City Lord's benefactor. The attendant didn't dare offend him. Lin Lei smiled. This young master cured the miss? As soon as these words came out, Lin Lei's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. What? Changan cured the miss? Did I hear correctly? You didn't mishear. Even the genius alchemist from the Jin family, and the 6th grade alchemist King Elder from the Shirtua cult treated the miss, but had no solution at all. Young master very easily cured the miss. Didn't expect brother Lin to actually know such a highly skilled young master in medicine. After the shock, Lin Lei's expression became somewhat complex. He originally wanted Chen Changan to come over and just muddle through, then earn the reward of 100 spirit stones. But who knew Chen Changan actually cured Chu Wuxuan? This guy really inherited old man Huang's true skills. Lin Lei coughed twice, shamelessly saying to the attendant, as a law enforcement guard of the City Lord's mansion, Lord City Lord's matter is my matter. Lord City Lord was worried about his beloved daughter's safety, so I specially invited my good friend. Although he keeps a low profile in the city, you've witnessed his medical skills. Able to cure the miss. I am relieved too. The attendant nodded. Having a law enforcement guard like you who cares about the City Lord's mansion is Lord City Lord's fortune. He has already ordered, starting today, your status as a law enforcement guard is promoted to Deputy Law Enforcement Commander. Salary increased to 20 spirit stones per month. Additionally, for curing the miss this time, Lord City Lord additionally rewards you with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Lei's eyes widened again. This surprise is really one wave after another. Am I dreaming? The attendant laughed. How could it be a dream? This is all thanks to you having such a good friend. As he spoke, even the attendant's voice couldn't hide his happiness/fortune. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones is already a huge fortune. With these spirit stones, Lin Lei could be considered a rich person in Tianwu City. Yeah, all thanks to having such a good friend. The corners of Lin Lei's mouth turned up, unable to stop smiling. The surprise Chen Changan gave him was really too big. If Chen Changan hadn't gone to the library pavilion, Lin Lei would have wanted to hug Chen Changan and kiss him twice. Got rich. Deputy Commander, let's go. I'll take you now to take office in the law enforcement team, then go to the storehouse to collect the spirit stones. Okay. Lin Lei was overjoyed. Originally, he was worrying about how to marry the woman he liked. Now, with these 5,000 spirit stones, he could smash them piece by piece onto his father-in-law's face. Let's see if he still opposes. Besides, his status now was deputy commander of the law enforcement team. Chen Changan searches for cultivation and body refining techniques. The heaven and earth and theft world-renowned martial saints tyrant tribulation tomb? The library pavilion was located in a quiet garden in the city lord's mansion, a 7-story tall pavilion, looking quite imposing. Chu Yongtian said, "Young master, this is the library pavilion. Whatever you want to read, feel free to read." Of course, in this short time, for young master to finish reading the collection in my city lord's mansion's library pavilion is not a simple matter. If young master can't finish today, you can come back to the library pavilion anytime later. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't accompany young master. Chen Changan nodded, striding into the library pavilion. After Chen Changan entered the library pavilion, Chu Yongtian thought for a moment, took out a transmission talisman, and sent a message to Dan Fingzi of the Shirtua cult who had left earlier. Dan Fingzi, upon seeing Chen Changan, his actions were really too strange. He also left in a hurry. Chu Yongtian could even vaguely sense Dan Fingzi's wariness towards Chen Changan, even fear. Walking on the road, Chu Yongtian soon received the message sent back by Dan Fingzi. After reading it, even though Chu Yongtian was a dignified deity transformation realm king, at this moment, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright, startled. He killed the Shirtua cult's Shiryu and Gu Xioma, 2 king elders. This news shocked Chu Yongtian so much he couldn't utter a word, took a sharp breath. Unexpectedly, he was hiding so deeply. He knew the Shirtua cult's great technique could lock onto the murderer through the lion bloodlight. No wonder Dan Fingzi, upon arriving at the city lord's mansion and seeing Chen Changan, immediately sensed something was wrong. Turned out he saw the lion blood light on him. Thinking this seemingly ordinary youth was actually a deeply hidden expert who killed kings/marquises, he couldn't help but feel fear after the event. Good thing I didn't offend this young master. After all, long before Chu Yongtian returned with Chu Wushuang, he had received news about Tianwu City having a peerless expert. The Shirtua cult's elder Shiryu wanted to massacre the city, disturbing a mysterious expert in the city. Then he was casually crushed by one hand. When he heard this news at the time, Chu Yongtian was very shocked and even more curious about the identity of the mysterious expert hidden in Tianwu City. Now he roughly knew. It was probably this youth. Inside the library pavilion were densely packed books. Chen Changan picked up one. Using the divine brain, he began to flip through it. He flipped very quickly, just giving it a rough look. In just a few breaths, one book was finished. But he didn't find what he wanted. Then he opened the second book and started searching. Half an hour passed. Of the various books in the library pavilion, Chen Changan had already flipped through January 3rd. He sighed, closing the book in his hand. Indeed, it's about what I expected. The path of immortal cultivation and body refining has long been in decline for many years. Even in the city lord's mansion's library pavilion, there aren't many records about this aspect. Time flew, and night fell. Chen Changan finally finished reading everything in the library pavilion. He stretched, feeling his back sore and tired. But luckily, Chen Changan ultimately did have some gains in the library pavilion. Although records about the path of body refining were few in the library pavilion, fortunately, effort pays off for the determined. Chen Changan finally, in an ancient book, unexpectedly learned a piece of information from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, there was a world-renowned martial saint named Beiji. And regarding martial saints, they walk the path of body refining. When body refinement reaches a certain level of strength, it's the holy title conferred by heaven and earth. Legend says body refiners who can cultivate to the martial saint stage have extremely terrifyingly powerful physical bodies and long lifespans. Just one drop of blood contains extremely terrifying power, able to easily smash a mountain. They can even cultivate the terrifying divine ability of rebirth from a drop of blood. The ancient book recorded that 10,000 years ago in this land of Tianwu City, legend says after martial saint Beiji passed away, he hid the martial saint's tomb in this land. Whoever could find the martial saint's tomb could obtain his martial saint inheritance and soar to the sky. Unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years, no one found the martial saint's tomb. And after so long, even many people have already forgotten Beiji's martial saint's tomb, only finding some clues in ancient books. Chen Changan thought secretly, if I can find Beiji's martial saint's tomb, Perhaps I can find an ancient body refining method. He lacked talent for immortal cultivation. Moreover, already possessing 999 billion years of invincible cultivation, his realm had long reached the ultimate peak. There was no need for further improvement or breakthrough. This prevented him from cultivating magical techniques and divine abilities to increase lifespan. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the path of body refinement. Hopefully, it wouldn't disappoint him. Later, find Yi Hongying, see if she has any clues about the martial saint's tomb. Shocking. My loser friend is actually a tycoon. When Chen Changan came out, he saw outside the library pavilion Lin Lei dressed in a handsome Qilin robe. Lazy, why are you here? Seeing Chen Changan come out, Lin Lei lectured him with frustrated expectations. Changan, are you stupid? You cured Chu Wushuang, that's a great achievement. Why did you ask for this kind of request? What's so interesting about these books in the library pavilion? Chen Changan didn't explain. Smiling, your outfit looks quite handsome. Lin Lei chuckled, puffing out his chest. Handsome, right? This is the attire only the commanders and deputy commanders of the city lord's mansion law enforcement can wear. This is all thanks to you curing the miss, letting me bask in your glory too. Now when I walk out, everyone respects and fears me. Even the Grand Commander who wouldn't look me in the eye before, now greets me with a smile. He couldn't help but sigh, this is the benefit status brings. Admired by people. Changan, you really are my lucky star. I can say I never dared to imagine all this. You must let me give you a hug. Chen Changan looked disgusted. Stay away from me, I don't like men. He. Lin Lei added. Besides the deputy commander position, Lord City Lord rewarded me with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time it's basically all your credit. I'll give you all the spirit stones. Lin Lei took out 5 spirit notes, each with a face value of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, wanting to give them to Chen Changan. Chen Changan shook his head, refusing. Aren't you getting married? Keep it for yourself. Then what about you? Chen Changan smiled slightly. I have enough spirit stones. This is 5,000 spirit stones. You really don't want it? Lin Lei looked at Chen Changan as if looking at a fool. Chen Changan didn't explain, just tossed a storage ring into Lin Lei's hand. What for? Let you see what real wealth is. As your good friend. I need to change your country bumpkin, haven't seen the world expression. Lin Lei was disdainful. 5,000 spirit stones isn't called rich? He didn't believe Chen Changan's storage ring could hold many spirit stones. At most 100 or 200 pieces. But who knew? As soon as his divine sense entered the storage ring, he saw the densely packed spirit stones inside, shining with deeply dazzling light. Lin Lei was stunned. His whole person, eyes wide open. Holy crap! Changan, where did you get so many spirit stones? He roughly estimated. The spirit stones in this storage ring probably numbered in the millions. Even medium-grade spirit stones, and even high-grade spirit stones were there. Lin Lei was shocked, swallowing hard repeatedly. Chen Changan smiled mysteriously. I killed an elder of the Shirtua cult and got them from him. Just you? Lin Lei's face showed disbelief. You, an early Yang Xie stage fake cultivator, killed a Shirtua cult elder? Do you know, the Shirtua cult is a top demonic path force in Hezhou. Someone who can become an elder, their cultivation is at least a deity transformation realm king. An expert at the same realm as Lord City Lord. Honestly, where did you get this storage ring? Couldn't have picked it up, right? Holy crap. Your luck is too good. Where did you pick it up? Listening to Lin Lei chattering beside him, Chen Changan couldn't do anything about him. Telling the truth, nobody believes. Chen Changan chuckled, just picked it up by the roadside. Lin Lei sighed, I guessed right after all. Then Lin Lei quickly asked again, so many spirit stones, what do you plan to do with them? Give them to you? Want them? Lin Lei didn't even think, shaking his head directly, no. This is yours. Besides, being able to pick up so many spirit stones is your opportunity. Since you have so many spirit stones, then I won't give you the 5,000 spirit stones. Lin Lei only accepted those 5,000 spirit stones. As for Chen Changan's millions of spirit stones in the storage ring, although shocked, he wasn't tempted, returned it to Chen Changan. Changan, now that you have so many spirit stones, you can buy many cultivation resources. I believe your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, soon catching up to me. Let's hope so. Since we made such a big windfall today, and I got promoted to deputy commander. To celebrate, Let's go eat a good meal tonight. Bring little sister Linger along, I'll call my Xiao Lu too. That famous Zuatian Lu in the city. Xiao Lu and I have been coveting it for a long time. Okay then. Zuatian Lu it is. See you there. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Chen Changan and Lin Lei first went home separately, then met at Zuatian Lu. As for Chu Yongtian, from beginning to end, he didn't come out to meet Chen Changan again. But he secretly watched Chen Changan's departing figure. After listening to his subordinates' inquiries about Chen Changan's information, owner of Jiokang Pharmacy on Qingyun Street in the South City, besides him appearing in Tianwu City 3 years ago and having Old Man Huang as his master, there was no other information at all. Unexpectedly, my Tianwu City actually has an expert cultivating in seclusion here. Honestly, Xu Yongtian really wanted to befriend Chen Changan, but Chen Changan killed 2 king elders of the Shirtua cult. This is a major event. The Shirtua cult will definitely seek revenge on him. Although Chen Changan is strong, the Shirtua cult, as a top demonic path force in Hazhou, has experts as numerous as clouds. Relying on him alone is simply impossible to contend with the Shirtua cult. So once the Shirtua cult comes for revenge, Chen Changan cannot escape death. Naturally, although Chen Changan saved his daughter, Xu Yongtian dared not get close to Chen Changan, lest he be implicated. But what Xu Yongtian couldn't figure out was why Chen Changan didn't quickly leave Tianwu City? And why did he let Dan Fengzi, who knew his identity, go? Is he not afraid of the Shirtua cult's retaliation? However, this thought was extinguished by Xu Yongtian in an instant. No matter how strong this Chen Changan is, could he be stronger than a top demonic path force? Not thinking further, he couldn't help with Chen Changan's affairs, nor did he want to get involved. Better stay out of it. He raised his head, looking towards the direction of Dalong Mountain. Unexpectedly, the underground palace seal is so firm and dangerous. So many experts attacked together, yet couldn't break the seal. Do we really have to wait for those top immortal sects to arrive? Only then might there be a chance to break the seal? But if so, even if the seal is truly broken, presumably, we won't be able to gain much benefit from the underground palace. Xu Yongtian felt very unwilling. You must know, this underground palace appeared near Tianwu City under his jurisdiction. If all the benefits went to others, that would be too regrettable. I wonder how daughter is recovering. Heard that recently the Shirtua cult and Changxing cult, these 2 top immortal sects, are arriving at Dalong Mountain in these 2 days. Hopefully, can use this opportunity to enter the underground palace. Walking on the road, Chen Changan observed the jade bottle in his hand. Inside it quietly lay a drop of longevity blood, flowing with brilliant red radiance, emitting a mysterious and astonishing aura. Chen Changan smiled, very satisfied. This drop of longevity blood could be said to be his biggest gain from this trip to the city lord's mansion. Heard that Dan Fengzi said someone from his Shirtua cult once obtained a drop of longevity blood, increasing lifespan by 300 years. I wonder how many years this drop of longevity blood in my hand can increase my lifespan. Chen Changan looked forward to it. He wasn't greedy. Just casually increasing his lifespan by 100 or 200 years would be enough. Chen Changan opened the jade bottle, preparing to refine it. But who knew, just as he opened the jade bottle, this drop of longevity blood, as if possessing spiritual wisdom, turned into a streak of blood-colored light, shooting off into the distance. Chen Changan just glanced at it calmly, using his divine hand. That drop of longevity blood was instantly suppressed by an invisible big hand, caught in his palm. Chen Changan clearly felt the drop of longevity blood in his palm seemed to be trembling. Chen Changan was somewhat surprised, curious, could this drop of longevity blood possess spiritual wisdom? The next moment, Chen Changan's eyes flashed with divine light. It was the activated divine eye, instantly piercing through this drop of longevity blood, seeing hidden within the longevity blood a faint remnant soul currently sleeping. Even though it was an extremely faint remnant soul, under Chen Changan's divine eye activated through invincible cultivation, there was nowhere to hide. It actually hid a remnant soul. Chen Changan was even more surprised. He had heard from Lin Lei, this drop of longevity blood came from the underground palace. And the compassionate immortal emperor had already perished tens of thousands of years ago. Then this remnant soul seemed extraordinary. Just as Chen Changan used the divine eye to observe this sleeping faint remnant soul, he also awakened this remnant soul. Within Chen Changan's sea of consciousness, a cold voice suddenly sounded, like exploding heavenly thunder. Who dares spy on this venerable one? Chen Changan wasn't surprised, asking puzzledly, who are you? Chen Changan examines the longevity blood, finding a strange remnant soul causing trouble inside. A mere Yang Xia fake cultivator. What qualifications do you have to know this venerable one's name? Wait until this venerable one refines your soul. That stern voice sounded again. Immediately after, the drop of longevity blood in his hand shone brightly, rushing towards Chen Changan's brow. But Chen Changan just snorted coldly, invincible cultivation erupting, easily suppressing this drop of longevity blood. It was you who interfered with this venerable one before, devouring that woman's soul. At this moment, that cold voice carried a hint of terror. Before, when he was sleeping, he did not know anything happening outside. Only felt danger, a chance of destruction, when he was devouring a woman's soul. So he escaped from that woman's sea of consciousness. And now, from Chen Changan's body, he once again sensed that dangerous, destructive chance. Chen Changan said lightly, "Tell me, who are you? Otherwise, I don't mind obliterating this remnant soul of yours." Within the plain words, was filled with bone-chilling killing intent, frightening that remnant soul into silence. 1. He knew while he was just a remnant soul, no match for this guy before him at all, so he quickly begged for mercy, Taoist friend. Don't destroy this remnant soul of mine. I am the longevity blood demon venerable. Have you perhaps heard of me? As soon as the words fell, golden light instantly burst from Chen Changan's eyes. You are the longevity blood demon venerable? He had heard about this longevity blood demon venerable from Dan Fingzi before, knew this person possessed the longevity blood refining method. This made Chen Changan very envious, but unfortunately, this longevity blood refining method was long lost after the longevity blood demon venerable died, making Chen Changan feel regretful for a while. Now, unexpectedly, the remnant soul hidden within this longevity blood turned out to be the longevity blood demon venerable. This shocked Chen Changan greatly, and also filled him with pleasant surprise. But after the surprise, Chen Changan calmed down, expressing doubt. Coldly said, "Since you are the longevity blood demon venerable, then prove your identity." That remnant soul said, "Taoist friend, how do you want me to prove it?" Chen Changan's gaze was deep, slowly saying, "I heard the longevity blood demon venerable mastered a mysterious longevity blood refining method, able to continuously refine longevity blood, thereby increasing lifespan. Since you are the longevity blood demon venerable, do you have that longevity blood refining method?" As soon as these words came out, the remnant soul sneered inwardly. Sure enough, upon hearing this venerable one's name, he coveted this longevity blood refining method. Even among the crowd of powerful enemies who besieged me back then, who didn't want to obtain this longevity blood refining method? Yet each acted sanctimoniously, brazenly claiming to eliminate harm for heaven and earth. The longevity blood demon venerable said, "Correct. I mastered that longevity blood refining method. Unfortunately, my soul is incomplete and weak now. Many memories haven't recovered. Temporarily, I can only recall the most basic longevity blood refining method." Chen Changan narrowed his eyes slightly. The most basic longevity blood refining method? Can the refined longevity blood increase lifespan by 1 year? A terrifying power permeated the longevity blood, making the longevity blood demon venerable terrified, feeling like his soul was about to scatter. He screamed in terror, "Don't kill me, Taoist friend. What I said is all true. As long as my soul can slowly recover, I will remember the other parts of the longevity blood refining method. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Give me a chance." That power slowly receded like the tide. Chen Changan said lightly, "I'll tentatively believe you this once. How can your soul recover?" By devouring other people's soul power, it can recover. The longevity blood demon venerable, having survived the disaster, felt panic in his heart. He continuously cursed Chen Changan, this bastard. He was the longevity blood demon venerable who terrified countless cultivators, yet today he suffered such insult and threat. Unforgivable. Once his soul recovered to a certain extent, the longevity blood demon venerable's first act would be to kill Chen Changan. As for now, of course, continue to compromise. Preserving this last wisp of soul is most important. Chen Changan said, "I'll give you this chance. Later I'll give you a wisp." Chen Changan wasn't worried about any plots the longevity blood demon venerable might have against him. But if he dared to deceive him, Chen Changan could kill him any time. Next, the basic part of the longevity blood refining method. Tell. The longevity blood demon Venerable smiled perfunctorily. Taoist friend, I am too weak right now, really unable to transmit the longevity blood refining method. Chen Changan snorted coldly, unceremoniously began torturing the longevity blood demon Venerable. That wisp like a flickering candle in the wind, as if about to be extinguished at any moment, the voice said, Taoist friend, I really cannot transmit it now. Spare me. The longevity blood demon Venerable couldn't help roaring, Taoist friend. Wait until I recover first. I'll immediately transmit the basic longevity blood refining method I know to you. Stop torturing me. Taoist friend, spare me. Spare me. But Chen Changan seemed not to hear, continuing to torture the longevity blood demon Venerable. The longevity blood demon Venerable truly feared Chen Changan would accidentally destroy his soul completely. Terrified, he cried out, Taoist friend. Stop. Quickly stop. I can try hard. Stop torturing me. Chen Changan still didn't stop torturing the longevity blood demon Venerable's remnant soul. Forget recovery, it was becoming even weaker now. He was thoroughly scared. Quickly transmitted the basic longevity blood refining method he knew to Chen Changan. Only then did Chen Changan stop torturing the longevity blood demon Venerable. Activating the divine brain, he comprehended and mastered the basic longevity blood refining method transmitted by the longevity blood demon Venerable. This longevity blood refining method had a name, longevity blood divine technique. Now, what the longevity blood demon Venerable taught him was precisely the refining method for first-level longevity blood within the longevity blood divine technique. First-level longevity blood, when consumed by cultivators, can increase lifespan by 1 year. Though the lifespan increase effect is only 1 year, its quantity can be large. Even though it's merely first-level longevity blood, it can provide hundreds of lifespan increasing effects. Meaning, the most common first-level longevity blood can also help cultivators achieve the miraculous effect of increasing lifespan by 100 years. But the refining of longevity blood, even the lowest grade first-level longevity blood, cannot be refined just any way one wants. The refining material needed for longevity blood is cultivator corpses. Their cultivation before death must reach at least the life spring realm. Secondly, death cannot be too long ago. In a word, must be fresh. Besides, the stronger the cultivator, the denser and more powerful their life essence chi before death, the more longevity blood can be refined. Chen Changan quickly understood, very satisfied. This longevity blood divine technique. Good stuff. This is his biggest gain so far. What made him regretful was, this longevity blood demon Venerable currently only remembered the refining method for first-level longevity blood. The longevity blood demon Venerable cautiously asked, Taoist friend, how is your mastery of this longevity blood divine technique? I certainly didn't deceive him. He knew well the complexity of the longevity blood divine technique. Mastering its refining method is not easy. Even he spent several decades before successfully mastering the refining method for first-level longevity blood. After killing over 100 small cultivators at the life spring realm, he successfully refined 1 drop of first-level longevity blood. And in such a short time, the longevity blood demon Venerable naturally wouldn't think Chen Changan had already mastered the refining method for first-level longevity blood. Instead worried this Chen Changan couldn't understand the longevity blood divine technique, thought he was lying, and would torture him again. Chen Changan said lightly, already mastered it. Tao friend mastered it? The longevity blood demon Venerable didn't believe it. Chen Changan didn't explain. He asked, this drop of longevity blood you're hiding in now, what level longevity blood is it? The longevity blood demon Venerable thought for a moment, answering, seems to be a drop of 7th level longevity blood, can increase lifespan by 3,000 years. But after so long, the life essence chi inside has mostly dissipated. Probably can only increase lifespan by several decades. If I refine this drop of longevity blood, will it affect your hidden soul? The longevity blood demon Venerable shook his head, no effect. Taoist friend just needs to find another soul-restoring item for me. Chen Changan took out a low-grade spirit stone. The longevity blood demon Venerable felt insulted. Taoist friend, better give me a soul-restoring item that can nourish the soul. If it can restore the soul, stop complaining. The longevity blood demon Venerable felt angry inside, but dared not disobey Chen Changan. His little life was pinched in Chen Changan's hands. He sighed deeply. Thinking of him, the grand, arrogant longevity blood demon Venerable never expected that one day he would fall to such a state of being bullied. Damn it! He didn't make a sound. silently emerged from that drop of longevity blood, attaching himself to that plain low-grade spirit stone. Chen Changan placed that low-grade spirit stone separately in a corner of his storage ring. Then, Chen Changan turned his gaze back to that drop of longevity blood. He slightly narrowed his eyes, then swallowed the longevity blood, refining it. In his mind, Jiao quickly popped out to notify, consumed. 1 drop of longevity blood, lifespan plus 12 years. Current remaining lifespan 16 years. Lifespan duration 85 years. Lifespan is finally about to break the 100 mark. Chen Changan was very happy. This longevity blood is indeed good stuff. Unfortunately, after so long, only this much energy remained, only increasing lifespan by 12 years. But keeping the longevity blood demon venerable is still useful. At least he can get longevity blood. Chen Changan planned to help him restore some soul power later. Then, obtain higher level longevity blood refining methods from him, refine higher level longevity blood. This way his lifespan would truly be long. This is a major sustainable development project. Must take it seriously. Zuaxian Lu. Just as Chen Changan arrived with Zhong Linger, he heard Lin Lei's voice from the second floor. Changan. Linger. Little sister. Here. Lin Lei waved his hand, shouting. The two went up to the second floor. Chen Changan saw the delicate and pretty woman beside Lin Lei, about the same age as Lin Lei. She wore a light green dress, had a tall figure, fair skin, and a gentle smile. She was precisely the woman Lin Lei liked, Han Xiaolu. Zhong Linger politely greeted, older sister Xiaolu. Changan, long time no see. Linger, are you accustomed to staying at Jiukong Pharmacy yet? Yes, accustomed. Lin Lei greeted Chen Changan and Zhong Linger to sit down. Today, thanks to Changan, I made a windfall. Little sister Linger, what do you want to eat? Order whatever, don't save money for your brother friend. Chen Changan laughed. Linger, lazy is being generous for once. Order more and rip him off properly. Zhong Linger nodded. Soon, a large table of delicious food was served. At the dining table, Chen Changan could see the intimate affection between Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu. Their relationship was very good. Even the air was filled with the sour stink of love. Disgusting. Lin Lei said, Changan, this time I really have to thank you properly. You've heard me talk about it. Xiaolu's father is from a wealthy family in the city. He always opposed me being with Xiaolu. After all, I was just a poor kid, with nothing. But now, thanks to you, you cured Lord City Lord's daughter. I am now the deputy commander of the law enforcement guard, and have 5,000 spirit stones. This time, her father probably won't oppose me and Xiaolu being together anymore. Xiaolu and I have discussed it. Tomorrow we'll go to her house to discuss the betrothal gift and marriage matters. After getting married, we'll have several big fat boys. Lin Lei cherished beautiful aspirations for the future, his eyes full of excitement. Han Xiaolu's mouth curved upwards, showing a tender smile. She gazed infatuatedly at Lin Lei, her eyes filled with his reflection. Chen Changan laughed, then remembered to invite me to your wedding feast. So I can give you a gift money packet. Definitely. Zhong Linger nearby, hearing Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu were going to discuss betrothal gifts and marriage, holding a grand wedding. Her eyes sparkled brightly, also looking forward to it. Come, drink, drink. The atmosphere at the table was joyful and harmonious. But abruptly, invisible killing intent erupted. A sword light flashed outside Zuaxian Lu, gone in an instant. Immediately after, a cyan flying sword shot towards Chen Changan. Lin Lei, with late mortal transcending cultivation, was the first to sense the erupting killing intent. His face changed drastically. Changan, careful. Lin Lei didn't even think, reaching out to grab the cyan flying sword. But the flying sword's power was too strong. In just one encounter, it sliced open Lin Lei's palm, fresh blood streaming. He couldn't grab it. Just as the flying sword was about to kill Chen Changan with one strike, it suddenly seemed to lose its power, falling powerlessly to the ground. Lin Lei was full of doubt, unable to understand. Chen Changan looked at the flying sword. Eyes slightly narrowed. Seems someone wants to kill me. You're just an ordinary physician. Who would want to kill you? Chen Changan shrugged. After all, I've always been law-abiding. How would I know who wants to kill me? Lin Lei picked up the flying sword, his expression grave. This flying sword is at least a third-grade magic treasure. Someone who can control a third-grade magic treasure must be a life spring realm expert. Although Lin Lei was curious why this flying sword suddenly lost power and stopped when approaching Chen Changan, What worried Lin Lei more was Chen Changan's safety. Someone wants to kill him. Chen Changan's eyes sparkled with divine light. He had already activated his divine eye, found the assassin hiding not far outside Zuaxian Lu, and the assassin's identity surprised Chen Changan greatly. It was the Jin family genius who treated Chu Wushuang today, the alchemist Jin Yang. Recalling today's treatment, Chen Changan didn't think he had offended him. Then why would he arrange an assassin himself? Is it because of that drop of longevity blood? Chen Changan thought. Lin Lei nearby was very worried. He couldn't figure out who was assassinating Chen Changan. Lost his appetite for eating. Took out a transmission talisman. Chen Changan laughed. Lazy, what are you doing? I am now the deputy commander of the law enforcement guard. I have the authority to mobilize the law enforcement guard. I'll immediately dispatch a batch of law enforcement guards to surround and seal off the area around Zuaxian Lu. We must find that assassin. Lin Lei's expression wasn't good. The sword wound on his hand was still aching and bleeding. If this flying sword hadn't suddenly stopped inexplicably just now, he probably would have witnessed his friend of many years die tragically under the sword. He absolutely wouldn't allow it. Nearby, Han Xiaolu, witnessing such a scene for the first time, was frightened. Her delicate and pretty face turned slightly pale. Zhong Linger blinked her eyes, looking around, muttering inwardly, who plans to assassinate my brother Changan? Truly tired of living. My brother Changan can even crush a king with one slap. Zhong Linger deeply knew Chen Changan's strength, so she wasn't worried about his safety. Chen Changan stopped Lin Lei. No need. That assassin's sword didn't kill me, probably already retreated knowing the difficulty, fled without a trace. Besides, Lazy, you just got promoted to deputy commander. Better keep a low profile for now. Lin Lei, finally persuaded by Chen Changan, could only give up on exercising his law enforcement authority. Alright then. Lin Lei comforted Han Xiaolu beside him. Xiaolu, it's okay. Zhong Linger blinked her eyes. Brother Lin Lei, actually you don't need to worry about brother Changan's safety. He's very powerful. Lin Lei nodded perfunctorily, not wanting to change Chen Changan's powerful image in Zhong Linger's heart. Smiling, of course I know he's very powerful. Lin Lei then said seriously, Changan, you have money now. I can't always stay by your side to protect you. And my cultivation is also a bit weak. Even if I want to protect you, I'm willing but powerless. Best to buy a few self-defense and life-saving magic treasures. I heard Wanba Pavilion is the largest shop in Tianwu City. They have many magic treasures there. You can go there to buy some. Chen Changan nodded. He indeed should make a trip to Wanba Pavilion to find Yi Hongying. Suddenly having such an incident, Lin Lei and the others lost their mood to continue eating. The meal ended hastily. Lin Lei originally wanted to escort Chen Changan and Zhong Linger back to Jiukong Pharmacy, but Chen Changan refused. Told him he was fine, no assassin could kill him. Instead, told Lin Lei, if he had any trouble, feel free to find him. He could help solve it. Lin Lei didn't believe Chen Changan, an ordinary physician, had such ability. Took it as a joke. Anyway, Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu were worried about Chen Changan's safety, ultimately insisted on escorting Chen Changan and Zhong Linger back to Jiukong Pharmacy before leaving. On the way, Lin Lei certainly didn't forget the authority he could use as deputy commander. Dispatched several law enforcement guards at the Life Spring realm to secretly protect the surroundings of Jiukong Pharmacy. But what made him helpless was, although he became deputy commander, possessing the authority to dispatch law enforcement guards, his own cultivation was too weak. Still only late mortal transcending stage cultivation. Secretly, many law enforcement guards looked down on him. But now Lin Lei was, after all, the deputy commander personally promoted by Lord City Lord. So they heard this deputy commander got the position because he introduced a good physician, who cured the Mississippi. Therefore, only two came. Life Spring Realm law enforcement officers protecting secretly was considered giving Lin Lei, this deputy commander, great face. Lin Lei also knew well his cultivation was too weak. Relying solely on the deputy commander position, controlling the law enforcement guards probably wouldn't be that easy. Secretly decided in his heart, must work harder to improve cultivation in the future. Jin Yang, outside Zuaxian Lu, used the third-grade Cyan Lightsword to carry out a sneak attack assassination on Chen Changan. In Jin Yang's view, Chen Changan was just a weak early young CS stage fake cultivator. If he wanted to kill Chen Changan, it would just be effortless. Although from Dan Fengzi's attitude, he seemed very wary of Chen Changan. But Jin Yang wasn't afraid of Chen Changan. He was the Jin family's genius alchemist, his status extremely high. And the Jin family's influence in Hozhou is even slightly stronger than the Shirtua cult, so Jin Yang is very arrogant and conceited. But mostly, he's overly clever. He has two reasons for wanting to assassinate Chen Changan. Firstly, Chen Changan stole his thunder when treating Chu Wuxuang at the city lord's mansion. Secondly, Dan Fengzi gave that drop of longevity blood to Chen Changan. Jin Yang kills Chen Changan, snatches the longevity blood. Furthermore, in Jin Yang's view, as long as he acts secretly, silently, no one will know Chen Changan was killed by him. No matter how powerful Chen Changan's background is, they can't do anything to him. Unexpectedly, his assassination failed. Jin Yang's heart filled with doubt, didn't understand what happened. That third-grade Cyan Lightsword was clearly powerful. Just based on that mortal transcending cultivator next to Chen Changan, he couldn't possibly block his attack. Logically, this sword strike should have been enough to make Chen Changan's head fall, but the result was that Cyan Lightsword mysteriously lost connection with him. Jin Yang couldn't figure it out, which made him afraid to act rashly again. So he tailed Chen Changan all the way, looking for another suitable opportunity. Right now, Jin Yang was in a street corner outside Jiukang Pharmacy, silently observing, planning to strike again. But he had absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying figure he had provoked. Inside Jiukang Pharmacy, Chen Changan's eyes shot out divine light, watching Jin Yang's every move. Linger, rest early. I'm going out for a bit. Zhong Linger pretty much knew what Chen Changan was going to do. She was very obedient, nodded. Chen Changan left Jiukang Pharmacy, also attracting the attention of the law enforcement guards Lin Lei had sent to secretly protect him outside. The two guards wondered curiously what Chen Changan was doing late at night, but the next moment, as Chen Changan took a step, his entire person seemed to teleport, disappearing from the two guards' sight. The two guards' eyes widened. Holy crap, where did he go? They rubbed their eyes hard, suspecting they were dreaming. Meanwhile, when Chen Changan came out of Jiukang Pharmacy, he also caught Jin Yang's attention. It seems this kid completely disregarded the previous assassination attempt. Jin Yang sneered coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes, preparing to attack Chen Changan. But just then, Chen Changan's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Jin Yang was stunned. Where did he go? Immediately after, Jin Yang's vision blurred. A green-robed youth appeared before him, scaring Jin Yang into stumbling back 2 or 3 steps. You, how are you here? Jin Yang's brain couldn't process it for a moment. Chen Changan said lightly, why am I here? That's the question I should be asking you. Jin Yang didn't know why, but felt a trace of inexplicable fear towards Chen Changan in his heart. Threatening. He quickly hid the panic in his eyes, soon calming down. Sneering, this street isn't your home. What does my appearing here have to do with you? Tonight's moon is particularly round. Can't I admire the moon here? Chen Changan didn't waste words either. Taking out the cyan light sword, waving it in front of Jin Yang, did you drop this flying sword? This isn't mine. Jin Yang denied it flatly. But as soon as the words fell, Jin Yang suddenly attacked. His eyes flashed, charging towards Chen Changan. He quickly formed hand seals with one hand, casting a technique. A fire python rushed out from behind him, ferocious and fierce, roaring towards Chen Changan, opening its huge mouth, wanting to swallow Chen Changan in one bite. Go die! Facing Jin Yang's sudden attack, Chen Changan's expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. Just holding the cyan light sword, in an instant, a dazzling and sharp cyan sword light slashed through the pitch-black night sky, carrying matchless sword might, killing the fire python with one strike. Even that Jin Yang was also cut in half by this sharp cyan sword light, but the imagined scene of blood splashing did not occur. Jin Yang's body, cut in half, transformed into 2 halves of a talisman, and Jin Yang's main body had already been teleported 100 meters away. Jin Yang looked towards Jiukang Pharmacy in terror and shock, his voice trembling. This guy is pretending to be weak. He's not some Yangxia fake cultivator at all. Able to easily kill me, a peak life spring cultivator, with one sword strike. He's at least longevity realm, maybe even a powerful heavenly fate realm. Cultivator. Damn it. Capsized in a ditch. Thanks to the death substitution talisman gifted by a clan elder. Otherwise, I would already be a dead soul under his sword. Jin Yang couldn't help shivering. No longer having any intention to fight Chen Changan, he used all his strength to flee. And on Qingyun Street, Chen Changan looked surprised at the talisman cut in half. burning slightly to ash. Chen Changan remembered a book in the library pavilion, which recorded a powerful talisman, the Death Substitution Talisman. The Death Talisman contained a trace of the power of law, able to block one life and death crisis for the user. Refining it is extremely difficult, so this talisman is very precious. Didn't expect this guy actually had a death substitution talisman. This kind of talisman, truly worthy of a prominent family disciple, Chen Changan muttered. Using his divine eye, he watched Jin Yang flee. In front of him, Jin Yang trying to escape? Impossible. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Chen Changan never showed mercy. He put away the cyan light sword, stepping with divine step, unhurriedly chasing after Jin Yang, just like a cat playing with a mouse. Finally, he saw the mouse flee into the city lord's mansion. Seems he knew he couldn't escape Tianwu City, wanting to seek protection from City Lord Chu Yongtian at the mansion. Chen Changan snorted coldly, "The person I want to kill, no one can protect." "Young Master Jin, why have you returned?" Jin Yang's arrival at the city lord's mansion startled Chu Yongtian and his daughter Chu Wushuang. The father and daughter pair looked at the uneasy Jin Yang, very puzzled. Jin Yang's face was deathly pale. He said, "City Lord Chu, someone wants to kill me. So I temporarily came here to lie low. On the way, I already sent a distress message to my family. Before the Jin family sends someone, I hope City Lord Chu can grant me protection." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yongtian felt uneasy, couldn't help frowning slightly, asking, "Young Master Jin, who wants to kill you?" "It's that kid who treated Wushuang today." Jin Yang's face was pale and ugly, filled with hatred. He never expected the result would be like this. Thinking of the death substitution talisman he used, Jin Yang's heart ached endlessly. That was a life-saving treasure. Used up just like that. Wait until the family sends experts. He must make Chen Changan repay with his life. And now, having fled all the way to the city lord's mansion, his terrified heart finally settled down. In Jin Yang's view, he was safe in the city lord's mansion. Although Chen Changan was strong, could he be stronger than Chu Yongtian? Chu Yongtian was a deity transformation realm king. If Chen Changan dared to come to the city lord's mansion to kill him, Chu Yongtian would definitely teach him a lesson. He himself was the Jin family's genius alchemist. Chu Yongtian couldn't possibly watch him die without helping. Jin Yang thought this way. But he didn't expect. When he said Chen Changan wanted to kill him, Chu Yongtian's calm face suddenly became stunned. "You provoked that young Master Chen?" Chu Yongtian's change in expression gave Jin Yang an ominous premonition. He said gravely, "What?" Even Chu Wushuang nearby couldn't help being curious. She rarely saw her father with such an uncomposed expression. Chu Yongtian looked at Jin Yang, as if looking at a corpse. He said gravely, "What exactly happened? Why does that young Master Chen want to kill you?" Jin Yang originally didn't want to say, but facing Chu Yongtian's sharp gaze, he no longer hid it. "A supreme elder in my Jin family is nearing the end of his lifespan. Unexpectedly encountered this drop of longevity blood." Chu Yongtian said, "So you wanted to kill that young Master Chen to snatch the longevity blood?" Jin Yang nodded, said bewilderedly, "Indeed. What's wrong?" Then, Jin Yang added, "I originally thought he was just an early young CS stage cultivator. But who knew this guy hid so deeply? Don't even know if his real cultivation is longevity realm or heavenly fate realm. Made me suffer a great loss, almost lost my life to that guy. But luckily I escaped to the city lord's mansion. With City Lord Chu here, he wouldn't dare save me?" Chu Wushuang was astonished. "He's that strong?" Chu Wushuang clearly saw Chen Changan wasn't old, only in his teens. How could he have such profound cultivation? Could he be a cultivation prodigy? Jin Yang said, "City Lord Chu, when I mentioned that guy, your expression changed. Who exactly is he?" Jin Yang's words made Chu Yongtian force a bitter smile. "Young Master Jin, I say, who wouldn't you provoke? Why did you have to provoke that ruthless person? Even if you hide in the city lord's mansion, if he wants to kill you, I cannot protect you." As soon as these words came out, Jin Yang was stunned. Chu Wushuang nearby was also full of doubt. "Ruthless person? Father, why can't even you protect him? What about him makes you so wary?" Jin Yang also looked at Chu Yongtian, wanting to know why. Chu Yongtian said, "Young Master Jin, during the day, you should have seen Taoist friend Dan from the Shirtua cult. His wariness and respect towards him, do you know the reason?" Jin Yang felt even more uneasy, hesitated for a moment, worried his origin is extraordinary. To possess such cultivation, could he be from a dominant immortal sect power in Huzhou? Chu Yongtian shook his head. Wrong? Then what exactly is the reason? Jin Yang anxiously pressed. Chu Yongtian's gaze was deep and solemn as he said, because Taoist friend Dan saw the 2 lion bloodlights on his body. Recently, 2 king elders of the Shirtua cult died tragically. One king elder, while I went deep into Dalong Mountain, wanted to massacre the city, but was crushed by a mysterious expert in the city with one hand. The other king elder, Taoist friend Dan said, also died near Tianwu City. Chu Wushuang's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Could the mysterious expert be him? Jin Yang's expression changed drastically, unable to believe it. How is this possible? He actually killed 2 great king elders of the Shirtua cult? The news obtained from Chu Yongtian was too explosive and shocking. Jin Yang only felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull, so cold his whole body couldn't help trembling. Chu Yongtian sighed, although it's just Taoist friend Dan's speculation. It's likely 8 or 9 out of 10 the truth. Young Master Jin, you should leave the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. He can easily crush even the king elders of the Shirtua cult with one hand. If he wants to kill you, I can't protect you. However, I heard Taoist friend Dan has already sent the message back to the Shirtua cult. Presumably, the Shirtua cult will soon make a move. Jin Yang's face was deathly pale, covered in cold sweat. It could be said he had never been so terrified before. He never expected. Chen Changan's true strength far exceeded his imagination, subverting his cognition, able to easily crush kings/marquises. Could he be a top-tier cult leader of the Undying Realm? Thinking back now, escaping from Chen Changan's hands just now felt like a trip to the gates of hell. Jin Yang, without a second word, immediately wanted to leave the city lord's mansion and flee Tianwu City. But just then, Jin Yang suddenly saw something, his whole body as if struck by lightning, standing rigidly on the spot, motionless. Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang followed Jin Yang's gaze, only to see 10 meters ahead, at some unknown time, a green-robed youth had silently appeared. His appearance, even Chu Yongtian with his deity transformation realm cultivation, hadn't sensed at all. Couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end, thinking secretly, this person suddenly appeared. Even my divine sense didn't detect him. He must be a cult leader figure with heaven-reaching strength. Since when did such a young cult leader figure appear in the vast cultivation world? Myriad thoughts rose in Chu Yongtian's mind. Chu Wushuang, however, wasn't afraid of Chen Changan, just filled with curiosity towards Chen Changan. Such a young expert? Or one of those older generation members who returned to youth? Chu Yongtian quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Young Master Chen, why have you come? Chen Changan said, I came for him. Chu Yongtian hesitated for a moment, thinking, this Jin Yang's status isn't low, and he's a genius alchemist. His father is even a person in power in the Jin family. If he died in the city lord's mansion, his trouble wouldn't be small either. So he opened his mouth, young Master Chen, he is a Jin family disciple. If you kill him, the Jin family won't let it rest. Why not let him off the hook? Presumably, he now deeply regrets his actions. Each take a step back, vast sky and boundless sea. Chen Changan smiled slightly, you want to be the peacemaker? I hope young Master Chen can give me some face. But before he finished speaking, Chen Changan snorted coldly, what are you? You dare try to be a peacemaker in front of me? As he spoke, accompanied by terrifyingly boundless pressure, like a rushing torrent, it vented towards Chu Yongtian. Chu Yongtian's face changed drastically, pushed back staggering by this terrifyingly boundless pressure. He didn't dare breathe heavily. Face pale, covered in cold sweat, his legs couldn't help trembling, dared not say another word. Worried if he said one more thing, Chen Changan would crush him just like he crushed the Shirtua cult elder. Unexpectedly, the lord of a city didn't even dare speak in front of Chen Changan. Chen Changan's eyes opened and closed, looking towards Jin Yang. Jin Yang's face was pale. He couldn't help trembling all over, but thinking he was after all a Jin family disciple. When had he ever suffered such bullying? He didn't believe this Chen Changan truly dared to kill him. So he took a deep breath, forcing composure, shouting, I am this generation's genius alchemist of the Jin family. My father is the third elder in power in the Jin family. I'm different from those Shirtua cult elders. If you dare kill me, the Jin family will not let you go. Chen Changan narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you are threatening me? Ice-cold killing intent overflowed from Chen Changan's body, like a cold winter moon. freezing Jin Yang so his whole body trembled uncontrollably, his soul trembling incessantly. I wasn't threatening you. I just hope you consider carefully. Jin Yang's face was pale, answering in a trembling voice. Xu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang nearby said nothing, just thinking inwardly, this Jin Yang is a fool. Clearly knowing he killed 2 great kings/marquises of the Shirtua cult, and even let Dan Fengzi leave. Either this person's strength is immense, unafraid of the Shirtua cult, or he's an arrogant person. Such people fear threats the least. If threatened, it might even infuriate him instead. A cold sneer hung on Chen Changan's lips. If I were an ordinary person, I would have already died at your hands. You wanted to kill me, why should I let you go? Do you really want to be enemies with the Jin family? Jin Yang said through gritted teeth. But as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changan had already unleashed a biting sword light, killing towards Jin Yang. This sword light contained powerful and terrifying might, instantly tearing the void, so jarring, making it impossible to look directly. In just an instant, Jin Yang's head and body separated, turning into a cold corpse. In Chen Changan's hand was precisely the cyan light sword Jin Yang used to assassinate him at Zuexian Lu. Putting the sword into his storage ring, Chen Changan's expression was calm, muttering, "Too lazy to argue with you. If the Jin family doesn't know what's good for them, just destroy them." Immediately after, Chen Changan looked towards Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang, this father-daughter pair. Their faces couldn't help turning pale. When Chen Changan's gaze swept over them, their hearts trembled, eyelids twitching. Worried if Chen Changan would kill them to silence them. This way, no one would know who killed Jin Yang. Most importantly, Chen Changan could easily crush a king elder of the Shirtua cult with one hand. Then killing the father-daughter pair would presumably be even more effortless. Chu Yongtian swallowed hard, forced composure, revealing a kind smile. Young Master Chen, rest assured, I definitely won't reveal that you killed Jin Yang. Chen Changan laughed. City Lord Chu need not be afraid. I, Chen, am not a bloodthirsty person. Besides, you and I have no grievances or enmity. Chu Yongtian felt slightly relieved. Couldn't help worrying for Chen Changan, then the Jin family side. No harm, notify them if you wish. Chu Yongtian was quite surprised. You must know, the Jin family isn't an ordinary cultivation family, inherited in Haizhou for tens of thousands of years. Even possessing several Undying Realm cult leader level figures, even having a Myriad Law's Realm true monarch ancestor. Chen Changan killed this Jin family's genius alchemist. The Jin family definitely won't let it rest. Is he really not afraid? Don't wait until the Jin family comes settling accounts to no panic and flee. Although Chen Changan was strong, Chu Yongtian guessed his cultivation was at most in the Undying Realm. Impossible to be above the Undying Realm. Those top experts of the Myriad Law's realm, which one isn't an all-powerful figure reigning over a state in the vast cultivation world? And Chen Changan, he had never seen him before, nor heard of such a person in Haizhou. Chu Yongtian thought for a moment, respectfully saying, Young Master, Tianwu City hasn't been peaceful lately. 2 elders of the Shirtua cult. I wonder if Young Master has heard about this. Chu Yongtian originally wanted to hint to Chen Changan that the Shirtua cult was coming to settle accounts with him. Who knew Chen Changan didn't hide it either, saying, I killed those 2 elders from the Shirtua cult. What's wrong? Chen Changan's direct answer left Chu Yongtian speechless for a moment. Didn't know what to say. Chu Wushuang nearby spoke up, Young Master, since you can easily obliterate 2 king elders of the Shirtua cult, why let Elder Dan of the Shirtua cult go? Allowing him to send your information back? The Shirtua cult will definitely target Young Master. Chen Changan said lightly, meet soldiers with generals, water with earth. Still the same words. That Dan Fengzi and I have no grievances or enmity. He didn't attack me, so naturally, I won't attack him. But if anyone dares to provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Within those calm words, was filled with ice-cold and grim killing intent, making Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian feel their hair stand on end, trembling inwardly. Didn't know why, they had an absurd feeling in their hearts. Look, this Jin family and Shirtua cult coming to trouble Chen Changan might not necessarily be able to do anything to him. Chen Changan took the storage ring from Jin Yang's corpse. 2 people already dead, I won't stay long. Heading back first. After speaking, Chen Changan took a step out, disappearing from the city lord's mansion. Coming without shadow, leaving without trace. Under Chen Changan's divine step, he could be said to appear and disappear mysteriously, startling people endlessly. After Chen Changan left, Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian, the father-daughter pair, exchanged glances. Chu Wushuang said, "Jin Yang is dead. The Jin family will definitely be furious. Father, what should we do?" Chu Yongtian sighed, glancing at Jin Yang's corpse. He brought this upon himself. Provoking this one, no one can save him. Since this young master doesn't care about revealing he was the killer, might as well send the news to the Jin family. Otherwise, Jin Yang died in the city lord's mansion. If the Jin family blames me, wouldn't I become the scapegoat? However, thinking of something, Chu Yongtian summoned the steward, seriously instructing, "Promote Lin Lei to deputy law enforcement commander, nurture him well. Absolutely do not offend him. Raise his salary to the level of a great commander." "Yes, sir." The steward left. Sea of clouds surged. A treasure ship cut through the sky at extreme speed, flying over mountains, rivers, and land. On the bow stood two women. These two women were precisely Dongfang Lengyue and Qin Chaoyan, who had left the Changsheng cult. Along the way, Qin Chaoyan had been diligently refining the compassion sword, finally achieving a slight result, establishing a faint connection with the compassion sword, able to barely control this sword. Seeing this situation, Dongfang Lengyue was even more delighted. Chaoyan, now having established a faint connection with the compassionate immortal emperor's earth instrument. It seems my Changsheng cult will definitely have a place in this trip to the underground palace. According to the news from Dalong Mountain, the underground palace's seal is incomparably sturdy, no one has been able to open it yet. This master faintly feels, perhaps relying on this compassion sword, might be the key to opening the underground palace. Qin Chaoyan respectfully said, "Disciple will definitely strive with all my might. Will not disappoint masters and the Changsheng cult's expectations." Dongfang Lengyue gazed at the endless sea of clouds ahead, her 3,000 black silks danced. She said, "Disciple, Tianwu City is almost here. Tell master again about that senior's astounding feat." This person, relying solely on an ordinary iron blade, cut Dalong Mountain in half with one strike. Such strength! I'm afraid even the supreme ancestor of my Changsheng cult couldn't achieve it. This senior's strength, to what terrifying realm has it reached? But just then, a golden treasure ship approached nearby. On the ship's body stood a great sun flag, flapping loudly in the wind. Dongfang Lengyue's willow eyebrows slightly raised. "It's the Jin family's treasure ship. Seems the Jin family has also sent people to compete for the immortal emperor's inheritance." Soon, the two ships approached the Jin family treasure ship. Leading on the ship was a plump, golden-robed man. Dongfang Lengyue recognized this person. Jin family's second master, Jin Chuanfeng. Famous for 600 years already. One of the Jin family's three cult leader-level figures. The Jin family's power in Hezhou is formidable, ostensibly possessing three cult leader-level figures, current family head Jin Chuanxiong, this second master Jin Chuanfeng before her, and third master Jin Chuanhai. Jin Chuanfeng and Dongfang Lengyue exchanged greetings. Dongfang Lengyue said, "Didn't expect the Jin family would send you here. Seems your Jin family is determined to win this immortal emperor's inheritance." Jin Chuanfeng shook his head, "Fairy Lengyue, you overestimate my Jin family. This emergence of the immortal emperor's inheritance has alarmed the cultivation world. My small Jin family will be satisfied just to get some leftovers in this storm. The immortal emperor's inheritance is for immortals, cannot be forced, let nature take its course. Coming this time, there are more important matters to handle." Dongfang Lengyue asked puzzledly, "Besides coming for the immortal emperor's inheritance, what other matters does your Jin family have to handle?" A glint of killing light flashed in Jin Xuanfeng's eyes. "Last night, my Jin family's most outstanding genius alchemist of the younger generation died tragically in Tianwu City. This trip is to handle his affairs." Dongfang Lengyue was surprised. "Someone in Hezhou dares to kill your Jin family's prodigy? Do you know who it was?" Jin Xuanfeng's expression turned grave. He opened his mouth. "According to the news from Tianwu City Lord Chu Yongtian, the murderer is Chen Changan. Heard this person's strength is formidable, able to easily crush a king elder with one hand, probably a cult leader level figure of the same realm as you and me." Chen Changan. "I haven't heard of this person." Dongfang Lengyue shook her head. Qin Chaoyan beside her also hadn't heard the name Chen Changan. The two women didn't know this Chen Changan was precisely the mysterious expert they were heading to Tianwu City this time to visit. Qin Chaoyan also didn't ask Chen Changan's name back then. Only New Chen Changan told her to find him at Jiukang Pharmacy in Tianwu City. Dongfang Lengyue said, Daoist friend Jin, since the other party is also a cult leader level figure, just you alone wanting to deal with him probably won't be easy. Jin Xuanfeng said, older brother and third brother are already on their way. After all, the one who died was third brother's son. If we just let him go like this, wouldn't it make the Haizhou cultivators laugh? Dongfang Lengyue thought. 3 cult leader level figures dealing with 1 cult leader isn't difficult. But that Chen Changan, would he foolishly wait in Tianwu City for you to seek revenge? Jin Xuanfeng snorted coldly, this person is arrogant and conceited. Doesn't put my Jin family in his eyes at all. Heard he's still carefree in Tianwu City. I'd like to see what gives him such confidence. I've already sent word to the Shirtua cult. He killed 2 king elders of the Shirtua cult. How could the Shirtua cult let it rest? My Jin family joins forces with the Shirtua cult. Even if he's a cult leader level figure, he'll still die in Tianwu City. Dongfang Lengyue was speechless. This person really makes enemies everywhere, extremely arrogant. Qin Chaoyan beside her nodded in agreement. Thinking instead, how low-key and humble that mysterious expert who saved her at Dalong Mountain was. If he hadn't acted, Qin Chaoyan would have even thought he was just a weak Yang Xia fake cultivator. Dongfang Lengyue and Jin Xuanfeng conversed for a while. Jin Xuanfeng's words undisguisedly expressed killing intent towards the Chen Changan. This enmity must be avenged, otherwise, the Jin family will only become the shame and joke of the world. Dongfang Lengyue didn't say much more. This was the Jin family's business, unrelated to her. She wouldn't meddle. Afterwards, the 2 treasure ships traveled together towards Tianwu City. Discussing along the way, exchanging intelligence about the compassionate immortal emperor and the underground palace. Suddenly, Jin Xuanfeng saw Dongfang Lengyue wasn't heading towards Dalong Mountain, but in the same direction as him towards Tianwu City. Somewhat surprised, Fairy Lengyue, you're not going to Dalong Mountain? Why are you also going to Tianwu City? Dongfang Lengyue didn't explain much, just said she was going to visit someone. If she mentioned the person she was visiting was the ruthless one who cut Dalong Mountain in half and exposed the underground palace, even this Jin Xuanfeng would probably shamelessly follow along to visit and curry favor. This chance to befriend a peerless expert, how could she hand it over to others? Dongfang Lengyue wasn't stupid. Jin Xuanfeng saw Dongfang Lengyue didn't ask further, so he didn't ask Dongfang Lengyue, whom she was visiting in Tianwu City. About 1 hour later, the 2 treasure ships finally arrived outside Tianwu City. From afar, one could see the mountain cut in half, the horrifyingly large mountain. The Jin family treasure ship didn't enter Tianwu City, but waited briefly, waiting for the other 2 cult leader level figures from the Jin family to report, then enter Tianwu City together to settle accounts with Chen Changan. At the same time, waiting for the Shirtua cult to send people. So for now, they remained low-key and hidden. Seems they were still worried about alerting the enemy and scaring Chen Changan away. After separating from the Jin family, Dongfang Lengyue took Qin Chaoyan into the city. Soon inquired about Jiukang Pharmacy in the city. Took Qin Chaoyan straight towards Jiukang Pharmacy. The 2 women arrived at Jiukang Pharmacy. Looking at this remotely located pharmacy, couldn't help feeling surprised, but thinking how low-key Chen Changan was, living secluded in this pharmacy was normal. Let's go in. Dongfang Lengyue said. Qin Chaoyan nodded. The 2 women entered Jiukang Pharmacy. Chen Changan was tired from killing someone last night, came back late, and was still sleeping in his room. Zhonglinger woke up early, swept Jiukang Pharmacy clean, then started cultivating, diligent and hardworking. Just then, she heard movement and quickly stopped cultivating, greeting Dongfang Lengyue and Qin Chaoyan. Seeing the 2 women's extraordinary appearance, especially the leading white-robed woman, her temperament was outstanding, possessing nation-toppling beauty, made Zhonglinger quite stunned. Dongfang Lengyue saw Zhonglinger, her eyes couldn't help lighting up. Immaculate without lack, skin like spirit jade. This seems to be an immaculate spirit body. Dongfang Lengyue was very surprised, truly worthy of being senior's person, not simple indeed. Zhonglinger said, may I ask, 2 sisters, why have you come to Jiukang Pharmacy? She could roughly guess. The purpose of the 2 women coming to Jiukang Pharmacy was not to get medicine or see a doctor. 99% likely for Brother Changan. Dongfang Lengyue said, we are looking for a senior residing at Jiukang Pharmacy. Little girl, do you know him? Zhonglinger smiled slightly, you're looking for Brother Changan, right? Brother Changan. For some reason, Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan both thought of the Chen Changan who killed the Jin family prodigy. Could there be a connection between the two? Hesitating for a moment, Qin Chaoyan asked, Miss, the Brother Changan you mentioned, is his surname Chen? Zhong Linger nodded. Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan's expressions both changed, carrying a trace of shock. So, the one who killed the Jin family prodigy and the two king elders of the Shirtua cult was Chen Changan. Dongfang Lingyue thought, the senior's strength reaches the heavens. Didn't expect the Jin family wanted revenge against him. Seems the Jin family hit an iron plate this time. Qin Chaoyan thought, so young master also has a high-profile side. Then Dongfang Lingyue said to Zhong Linger, little girl, please trouble you to inform senior. Say Dongfang Lingyue and disciple Qin Chaoyan from Chongsheng cult Xiaolin Peak request an audience. Okay, please wait a moment. Zhong Linger turned and went towards the backyard. Just as Zhong Linger left, Dongfang Lingyue said, the Jin family and my Chongsheng cult are not enemies. Based on our conversation on the road, might as well notify them. Tell them not to seek revenge anymore. If they don't listen, they can't blame me. Qin Chaoyan nodded. Although the Jin family is formidable, young master's strength is even greater. The Jin family is no match. She had witnessed Chen Changan's powerful terror. Even if the three cult leader-level figures of the Jin family joined forces, they couldn't block a single strike from Chen Changan. Them coming to seek revenge against Chen Changan is simply seeking death. Dongfang Lingyue took out a transmission talisman, sent a message to Jin Xuanfeng outside Tianwu City about Chen Changan. Jin Xuanfeng was waiting for his older brother and third brother to arrive. Suddenly received Dongfang Lingyue's message. Felt puzzled, opened it. When he saw the content of Dongfang Lingyue's message, his expression couldn't help changing. How is this possible? That Chen Changan is that formidable? Even making Fairy Lingyue of the Chongsheng cult extremely wary, advising my Jin family not to seek revenge? Jin Xuanfeng's expression flickered uncertainly, his eyes flashing with intermittent light. Who on earth is this Chen Changan? For a moment, Jin Xuanfeng didn't know what to do. He sent messages to his older brother and third brother, waiting for their reply. Older brother Jin Xuanxiong quickly replied, Second brother, you say that Chen Changan is extraordinary, not an ordinary cult leader-level expert? Third brother Jin Xuanhai's message was filled with anger. Older brother. Second brother. My son Jin Yang died tragically at Chen Changan's hands. This person is arrogant and domineering, considers everyone beneath him, extremely arrogant. Are we just going to let him remain carefree? In my opinion, Fairy Lingyue probably just knows Chen Changan, wanting to plead for him. This person is obscure. I don't believe the three of us brothers joining forces still can't execute him here. Jin Xuanxiong nodded. Regardless, since Fairy Lingyue sent a message reminding second brother, this matter needs careful discussion. Second brother, wait for me and third brother to arrive, then we discuss this matter. Jin Xuanhai couldn't help shouting, older brother. Jin Xuanxiong comforted, third brother, rest assured, Jin Yang is my nephew, and he's my Jin family's genius alchemist, with a boundless future, yet he died like this in Tianwu City, killed by this Chen Changan. The Jin family will absolutely not let this rest. No matter how strong he is, he must give our Jin family an explanation. Only then did Jin Xuanhai relent, coldly messaging, the hatred for my son's murder is irreconcilable. I must make this Chen Changan die without a burial place. Xu Yongtian is also trash. He didn't even protect my safety, letting me die in the city lord's mansion. He also bears responsibility. I won't let him off easily either. Jin Xuanxiong shook his head, reminding third brother, Xu Yongtian, you'd better not settle accounts with him. This person is, after all, part of the Chu family. Although the Chu family isn't as powerful as my Jin family, they are still a first-rate cultivation family. If we can avoid making enemies, we shouldn't. Jin Xuanfeng also advised, older brother makes sense. Third brother, you need to calm down. Humph. Jin Xuanhai snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. Jin Xuanxiong repeatedly urged second brother, you wait for us outside Tianwu City. Absolutely do not act recklessly. We can arrive at Tianwu City tonight at the latest. Jiukong Pharmacy. Chen Changan let out a yawn, waking up, calling Jiu, asking about his lifespan. Jiu ran out, directly giving Chen Changan a big slap. Lifespan 1,683 years. You used 2 years of lifespan last night. What a waste. Chen Changan muttered. If the Jin family comes looking for trouble, I will definitely make the Jin family properly compensate for this lost 2 years of lifespan. Chen Changan remembered the storage ring obtained from killing Jin Yang. Taking it out felt like opening a blind box. Jin Yang was an alchemist. I wonder if his storage ring contains longevity pills. Just then, Zhong Linger's soft call came from outside the door. Brother Changan, are you awake? Awake. Linger, what's wrong? Brother Changan, someone's here. 2 older sisters want to see you. They are both very beautiful, claiming to be from the Changxing cult. One is called Dongfang Lengyue, the other is called Qin Chaoyan. Hearing this, Chen Changan's eyes lit up. She finally arrived. Chen Changan instantly lost interest in checking Jin Yang's storage ring. Going to meet Qin Chaoyan and Dongfang Lengyue. Dongfang Lengyue and Qin Chaoyan waited in the pharmacy, so proper they didn't even dare to look around too much. Never mind how the Jin family would handle things. In short, he had already helped where he should. If the Jin family still recklessly looked for trouble with Chen Changan, whatever consequences arose had nothing to do with them. Just then, Chen Changan walked out from the backyard with Zhong Linger. Seeing him, Qin Chaoyan's eyes brightened with joy. Quickly rising and respectfully saluting, "Young master. I've been delayed these past few days, only arriving at Jiukang Pharmacy today. Please forgive me." Dongfang Lengyue also rose, not daring to be neglectful, and also saluted Chen Changan. Changsheng cult's Dongfang Lengyue greets senior. At the same time, Dongfang Lengyue secretly sized up Chen Changan. Seeing Chen Changan's extraordinary appearance, dressed in a green robe, his temperament faint like water, wearing a gentle smile, giving a great impression. But Chen Changan's age looked too young, just like a teenager. Dongfang Lengyue naturally didn't believe this was Chen Changan's real age. Thought he must have taken some appearance-preserving pills to maintain such an appearance. Chen Changan also returned the salute. "This humble one is Chen Changan. Just call me Changan. Please don't use the senior address. You two have come from afar, my hospitality is lacking, please forgive me." Dongfang Lengyue was overwhelmed by the favor. Never thought this great figure would be so polite and gentle. Her good impression of him greatly increased. With Chen Changan's appearance, Qin Chaoyan's demeanor showed nothing but respect, awe, and gratitude towards him. After all, the initial impression Chen Changan gave her was really too deep. Dongfang Lengyue said, "Young master, I have already learned the details of the matter from Chaoyan. Thank you, young master, for saving her life." Chen Changan waved his hand dismissively, "Just a simple effort, not worth mentioning." Dongfang Lengyue smiled, "For young master, it's just a simple effort, but for Chaoyan, it is a great kindness difficult to repay. The same goes for the Changxing cult. If Chaoyan had tragically died at the hands of the Shitua cult disciple, I would have lost this beloved disciple." Qin Chaoyan nodded heavily. The kindness Chen Changan showed was too great. Qin Chaoyan really didn't know how she could repay it. Zhong Linger beside them blinked her eyes, silently standing aside without interrupting. Dongfang Lengyue said, hearing from Chaoyan, "That young master needs longevity-increasing items. My Changxing cult happens to have a longevity technique suitable for the Yangxie stage cultivation, named the Feiyue Shoufa. Now I have brought the longevity technique and the longevity visualization chart." After speaking, Dongfang Lengyue took out the Feiyue Shoufa and the longevity visualization chart, handing them to Chen Changan. Chen Changan didn't stand on ceremony, directly accepting them. He was happy inside. With this Feiyue Shoufa, as long as he completed its cultivation, he could increase his lifespan by 30 years. Immediately after, Dongfang Lengyue took out another jade box. Chen Changan was curious. "What is this?" Dongfang Lengyue smiled brightly. "This is what the cult leader ordered me to deliver to young master, a 4th grade 100 lifespan pill. Since young master needs longevity-increasing items, this 100 lifespan pill should be useful to young master." As soon as these words came out, Chen Changan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Chen Changan thought, 100 lifespan pill. I saw it in the ancient pill books at the city lord's mansion. Taking this pill can increase lifespan by 100 years. Although not as good as the 1000 lifespan pill, it is still an extremely precious longevity pill. Longevity pills are indeed useful to me. Since it's a gift from your Changxing cult, I will accept it. Chen Changan added, "If the Changxing cult needs help in the future, anything I can help with, just call me. I owe your Changxing cult a favor." Dongfang Lengyue shook her head. "Young master does not owe my Changxing cult any favor. Gifting the 100 lifespan pill, is just to repay young master's life-saving grace. All right then. Dongfang Lengyue then said, young master, I have one more matter I must inform young master about. Chen Changan was somewhat puzzled. Young master killed the Jin family's genius alchemist. The Jin family probably won't let it rest. Chen Changan was surprised. How do you know about this? Chen Changan didn't expect he only killed Jin Yang last night, and this morning the news already reached Dongfang Lengyue's ears. Dongfang Lengyue smiled helplessly. On the way to Tianwu City, I happened to encounter the Jin family and chatted a bit. Coincidentally learned about this matter. Chen Changan wasn't afraid, no matter. I killed Jin Yang because he was wrong first, attempting to assassinate me. Unfortunately, he provoked the wrong person. If the Jin family doesn't know what's good for them and wants to seek revenge for him, I certainly won't be polite to them. Chen Changan's calm words were filled with confidence. Dongfang Lengyue didn't say anything further. She said, now that the compassion sword has been refined by Chao Yan, we won't disturb young master's rest anymore. Still need to go deep into Dalong Mountain to compete for the immortal emperor's inheritance. Chen Changan nodded. Since Chao Yan obtained one of the compassionate immortal emperor's earth instruments, she has an advantage in competing for the immortal emperor's inheritance. You can grasp this opportunity well. Qin Chaoyan nodded, respectfully listening to young master's teachings. Chao Yan will work hard. Go then. Dongfang Lengyue led Qin Chaoyan away from Jiukong Pharmacy. Just outside the city, they saw the Jin family's Jin Chuanfeng, already waiting for some time. Jin Chuanfeng asked Fairy Lengyue, how much do you know about that Chen Changan? Dongfang Lengyue reminded, today was also my first time meeting him. His strength is unfathomable. If your Jin family wants revenge, think thrice before acting. Jin Chuanfeng smiled bitterly. Didn't expect this Chen Changan, even Fairy Lengyue is so wary of him. But my third brother is currently furious, this matter probably won't be resolved easily. Dongfang Lengyue shook her head. Saying no more, took Qin Chaoyan towards Dalong Mountain, leaving only Jin Chuanfeng staring blankly there. Why is this woman's face like the sky, changing just like that? He still wanted to learn more about Chen Changan. When they arrived, their conversation was quite pleasant. Why did she suddenly become distant? My Jin family hasn't offended you. Jin Chuanfeng didn't know. Jin Yang provoked Chen Changan and was killed. If the Jin family seeks revenge, they will completely offend Chen Changan. Dongfang Lengyue met Chen Changan today. Although she doesn't know what realm his strength reached, seeing his extraordinary conversation and unique temperament, she sensed Chen Changan's strength was unfathomable. Knowing this person absolutely cannot be easily provoked, befriending him is the correct choice. If the Jin family becomes enemies with Chen Changan, then Dongfang Lengyue also has to consider the resource exchange between the Changxing cult and the Jin family. Best to keep distance if possible, draw a clear boundary. Chen Changan opened the jade box, carefully examining the turquoise pill lying inside the jade box. This was precisely that 100 lifespan pill. Longan-sized, lustrous and smooth, like a turquoise gem, exquisite and transparent. 4 pill patterns swirled around it, emitting an enticing fragrance. Didn't expect to get 100 lifespan pill, truly an unexpected joy. Zhong Linger beside him worriedly asked, Brother Changan, I see you're always looking for longevity-increasing items. Could it be Brother Changan's lifespan? Chen Changan laughed. Linger, let me ask you, what is the ultimate goal of worldly cultivation? Zhong Linger blinked her eyes. Ascend to immortality? Make oneself strong, not be bullied? Chen Changan shook his head. Worldly affairs eventually end. Fleeting beauty isn't true. The song ends, people disperse, eventually there is a time. Flowers fall, people die, neither knows the other. What worldly cultivators truly pursue is invariably long life. Only long life is eternal and undying. And strengthening oneself is mostly just to protect oneself from dying. In this world, a mortal life is merely tens or hundreds of years. How can one see all the worldly prosperity? So I aspire to long life. Lifespan is naturally most important. Zhong Linger was puzzled. So Brother Changan is afraid of death? Chen Changan's old face couldn't help blushing. This child. Why state the plain truth? Yo! What are you two chatting about? Lin Lei suddenly arrived at the pharmacy. Why are you here? Chen Changan said, came to see you. Someone tried to assassinate you at Zuaxian Lu last night. Couldn't sleep all night. Seeing you alive and well now, I'm relieved. Lin Lei laughed. I didn't want to come collect your corpse. Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. but having a good brother concerned is still nice. Since you're not dead, I'll leave first. Have plans with Xiao Lu today to go to her dad's shop. He. Now that I'm the deputy law enforcement commander, I want to see what kind of expression her dad has when he sees me. Lin Lei's dark face was full of curiosity, radiating pride. Chen Changan disdained, petty person being pleased with himself. Isn't it just writing my brother's good luck? Just wait to drink at my wedding feast. Ha ha. Lin Lei chatted for a couple more sentences then left. Chen Changan shook his head, lazy. Doesn't this guy know marriage is the grave? With Xiaolu managing him in the future, probably can't even go to Tianxian Fong with Dafu and me to have fun anymore. Brother Changan, I've heard of Tianxian Fong. Heard the girls inside are all demons, draining people's essence. How do you have fun there? Zhong Linger was inexperienced in the world. Her eyes showed pure innocence. Chen Changan pinched Zhong Linger's cheek. Adult matters, kid. Butt out. Quickly go cultivate. Zhong Linger pouted, muttering sullenly, I'm not a kid. Chen Changan giggled foolishly, then I'm very curious, which part of you resembles an adult? Zhong Linger looked down at her own flat chest, that magnificent horizon. Thinking of Sister Honying from Wanba Pavilion, now that was turbulent waves, precipitous peaks. Sighed faintly, saying no more. Thinking, Brother Changan must like big breasts. My chest is so small, Brother Changan definitely won't like it. Wet Nurse Rome also said when she brought me here. Men all like big breasts. What should I do? After a moment of silence, Zhong Linger finally asked, Brother Changan, do you think this part of mine still has a chance to grow? Chen Changan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Zhong Linger to say this. Glanced at the magnificent horizon on Zhong Linger's chest. Said blushing, you're still young, anything is possible. Perhaps when you become an adult, it will happen. Zhong Linger's eyes suddenly brightened, like the sparkling stars in the sky. But soon Zhong Linger thought of something. Blushing deeply, she silently lowered her head. Though she was still young and naive, she also knew how to become an adult. She couldn't do it alone. It required cooperation from one person. And that cooperating person, besides Chen Changan, Zhong Linger, wouldn't even consider anyone else. Chen Changan gave Zhong Linger's small head a hard tap. Zhong Linger pitifully rubbed her head. Chen Changan said, so young, don't let your imagination run wild. Zhong Linger pouted aggrievely, Linger knows. Go cultivate. You're so weak now, anyone could kill you. Zhong Linger went to cultivate. Chen Changan turned his gaze to the Feiyue Shoufa brought by Dongfang Lingyue. To cultivate a longevity technique, one must visualize the longevity chart and condense the longevity pearl. Both are indispensable. So, the more precious the longevity technique, the more precious the longevity chart, hidden within immortal sections. Outsiders absolutely cannot obtain them. Of course, if one's talent is too poor, even possessing the longevity technique and longevity visualization chart, and wanting to cultivate the longevity technique, they probably couldn't succeed. Chen Changan first looked at the longevity technique. This was originally a Yang Xie stage longevity technique, not difficult for Chen Changan to comprehend. Then opened the longevity chart, began visualizing. As expected, Chen Changan's talent was very poor. Visualized for a long time. Still couldn't visualize the longevity intent necessary for cultivating the longevity technique. Chen Changan was helpless, had to use the skill, divine brain. Instantly, his mind became enlightened, spirit bright. In just an instant, through that visualization chart, he condensed a flying moon-shaped longevity pearl in his sea of consciousness. Possessing the longevity pearl, Chen Changan could begin cultivating the Feiyue Shoufa, accumulating life essence chi for the longevity pearl. Wait until the longevity pearl accumulates enough. It will present a brilliant golden color. The longevity pearl shatters on its own, life essence chi bursts forth throughout the body, thus increasing lifespan by 30 years. After condensing the longevity pearl, Chen Changan tried cultivating the Feiyue Shoufa. As he began cultivating the longevity technique, he could feel within his body that longevity pearl, faintly absorbing wisps of mysterious energy from heaven and earth. The longevity pearl flickered with light, transforming into strands of dazzling golden longevity liquid. Chen Changan estimated, if he wanted to fill this longevity pearl with longevity liquid, cultivating without eating or drinking, it would take at most 2 or 3 months to fill it. Finally shattering the longevity pearl, increasing lifespan by 30 years. Immediately after, Chen Changan gave the Feiyue Shoufa to Zhonglinger, letting her try cultivating, visualizing the longevity chart. Zhonglinger truly deserved her innate imperial physique, her talent astonishing. Although her speed of condensing the longevity pearl couldn't compare to him using the divine brain skill, it was still extraordinary. But she also only took half an hour before Zhonglinger condensed the longevity pearl, able to cultivate this Feiyue Shoufa. Chen Changan was quite speechless. I really am a useless person. Temporarily having a cultivation longevity technique, Chen Changan currently lacked only a body refining method, but cultivation body refining methods are too rare, even rarer than longevity increasing items. Wanting to find one is not that easy. But fortunately, Chen Changan had a 10,000-year spirit jinseng, extending his life anytime. Not anxious about finding a body refining method. Take it slow. If I could find the martial saint tomb of that tyrant tribulation recorded in the ancient books, that would be great. Of course, Chen Changan could only think about it. How could that martial saint tomb be so easy to find? If it could be found, it wouldn't still be undiscovered now. Afterwards, Chen Changan went to check on the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Nourished by invincible cultivation, the 10,000-year spirit ginseng was growing very well, flourishing, flowing with brilliant spiritual light, its life essence chi even more vast. Smelling the delicate fragrance emitted by the 10,000-year spirit ginseng made him feel like ascending to immortality, refreshed in spirit. Honestly, in his eyes, this 10,000-year spirit ginseng was like lying on the bed, that nation-toppling, peerless beauty, making one unable to resist wanting to eat it. But Chen Changan still had to endure. Now is not the time to eat. Eating it now would be too wasteful. Endure, endure. Immediately after, Chen Changan used his invincible cultivation to nourish the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Unfortunately, after nourishing with 1 year's lifespan worth of invincible cultivation, this 10,000-year spirit ginseng couldn't take it anymore. Full. It's going to spoil. Lifespan, 1,682 years. Handing the pharmacy over to Zhonglinger, Chen Changan went to Wanba Pavilion. Yi Honying was very happy to see Chen Changan arrive. With those 2 station elders dead in Dalong Mountain, no one interfered. The entire Wanba Pavilion was finally under her control. However, news came from headquarters, inquiring about the reason for the station elders' life tablets shattering. Yi Honying stated she didn't know. The 2 station elders went to Dalong Mountain, killed by unknown persons. Headquarters indicated they would soon send a King Realm elder to investigate this matter. Yi Honying wasn't worried about this. She was Young Master's person now. Young Master's strength is peerless, capable of crushing a king with one hand. Even if headquarters sent a king over, even if they found out about this matter, they couldn't do anything to Young Master. Besides, Yi Honying still possessed several magical talismans in her hand. Thinking of that low-grade talisman back then, the terrifying power released in Dalong Mountain, Yi Honying felt like she was dreaming. In her heart, Chen Changan was not only unfathomable but also incomparably mysterious, able to imbue ordinary talismans with terrifying power. Truly transforming the worthless into the miraculous, made her marvel endlessly. Now in her hands were several magical talismans imbued with terrifying power by Chen Changan. She also gained some self-protection ability, now just needed to wait quietly, lie dormant. One day, she would return to headquarters and take back everything that belonged to her. Young Master, I was originally planning to find you. I just got news today about a body refining method. As soon as these words came out, Chen Changan's eyes lit up. Today really is full of good things. Tell me about it. Yi Honying said. It came from headquarters. The dominant overlord power in Hozhou, the Great Sun Dynasty, has completed the construction of the teleportation array platform. They will arrive at Dalong Mountain in these few days. Heard the crown prince of the Great Sun Dynasty, Su Tang, will come to compete for the immortal emperor's inheritance. That Su Tang is a true heaven's favored child. Legend says when he was born, he held a golden sun. Golden light burned the 10,000 li of mountains and rivers of the Great Sun Dynasty. Said to be the legendary Great Sun divine physique, he is now 16 years old, already possessing longevity realm cultivation. Besides cultivation, he also refines his body, cultivating a mysterious ancient body refining technique. Past 3 heavenly tribulations, his physique powerful, myriad techniques cannot invade. He reached a cooperation with headquarters, wanting to borrow headquarters' top-tier magic treasure, the Seeking Immortal Mirror. I see if I can take this opportunity to help young master obtain that ancient body refining technique from his hands. Chen Changan nodded, good. But wanting to get his body refining method from the dynasty's crown prince probably won't be that easy. How about this, when that Su Tang arrives at Dalong Mountain, you tell me. I'll go find him. Then, regarding Wanba Pavilion, if you need help with anything, find me anytime. But coming to find you today, I have one matter. What matter? Yi Hongying was puzzled. Chen Changan didn't speak, just raised a finger. Golden light flashed between his fingers, a talisman condensed and appeared. The next moment, the golden talisman merged into Yi Hongying's brow. Yi Hongying saw within her own sea of consciousness, an additional golden talisman appeared. That golden talisman released wisps of terrifying aura, making Yi Hongying shocked and curious. Chen Changan said, since you are my person, in my view, just empowering a few life-saving talismans for you isn't complicated. Besides, you also found the 10,000-year spirit jinseng for me, nearly losing your life. What else should I reward you with? This is the life-death talisman. You can activate this talisman to temporarily possess king-level cultivation. You have 2 uses. Cherish them well. As soon as these words came out, Yi Hongying's beautiful eyes widened. Couldn't help taking a sharp breath. Activate this talisman. I will possess king realm cultivation? Naturally. Thank you, young master, for bestowing the life-death talisman. Hongying will definitely serve young master faithfully like an ox and horse in the future. Chen Changan laughed, you are very capable. Yi Hongying blushed, thank young master for the praise. After the two chatted for a while longer, Chen Changan left Wanba Pavilion. Meanwhile, outside the city, Jin Xuanfeng waited on the treasure ship, biding his time. Suddenly, Tianwu City's city lord Chu Yongtian and his daughter Chu Wushuang arrived. Chu Yongtian cupped his hands in salute, greetings, Senior Jin. Jin Xuanfeng said, City Lord Chu, I called you here to inquire about some more details regarding that Chen Changan. Chu Yongtian smiled bitterly, Senior, everything I know was already told in the transmission message, without any concealment, nothing more to say. Honestly, if not for my beloved daughter falling into a coma yesterday, I wouldn't have known. Such a reclusive expert was hidden in the city. Jin Xuanfeng frowned, then in your opinion, how strong is he exactly? Chu Yongtian pondered for a moment, replying, he can crush a king with one hand, proving his strength has surpassed the deity transformation realm. Even when I was face to face with him, I don't know why, he didn't emit any cultivation fluctuations, didn't even target me, yet still made me feel fearful and horrified. This person, at the very weakest, is also a cult leader figure of the undying realm. Jin Xuanfeng's brow furrowed tighter. Senior, what's wrong? Jin Xuanfeng said, you said this person killed my Jin family's genius alchemist. Should my Jin family seek revenge or not? Senior, this is your Jin family's matter, I won't meddle further. Whether it's the Jin family or Chen Changan, Chu Yongtian didn't want too much contact, to avoid getting implicated in suffering unexpected disaster. Jin Xuanfeng said, City Lord Chu, then let me ask you, what is your opinion of this person? Chu Yongtian said, very strong. Jin Xuanfeng was speechless. Utter bullshit. However, Chu Wushuang beside him spoke up, Senior, young Master Chen is definitely no ordinary person. As I see it, since he dared to kill your Jin family's genius alchemist, he has no fear of your Jin family. Besides, he also killed 2 great king elders of the Shirtua cult. So fearless. Presumably he has some trump cards. The Jin family side had better consider carefully before deciding. Chu Wushuang's words were clearly siding with Chen Changan. Honestly, Chu Wushuang didn't know exactly how strong Chen Changan was. But Chen Changan saved her. He was her life-saving benefactor. Chu Wushuang felt grateful towards him in her heart. She didn't know how strong Chen Changan was, perhaps no match for the Jin family. So, she didn't wish for the Jin family to act against Chen Changan. Chu Wushuang even found Lin Lei today, asking him to remind Chen Changan to be careful of the Jin family. Hide if possible, temporarily avoid the brunt. Who knew just after telling Lin Lei the news, the Jin family arrived in Tianwu City. The Jin family moved too fast. After hearing Chu Wushuang's words, Jin Xuanfeng didn't say anything, just slightly narrowed his eyes. So, it seems this person holds several trump cards in his hand. That's why he's so fearless. What trump cards? Even making Fairy Lang Ui of the Changsheng cult extremely wary? Jin Xuanfeng couldn't think of anything at all. He said, City Lord Chu, I've asked what I needed to ask. You may return. Chu Yongtian said, Senior, I have one matter to speak of. The grudge between your Jin family and Chen Changan. I hope it doesn't happen in Tianwu City. This Tianwu City, after all, is the territory assigned to my jurisdiction by the Chu family. If something happens, it will be difficult for me to account to the Chu family side. Besides, there are many mortals in the city. If pointless slaughter occurs, it won't be good for your Jin family's reputation either. Jin Chuanfeng said, Understood. My Jin family also doesn't want to needlessly offend your Chu family. Besides, my Jin family is a prestigious family. How could we kill mortals innocently, inviting the world's condemnation? Thank you, Senior. Only then did Chu Yongtian feel relieved, taking Chu Wushuang away. Not long after Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang left, Jin Chuanfeng sent Jin family disciples into the city to gather information. One Jin family disciple returned. What did you find out? That Chen Changan, 3 years ago, became apprenticed to an old physician surnamed Huang. The master and disciple pair ran a Jiukong pharmacy. Usually low-key, people nearby didn't even know Chen Changan was a reclusive expert. Jin Chuanfeng asked again, who is Chen Changan's master? Jin Chuanfeng thought, Chen Changan is this formidable. Presumably his master is also a formidable character. Unknown. Half a year ago, his master suddenly left Tianwu City and hasn't returned yet. Only found out his master's surname is Huang. Besides that, nothing is known. Now Jiukong Pharmacy only has Chen Changan left, and recently, a matchmaker introduced him to someone named Zhong Linger. Anything else? Haven't found any other information for now. Kneel down. Jin Chuanfeng's eyes flickered with intermittent cold light. Chen Changan, what exactly does this person have that makes even Fairy Ling Yue wary? Damn it! Just then, Jin Chuanfeng's transmission talisman lit up. Opening the transmission talisman, Jin Chuanfeng's eyes brightened, looking into the distance. A treasure ship rapidly approached. 2 powerful auras surged from the ship, like rushing mountain torrents and giant waves, suffocating. Jin Chuanfeng knew it was his older brother Jin Chuanxiong, and his third brother Jin Chuanhai arriving. Next, they should discuss how to deal with this Chen Changan. Older brother. Third brother. You've arrived. Jin Chuanfeng went forward to welcome them. On the ship, Jin Chuanxiong and Jin Chuanhai appeared. Jin Chuanxiong's expression was indifferent, expressionless. His eyes flickered with strange light. No one could see through what he was thinking. Jin Chuanhai's face, however, was ice-cold, extremely ugly, as if everyone owed him 1,000,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, his face was full of anger. An astonishing killing intent emanated from his body. Jin Chuanhai, upon seeing Jin Chuanfeng, wasted no words, directly getting straight to the point. Second brother. Where is the murderer who killed my son? Where is he now? Let's go kill him immediately. He killed my son. I will definitely make him pay with blood. Jin Chuanfeng sighed. Third brother, Jin Yang, the child is already dead. Please restrain your grief and accept fate. Now that you're here, let's discuss how to deal with that Chen Changan. Jin Chuanhai gritted his teeth. Dealing with that Chen Changan? What's there to discuss? We 3 brothers are all called leader-level figures. Strength reaching the heavens. The 3 of us join forces. Can't we possibly not deal with him alone? Just then, older brother Jin Chuanxiong finally spoke. Third brother, you should calm down a bit. Think about Fairy Ling Yue from the Chongsheng cult. Since she is wary of Chen Changan, presumably Chen Changan holds some trump card that makes her wary. If we are slightly careless, we 3, even as cult leader-level figures, could be in mortal danger. Jin Chuanhai sneered coldly. What could he possibly have that warrants wariness? Saying he's cult leader level, we 3 brothers joining forces already gives him face. I don't believe. He's a supreme true monarch of the ancestors' realm. In my opinion, let's just go kill him now. Jin Chuanhai saw the 2 remain silent, couldn't help roaring, older brother. Second brother. Just Jin Yang alone. He is also your nephew. You won't avenge him? Under the golden spring? If he learns of all this, how disappointed would he be? These words left Jin Chuanxiong and Jin Chuanfeng speechless. Jin Chuanhai added, besides, just based on Dongfang Lengyue's words alone, you become so wary? You don't even know yet if what Dongfang Lengyue said is true or false. But if we just listen to Dongfang Lengyue's few words of instigation and become hesitant, afraid to act, if word gets out, wouldn't it make people laugh? Just as Jin Chuanhai was speaking, Jin Chuanxiong's transmission talisman lit up. Jin Chuanxiong opened it. It was actually a message from the Shirtua cult. Jin Chuanxiong read the message, his expression delighted. Older brother. Who sent the message? Jin Chuanfeng asked from the side. It's a message from the Shirtua cult. They have dispatched 2 peak lords, also to deal with Chen Changan, to avenge their dead elders. Already arrived in Tianwu City. Asking where we are, want to cooperate with us. Jin Chuanhai said. Since they are peak lords, presumably 2 cult leader level figures, similar to us. This way, there are 5 cult leaders. If we join forces, we could even destroy a first-rate cultivation power. This way, I still don't believe we can't kill that Chen Changan guy. Jin Chuanfeng said. Third brother's words have some truth. Fairy Ling Yue's words made us hesitant. But now the Shirtua cult has also sent people. 5 great cult leaders joining forces. Why fear Chen Changan alone? Jin Chuanxiong made the decision. Then wait for the Shirtua cult people to arrive, then act. He sent the message to the Shirtua cult. After waiting for about an incense stick's time, 2 divine rainbows appeared in the distance, at extreme speed, flying swiftly towards Jin Chuanxiong's treasure ship. The 3 looked closely. It was precisely the 2 great peak lords from the Shirtua cult. The parties met, briefly chatted, and reached an agreement. The 2 great peak lords from the Shirtua cult were Zhangma Fengju and Tiandao Fengju respectively. The cultivation aura they emitted was extremely powerful, not weaker than the Jin family 3 brothers. The 5 people didn't linger, directly heading towards Tianwu City. In Tianwu City, after Chen Changan went to Wanba Pavilion, he returned to Jiukong Pharmacy. On the way, Chen Changan took out the spirit stone containing a remnant soul strand of Shoshu Emozen. After thinking, decided to let Shoshu Emozen's remnant soul attach to the storage ring. Convenient to ask him questions anytime. Unfortunately, this remnant soul of Shoshu Emozen was too weak, already fallen into self-slumber. Chen Changan called him but got no response. Chen Changan didn't bother with him either. Right now, this Shoshu Emozen was useless to him. Only obtained the first-level longevity blood refining method from the longevity blood divine technique. Unknowingly, Chen Changan had already returned to Jiukong Pharmacy. But when Chen Changan returned to Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Changan saw Uncle Fu, whom he hadn't seen for several days. He was somewhat surprised. Uncle Fu went to seek shelter with his son Zhang Yongning after that night. Why did he come to Jiukong Pharmacy? Uncle Fu's face didn't look good, old tears streaming down, expression worried, extremely anxious. Zhong Linger was comforting him. Seems something happened. Zhong Linger saw Chen Changan return, said to Uncle Fu, rest assured. Brother Yongning's injury, Brother Changan will definitely have a way. He's back. Uncle Fu raised his head, saw Chen Changan entering the door, his expression delighted. Then, without a sound, knelt on the ground. Changan. You must save Yongning. If he dies, I don't want to live either. Chen Changan quickly helped Uncle Fu up, asking, Uncle Fu, what happened to Brother Yongning? Tell me slowly. If I can help, I definitely will. Uncle Fu sighed. Tianwu City hasn't been peaceful lately. Didn't I go to Lanhua village for shelter? My son temporarily went to lie low. Who knew he went hunting in the mountains and didn't return for several days? Yesterday, worried about his safety, I went up the mountain to find him. Found him at a mountain boundary. But when I found him, he was already a mangled mess of flesh and blood, or a week. He had half a foot stepped into the gates of hell. Uncle Fu's old, wrinkle-covered hands gripped Chen Changan tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Changan. He's my only one. I only know you as a physician. You must save him. After hearing Uncle Fu's words, Chen Changan instantly frowned. He said, since he's not dead yet, there's a glimmer of hope. Uncle Fu, take me to him immediately. Okay. Uncle Fu quickly led the way. Zhong Linger prepared to close Jiukong Pharmacy, also wanting to follow Chen Changan and Uncle Fu to Lanhua village. Chen Changan didn't let her go, told her to stay at Jiukong Pharmacy. Only Uncle Fu alone. Convenient for him to use the skill divine step, able to reach Lanhua village faster. If delayed too long, Chen Changan worried Zhang Yongning might die. After thinking, Chen Changan dug up the 10,000-year spirit ginseng from the backyard again, carrying it with him. This 10,000-year spirit ginseng possesses divine healing effects, containing vast life essence qi. If he couldn't cure Zhang Yongning, he might have to use this 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Although Chen Changan planned to keep this 10,000-year spirit ginseng to refine the 1,000 lifespan pill, increasing his own lifespan, clearly, there were more important things now. At least longevity items could be found again. If that Zhang Yongneng died, Uncle Fu wouldn't live either. He grabbed Uncle Fu, without a second word, used Divine Step. The two instantly disappeared from Jiukong Pharmacy, appearing outside Tianwu City. At this time, the three from the Jin family and the two great peak lords from the Shitua cult were just arriving outside the city. Jin Xuanfeng saw the suddenly appearing Chen Changan. His pupils contracted. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Chen Changan take an old man and instantly disappear on the spot, flashing away into the distance. Extremely fast. Jin Xuanfeng quickly said, "That person is Chen Changan. He went that way." Jin Xuanhai also saw Chen Changan. Still wondering why this youth suddenly appeared here, he heard Jin Xuanfeng speak from the side. He instantly became furious. Truly, enemies meet with exceptionally red eyes. But in that blink of an eye, Chen Changan disappeared again. Jin Xuanhai roared angrily, "Killer of my son! Where are you fleeing? Stop right there!" Jin Xuanhai was the first to chase in the direction Chen Changan used Divine Step. Jin Xuanxiong, Jin Xuanfeng, and the two great peak lords from the Shitua cult, the four also followed. Damn it! What secret technique did this guy use? How did he flee so fast? Jin Xuanhai frowned tightly. When he saw Chen Changan, fury almost made him use all his strength to chase him, wanting to kill him. But didn't catch up to Chen Changan. Instead, the distance between them grew larger. Jin Xuanhai's heart was anxious. If Chen Changan escaped, how could he avenge his dead son? Even Jin Xuanxiong and the others behind him marveled at Chen Changan's speed. Each of them was a great cult leader-level figure, almost flying with all their might. But ultimately could only be far behind eating dust, unable to even see his figure. Jin Xuanfeng said, "Could this guy know we five arrived? Is he scared, thinking of escaping?" Jin Xuanhai sneered coldly. "You were definitely deceived by that woman Dongfang Leng Yue. This guy is clearly scared. Otherwise, why would he flee? If not for you being hesitant before, perhaps we would have already executed this bastard Chen Changan. Absolutely cannot let him escape." Shitua cult's Tiandao Fengzhu said, "Although I don't know what secret technique he used, that makes his escape speed so fast. Such a secret technique definitely has a drawback, which is the immense consumption of his own magic power. I have already captured a wisp of his aura. No matter where he flees, he has nowhere to hide. Instead, as he flees all the way, the magic power consumption in his body will be severe. By the time we catch up to him, with his magic power exhausted, how could he be our opponent?" Zhangma Fengzhu said confidently, "From the moment he killed my Shitua cult's elder, his fate was sealed. He must die." But these five great cult leaders from the Jin family and Shitua cult had absolutely no idea. Chen Changan was just casually using the effect of Divine Step. In a blink, his figure was gone, leaving them struggling far behind eating dust, now relying solely on the wisp captured by Tiandao Fengzhu, that faint aura belonging to Chen Changan, to give chase. And from beginning to end, Chen Changan was just using Divine Step to save lifespan consumption, completely unaware of the five people like Jin Xuanhai behind him, thinking he was fleeing, chasing him all the way. Of course, even if Chen Changan knew, he wouldn't care at all. Coming to kill him? Isn't that seeking death? Who is the mouse and who is the cat? One has to clash to find out. Using Divine Step, Chen Changan only took a dozen breaths' time to bring Uncle Fu to Manhwa village. Uncle Fu was still in a state of utter bewilderment, still didn't know what happened. You know, he walked from Manhwa village to Tianwu City, from yesterday until today, spending a great deal of time to arrive. But how, in the blink of an eye, did he return to Manhwa village? What exactly happened? Uncle Fu couldn't figure it out. Luckily, Chen Changan spoke beside him, bringing Uncle Fu back to his senses. "Uncle Fu, where is brother Yongneng?" This way, this way." Uncle Fu quickly led Chen Changan towards Zhang Yongneng's residence. In a wooden house, Chen Changan saw Zhang Yongneng. At this time, Zhang Yongneng was covered in mangled flesh and blood. Don't know what bit him. Couldn't see a single good spot on his entire body. Beside him, Zhang Yongneng's wife, Madame Li, was taking care of him, her eyes just red, tears like threaded pearls, pattering down, extremely sad. Perhaps in her view, her husband was already beyond saving. Yes, after all, such severe injuries His whole body mangled, not a single good spot visible. Already completely unconscious, if not for the faint aura still on his body, his chest slightly rising and falling. One might think this Zhang Yongning was already a corpse, but his wife really couldn't hold much hope. His injuries were too severe. Probably even immortals would find it hard to save him. Father went to Tianwu City to invite a physician, hasn't returned after so long, perhaps just arrived in Tianwu City. Even if he finds a physician, coming back would likely be tomorrow, Madame Li sighed. In his current state, probably won't see father return tomorrow. Thinking of this, Madame Li couldn't stop her tears again, extremely sad. But just then, Uncle Fu's call came from outside the door. Madame Li thought she was hallucinating. But the next moment, the room door was pushed open. Uncle Fu led Chen Changan in. Changan, you, quickly take a look. How is Yongnen's injury? Can he be treated? Madame Li, sitting by the bed, was stunned for a moment, but hearing Uncle Fu call the young boy beside him physician, she quickly rose and pleaded. Physician, you must save my husband. Please. Chen Changan said, I will do my best to treat him. Let me see his injuries first. Madame Li quickly moved aside. Chen Changan came to the bedside, saw Zhang Yongning lying on the bed. This Zhang Yongning was originally a hunter, a dark-skinned big man, burly figure. But don't know what bit him. His whole body was covered in flesh and blood. Chen Changan frowned looking at him. He used his divine eye, able to see Zhang Yongning's internal life. Essence Qi had already disappeared by 80 or 90%. If he had been one step later, probably would have died already. Uncle Fu said, Changan, can Yongning still be saved? Uncle Fu's eyes were red, extremely worried. His heart was practically hanging in mid-air. He knew Chen Changan's next words would represent Zhang Yongning's life or death. He was too nervous. Even suffocating, unable to breathe, about to fall down. Madame Li nearby quickly supported Uncle Fu. Chen Changan said, Uncle Fu, since he's not dead yet, there's a possibility of survival. Whether he can be treated is still unclear. Let me try first. Zhang Yongning's condition, conventional treatment is already ineffective. Chen Changan didn't waste time, directly taking out the 10,000-year spirit jinseng. Whether Zhang Yongning could be cured, indeed still depended on this 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Chen Changan took out the 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Instantly, medicinal fragrance filled the entire room. Chen Changan didn't have Zhang Yongning consume it directly. This was a 10,000-year spirit medicine. Its medicinal effect so strong, even some cultivators couldn't withstand it, would explode and die. And Zhang Yongning was just an ordinary hunter, not even a cultivator. The slightest carelessness, this 10,000-year spirit ginseng wouldn't save his life, but harm him instead. So Chen Changan first used a small knife, took a small slice from the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, letting Zhang Yongning hold it in his mouth. Very soon, this slice of 10,000-year spirit ginseng took effect. His faint life force slowly strengthened. The medicinal strength of the 10,000-year spirit ginseng entered Zhang Yongning's body, treating his injuries, temporarily sustaining his faint life. As Zhang Yongning held the slice of 10,000-year spirit ginseng, his life was considered saved. Chen Changan relaxed, saying, Uncle Fu, find a large tub. Large tub? Chen Changan said, his injuries are too severe, his whole body mangled. Best to perform a medicinal bath for whole body treatment. Okay. I'll go right away. Uncle Fu quickly brought a large tub, filled it with water. Chen Changan, from the 10,000-year spirit ginseng, squeezed out a drop of essence medicinal liquid. After squeezing out one drop of essence liquid, the medicinal fragrance emitted by this 10,000-year spirit ginseng lessened considerably. Its age fell below at least 10,000 years, but Chen Changan wasn't worried. He could use invincible cultivation to slowly nourish this 10,000-year spirit ginseng. Soon, the age of the 10,000-year spirit ginseng would recover. Dropping that medicinal liquid into the large tub of water, the water instantly turned golden yellow, emitting a rich life aura. Immediately after, Chen Changan placed the mangled Zhang Yongning into this large tub, performing a medicinal bath for whole body treatment. The essence medicinal liquid condensed from the 10,000-year spirit ginseng dissolved in the water. Treatment via medicinal bath is much gentler. Began recovering Zhang Yongning's injuries. Uncle Fu and Madame Li both saw Zhang Yongning's mangled flesh recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mangled flesh gradually receded, new flesh growing. Life essence chi also gradually became more vigorous. Seeing this scene, both Uncle Fu and Madam Li showed expressions of surprised joy. Finally weeping tears of joy, tears streaming down their faces. Uncle Fu and Madam Li knelt on the ground without hesitation, kowtowing in thanks. Changan. Thank you. If not for you, Yongning probably would have already gone to the underworld to see King Yama. Thank you, benefactor, for saving his life. Chen Changan quickly helped up the weeping Uncle Fu and Madam Li smiled helplessly. Uncle Fu, we've known each other many years, how could I watch him die without helping? Besides, I am a physician. It's my duty to save the dying and heal the injured. This is what I should do. Just as Chen Changan was treating Zhang Yongning, Jin Chuanfeng, and the other four finally arrived at Lanhua village. Tian Dao Fengzhu sensed Chen Changan's aura, pointing towards a wooden house in Lanhua village, saying, Chen Changan is hiding in this small village. In that wooden house. Jin Chuanxiong sighed. What secret technique did this guy use? Fleeing so fast. We chased for an incense stick's time just to catch up. If he fled further, catching him would likely be difficult. Jin Chuanhai said coldly, he's jealous. In this village, probably exhausted from casting the secret technique. Now is the time to take his dog life. After speaking, Jin Chuanhai didn't hesitate, erupting with his own undying realm pressure. Terrifying pressure, like surging rivers and seas, engulfed Lanhua village. The villagers in Lanhua village were all terrified and uneasy, still not knowing what happened. Jin Chuanhai coldly shouted, Chen Changan. You have no escape route. Still not getting out here? Accept death. His voice like startling thunder, resounded through heaven and earth. His gaze sharp, like a sharp blade, looking towards the wooden house where Chen Changan was. Inside the wooden house, Chen Changan had just helped the kneeling Uncle Fu and Madam Li up. Hearing the voice outside, couldn't help feeling puzzled, who's calling me? Sensing the powerful pressure erupting between heaven and earth, he slightly narrowed his eyes, saying lightly, seems like the newcomer is unfriendly. Just then, even the self-slumbering Shoshu Emozen attached to the storage ring, that strand of remnant soul, was awakened startled by Jin Chuanhai's cult leader pressure. Shoshu Emozen was greatly alarmed. Not good, an undying realm cult leader figure has appeared here. Soon, Shoshu Emozen seemed to have discovered something, couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. It's actually 5 cult leaders. Who did you provoke? 5 cult leaders, you will surely die. But if you let me reside in your sea of consciousness, I might have a way to help you gain a sliver of hope for survival. Chen Changan sneered, I advise you to put away your crooked thoughts, don't get any ideas about me. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Shoshu Emozen was a bit embarrassed. Chen Changan added, just a few small fries, how can they do anything to me? Shoshu Emozen thought. This guy, I can't see his cultivation level at all, don't know how strong he really is. Originally I thought he was a king or a cult leader. Now I didn't expect him to completely disregard cult leaders. Could he be stronger than a cult leader? Is he a true monarch of the myriad laws realm? Thinking of this, Shoshu Emozen felt like he had eaten shit if Chen Changan is really a true monarch. With his current remnant soul, wanting to contend with Chen Changan is too difficult. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be suppressed by Chen Changan for my whole life. He probably won't let me fully recover. Chen Changan ignored Shoshu Emozen. He said to Fu Bo and Madam Li, Brother Yoneng is currently undergoing a medicinal bath for whole body treatment. His injuries are no longer severe, he should wake up soon, please take care of him. I'm going out for a bit to handle something. Changan, be careful. Fu Bo also heard the cold shout outside, knew the visitor was likely unfriendly, worriedly said, it's a small problem. I'll be quick. After speaking, Chen Changan left alone, outside the wooden house. Jin Chuanhai and the other 4 were already standing in the sky, surrounding the wooden house where Chen Changan was, absolutely giving Chen Changan no chance to escape. But Chen Changan, facing Jin Chuanhai and the others, would he flee? Chen Changan walked out of the wooden house, raised his head looking at Jin Chuanhai and the others. Jin Chuanhai saw Chen Changan, the killing intent on his body, instantly erupted like a dormant volcano. He shouted loudly, Chen Changan. Chen Changan looked at Jin Chuanhai, his expression calm, didn't expect that even after I came to Lanhua village, you could still find him. Seeing the appearances of Jin Chuanhai, Jin Chuanxiong, and Jin Chuanfeng, the 3 resembled the Jin Yang he killed somewhat, especially Jin Chuanhai whose body overflowed with killing intent. Compared to Jin Yang, it was like they were carved from the same mold. He must be that Jin Yang's father. He knew these 3 must be from the Jin family. He was slightly surprised. The speed at which the Jin family came for revenge was much faster than he had imagined. No wonder Dongfan Lingyue reminded him. Jin Chuanxiong stepped forward, as the current head of the Jin family. Everything was led by him. He coldly questioned, Chen Changan, you killed my Jin family's genius alchemist, what do you have to say? Chen Changan said, who are you? Jin family head, Jin Chuanxiong, Chen Changan said lightly, since you are the Jin family head, then I will speak. As for whether you listen or not, that's your business. Jin Yang's death was his own fault. If he hadn't tried to kill me, how would he have ended up dead? If you want revenge for him, think carefully before deciding. Jin Chuanxiong frowned. Jin Yang couldn't kill you. He must have realized how formidable you are. He surely would have begged you for mercy. You could have not killed him, let him live. Why didn't you spare him? Chen Changan sneered. If I weren't strong, I would have already died at his hands. If I spare him just because he begs, why do so many people die in the cultivation world every day? Chen Changan lightly swept his gaze over Jin Chuanxiong and the others. Killers should always be prepared to be killed. Sure to occult's Zhang Ma Fengju listened, couldn't help but sneer. Well said, killers should always be prepared to be killed. Chen Changan, I wonder if you are prepared to be killed now, Chen Changan said, and who are you? Sure to occult's Zhang Ma Fengju, here to take your head. Tiandao Fengju next to Zhang Ma Fengju also stepped out, coldly said, I am sure to occult's Tiandao Fengju. Ordered to come here, will you commit suicide, or shall we take your life? This sure to occult is as arrogant as ever. Chen Changan smiled, didn't expect people from the sure to occult arrive too, interesting. Seems like not enough people from your sure to occult have died. Then Chen Changan asked Sheshue Mozen. Using these 5 people to refine level 1 Sheshue, what do you think? Sheshue Mozen hid in the storage ring, in front of these 5 great cult leaders from the sure to occult and Jin family. Not daring to reveal the slightest aura, now hearing Chen Changan's words, he sneered, these 5 are cult leader level figures, let alone refining level 1 Sheshue. Even level 2 or 3 Sheshue would be more than enough, but figures of this realm have long received the Heavenly Emperor's decree. If you use the Sheshue Shengong to refine their Sheshue, you might trigger heaven's wrath, bringing down divine punishment. At that time, I'm afraid there will be no place for you in the vast cultivation world. Chen Changan was surprised. This was the first time he heard Sheshue Mozen say such things. Why would there be no place for me? Sheshue Mozen said, the Sheshue Shengong is intolerable to heaven and earth. Refining lifespan violates the rules of the heavenly Tao. If not for this, I would have secretly extended my life by tens of millions of years long ago, perhaps already obtained the immortal emperor's Tao fruit. Free and unfettered, how could I have been besieged by countless powerful enemies? It's because every time I refined the Sheshue of experts who received the heavenly emperor's decree, I would be sensed by the heavenly Tao, bringing down divine punishment, attracting killing tribulations. Although I relied on Sheshue for longevity, I could only hide here and there, like a rat, so that's how it is. Sheshue Mozen sneered, if you don't want to die too quickly, I advise you not to use such experts to refine Sheshue, otherwise, once the Sheshue Shengong appears in the world, who knows what sensation it will cause, perhaps even greater than the emergence of the Tsibei Sendi's underground palace. The sensation caused would be even greater. At that time you'll become a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat you. Even a dignified Mozen like me fell tragically. Your strength cannot compare to mine back then. I'm afraid you'll die before achieving longevity, Chen Changan said lightly. I am different from you. I want to live for tens of millions of years. No one can kill me, nor stop me. Sheshue Mozen snorted coldly, clearly disbelieving. Back then he was close to the immortal emperor realm. But unfortunately, that divine punishment left him severely injured and near death. Besieged by strong enemies, he couldn't resist, otherwise he wouldn't have died so easily. As for why he told Chen Changan these things, he was afraid Chen Changan would expose him. At that time, the remnant soul he managed to escape with would truly be finished. This was not what he wished to see for Sheshue Mozen. He now just wants to find a quiet place, hide secretly and develop. As for Chen Changan's arrogant words, Sheshue Mozen paid them no mind. In Sheshue Mozen's view, Chen Changan had not yet witnessed the terror of the Tiandao Shenhua. When he does, presumably he will realize his own insignificance. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant then, speaking so wildly. Jin Xuanhai and the other 4 didn't know who Chen Changan was talking to. Their faces were very ugly. Killing intent surged. They couldn't understand. Chen Changan was clearly unable to protect himself. Yet he still dared to be distracted, clearly not taking them seriously. Jin Chuanxiong coldly said, what an arrogant person, today I must kill you. Avenge my Jin family disciple, today no one can save you. Chen Changan said, I killed Jin Yang, or the 2 elders of the sure to occult. It was because they sought their own death. I have no grudge with your Jin family or the sure to occult. But if you insist on seeking revenge for them, I won't stop you, bear the consequences yourself. As soon as the words fell, Jin Chuanhai couldn't hold back anymore, like an arrow leaving the bow, charging towards Chen Changan to kill. Worthy of a cult leader level figure, his first move was a terrifying ultimate killing technique. The power of heaven and earth rolled and moved, a brilliant spectacle, countless bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a dense web of lightning, covering Lanhua village, its might terrifying. Lightning surged, crackling, striking towards Chen Changan. It aimed to destroy the entire Lanhua village. At that time, perhaps no one in Lanhua village could survive. Chen Changan's eyes turned somewhat cold. This is a grudge between me and you. It has nothing to do with the villagers of Lanhua village, yet you want to slaughter this entire village. Seems your Jin family is no good either, Jin Chuanhai said coldly, a bunch of weak ants. Dying under my lightning technique is their honor. If they must blame someone, blame themselves for letting him flee here, causing their deaths. After speaking, Jin Chuanhai raised his hand, pressing down with thunderous force. With the momentum to destroy cities and annihilate heaven and earth, Chen Changan sneered. You say I fled here? He was very calm. Composed, standing alone outside the wooden house, facing the thunderous force, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The sky full of lightning was sucked into his mouth. Chen Changan felt slightly full from eating. Couldn't help but burp. This scene made the faces of Jin Chuanhai and the other four change. He actually swallowed my sea of lightning. This guy is indeed not simple. Why is his cultivation level not apparent when he acts? Swallowing the lightning just now seemed as ordinary as eating a meal. Couldn't gauge the depth of his strength. The five dared not be careless. Chen Changan's strangeness and mystery made them become serious. They successively brought out their most powerful magic treasures. Those magic treasures included stone bells, saber swords, and great cauldrons, flashing with dazzling precious light in the air. Radiant glows shone brilliantly, a splendid sight. The five of them were originally called leader-level figures. Top figures even in Hangzhou, emanating powerful cultivation. Plus the terrifying aura vibrated by the summoned magic treasures, shattered the surrounding mountains and rivers. The great earthquake was truly shocking, scaring the villagers of Lanhua village into thinking gods had descended. Kneeling on the ground in panic, kowtowing, not knowing what to do, the terrifying aura of the five did not suppress Chen Changan. With his invincible cultivation, he blocked the terrifying aura erupted by the five, but the consumption of lifespan however. Otherwise, just the aura of these five people would be enough to wipe out this Lanhua village. All the innocent villagers, in his mind. The system Jiao crazily chopped away at Chen Changan, like cutting melons and vegetables, with every chop. Chen Changan's life was worth one lifespan per second. Seems like killing these five people will consume some lifespan today. Chen Changan strode towards the five people, coldly said, I told you. If you attack me, you bear the consequences, since you forced me to act. This Lanhua village is destined to be stained with the blood of you five cult leaders. Jin Chuanhai snorted coldly. Chen Changan, don't be arrogant. Today even if you kneel and beg for mercy, there's no possibility of survival. Tian Dao Fengzhu said, from the moment you offended my Shi to a cult, your death was already destined. Your head, my Shi to a cult wants it. Chen Changan said nothing, just silently raised his right hand. Index finger extended, from his fingertip, a brilliant golden aurora shot out, instantly piercing a large hole through heaven and earth. A splash of bright red beautiful blood flew across the sky. The stone bell sent out by Jin Chuanhai shattered into pieces. Jin Chuanhai screamed miserably, then was pierced by that brilliant golden aurora, killed into powder, body and spirit destroyed. Even the physical body ceased to exist. Chen Changan frowned, careless, didn't control it well. The force was still a bit too much. He originally only wanted to kill Jin Chuanhai, preserve his body for Shoshue refinement. Who knew his invincible cultivation wasn't controlled well. One strike destroyed Jin Chuanhai's body and spirit. Seems I still need to continue mastering invincible cultivation, but Chen Changan didn't know how much shock his casual strike caused the remaining four people. They never expected that the powerful Jin Chuanhai, a dignified undying realm cult leader figure, was actually killed by Chen Changan with just a casual flick of a finger, body and spirit destroyed. Without even a chance to resist, after the shock, came a wave of coldness. Rushing from the soles of their feet to their hearts, their bodies turned cold all over, spines chilling, feeling only horrified. Their souls were trembling. Originally they thought, no matter how strong Chen Changan was, he could never be a match for the five of them combined. They were confident of victory, full of self-assurance. But as soon as they fought, they witnessed Chen Changan's terrifying horror, using only one shocking move. Jin Chuanhai died. It felt to them as simple as crushing an ant. Killing a cult leader with one finger, how is this possible? This must be a dream, destroying Jin Chuanhai's soul and spirit with one finger. Chen Changan felt deeply apologetic, decided to be gentler, softer on the remaining 4. But when Chen Changan looked towards the remaining 4 people, Jin Chuanfeng, Jin Chuanxiong, Tiandao Fengzhu, and Zhang Ma Fengzhu, the faces of the 4 turned deathly pale in an instant, completely bloodless. Their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably, souls shivering, scared out of their wits. Almost simultaneously, they fled towards the distance. Damn it! Who said this Chen Changan was only a cult leader level figure, casually killing a cult leader level figure with one finger? He's probably an ancestor from those immortal sects or clans, Grand Elder level. A supreme true monarch who masters the laws of heaven and earth. Run! If they had known Chen Changan was a supreme true monarch, they absolutely would not have come seeking revenge against Chen Changan. The shadow of death enveloped the hearts of Jin Chuanfeng, Jin Chuanxiong, Tiandao Fengzhu, and Zhang Ma Fengzhu. Unable to shake it off, Chen Changan watched these 4 cult leaders flee. Said lightly, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why run? Let's play together." After speaking, Chen Changan attacked again. A golden giant hand materialized from the void, with a slap, shattering Tiandao Fengzhu's physical body. But Tiandao Fengzhu was not killed by Chen Changan's slap. This time it was because Chen Changan used slightly less invincible cultivation power. Chen Changan frowned. This invincible cultivation, wanting to control it perfectly, is also quite troublesome. Afraid of killing them, destroying body and spirit, leaving no body, using less can't kill them. Seems I still need to use it more often. Tiandao Fengzhu vomited blood heavily. He fell to the ground severely injured. Desperately begging for mercy. "Spare me, senior, spare me," Chen Changan said. "Didn't you say you reserved my head?" Chen Changan flicked his fingertip. The head of Tiandao Fengzhu, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, fell, another of the 5 great cult leaders dead. But the remaining 3 also took advantage of this moment to escape without a trace. A cold smile hung on Chen Changan's lips. Using skill Shinbu. He targeted Jin Chuanxiong, took a step, disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jin Chuanxiong. "Fellow Daoist, please stay." Jin Chuanxiong was scared and retreated several steps. Said sternly yet fearfully, "You can't kill me. I am the head of the Jin family. You are a supreme true monarch. Although I am not your match, my Jin family also has supreme true monarchs. If you kill me, you will truly be in endless conflict with the Jin family. Think carefully, it will bring you overwhelming disaster." Chen Changan sneered, "Would I fear you? However many the Jin family sends, I will kill that many." After speaking, Chen Changan raised his hand, forming a fist, this punch like Mount Tai crashing down, destroying everything. Jin Chuanxiong roared, resisting with all his might. He summoned a golden cauldron. The golden cauldron lay before him like a mountain. Boom, the golden cauldron shattered. Chen Changan's punch shot out invincible fist light, sharp and revealing, instantly obliterating Jin Chuanxiong. Turning him into a cold corpse, Chen Changan, expressionless, grabbed Jin Chuanxiong's collar. Used Shinbu again, searching for the next target. Soon Chen Changan appeared before Jin Chuanfeng. Jin Chuanfeng saw Chen Changan, his right hand grabbing his older brother's corpse. He screamed and cried loudly, "Older brother, you died so miserably." Then Jin Chuanfeng knelt down, "Senior, spare my life, senior, spare my life. I am acquainted with Fairy Ling Yue of the Changsheng cult. I hope senior will spare my life for Fairy Ling Yue's sake." "It doesn't matter even if you know the Jade Emperor," Chen Changan said lightly, reaching out his left hand, easily snapping Jin Chuanfeng's neck, as simple as snapping a chick's neck. Then Chen Changan grabbed Jin Chuanfeng's corpse, and disappeared again from the spot. When he appeared, he was already in front of the Shitua cult's Zhang Ma Fengzhu. Zhang Ma Fengzhu saw Chen Changan descending like a god of slaughter, left hand holding Jin Chuanfeng's corpse, right hand grabbing Jin Chuanxiong's corpse, scared into breaking out in a cold sweat. Chen Changan said, "Only you left." Zhang Ma Fengzhu knew escape was impossible. He didn't utter a sound, just gritted his teeth and fought Chen Changan with all his might. His index finger trembled, shooting out tens of thousands of brilliant divine lights, piercing heaven and earth, destroying mountains and rivers, causing the void to collapse section by section, the earth becoming riddled with holes. But no matter what, it couldn't harm Chen Changan in the slightest, as if immune to all techniques. Chen Changan walked through the sky, those divine lights all scattered away from Chen Changan. Zhang Ma Fengzhu cried out in terror, constantly retreating, secretly casting a spell, leaving a message for the Shitua cult. He became fierce and frantic, bringing out all his magic treasures. More than 10 magic treasures filled the sky, exceptionally dazzling in the firmament, almost desperately fighting Chen Changan with all his might. But Zhang Ma Fengzhu knew, even if he fought with all his strength, he couldn't escape death. Chen Changan just raised his head, one look, and those dozen powerful magic treasures instantly turned to dust. Such means could be described as earth-shattering, making ghosts and gods weep. Zhang Ma Fengju completely despaired, roaring loudly. Directly self-destructed, boom, a world-destroying loud noise, with devastating momentum. Destroying all things in the world. Chen Changan, however, didn't know how cult leader-level figures self-destructed. Didn't react in time, couldn't help frowning and opening his mouth, eating this terrifying energy from the self-destruction. But looking around, 1,000 li of mountains and rivers had already become scorched earth, all living beings annihilated. If not for Chen Changan timely swallowing Zhang Mafengju's self-destruction energy, it would surely be 10,000 li of desolate land, hell on earth. This is the self-destruction of a cult leader-level figure. Chen Changan murmured, was careless indeed, lost another corpse. But next time I need to pay attention, a cult leader figure's self-destruction, the power is a bit astonishing. Lest innocent people get hurt. As for the Shoshu Emozen attached to the storage ring, if someone could see his expression, they would know how spectacular his expression was right now. He never imagined this battle would end in this way. Completely a one-sided slaughter. Even though Shoshu Emozen was just a remnant soul, he could still feel Chen Changan's terror. But what made Shoshu Emozen even more terrified was, he couldn't sense Chen Changan's cultivation, he couldn't see the depth of Chen Changan's strength. Is Chen Changan a supreme true monarch of the Wanfa Jing, or even stronger? A saint of the Ascension realm who has received the Heavenly Emperor's decree and sacred title. Shoshu Emozen knew nothing. Shoshu Emozen couldn't figure it out. He had just escaped from the Cibei Sendi's underground palace. How did he encounter such an expert? Didn't know if it was his fortune or misfortune. However, following Chen Changan for now should be safe. So Shoshu Emozen decided to endure hardship while weak, just be a dog licking Chen Changan's boots. Shoshu Emozen relaxed slightly, respectfully said, Sir, you killed these 5 great cult leaders. Their undissipated divine souls are great nourishment for my remnant soul, let me devour them. Perhaps I can recall the level 2 Shoshu refinement technique. Okay, Chen Changan nodded. Shoshu Emozen emerged from the storage ring, just a faint speck of blood-red light. Then Shoshu Emozen cast a spell, devouring the divine soul power of Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanxiong. Unfortunately, Jin Chuanhai's body and spirit were destroyed, and Zhang Ma Fengju also self-destructed, body and spirit destroyed. Shoshu Emozen could only devour the divine soul power of 3 people, but Shoshu Emozen was already satisfied. After devouring the divine soul power of the 2, Shoshu Emozen returned to the storage ring. Chen Changan carried the corpses of Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanxiong, took a step, leaving this dead land, returned to Lanhua village, letting Shoshu Emozen devour Tian Daofengju's divine soul power. After devouring the divine soul power of the 3, this Shoshu Emozen informed Chen Changan that he would refine these divine soul powers, temporarily falling into slumber after awakening. Having recovered the level 2 Shoshu refinement technique of the Shoshu Shengdong, he would immediately inform Chen Changan. Liang City, Jin family soul lamp room. Here were placed the soul lamps of important Jin family members. Every soul lamp was burning fiercely, extremely bright, representing the life state of the soul lamp's owner, currently in a vigorous and flourishing stage. A Jin family member, as usual, patrolled the soul lamp room. Casually cleaned the dust inside. He came to the deepest part of the soul lamp room. There weren't many soul lamps here, only a dozen or so. The foremost few soul lamps were already dim, but the soul light they emitted was very frightening, emitting an invisible soul pressure, inspiring awe. These soul lamps belonged to those Jin family ancestors whose lifespans were nearing their end. They fell into deep slumber to reduce the consumption of life essence qi. Each soul lamp represented an ancestor, the most precious wealth of the Jin family. If even one was extinguished, it would be a great loss to the Jin family. Slightly further out were 3 soul lamps, soul flames burning fiercely, endlessly. That Jin family member looked at these 3 soul lamps, sighing, nowadays, my Jin family has 3 cult leader level figures in their prime. They are the current family head, the great elder, and the second elder. In due time, they might step into the Wanfa Jing, comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At that time, my Jin family will have several more supreme true monarchs. In Hazhou, we will truly call the shots. Reign supreme. This Jin family member was full of longing and expectation for the Jin family's future. After all, the stronger the Jin family, the greater the benefits for them as Jin family members. But, just as this Jin family member was lost in infinite longing, an outside breeze blew before him these 3 fiercely burning, endless soul lamps. The soul flames flickered, suddenly extinguished. The Jin family member felt struck by lightning, eyes wide open. At this moment, his heart almost stopped beating. What did he see? He actually saw the soul lamps of the Jin family's 3 cult leaders extinguish. How is this possible? This Jin family member rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things. The Jin family's three cult leaders, they were so powerful, in their prime. How could they possibly extinguish almost simultaneously? But no matter how this Jin family member rubbed his eyes, the reality was just so cruel. The Jin family member's face instantly turned deathly pale, without a trace of blood, feeling only cold hands and feet. What exactly happened? Why? Did the soul lamps of the family head, great elder, and second elder all extinguish? Who killed them? The death of three great cult leaders. This was a major event, enough to shake the entire Jin family. This Jin family member hurriedly went to report this bad news. He was too panicked, too anxious, even too shocked. Stumbled after running 2 steps, accidentally falling to the ground, but he quickly got up, ran out of the soul lamp room. Not long after, piercing bell chimes rang out in the Jin family. The bell chimes were piercing, echoing throughout the entire Jin family, even spreading throughout Liang City. Whether it was Jin family members cultivating, or those enjoying themselves in the city, everyone heard this piercing bell chime. They woke up from cultivation. Those enjoying themselves instantly stopped smiling, their expressions turning grave. Because they all knew what this bell chime represented. Whenever the Jin family faced a major crisis, this bell chime would sound, ordering all clan members to gather at the Jin family square to discuss important matters. In normal times, this bell signal would never be issued. In almost just a quarter of an hour, all Jin family members arrived at the Jin family square. Countless people looked grave, not smiling or talking, and the Jin family truly deserved to be a top cultivation family. Inherited for many years. Looking around, countless experts, the younger generation spirited, each a dragon among men. The adults also had astonishing cultivation, essence chi like dragons. Even deity transformation realm kings/marquises numbered several dozen. The entire square gathered countless people. But it was exceptionally quiet, not a single person whispering. They were waiting. Suddenly from the Jin family's rear mountain forbidden area, several powerful and terrifying auras erupted. Like stormy waves, volcanic eruptions, directly causing heaven and earth to change color, the blazing sun overhead. Then, 5 aged figures appeared on the square. Upon seeing these 5 people appear on the square, these Jin family members on the square were greatly shocked. Because these 5 were the Jin family's strongest foundation, they were precisely the Jin family's 5 ancestors still living in the world, having lived for thousands of years. Possessing Wanfa Jing cultivation, supreme true monarchs granted titles by heaven and earth. Each was once a great figure who dominated Hozhou, contributing greatly to the Jin family's development and growth. Logically speaking, they should be in secluded cultivation. Why did they appear? These Jin family members realized the severity of the situation. One of the 5 ancestors, a wizened old man, walked out, his eyes cloudy, but with infinite golden light. Though his body was thin and weak, it gave off a powerful feeling like a majestic mountain, inspiring awe. He was one of the Jin family's ancestors, Jin Wuhui, titled Wuhui Jinjuan. Jin Wuhui spoke. Though his voice was low, it spread throughout the entire square. Everyone heard it clearly. Today, the soul lamps of 3 Jin family cult leaders and clan members extinguished. The 3 cult leaders are dead, causing my Jin family to suffer heavy losses. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet square instantly erupted in an uproar, like a thunderclap falling into the crowd, causing unprecedented commotion. What? This can't be true, right? My Jin family actually lost 3 cult leaders. What exactly happened? How did they die? Did they perhaps wander into some deadly place? No wonder the ancestors even appeared. Damn it, how exactly did the 3 cult leaders die? Jin Wuhui said coldly. The 3 dead cult leaders were the Jin family's 3 brothers in whom we placed high hopes for breaking through to the true monarch realm in the future. Jin Chuanxiong, Jin Chuanfeng, and Jin Chuanhai. My Jin family has dominated Hezhou for millennia. Never before has such a major event occurred. I swear here, I must find the cause of the 3's deaths. If they died in a deadly place, we'll set this matter aside for now, but if they died at the hands of a villain, I will definitely grind his bones to dust, peel his skin and extract his marrow. Soon a Jin family member reported. Reporting to the ancestor, the family head and the other 2 seem to have gone to Dalong Mountain. The underground palace emerged at Dalong Mountain. Don't know if it's related to this. Jin Wuhui, expressionless, immediately sent people to Dalong Mountain. Investigate for me. Understood. Sure to occult. Tiandao Fengju and Zhangma Fengju's soul lamps extinguished. Also caused a huge commotion in the sect. One must know experts of this realm are already influential figures in the vast cultivation world, holding various trump cards. It's absolutely impossible to die so easily. Every cult leader level cultivator, whether for major immortal sects or those top families, even the dominant forces ruling a state, are extremely important. Representing a deep foundation, the Shirtua cult losing 2 cult leader level experts is likewise a huge loss, could even be said to be crippling. The Shirtua cult's grand elder was alarmed. The Shirtua cult leader even hurriedly sent people to Tianwu City to inquire about the situation. After all, previously the cult's Dan Fingzi sent news to the Shirtua cult, having found the murderer of Shiryu and Bushio Mo. Based on the intelligence received at that time, the murderer's strength was highly likely a cult leader level expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Shiryu so easily, so the Shirtua cult dispatched Tian Dao, Fengju and Zhangma Fengju, 2 cult leader level experts, to Tianwu City to capture and suppress the murderer. Logically speaking, 2 cult leader level experts acting to capture and suppress the murderer should not be difficult. Yet unexpectedly, the 2 actually perished outside. When Dan Fingzi heard this news, he was even more shocked. Was it that Chen Changan who killed my Shirtua cult's 2 peak lords? If he really suppressed my Shirtua cult's 2 peak lords, then he is very likely not an Undying Realm cult leader level expert. Could he be a Wanfa Jing true monarch? Thinking of this, Dan Fingzi felt a wave of lingering fear, extremely afraid afterwards. Luckily I didn't provoke Chen Changan back then, otherwise I probably would have died already. Whether it was the Shirtua cult or the Jin family, because of the death of cult leader level experts, it caused a huge commotion. If this news spread to Hezhou, it would even stir up considerable waves in Hezhou. Chen Changan didn't know his killing. What kind of sensational impact it would have on the Shirtua cult and the Jin family, he also didn't care. At this time he returned to Lanhua village. In Lanhua village, some villagers witnessed Chen Changan take action, powerfully killing the 2 strong cultivators, so when they saw Chen Changan return, their eyes showed both fear and reverence, not daring to approach. Chen Changan put away Tian Daofengju's corpse, checked his own lifespan. Lifespan 1675, killing 5 people this time took some time and energy. Actually cost him 7 years of lifespan. Chen Changan felt a bit heartbroken, but luckily, there are the corpses of Tian Daofengju, Jin Chuanfeng, and Jin Chuanxiong. Able to refine Shoshue through the Shoshue Shenggong, can compensate for the loss. Might even increase some lifespan. This made Chen Changan feel slightly better. He wasn't anxious to refine the Shoshue. After all, hearing that Shoshue Mozen say, using Tian Dao Fengju and these Undying Realm experts to refine Shoshue, is very likely to attract the Heavenly Dao. Divine punishment. Chen Changan planned to find a deserted place later to refine it. To avoid harming the innocent, returning to the wooden house, Chen Changan saw Zhang Yoning in the large tub. After undergoing the medicinal bath treatment, he was completely different from when first seen, flesh and blood regrown. Skin was even incredibly tender, fair with a rosy hue. Unlike Zhang Yoning's previous dark skin weathered by wind and sun, Zhang Yoning had already woken up, but his face was still very pale. Madame Li and Fu Bo were carefully taking care of him beside him. Is Brother Yoning better? Zhang Yoning gratefully said, thank you Brother Changan for saving my life. Otherwise I couldn't have escaped death. Don't know how I can repay Brother Changan your life-saving grace towards me. Chen Changan waved his hand. Fu Bo and I are also neighbors on Qingyun Street. Just a small effort, Brother Yoning, you don't need to mind it, Fu Bo said. Changan, the commotion outside earlier, Chen Changan said, the small trouble has been resolved. Fu Bo, since Brother Yonen's injury is almost recovered, I'll leave first. Chen Changan was anxious to find a place to refine Shoshue. After all, the corpses for refining Shoshue need to be fresh. If too much time passes, the life essence qi inside would have long dissipated into heaven and earth. Fu Bo stopped Chen Changan, took out a pouch wrapped in layers of cloth from his bosom. Inside were dozens of spirit sands. Changan, this is Yoning's medical fee. Don't know if it's enough. Chen Changan shook his head refusing. Fu Bo, you should keep these spirit sands. Buy some meat and supplements for Brother Yoning. You and I have known each other for 3 years. How could I possibly take your money? You know Chen Changan killed Jin family, and Shirtua cult's cult leader level experts, gaining 3 more storage rings. Presumably within their storage rings, there must be quite a few spirit stones. For Chen Changan who possessed invincible cultivation, spirit stones weren't very useful. No, you must accept it. How can we let you make a trip for nothing? Fu Bo was rather stubborn. Chen Changan really couldn't refuse, so he nodded and accepted these dozens of spirit sands, planning to secretly leave them behind later. Meanwhile, Madame Li was taking care of Zhang Yongneng, at the same time asking what he encountered in the mountains, how he got such severe injuries. Moreover, his whole body was a bloody mess, didn't seem like a bite from some fierce beast. His wife's inquiry made Zhang Yoning feel lingering fear. He recalled that terrifying scene in the mountains. His eyes couldn't help showing fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. I was chasing a deer at the time, accidentally fell into a cave. That cave seemed to have been dug out by something, very deep. I was somewhat curious. So I walked deeper into the cave and actually saw a large rat with 3 heads of different colors, sleeping. One blood-colored rat head continuously exhaled red mist. I only touched a trace of it then. My whole body started rotting. I quickly fled that cave. If I had touched more red mist then, I feel I probably would have already rotted into white bones. After I escaped from the cave, I directly fainted. Chen Changan was surprised. That rat with 3 heads, he had seen records of it in the city lord's mansion library pavilion, in an ancient book, because the Santu Guishu is very rare. This kind of Santu Guishu is very timid, but possesses a powerful treasure hunting talent. Even more formidable than Wanba Pavilion's treasure hunting rat. Usually feeds on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, precious ores hidden in mountains and rivers. So the nest of a Santu Guishu is mostly a natural treasure trove. Countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and precious ores. Many cultivators want to catch this kind of Santu Guishu to help them find various precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the most telling point is, where a Santu Guishu appears, there must be precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Changan then asked Zhang Yoneng, besides that Santu Guishu, did you see anything else? So that was a Santu Guishu, Zhang Yoneng seriously recalled for a moment, then shook his head, nothing else. That Santu Guishu seemed like it hadn't finished digging, got tired and was sleeping. Chen Changan's eyes flashed with light. Seems the Santu Guishu discovered some good stuff. He thought, if I can catch the Santu Guishu, go to its nest, wonder if I can find some lifespan increasing goodies, then said to Zhang Yoneng, Brother Yoneng, can you still find that cave entrance? Zhang Yoneng nodded, I still have some impression. Then wait until Brother Yoneng's injuries heal, can you take me there? Zhang Yoneng was startled, huh? You want to go? If I can catch the Santu Guishu, with luck I might get some good things. Zhang Yoneng swallowed hard. That Santu Guishu must be very powerful. Just the red mist exhaled while sleeping could kill someone if it woke up. Who knows how terrifying it would be. Brother Changan, you must be careful. No problem, Chen Changan said. When the time comes, you just need to lead me to the cave entrance, no need to go inside. This Santu Guishu can't do anything to me. After Zhang Yoneng agreed to take him into the cave, Chen Changan was very happy. Didn't expect this trip to Manhwa village for treatment would yield such an unexpected harvest. Afterwards, Chen Changan bid farewell to Fu Bo and the other two, leaving Lanhua village. Beginning his Shoshue refinement, he used Chenbu, crossing mountains, rivers, and land. Finally arriving deep within a desolate mountain range, then he took out the corpses of Tiandao Fengzhu, Jin Chuanxiong, and Jin Chuanfeng, within their bodies. Although already killed by Chen Changan, the vast life essence Qi contained had not completely dissipated into heaven and earth. Even as corpses, they contained astonishing energy, emitting terrifying undying pressure, making one's hair stand on end. Chen Changan wasted no words, directly used the Shoshue Shangon, beginning to perform the Shoshue refinement technique on the 3 corpses. Under this refinement technique, soon the first drop was refined. Shoshue, that drop of Shoshue floated in mid-air, bursting with crimson multicolored light. Chen Changan was overjoyed. This is level 1 Shoshue, but just then, the originally clear sky turned gloomy and dark. Gusts of howling wind started blowing the trees in the mountains rustling loudly. Boom, thunderclouds gathered densely, lightning flashed. As soon as the Shoshue was refined, a terrifying thunder tribulation phenomenon appeared in the sky. That terrifying heavenly Tao pressure erupted like a volcano, turning into mountain torrents and giant waves, sweeping across heaven and earth. It was a huge lightning shadow, like a deity. Its form resembled the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, it alarmed the cultivators deep in Daolong Mountain and in Tianwu City. Although Chen Changan chose a desolate mountain range deep within, this place was still several hundred li away from Daolong Mountain and Tianwu City. Yet unexpectedly, this heavenly Tao pressure actually spread to Daolong Mountain and Tianwu City. They were hundreds of li away, yet could see the terrifying humanoid figure formed by intertwining lightning in the sky. Feeling the terrifying destructive aura, that seems like the legendary Tiandao Shinfa. What is someone doing there, actually violating the will of the heavenly Tao, causing divine punishment to descend? Everyone discussed endlessly, still not knowing what happened, also completely unable to imagine that after tens of thousands of years, the Shoshue Shangon, which had disappeared without a trace, had reappeared in the mortal world. Chen Changan just calmly watched the thunderous figure in the sky, still refining Shoshue with the Shoshue Shangon. Soon 3 drops of Shoshue were refined. Each drop of Shoshue hovered before Chen Changan, bloodlight intertwined, dazzling, and eye-catching. But Chen Changan's actions seemed to anger the heavenly Tao. The aura of the Tiandao Shinfa became increasingly terrifying. Danger was about to descend. Even the Shoshue Mosen, who ate the divine souls of 3 undying experts and fell into slumber, upon sensing this terrifying Tiandao Shenfa aura, suddenly woke up. When he saw the lightning figure in the sky, couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Scared to the point his soul trembled. Tiandao Shenfa, how is this possible, one must know. What Shoshue Mosen feared most was this Tiandao Shenfa. Every time he refined Shoshue, he would suffer attacks from the Tiandao Shenfa. Many times he almost died under the Tiandao Shenfa. You actually learned the Shoshue Shangon. When Shoshue Mosen discovered Chen Changan had actually refined 3 drops of Shoshue, he was even more shocked. Chen Changan didn't answer him. Shoshue Mosen anxiously said, "You've attracted the Tiandao Shenfa, now is not the time to refine Shoshue. While the power of the Tiandao Shenfa hasn't fully gathered and erupted, you quickly stop. Quickly run, otherwise you will definitely perish under the Tiandao Shenfa." Shoshue Mosen spoke from experience. In the past, whenever he refined Shoshue, as soon as the Tiandao Shenfa appeared, he would quickly stop refining Shoshue and flee far away. Although still heavily injured by the Tiandao Shenfa, at least he kept his life, if like Chen Changan, recklessly refining Shoshue right under the nose of the Tiandao Shenfa. This is simply courting death. If Chen Changan died, his life would also be in danger. Shoshue Mosen felt fear in his heart, extremely scared, but Chen Changan didn't listen to Shoshue Mosen's words. Already refined 5 drops of Shoshue, according to 1 drop of level 1 Shoshue increasing lifespan by 1 year. With these 5 drops, he could increase his lifespan by 5 years, but at this moment the Tiandao Shenfa had brewed to its peak. That thunderous figure raised its right hand, the giant thunderpalm blotted out the sky, containing unimaginable power, striking towards Chen Changan. As if wanting to smash Chen Changan into powder, into ashes, Shoshue Mosen couldn't help but scream miserably. Trembling under the heavenly Tao pressure, quick run, Shoshue Mosen urged Chen Changan in panic. Chen Changan frowned slightly. Noisy, shut up. After speaking, Chen Changan raised his head towards the thunder palm falling from the sky, directly slashed out with a sword finger. A scene that shocked Shoshue Mosen occurred. That thunder palm containing terrifying power was just like that, directly split in half by Chen Changan's sword finger, instantly shattering in the sky. Shoshue Mosen's eyes widened. This, Chen Changan looked at the thunderous figure, snorted coldly, directly punched out an ordinary-looking fist, yet containing terrifyingly boundless power. The thunderous figure condensed by the Tiandao Shenfa also couldn't block Chen Changan. This punch instantly destroyed it. Even the sky filled with dark clouds and thunder was directly blasted open by Chen Changan's punch. Clear skies appeared once more. Shoshue Mosen was dumbfounded. Heavens, you actually stopped the Tiandao Shenfa with 1 punch. In the distance, whether it was cultivators in Tianwu City or Dalong Mountain, they saw that terrifying thunderous figure evolved from the Tiandao Shenfa, just as they were curiously discussing. Then a seemingly ordinary fist shadow fiercely struck the thunderous figure. In an instant, with unstoppable momentum, shattered that thunderous figure. Everyone was shocked, eyes wide open. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Who threw that punch, actually blocked the Tiandao Shenfa? So strong, that's Tiandao Shenfa. Tiandao Shenfa represents the will of the heavenly Tao, terrifying beyond compare. I have never heard of anyone confronting the Tiandao Shenfa. Who exactly is it? And why exactly did this person attract the Tiandao Shenfa? Everyone discussed animatedly, filled with curiosity. But the expressions of many cultivators became extremely grave. From that punch, able to easily block, even destroy the Tiandao Shenfa, sufficiently proves the attacker's strength is extraordinary, unfathomable. Especially since the place where the Tiandao Shenfa appeared wasn't far from Dalong Mountain and Tianwu City. This means that expert is nearby. Could he also be here to compete for the Sibei Sendi's underground palace inheritance? If so, I'm afraid no one present is his opponent. This made them feel somewhat worried. Dongfang Lengyue and Qin Chaoyan were already near the underground palace. Dongfang Lengyue saw that terrifying fist shadow, couldn't help sighing. Able to destroy the Tiandao Shenfa with 1 punch, this person's strength is unfathomable. Don't know if it's his own cultivation being too shallow, or if he achieved it with a powerful supreme treasure. Qin Chaoyan beside her, however, her eyes flashed with strange light. She thought of back then, Chen Changan. The terrifying scene of cutting Dalong Mountain in half with 1 slash, and this ordinary-looking fist shadow destroying the Tiandao Shenfa, so similar. Could it be young master? Dongfang Lengyue paid attention. You say this punch was thrown by Chen Changan? Qin Chaoyan nodded. Master, you didn't witness back then how young master slashed that Shilong from the Shi to a cult with 1 strike. How terrifying, how soul-shaking it was. It's too similar to this fist shadow. Dongfang Lengyue exclaimed. If that's really the case, then it's easy to say, Just then, Dongfang Lengyue's transmission talisman suddenly lit up, opening it to see. Dongfang Lengyue's beautiful face was filled with shock. They actually all died. Qin Xiaoyan asked curiously, Master, who died? The Changsheng cult's intelligence system received news. The Jin family's 3 great cult leader-level experts, and the Shirtua cult's 2 great cult leader-level Fengzhu have fallen. Qin Xiaoyan was startled. Could it be Jin Chuanxiong and the others? Dongfang Lengyue's expression was extremely complex. I told the Jin family not to trouble Chen Changan, but they didn't believe me. The result is they fell at Chen Changan's hands. I just didn't expect. Even the Shirtua cult's cult leader-level Fengzhu came too. The two sides, 5 great cult leader-level experts joining forces against Chen Changan, logically speaking, a terrifying great battle should have erupted. The commotion wouldn't be small. Even we in Dalong Mountain should have sensed it, but there was no movement at all. It seems they died silently. Looking at it this way, Chen Changan used crushing momentum to suppress and kill these 5 great cult leaders. Excitement flashed in Qin Xiaoyan's eyes. Young master is so strong. Very strong. I'm afraid even my Changsheng cult's grand elder would find it hard to contend with him. My Changsheng cult must only befriend him, absolutely must not offend him, otherwise the consequences will be dire. Dongfang Lengyue had this intuition, quickly sent a message back to the Changsheng cult, telling the Changsheng cult to pay attention to Chen Changan. This reclusive powerhouse absolutely must not be provoked. Deep in the mountains, as the Tiandao Shinfa was destroyed, the sky cleared, everything returned to its former peace. The dumbfounded Shoshue Mozen finally witnessed a tip of the iceberg of Chen Changan's invincible cultivation. He didn't even know just how strong this Chen Changan before him was. Only felt he was like the endless abyss, the deep sea, unfathomable. How strong are you exactly? Shoshue Mozen spoke with a trembling voice. How strong do you think I am? I think. Shoshue Mozen fell silent. Perhaps because he was currently a remnant soul, so Shoshue Mozen thought. That's why I can't understand his strength. But this was, after all, just refining level 1 Shoshue. The Tiandao Shinfa attracted. If he were in his peak state, he could still block this Tiandao Shinfa. But the higher the level of Shoshue refined, the more it could alarm the heavenly Tao. The Tiandao Shinfa attracted would become increasingly terrifying. At that time, even powerful figures like Shoshue Mozen couldn't resist, but in Shoshue Mozen's view, no matter how strong Chen Changan was, he definitely couldn't compare to himself in his peak state. Shoshue Mozen thought. Wonder if after my divine soul recovers, I can possess this guy? Shoshue Mozen simply didn't know how strong Chen Changan really was, yet he delusionally thought of possession. Chen Changan, this idea was completely courting death. I don't know, Shoshue Mozen answered. Chen Changan didn't say more, but continued refining Shoshue. And Shoshue Mozen once again fell into slumber, to recover his divine soul, for him. Only by recovering his divine soul quickly could he seize the initiative. He was too weak now. Without the disturbance of the Tiandao Shinfa, soon Chen Changan, through Jin Chuanxiong, Jin Chuanfeng, and Tiandao Fengzhu's corpses, refined 25 drops of level 1 Shoshue. In total, it could increase lifespan by 25 years, but just now when he dealt with the Tiandao Shinfa, although it seemed like an ordinary punch, the invincible cultivation used actually consumed 5 years of his lifespan in one go. This way, his remaining lifespan was 70. Refining these 25 drops of level 1 Shoshue could only restore it to 95. Total lifespan is about to break 100, just wasted these 3 cult leader level experts' corpses. Their bodies could have originally refined higher level Shoshue, increasing even more lifespan. Unfortunately, Chen Changan hadn't mastered the higher level Shoshue refinement technique from Shoshue Mozen. Consuming the 25 drops of level 1 Shoshue, Jojo's voice immediately sounded in his mind. Consumed level 1 Shoshue, lifespan plus 1, current lifespan 95. Chen Changan felt his vitality become even more vigorous, couldn't help but reveal a smile. Overall, dealing with the 5 great cult leaders this time, and refining Shoshue, the lifespan lost dealing with the Tiandao Shinfa was completely compensated by this Shoshue refinement. Even earned more than 10 years of lifespan, not a loss, can still refine level 1 Shoshue 75 times. Increasing my lifespan by 75 years, Chen Changan murmured, couldn't help but marvel at the power of Shoshue Mozen's Shoshue Shengon. Merely level 1 Shoshue could increase a person's lifespan by over 100 years, comparable to those precious and rare 4th grade longevity pills. And the higher the level of Shoshue refined, the stronger the lifespan increasing effect. For this Shoshue Shengon, Chen Changan held expectations, now just waiting for Shoshue Mozen to recover. To obtain higher level Shoshue refinement techniques from him, finished refining Shoshue. Chen Changan didn't stay long, used Chenbu to leave, now with more lifespan. Chen Changan using his invincible cultivation also became slightly more extravagant. Chen Changan didn't go to Manhwa village to find Zhang Yoning, to have him lead the way to find the Santu Guishu. It wouldn't be too late to go after Zhang Yoning fully recovered, since he knew the news about the Santu Guishu. It couldn't escape his grasp. In other words, the treasure trove accumulated by the Santu Guishu over many years had now become his possession. Now he had more important things, had to return to the pharmacy for a trip, replant the Wan Nianlingshan, and nourish it well again. After all, this Wan Nianlingshan was related to the refinement of the Qianshodan. Increase lifespan by 1,000 years in one go, and the subsequent Lingshan Z that could increase lifespan. Chen Changan was still very keen. He couldn't let this Wan Nianlingshan die under his care. If it died, he would cry. More than half an hour later, Chen Changan returned to Jiukong Pharmacy. Zhong Linger was diligently cultivating the Fei Xian Jing, although her innate Huang Ti hadn't awakened yet. Just by Chen Changan helping her cleanse her body, giving birth to the immaculate spirit body, her speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi greatly increased. Presumably it wouldn't be long before breaking through to the late Yang Xie stage wouldn't be difficult, seeing Zhong Linger cultivating so hard and diligently. Unfortunately, Chen Changan, being a piece of trash, couldn't experience it. He didn't disturb the cultivating Zhong Linger, went about his own business, first replanting the Wan Nianlingshan, carefully and gently nourishing it with invincible cultivation. Soon this Wan Nianlingshan regained its vitality, flourishing with lush leaves and rapid growth. Just then, Jiujiu suddenly appeared from behind, raised its hand for a big slap, harvesting 3 years of Chen Changan's lifespan, reducing Chen Changan's remaining lifespan to 92. But for Chen Changan, this bit of lifespan could only be considered pocket change. Moreover, consuming 3 years of lifespan compared to saving Zhang Yonang's life was already very good. Even though Zhang Yonang was just a mortal, for Chen Changan as a physician, all this was worth it. Then Chen Changan took out Dongfan Lengyue's gifted 100 lifespan pill. This pill could increase lifespan by 100 years. Chen Changan hadn't taken it yet, didn't hesitate, threw it into his mouth. Jiujiu jumped out happily. Haha, good stuff. Consumed 1/4 grade 100 lifespan pill, lifespan plus 100. Current lifespan 192. Young man, you are doing great. And at this moment, Chen Changan felt his life essence qi grow stronger than ever before, couldn't help but feel overjoyed, revealing a smile. In one go, lifespan is about to break 200 years. Not bad, not bad. Chen Changan looked confident. That's a must. Brother's strength is unquestionable. Just then Lin Lei brought Han Xiaolu to Jiukong Pharmacy, both faces filled with joy, radiating happiness. Changan, Chen Changan smiled. Lazy. Xiaolu, why are you two here? Lin Lei routinely showed concern for Chen Changan. How have the last 2 days been? Encountered any more assassinations? Of course, Lin Lei was currently the deputy commander of the City Lord's Mansion Law Enforcement, a favorite of City Lord Chu. Those law enforcement officers fawned over Lin Lei, so Lin Lei easily dispatched some reasonably strong law enforcement officers to secretly guard Qingyun Street, protecting Chen Changan's safety. Of course, none of this escaped Chen Changan's divine eye. Chen Changan smiled. I'm just a small figure running a pharmacy. Who would be bored enough to assassinate me again? You can tell those law enforcement officers secretly protecting me to leave. Lin Lei was surprised. You actually found out. These past 2 days, Qingyun Street has had quite a few more people, walking with purpose. One glance tells they aren't ordinary people. Moreover, the law enforcement patrols on Qingyun Street have also become much more frequent. Besides you, who else watches over Qingyun Street? Haha, Changan. Kid, indeed nothing can be hidden from you. Why withdraw them? I'm the deputy commander now. Gotta make good use of these resources. Then Lin Lei leaned close to Chen Changan's ear, lowered his voice and said, Changan, I've had great luck recently. Seeing your face glowing, what great luck? Hee, I didn't expect I would actually receive the City Lord's reward. He valued me and rewarded me with 10 bottles of Fan Ling Dan. Although this Fan Ling Dan is 2nd grade, it's for the Tuwei Fan Jing, high-quality pills necessary for cultivators' practice. Each bottle is invaluable. On the market, it's worth even more than 1,000. Low-grade spirit stones. 1 grade means it's worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Besides these 10 bottles of Fan Ling Dan, the City Lord also rewarded me with an important item. Do you know what it is? Chen Changan was curious. Why did Lin Lei smile? His smiling eyes couldn't hide the happiness in showing off a high-grade cultivation technique. My previous technique was too weak, at most supporting my cultivation to the Mingquan Jing. But the technique the City Lord rewarded me with, a 6th grade technique, called Bei Shui Tian Jing, can help me cultivate to the legendary Huashan Jing. becoming a king titled by heaven and earth. Famous in the region, speaking here, Lin Lei's voice couldn't hide his excitement. Accompanied by slight trembling, lazy, congratulations, congratulations, Lin Lei chuckled heartily. Smiling honestly, he punched Chen Changan's chest lightly, then transmitted his voice, Changan. Don't worry, we are all brothers. If I have a bite of meat, you definitely will too, perhaps. The technique your old man taught you wasn't good, couldn't reveal your true talent. I've secretly recorded the 6th grade He Shui Tianjing the city lord taught me. In this jade slip, take it and cultivate. Saying this, Lin Lei handed a jade slip to Chen Changan. Chen Changan hesitated. Give it to me? Aren't you afraid Chu Yongtian will find out and blame you? Lin Lei said. Try it first and see. This is a 6th grade technique, rare and sought after. I left a copy for Dafu too. With this technique, Dafu breaking through the two-way Fan Jing shouldn't be difficult. Then get Dafu a position in law enforcement, earn enough cultivation resources. Dafu might even break through to the Ming Quan Jing. Changan, do you want to join law enforcement too? Chen Changan shook his head. Forget it, with my meager abilities, going to law enforcement, I couldn't do anything, would also make things difficult for you. You first try cultivating He Shui Tianjing, we'll talk about other things later. You came this time. Not just to deliver the technique, right? Lin Lei shook his head, of course not. He held Han Xiaolu's hand. Han Xiaolu smiled at the corner of her mouth, looking at him tenderly. Deep love filled their eyes. Chen Changan smelled something sour, felt somewhat annoyed. Coming here to show off affection, Lei said, Xiaolu's dad has already agreed for us to be together. So strike while the iron is hot. We discussed it, in 1 month. I'll carry Xiaolu over the threshold in a grand sedan chair, then Xiaolu will officially become my wife. So this time, we came to give you the wedding invitation. When the time comes, you and Linger remember to come for the wedding feast. There's also one for Dafu. Don't know where that guy ran off to, haven't seen him for days. When he comes back, I'll give it to him, then see how he envies me. Heard Wang Pai is still introducing him to blind dates. Brother Changan, wedding matters are many. Brother Lei only has you few good brothers, we'll have to trouble you to help out then. Saying this, Han Xiaolu handed a large red wedding invitation to Chen Changan. Chen Changan accepted the invitation. Rest assured, when the time comes, I'll bring Linger early for sure. Okay, then we'll leave first, still need to deliver invitations to others. Lin Lei held Han Xiaolu's hand. The two lovingly departed. Chen Changan couldn't help sighing. 3 single dogs. Didn't expect only me and Dafu were left so soon. City Lord's mansion. Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuan listened to their subordinates' report. Father and daughter exchanged glances. Both could see the shock and complexity in each other's eyes. After the subordinate left, Chu Yongtian sighed deeply. Didn't expect Chen Changan actually returned safely. Chu Wushuan nodded, her expression complex. Jin Jia didn't listen to my advice. Still insisted on going against young master, seems they failed. Dear daughter, you say those people from the Shirtua cult and Jin family fought with Chen Changan. What was the result? Wushuan thought for a moment, answered, they are all called leader-level experts, famous in Huzhou for many years. Although young master is strong, if we guess boldly, at most he defeated the 5 of them. Absolutely impossible to suppress and kill them. Young master achieved victory, those 5 must have already escaped. Chu Yongtian nodded, I guess the same. After all, called leader-level experts, strength unfathomable. How could they be killed so easily? Almost every time a cult leader-level expert dies in the land of Huzhou, it causes considerable commotion, but now Chen Changan has returned to Jiukong Pharmacy. Hope this won't bring any trouble to my Tianwu city. Chu Yongtian was somewhat worried. Whether it's the Jin Jia or the Shirtua Jiao, both are top major powers in Huzhou, this time sending cult leader-level experts against Chen Changan, yet ending in failure. But they absolutely won't just let it go like this. Just as Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuan were talking, Lin Lei came to pay respects to Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuan. Seeing this newly promoted deputy law enforcement commander, the father and daughter dared not slight him. After all, although this Lin Lei was weak, originally an insignificant person, behind him now stood Chen Changan, under the siege of 5 great cult leader-level experts. An unparalleled expert who returned safely. The father and daughter absolutely dared not provoke. Instead, they showed great warmth towards Lin Lei. Their warmth made Lin Lei overwhelmed by favor. He muttered inwardly, City Lord and young miss are too warm towards me. Chu Yongtian showed a kind smile. Commander Lin, why have you come? Is there anything? Lin Lei chuckled, scratched his head, took out a wedding invitation. Respectfully said, Thank you City Lord for your appreciation and cultivation, allowing me to finally gain my future father-in-law's appreciation. In 1 month, I will marry my wife. Hope City Lord and young miss have time then. To grace us with your presence, have a drink at the wedding feast. Chu Yongtian nodded, accepting the invitation. smiled, "You kid are not bad, getting married at such a young age. Then I wish you little couple happiness and good fortune in advance, thank you, city lord." Obtaining this news was truly too soul-shaking, shocking. Chu Wushwang and Xu Yongtian couldn't speak a word for a long time. After a good while, Xu Yongtian finally took a deep breath, said gravely, "This person's strength has probably reached the Wanfa Jing, he is a supreme true monarch." Wushwang nodded. Xu Yongtian said, "Dear daughter, your feeling was indeed correct. This Chen Changan is very extraordinary, but he's probably in great danger now." Correct, the deaths of the 5 great cult leader-level experts, whether for the Jin family or the Shirtua cult, are major losses, have completely enraged these two major powers. They will definitely be in endless conflict with Chen Changan. Speaking here, worry appeared in Chu Wushwang's eyes. Xu Yongtian gave a bitter smile, "Dear daughter, Chen Changan did such astonishing things. It's not your turn to worry, don't get involved. Otherwise, the consequences are not something we can bear." "I know, father." The news of the unexpected fall of the Jin family and Shirtua cult's 5 great cult leader-level experts, as if growing wings, quickly spread throughout Hangzhou, known by various major and minor powers, causing considerable commotion, even greater than the discussion caused by the underground palace emergence. Various major powers successively sent out spies, inquiring about the fall of the 5 great cult leader-level experts. More detailed information, inquiring which mysterious expert did all this. Soon they found out, the place where the 5 great cult leader-level experts fell was precisely near the emergence site of the Cibei Sendi's underground palace. The person who killed the 5 great cult leader-level experts seemed to be in Tianwu City. Within a few days, this news spread to Tianwu City, a bustling teahouse in Tianwu City. Many powerful cultivators who came from afar to the underground palace seeking opportunities were discussing this major event. If I didn't have a friend working in the Shirtua cult, I would never believe that the expert who killed the Jin family and Shirtua cult's 5 great cult leaders is actually right here in Tianwu City. Too crazy. Heard those 5 great cult leaders came to deal with that mysterious expert. Logically speaking, a world-shaking battle should have erupted, but these past 2 days, Tianwu City and its surroundings have been quiet, nothing happened. No major event, no great battle commotion erupted. Didn't expect the 5 great cult leaders died so silently. Is this news true or false? Able to silently kill 5 great cult leaders. The opponent is highly likely a Wanfa Jing true monarch. Does anyone know? What is the origin of that mysterious expert? Still unknown, but during the investigation process, especially since the Jin Jia and Shirtua cult are already furious, presumably it won't be long before they find that mysterious expert. By the way, have you heard? Some cultivators discovered near Manhwa village, 100-li desolate land. After careful observation by a king, discovered that stretch of 100-li desolate land was caused by an expert's self-destruction, turning 100 li of land into a lifeless desolate place. This could probably only be achieved by a cult leader-level expert's self-destruction. Don't know if it's related to those 5 great cult leaders, that's unclear. Actually these past 2 days, many things have happened in the area around Tianwu City, like the other day. The Tiandao Shinfa that appeared in the distant sky, the condensed thunderous figure, there. Someone must have done something against the will of the heavenly Tao, attracting the Tiandao Shinfa. Yet unexpectedly it was shattered by a fist. Yeah, too fierce. That must have been a top powerhouse's move, able to shatter the Tiandao Shinfa with one punch. Not just anyone can do that. With the emergence of the underground palace, more and more experts are coming here. This place is not peaceful anymore. We small fry should keep a low profile, lest we provoke some big shot. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. Cultivators in the tea house discussed animatedly, and in a corner, a youth in green robes was slowly sipping tea, listening to everyone's discussion. No one knew this seemingly ordinary youth was precisely the culprit who killed the 5 great cult leaders, Chen Changan thought. Didn't expect killing the cult leaders of the Shirtua cult and Jin family actually caused quite a stir. However, Chen Changan didn't care about the retaliation from the Shirtua cult and Jin family. If they come, there is only one outcome, death. Chen Changan now possessed nearly 200 years of lifespan, not worried at all about using invincible cultivation. The consumption of lifespan caused, just right, he still lacked quite a few materials for refining level 1 shoshui. Drank the tea in one gulp. Chen Changan left the inn. The people on the street were increasing. Cultivators could be seen everywhere, although most cultivators hid their cultivation. Chen Changan only needed to briefly use his divine eye to scan, and could see many cultivators at the Mingquan Jing, even experts at the Xinluan and Tianming Jing realms, but Huashan Jing kings/marquises were not seen. Presumably all went to Dalong Mountain. actually the cultivators in Tianwu City are not considered many. More powerful cultivators had long gone to the underground palace deep within Dalong Mountain. The cultivators there were all powerful, strength astonishing. Even Huashan Jing kings/marquises and Undying Realm cult leaders were numerous. From time to time, loud noises could be heard from Dalong Mountain, that was cultivators jointly attacking the underground palace seal. Unfortunately, the underground palace seal was very sturdy. Cultivators attacked with all their might for so many days, yet were still unable to break the underground palace, thus causing other regions in Huzhou to continuously have cultivators rushing to Dalong Mountain. People gathered more and more, one can believe. Once the underground palace seal is broken, a terrifying great battle will surely erupt deep within Dalong Mountain. At that time, bloody rain and foul winds, corpses strewn everywhere, who knows how many will die. Chen Changan was speechless. This group of cultivators is a bit weak, so much time has passed. And the underground palace seal still hasn't been broken. Of course the underground palace emergence had nothing to do with him. He wasn't interested in that immortal emperor inheritance. Not long after, Chen Changan arrived at Wanba Pavilion. Wanba Pavilion was very lively, as one of the top commercial firms in the Dachong cultivation world, selling various cultivation items inside. Prices fair, now with many cultivators in Tianwu City. Most of them would choose to purchase pills in Wanba Pavilion, talismans, magic treasures, and other cultivation items. When Chen Changan arrived, he went straight to the second floor. Yi Hongying saw Chen Changan, immediately greeted respectfully, "Young master, you've arrived." "Hongying, you said there's news about the Shui Ling Zhuhua." The Shui Ling Zhuhua is precisely one of the three main ingredients for refining the 5th grade Qianshou Dan. Needs to be at least 5,000 years old, besides the 5,000-year-old Shui Ling Zhuhua. Another one is Zi Lu Xia. Chen Changan had previously instructed Yi Hongying to find these two important materials for him, and these past few days, Chen Changan didn't have much to do. So he stayed at Jiukang Pharmacy cultivating the Feiyue Shofa Dongfan Ling Yue gave him. Had already accumulated some longevity liquid in the longevity pearl in his body, then received Yi Hongying's message, saying there was news about the Shui Ling Zhuhua. Yi Hongying nodded. "Young master, during this time, I have been using Wanbao Pavilion's intelligence network, inquiring about Shui Ling Zhuhua and Zi Lu Xia. Finally got some news. That is the Jin family's Lingmia Yuan. The Jin family is a cultivation family, inherited for 13,000 years. 6,000 years ago, an ancestor of the Jin family was nearing the end of his lifespan. Sent people to find materials for refining the Qianshou Dan, refined the Qianshou Dan, successfully extending the ancestor's lifespan. Heard there were a few young Shui Ling Zhuhua left, planted in the Jin family's spirit medicine garden. Recently, the Jin family seems to want to refine the Qianshou Dan again. Sent people to the main branch, inquiring about Zi Lu Xia and Wan Yanlingshan, so I can be certain. The Jin family should have the Shui Ling Zhuhua." Chen Changan was somewhat surprised. "The Jin family?" Yi Hongying nodded. "It's the Jin family that recently conflicted with young master." After a pause, Yi Hongying spoke again. "Young master, heard the deaths of the three great cult leaders have already alarmed the Jin family's ancestors and grand elders. They have already found out about you, believe they will arrive in Tianwu City soon. Planning." Chen Changan smiled. "Let them come. This Shui Ling Zhuhua, since the Jin family has it, saves the trouble of searching elsewhere." Yi Hongying gently bit her lip. "Young master, if you need help, I can find a way to contact a Grand Elder from headquarters. You know, Grand Elder level figures are all undying true monarchs of the Wanfa Jing." Chen Changan didn't expect Yi Hongying could actually contact headquarters Grand Elder. Made Chen Changan somewhat surprised, but Chen Changan didn't care. He shook his head. "No need. Even if the Jin family and Shirtu occult join forces, they can't do anything to me." Deep within Dalong Mountain, dozens of kings/marquises and several cult leaders gathered outside the underground palace, their faces pale, expressions unsightly. Su Dafu wore a familiar face mask. Beside him was also wearing a familiar face mask, 7th Master Su Yuanba. As more and more experts arrived at the underground palace, they began fighting for advantageous positions to enter the underground palace. Originally Su Yuanba hid his true cultivation, but finally had no choice but to use his full strength. Only then could he help Su Dafu hold this advantageous corner for entering the underground palace. At this moment, his body erupted with astonishingly terrifying pressure, making others wary. Unexpectedly an Undying Realm cult leader, clearly this was Su Yuanba's true cultivation. Su Dafu stared eagerly at the underground palace, gritting his teeth, very unwilling. "Damn it! This underground palace seal is too sturdy, so much time has passed. So many people attacking with all their might, yet still can't break the seal." Su Yuanba sighed. "Your Highness, This is after all the seal set by the Subduing before his death, containing the immortal emperor's mighty power. How could it be broken so easily? But I can feel the power within the seal. Has been worn down by more than half by us during this time, presumably it won't be long before we can break this underground palace seal, enter the underground palace, seize the immortal emperor's inheritance. Su Dafu shook his head. Seventh Master, we've wasted too much time, I'm afraid by then. The people from the Dari Huang Chao will have already built the teleportation array platform and arrived here these past 2 days. More and more cultivators have arrived, among them are many top powers from Hezhou. Sent pioneer cultivators. Look at the Qingxing cult side, even the cult leader came personally. They brought the most experts. It will be even harder for us to seize the immortal emperor's inheritance then. Looking at Shula, Su Yuanba looked determined. Your Highness, you are the mandated son of heaven. Subordinate believes you will definitely suppress the heroes and obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance. Su Dafu didn't speak, just stared at a corner of the underground palace, eyes flickering uncertainly, unknown what he was thinking. And in a mountain forest not far from Su Dafu, also occupied one of the advantageous positions to enter the underground palace earliest. Gathered were the experts sent by the Chongqing cult. A temporary cave mansion was opened in their midst. Inside the cave mansion, Qin Xiaoyan, with the help of her master Dongfan Lingyue and cult leader Gu Haisheng, was striving to refine the Cibeijian, accompanied by that Cibeijian erupting with a world-shocking sword light. Qin Xiaoyan finally refined the Cibeijian, achieving spiritual connection with the Cibeijian. That Cibeijian, as if having a spirit, instantly entered Qin Xiaoyan's body. In an instant, Qin Xiaoyan's entire being felt enlightened, her body undergoing immense changes. Even more astonishing sword intent surged out from Qin Xiaoyan's body, causing Dongfang Lingyue and Gu Haisheng's minds to tremble. Such terrifying sword intent, could it be? She obtained the Sibei Sendi's sword Dao, part of the immortal emperor's inheritance. The two guarded nearby, quietly waiting. About an hour later, Qin Xiaoyan finally woke up. A sharp golden light flashed in her eyes and disappeared instantly. She was overjoyed. Master, cult leader, the Cibeijian is finally refined. Dongfang Lingyue smiled. Not in vain that senior brother and I expended so much effort. Gu Haisheng asked eagerly. Xiaoyan, within this Cibeijian, is there the Sibei Sendi's sword Dao, part of the immortal emperor's inheritance? Qin Xiaoyan nodded. Master, cult leader, within this Cibeijian, indeed lies the sword Dao inheritance left by the Sibei Sendi. But it's only a small part. The complete immortal emperor inheritance is right inside this underground palace. I can sense it through the Cibeijian, Qin Xiaoyan added. Master, cult leader, now that I am spiritually connected with the Cibeijian, perhaps I can use the Cibeijian to break the underground palace seal. Enter the underground palace. As soon as these words came out, the two were overjoyed. Excellent, this way. While the other powers have only sent pioneer cultivators, we take this opportunity to open the underground palace seal. We will protect you in obtaining the immortal emperor's inheritance. No time to lose. Act immediately. Qin Xiaoyan, having refined the Cibeijian, walked out of the temporary cave mansion, placed her gaze on the underground palace seal. She summoned the Cibeijian. Instantly, this earth instrument burst forth with dazzling sword light reaching 10,000 zhang. Even more, an astonishing and terrifying emperor's might erupted, sweeping around like mountain floods and tsunamis. These cultivators near the underground palace were all alarmed, looking towards Qin Xiaoyan. It's a disciple of the Chongqing cult. That sword, someone sucked in a cold breath, seems to be one of the earth instruments wielded by the Sibei Sendi. How did the Cibeijian fall into the hands of a Chongqing cult disciple? Such astonishing emperor's might. This sword seems to have been completely refined by her, someone exclaimed. Could the Chongqing cult want to use this sword to open the underground palace seal? Everyone discussed animatedly. Extremely shocked, at the same time several powerful auras erupted, charging towards Qin Xiaoyan, delusionally wanting to snatch the Cibeijian from Qin Xiaoyan's hands. But the Chongqing cult side, how could they let them succeed? Gu Haisheng, Dongfan Lingyue, and a group of Chongqing cult elders acted, intercepting these few cultivators who delusionally wanted to seize the Cibeijian. Astonishing battles instantly erupted in the sky. Qin Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. After summoning the Cibeijian, she channeled all her power towards the underground palace seal, striking it. Boom, accompanied by the earth shaking and mountains swaying, under the strike from the Cibeijian. The underground palace seal was covered in dense cracks. Then the underground palace seal shattered, revealing an opening leading into the underground palace interior. From that opening, streaks of blood-red divine light shot straight into the clouds, then condensed into a large blood-red bell. Erupting with terrifying heaven and earth phenomena, the great compassion bell chimed, resounding mightily, echoing through heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression froze for a moment, then came great joy. The underground palace seal is broken. Quick, quick, take the chance to rush into the underground palace. I want to seize the immortal emperor inheritance. Charge! Seeing the underground palace open, countless cultivators' eyes turned red, like starving wolves hungry for 10 days to half a month, frantically charging towards the underground palace opening. Even those few powerful cultivators fighting for the Zibejian also successively stopped fighting Dongfang Lingyue and the others, turned around, rushing towards the underground palace. And leading the charge, naturally, was Qin Chaoyan holding the Zibejian, leading the group from the Changsheng cult, followed by Su Dafu, Su Yuanba, and others. Countless experts entered through the underground palace opening, all wanting to compete for the legendary immortal emperor inheritance. Countless cultivators in Tianwu City all heard that sound of the spirit bell, looked up towards the heaven and earth phenomenon. It's the Sibei Zhongming. Could the underground palace seal have been broken? Damn, after so long, it's finally broken. Quick, quick, go! Streaks of red light shot out rapidly from Tianwu City, flying towards Dalong Mountain. Even Xu Yongtian and Xu Wushuang, father and daughter who returned to the city lord's mansion, also regrouped, rushing towards Dalong Mountain. At this moment, the underground palace deep within Dalong Mountain was like a peerless beauty without shoes, radiating an irresistible allure, attracting countless cultivators to swarm towards it. Tao Wajia, Wangpa, who was cracking melon seeds with neighbors on the street, idly chatting gossip, suddenly saw the heaven and earth phenomenon erupting over at Dalong Mountain. She paused for a moment. Then her expression turned somewhat grave. Stopped cracking melon seeds, sister, I still have things to do. Let's stop chatting, but you must remember, help my useless son find a blind date partner. Money is no object, I definitely won't short you, no problem, no problem. If there's a suitable girl, I'll definitely introduce her. Wangpa hurriedly left Tao Wajia. No one knew where she went. Jokan Pharmacy backyard, Chen Changan was cultivating Faiyue Shofa. Zhong Linger was also cultivating diligently. Both were startled by the Sibei Zhongming. Zhong Linger widened her lively eyes. Brother Changan, seems like it erupted from the underground palace over at Dalong Mountain. Chen Changan nodded. Thought of the day he just got the system. The underground palace phenomenon erupted. The two were the same. He activated his divine eye, seeing through 10,000 li of mountains and rivers, the scene deep within Dalong Mountain right before his eyes. Chen Changan saw the underground palace seal had been broken, that opening created by Chen Changan's iron blade back then. Countless cultivators were entering through it, but faintly. Chen Changan could feel danger emerging from deep within the underground palace. Strange, Chen Changan's divine eye flashed. Directly seeing through the underground palace, looking at what was inside, couldn't help frowning. Inside the underground palace was an ancient great city, Yinchi rolling, filled with the aura of death. Within this great city, everywhere were nether soldiers and nether generals. Battle cries soared to the sky. Currently engaged in fierce battles with the entering cultivators, cultivator corpses could be seen everywhere on the streets. Chen Changan was surprised, didn't expect the interior of this underground palace to be so dangerous. He planned to use his divine eye to continue probing deeper into the underground palace, but wanting to see through the depths of this underground palace required him to use more invincible cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Jojo came out with another chop, harvesting 1 year of lifespan, simultaneously reminding current lifespan. 191, Chen Changan stopped circulating his divine eye. Forget it, probing further has little to do with me, just wasting lifespan pointlessly. Chen Changan's divinely radiant eyes returned to normal. The underground palace seal has been broken. Zhong Linger suddenly understood. So that's how it is. She thought of something, asked curiously, Brother Changan, you are so powerful, since the underground palace seal is broken. Why don't you go to the underground palace to snatch the immortal emperor inheritance? Heard that if one can obtain the immortal emperor inheritance, one will have the chance to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm, become the strongest in the world. Chen Changan smiled, patted Zhong Linger's head. So what if one becomes an immortal emperor? I don't need it. Then Chen Changan asked again, Linger, do you want the immortal emperor inheritance? If you want it, I'll snatch the immortal emperor inheritance from this underground palace and give it to you. Chen Changan spoke calmly, snatching the immortal emperor inheritance to give to Zhong Linger. As if talking about a trivial matter, Zhong Linger gently shook her head. Being able to stay by Brother Changan's side, Linger is content, doesn't hope for any immortal emperor inheritance. Zhong Linger just entered the cultivation world, although she didn't know what the immortal emperor inheritance meant yet. she also knew its preciousness, so many experts came running to compete for the immortal emperor inheritance. Although she had full confidence in Chen Changan, believing he was the strongest, she also worried he would get injured competing. After all, during this time, she often heard people in the city talk about the underground palace news. Great battles erupt there frequently, corpses strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flow. Don't know how many people died, even if Chen Changan could really obtain the immortal emperor inheritance for her. Zhonglinger didn't want to see Chen Changan get hurt for her sake. Chen Changan smiled slightly, gently patted Zhonglinger's head, even without the immortal emperor inheritance. In the future, you can also achieve the immortal emperor realm. Changan has this confidence to cultivate Zhonglinger into an immortal emperor. Moreover, she still has the innate Huang Ti, but how exactly does this innate Huang Ti awaken? Chen Changan had no clue for the time being, didn't get any useful information from the library pavilion either. Afterwards, Chen Changan and Zhonglinger continued their respective cultivation. Chen Changan continued cultivating his technique. But not long after, Lin Lei came calling again. Lazy, you're not accompanying your little pampered wife these few days? Why run over here? At this time Lin Lei was spirited, radiating vigor. By cultivating the 6th grade technique He Shui Tianjing, his cultivation had already broken through to peak Tue Fan. The next step is breaking through to the Ming Quan Jing. He is only 18 now. So young, if he can break through to the Ming Quan Jing before 20. In the cultivation world, he could also be called a cultivation genius. Future achievements definitely extraordinary. Cultivating to the Huashan Jing, becoming a king titled by the Heavenly Emperor, is also not impossible. Lin Lei chuckled heartily. Truly, happy events bring high spirits. Look at my cultivation, peak Tue Fan. I'm one step closer to the Ming Quan realm. Just show off. Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. You saw the heaven and earth phenomenon just now too. Seems the underground palace seal has been opened. Why don't you go to the underground palace to seize opportunities? What if you're lucky and get the immortal emperor inheritance? Lin Lei was speechless. I just broke through to peak Tue Fan. Go to the underground palace to seize opportunities. Isn't that waiting for you to collect my corpse? Saying this, Lin Lei couldn't help sighing. Immortal emperor opportunity. This is a once in 10,000 years opportunity. Honestly, I really want to go. What if I get recognized by the immortal emperor? But I'm about to get married. Not alone anymore. Chen Changan nodded. That makes sense. You still have self-awareness. If you die in the underground palace, Xiaolu would have to be a widow. Pay. Don't say such unlucky things. Lin Lei got down to business. This time I came on young Mrs. orders. Chu Wushuang sent you? She ordered me to deliver a letter to you. Lin Lei took out a letter and handed it to Chen Changan. Winked at him and said, before young Miss left, she gave me this letter very solemnly, ordering me to quickly bring it to you. I'm somewhat curious. What's written inside? Could it be because of your life-saving grace? She developed feelings for you. Written on it is life-saving grace. Can only be repaid with one's body, things like that. Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. Believe it or not, I'll tell Xiaolu about those earlier years. You went with me and Dafu to the brothel street to spend the night. Lin Lei quickly shook his head. Can't do that. Definitely can't do that. He looked left and right, deeply afraid Han Xiaolu was nearby. Then lowered his voice to Chen Changan. Changan, this concerns a brother's lifelong happiness. You absolutely must not tell Xiaolu, besides it was 2 years ago. Haha, I've already turned over a new leaf. Since you've turned over a new leaf, what are you afraid of? You don't understand women's minds, unpredictable. If you tell Xiaolu about this, who knows what crazy things she'll think about all day. Alright then, Chen Changan was of course just joking with Lin Lei. This was a little secret between men. How could he tell those women? Zhonglinger nearby was very curious, tilting her head. Secretly thinking, Brother Changan and Brother Lei, why did they go to the brothel street? Could it be they also have property there, about the letter Chu Wushuang gave him? Chen Changan was also somewhat curious. Lin Lei beside him was also looking forward. Quickly open it and see. See what young miss wrote. Chen Changan didn't mind, opened the letter. The handwriting on it was elegant and beautiful, carrying a faint fragrance of ink. Chen Changan and Lin Lei glanced at the letter. Chu Wushuang formally reminded Chen Changan about the news from the Jin family and Shitua Jiao. Now, the two major powers have dispatched grand elders heading to Tianwu City to trouble Chen Changan. Telling Chen Changan it's best to leave early, Chen Changan was somewhat surprised. Didn't expect Chu Wushuang would actually send him a letter, saying these things. Isn't she afraid of getting involved? Lei was puzzled. Jin family and Shitua Jiao have grand elders coming to Tianwu City, but why did young miss tell you to be careful? Even telling you to leave Tianwu City. Facing Lin Lei's confusion, Chen Changan shrugged. Why tell me to leave Tianwu City, you ask me? Who do I ask? Perhaps because I saved Chu Wushuang there. Making the Jin family alchemist hold a grudge. No way, so petty? Lin Lei listened, stunned. Chen Changan didn't explain much, didn't want Lin Lei to worry. Besides, even if he told Lin Lei he could easily deal with the Shirtua cult and the Jin family's grand elders, he definitely wouldn't believe it. That's unclear. Perhaps Chu Wuxuan overthought things there. He put the letter away. Said, although this matter probably has nothing to do with me, but lazy, when you go back, still remember to help me thank Chu Wuxuan. I understand, after all, she is also concerned about you. Lin Lei suddenly understood. He thought, that's right, besides treating her illness, young Miss and Changan have no other interaction. She took this opportunity, surely to express her concern for Changan. Young Miss really likes Changan. Thinking of this, Lin Lei couldn't help giving Chen Changan a thumbs up. Worthy of being my brother, awesome. Actually made the city lord's daughter fall for him so silently, Lin Lei thought. If Chen Changan and Chu Wuxuan get together, wouldn't Changan be like a crow landing in a phoenix nest? Enjoying endless glory and wealth for a lifetime, envy. Then, Lin Lei looked at Joan Linger. Gave her a look. Sister Linger, you have to work hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can only be the concubine in the future. Joan Linger looked baffled. Didn't understand the meaning contained in Lin Lei's look. Alright, my mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Leaving first, Lin Lei was about to leave. Take care. Chen Changan patted Lin Lei's shoulder. But silently, within Lin Lei's body, infused a powerful Shang Isai condensed from the full 5 years of lifespan he lost. Now his lifespan also dropped to 184. But the power of this Shang Isai was extremely strong, able to help Lin Lei when encountering danger. Help Lin Lei erupt with unparalleled power in this cultivation world. Presumably apart from those reclusive old monsters, those powerful cultivators in the cultivation world, even Wanfa Jing supreme true monarchs couldn't harm Lin Lei. After all, Lin Lei was one of Chen Changan's few friends. Chen Changan knew he currently held grudges with the Jin family and Shirtua cult, feared these two major powers wouldn't play fair, troubling the people around him. Doing this with the Shang Isai was good, preparing for a rainy day, making preparations in advance. No need to worry about Lin Lei encountering danger later. Linger, watch the shop. I'm going to Lanhua village for a trip, Chen Changan instructed Joan Linger. Then left Jiukong Pharmacy, heading straight for Lanhua village. On the way out of the city, Chen Changan saw streaks of red light cutting through the sky, heading towards the depths of Dalong Mountain. With many cultivators gone, this Tianwu city seemed somewhat deserted. Just outside the city gate, Chen Changan received Yi Hongying's transmission. Chen Changan opened it to see. Young Master, Wanba Pavilion has received confirmed news. The Dari Huang Chao has already built the teleportation array platform. Tomorrow, Crown Prince Su Tang will arrive at Dalong Mountain. Jin family ancestor Jing Juri and Shirtua cult Grand Elder Zhao Tao have already set off for Tianwu City. They are all undying true monarchs of the Wanfa Jing. At the latest they will arrive in Tianwu City in 3 days. Seeking revenge for young master. Young master, please be careful. Chen Changan understood. Then put away the transmission talisman Yi Hongying gave him. Lanhua village was like a paradise, peaceful and harmonious. Villagers worked from sunrise, rested at sunset. Life was quite comfortable and free. Chen Changan arrived. Villagers saw him, couldn't help feeling respectful and afraid. They had personally witnessed back then Chen Changan acting ruthlessly, killing powerful cultivators. Why did he come again? Chen Changan didn't mind everyone's gaze. Arrived at Fubo's residence, Fubo saw Chen Changan, quickly welcomed him. Lord Zhang, you've arrived. Fubo looked at Chen Changan differently than before, becoming respectful. He had heard everything from the village, knew that Chen Changan acted that day, killed several immortals flying in the sky, completely different from Fubo's imagination of that ordinary little physician from the pharmacy. He should be one of those high and mighty immortals. This was something Fubo never expected. Moreover, Chen Changan was his son's life-saving benefactor. Fubo naturally didn't dare to interact casually with Chen Changan like a neighbor as before. Chen Changan naturally saw all this, couldn't help sighing inwardly, but also knew that after his strength was exposed, many people's interactions with him would indeed change. If Lazy and Dafu knew about his changes, Chen Changan didn't know how they would interact with him again. Chen Changan showed a smile. Fubo, just call me Changan like before. Alright then, Chen Changan asked. Fubo, how is brother Yoneng now? Fubo said, Yoneng, he is almost recovered now. Zhang Yoneng and Madame Li inside the house heard Fubo and Chen Changan talking outside, quickly came out. Indeed, Zhang Yoneng at this time was full of vigor, without a trace of injury visible on his body. This was thanks to the powerful life essence qi of the Wan Nian Lingshan. Otherwise, Chen Changan might not have been able to cure him. Benefactor, you've come. Zhang Yoneng and Madame Li, the couple looked respectful, bowing slightly, not daring like before to call Chen Changan brother Changan. Chen Changan smiled. Brother Yonan, looks like you're in good spirits. Already fully recovered, Zhang Yoning said. Benefactor wants to go into the mountains to find that Santu Guishu? Chen Changan nodded. Zhang Yoning said, okay, I'll take Benefactor there now. Before Chen Changan asked Zhang Yoning to take him into the mountains to find the cave where the Santu Guishu was. At that time Zhang Yoning didn't know Chen Changan's strength, so he worried something might happen to him, but now he didn't need to worry. He already knew Chen Changan's strength from the villagers' mouths. Presumably Chen Changan could handle the Santu Guishu, no need for him to worry needlessly. Soon Zhang Yoning packed up, taking Chen Changan towards Lanhua village. Towards that ancient mountain not far away. This mountain was named Zhonglian Mountain by the people of Lanhua village. Although not as vast as Dalong Mountain, it spanned nearly 10,000 li. Fierce beasts and great demons moved within the mountain, ordinary cultivators entering deep into the mountains rashly. The slightest carelessness could lead to mortal danger. Zhang Yoning, as a mortal hunter, naturally didn't dare enter deep into the mountains to hunt, only daring to hunt some small animals in the outer safe areas. Zhang Yoning led Chen Changan into the mountains. He was familiar with the route, traversing through dense, dark forests and precipitous mountain valley terrains. After several hours, Zhang Yonan was sweating profusely, finally bringing Chen Changan to a remote mountain gully. Benefactor, the cave is right there. Zhang Yoning pointed towards the mountain gullies, place where vines and vegetation grew densely. He swallowed hard, thinking of the terrifying scene experienced inside 3 days ago, couldn't help his body trembling. The red mist ejected by the Santu Guishu was too terrifying. He survived last time. Can only say he was too lucky. Chen Changan pushed aside the vines and vegetation. Sure enough, saw a pitch-black cave entrance. This cave was not naturally formed. It was dug out by the sharp claws and teeth of that Santu Guishu. Claw marks were visible everywhere on the cave walls. Chen Changan said, all right, you can just bring me here, Benefactor, then be careful, I'll wait for you outside. Chen Changan shook his head. No need, if you wait outside for me, who knows how long it will take. If you encounter demon beasts passing by, you'll be in great danger. Why don't you come with me? Go inside, or just don't wait for me, go straight down the mountain. Zhang Yoning's face turned pale, said with a bitter smile, Benefactor, let me go inside, forget it, just got my life back. I'm really scared to death. Then Benefactor, you be careful yourself, I'll head back first. Zhang Yoning quickly left. Chen Changan entered the cave alone. The cave was dark and cool, wide enough for 2 adults to pass side by side. So Chen Changan didn't feel crowded in the cave. He used his divine eye. Although this cave was pitch black, under his divine eye, it was as bright as day. Soon, Chen Changan saw the Santu Guishu in the deepest part of the cave. The Santu Guishu at this moment was using its 2 sharp claws to dig frantically. Chen Changan smiled, dismissed his divine eye. As long as this Santu Guishu is still in the cave, it's fine. If it left, for him to find this Santu Guishu again would probably take considerable effort. Chen Changan stepped with Shinbu, instantly disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind the Santu Guishu. The Santu Guishu's body was huge, a full 2 meters, its fur an earthy gray color. 3 heads had sharp teeth and claws, buried in digging, coupled with those 2 sharp claws. The speed of opening the tunnel was flying fast, and Chen Changan's appearance did not attract the attention of the hard-digging Santu Guishu. Chen Changan also didn't disturb the Santu Guishu. Retracted his aura, just watching the big butt of this Santu Guishu sticking out. Vigorously digging, he wanted to see this Santu Guishu. What heavenly material or earthly treasure it had discovered in this mountain didn't make Chen Changan wait long. Only took half an hour. The Santu Guishu suddenly became excited. As its claws dug vigorously, a newborn baby appeared ahead. About that size, a wholly exquisite jade stone, emitting dense spiritual energy. Chen Changan recognized it. That's 1,000-year jade marrow, belongs to the precious category of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, condensed from the essence of the mountains, containing incomparably pure energy. Extremely helpful for cultivation. The Santu Guishu saw this 1,000-year jade marrow. Instantly its 6 eyes shone, making squeaking sounds, then pounced on it. Couldn't resist wanting to gnaw on it. Perhaps the Santu Guishu was thinking, worked hard digging for so long. Finally time for harvest, not easy Hey, if this 1,000-year jade marrow is eaten by you, wouldn't it be a terrible waste? Just as the Santu Guishu excitedly wanted to gnaw on that piece of 1,000-year jade marrow, Chen Changan's voice inappropriately sounded from behind, in the quiet cave. This voice suddenly sounding startled the Santu Guishu. All its rat fur stood on end, almost scared into jumping up. The next moment, the Santu Guishu's 3 heads twisted around. 6 scarlet eyes stared straight at Chen Changan, very cautiously emitting low hisses. At the same time, these 6 eyes were also filled with confusion, curious about this human. When did he appear behind it? Chen Changan strode forward. The Santu Guishu was inherently timid, seeing Chen Changan approach. Also gave up the idea of eating the 1,000-year jade marrow, immediately wanting to escape first. One of the three heads, the pitch-black one, suddenly flashed a faint light between its brows. Spatial power surged around its body. Chen Changan had long been wary of this Santu Guishu's escaping talent. Know that this escaping talent could teleport dozens of li away in an instant. So Santu Guishu are rarely caught by cultivators. But unfortunately, the Santu Guishu encountered Chen Changan, a divine light shot from Chen Changan's eyes. The Santu Guishu seemed heavily injured, letting out miserable squeaks. That pitch-black head drooped sickly, half-dead. Naturally unable to use its talent divine ability to escape anymore, the other two rat heads instantly became furious. One rat head opened its mouth spitting green venom, containing terrifying corrosive power. Splashing on the wall emitted sizzling sounds, quickly corroding a large part. The other rat head opened its mouth spitting a ball of raging flames, burning everything. Attacking towards Chen Changan didn't act, just snorted coldly. The other two rat heads seemed heavily struck, unable to exert any strength. The Santu Guishu was suppressed by Chen Changan, unable to escape. Also completely unable to cause any harm to Chen Changan. At this time the Santu Guishu looked towards Chen Changan. Eyes filled with fear, its huge rat body trembling. Chen Changan temporarily ignored the Santu Guishu, took the piece of 1,000-year jade marrow embedded in the soil, pulled it out. It actually weighed a full 30 or 40 jin, releasing brilliant smooth light, cool to the touch. Chen Changan slightly circulated the Fei Xian Jing the old man gave him. Felt every pore on his body being enveloped by the pure energy of this 1,000-year jade marrow. Felt only refreshed in spirit. Unfortunately Chen Changan had already reached max cultivation level. This 1,000-year jade marrow was useless to him. Give it to Linger for cultivation. With this 1,000-year jade marrow, her cultivation should advance by leaps and bounds. Right, Chen Changan thought secretly. Then put the 1,000-year jade marrow into his storage ring, looked at this Santu Guishu. The Santu Guishu also looked at him, just those 6 eyes filled with fear. Then from Chen Changan's body, a powerful and terrifying pressure landed on the Santu Guishu, almost crushing the Santu Guishu into a pile of meat paste. The Santu Guishu was terrified. This Santu Guishu is a good thing for finding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Changan wouldn't just kill it like this, that would be too wasteful. Chen Changan placed a Shanghai Fu into the Santu Guishu's body. Instantly, the Santu Guishu felt its life being constrained, felt the fear of being dominated by the man before it. Chen Changan slightly activated the Shanghai Fu within the Santu Guishu's body. The Santu Guishu only felt within its flesh a terrifyingly boundless power erupt, wanting to tear apart every inch of its flesh and blood. Even more terrified and scared, Chen Changan said, "Your life is now in my control. From today onwards, submit to me, serve me as master, otherwise die." The Santu Guishu was inherently afraid of death. Under Chen Changan's coercion, quickly cowed out indicating submission. Seeing this scene, Chen Changan thought, the Santu Guishu is indeed as recorded in the ancient books, greedy for life and afraid of death. If caught, subduing it is quite easy. After the Santu Guishu submitted, Chen Changan also dispersed the pressure suppressing the Santu Guishu. The Santu Guishu was still somewhat fearful, curling up before Chen Changan trembling. Chen Changan smiled, "You have 3 heads, from now on, I'll call you Shu-san." The Santu Guishu fell silent. It felt this name wasn't very good. Couldn't help squeaking twice in protest. Chen Changan slightly narrowed his eyes. "Don't like it?" The Santu Guishu shivered all over. Its 3 rat heads nodded frantically. Chen Changan said, "Good that you like it, now take me to your nest." Having subdued the Santu Guishu, Chen Changan left this cave, first returned to Lanhua village, bid farewell to Fu Bo and the others. Then followed Shu-san towards its nest, and Shu-san's nest was not built in this Zhenliang mountain, but rather in the direction of Dalong mountain. From this, it could be seen, this Shu-san often went out treasure hunting. Chen Changan was somewhat curious, what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be in its nest. Although Shu-san outwardly obeyed Chen Changan, if it could speak human language, it probably would have been cursing long ago, thinking how Master Rat dug treasures for decades, smoothly. Yet encountered such bad luck today, originally free and unfettered, today gained a master. Shu-san was naturally unhappy. It wasn't stupid and saw Chen Changan's intention. This human cultivator must want those treasures in its nest. Pity that I worked so hard collecting for so many years, sob. When arriving at Dalong mountain, it was already afternoon. The sun was scorching, but the journey into the mountain was unusually hot. Beside them, streaks of red light cut through the clouds, entering Dalong mountain. occasionally could see large flying magic treasures, carrying dozens of cultivators away. There were also powerful cultivators riding precious exotic beasts, flying across the sky, entering Dalong Mountain. Like Chen Changan walking into the mountain, there wasn't a single one. Shu San had never seen so many cultivators, couldn't help trembling, little heart pounding wildly. Those 3 rat heads didn't dare look up at the sky. Those cultivators were as timid as could be, but soon, a knowledgeable Ming Quan Jing cultivator in the sky recognized the Santu Gueshu beside Chen Changan, overjoyed. It's actually the exotic beast Santu Bashu. Correct, the Santu Gueshu, because it excels at finding heavenly materials and earthly treasures, is also called Santu Bashu. He originally wanted to go to the underground palace to try his luck, didn't hold much hope, but didn't expect to accidentally see a Santu Bashu. Compared to the unrealistic opportunities in the underground palace, if he could catch the Santu Bashu, go to its nest, perhaps that would be a real great opportunity. This Ming Quan Jing cultivator acted without a second word, directly attacking. As for Chen Changan beside the Santu Gueshu, this cultivator had already seen his cultivation level. Secretly scornful, merely Yang Xia Jing, presumably also attracted here by the underground palace. Simply courting death, naturally he didn't pay Chen Changan any mind at all. Shu San saw someone attacking it, didn't dare flee, quickly shrank behind Chen Changan. Chen Changan looked at the Ming Quan cultivator, unfazed, just slightly used his divine eye. Just glanced at the attacking Ming Quan cultivator, that cultivator instantly screamed miserably. As if pierced by an invisible sharp sword, face pale. Internal organs seemed pierced through, directly falling from the sky. Directly heavily injured and fainted. This scared the other cultivators who also recognized Shu San. Greatly startled, they originally intended to fight for the Santu Baoshu upon seeing it. Seeing that Ming Quan cultivator end up heavily injured and unconscious, and still completely unaware how Chen Changan actually attacked, as if silently defeated that Ming Quan cultivator, those cultivators looked at Chen Changan, eyes wary, didn't dare snatch the Santu Baoshu hiding behind Chen Changan. All this naturally made sense. After all, if Chen Changan was truly as weak as he appeared, how could he possibly catch the Santu Baoshu? Good fellow, turned out he hid his true cultivation. However, there were still cultivators who didn't believe it. One was a powerful cultivator at the peak Tian Ming Jing realm, only one step away from King. He snorted coldly, playing tricks. After speaking, extended his right hand, rolling, heaven and earth power surged, condensing into a sky-covering giant hand, grabbing towards Chen Changan and Shu San. That sky-covering giant hand's power was terrifying, killing intent fierce, not only wanting to snatch the Santu Baoshu, but also kill Chen Changan. Shu San trembled, Chen Changan's eyes turned somewhat cold. Facing such a ruthless person, Chen Changan wouldn't show mercy. He activated his divine eye. That powerful cultivator at peak Tian Ming instantly let out a miserable scream. Divine soul annihilated on the spot, leaving only a soulless body. Chen Changan raised his hand and grabbed, then put the corpse into his storage ring, kept as material for refining level 1 Shoushue. This time the killing was clean and decisive, stunning all the cultivators, each face deathly pale, filled with fear and shock, completely bloodless, so strong. What realm has his cultivation reached? Just one look made a peak Tian Ming cultivator's soul dissipate. This is not something a Huashan Jing King can do. Could it be an undying realm called leader level? The observing cultivators discussed animatedly, faces full of shock and horror. Chen Changan's gaze swept towards the other cultivators, seeming to see who else sought death, coming to snatch his little pet. When Chen Changan's gaze looked over, it directly intimidated those cultivators, each pair of eyes revealing fear and dread. Didn't dare look at him. Shu San's 6 little eyes twinkled. Although still hiding behind Chen Changan trembling, he had an intuition. This master seems very powerful, perhaps staying by this guy's side isn't bad. Seeing no one else dared to come snatch Shu San, Chen Changan finally retracted his gaze, kicked Shu San's corner hiding behind him. What are you cowering for? Shu San squeaked twice. Led Chen Changan away. After Chen Changan and Shu San left, the cultivators here finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Finally, under Shu San's guidance, nearing dusk, they finally arrived at Shu San's nest. Shu San's nest was located behind a waterfall on the north side of Dalong Mountain, very hidden. Passing through the waterfall was a stone wall that had been constantly washed by the waterfall, becoming incomparably smooth like jade. Just as Chen Changan approached the nest entrance, saw Shu San burying its head and walking towards a spot on the stone wall. That area of stone wall rippled like water surface. Shu San passed straight through the stone wall. So that's how it is. Chen Changan's eyes slightly narrowed, followed inside. Upon entering the stone wall, discovered there was a hidden space inside. Several array flags were inserted, but already covered in dust. Don't know how many. There were also a few precious top-grade spirit stones, used as the array foundation to maintain this illusion array's power, protecting this place. There was also a pile of powder that was left after the spirit stones exhausted their energy, using top-grade spirit stones as the array foundation. Who was so extravagant? Chen Changan marveled. He looked around. It was a large cave carved out by humans, night-luminescent stones embedded in the stone walls, brightly lit. Didn't seem damp at all, Chen Changan murmured. This seems like a cave mansion. Many cultivators, when comprehending the heavenly Tao and breaking through, would open up a cave mansion. Breaking through within the cave mansion, this large cave was clearly a cave mansion. Chen Changan didn't expect that Shu San's nest was actually inside a cave mansion, which somewhat surprised Chen Changan. The large cave led deeper. Shu San turned back, squeaked twice, continued towards the depths of the large cave. Chen Changan followed behind. The large cave was very deep, filled with abundant spiritual energy. Finally, Chen Changan followed Shu San to the heart of the cave mansion. This was a spacious cave mansion carved out. Had 3 stone rooms and a spacious stone hall. A high-grade Zhu Ling array formation was arranged here. Spiritual energy was most concentrated, almost so dense it was about to solidify, and within the stone hall, various lights shone, dazzling colors intertwined, and these were all treasures collected by Shu San over the years, dozens of precious ore materials, also various rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Changan just glanced, couldn't help showing shock in his eyes. Jiu and Huang Jin Long, Lei Cheng Tong, Zi Huang Mu, Di Hua Bo Sui, Jiu Miao Zhugua, these were all seen by Chen Changan in the library pavilion. Extremely precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures recorded in ancient books, because Chen Changan used the divine brain. Finished reading those ancient books, memorized everything, so recognized them at a glance. But there were many he hadn't seen in books, so didn't recognize them. But these heavenly materials and earthly treasures collected by Shu San were definitely not ordinary. Flowing with various colored lights, appearing mysterious and precious. Know that these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, some are important materials for refining top-tier magic treasures, some are even scarce materials used to refine important pills, like that Jiu Miao Zhugua is needed by Huashan Jing King cultivators to break through to the undying realm. Becoming a cult leader level expert, one of the important main ingredients for the Shin Miao Dan, and that Zi Huang Mu, like purple blood jade, scarlet and dazzling, containing utmost hardness and yang, covered in mysterious yellow patterns, and Wanfa Jing undying true monarchs. If wanting to refine a suitable pure yang magic treasure, this Zi Huang Mu is a good refining material. Di Hua Bao Sui is a holy medicine for body refining, can temper the physical body, extremely rare. At this moment Shu San looked at Chen Changan, eyes shining. Knew his collection was probably doomed, felt wronged, and almost cried. Chen Changan smiled. No wonder so many cultivators wanted to snatch the Santu Baoshu. Seems they deeply knew the preciousness of the collection in its nest. Truly opened my eyes. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures piled up like a small mountain. Chen Changan couldn't tell what everything was at a glance. Wasn't anxious to immediately plunder Shu San's heavenly materials and earthly treasures completely. He curiously looked at this cave mansion, able to arrange such a high-grade Zhu Ling array here. Presumably the owner of the cave mansion was not simple, don't know if he's dead or alive. Shu San beside him heard Chen Changan's words, nibbled Chen Changan's trouser leg. Led him into a stone room. In this stone room, Chen Changan saw a corpse sitting cross-legged on a couch. Astonishingly, didn't know how long this corpse had been dead. The clothes on its body had long turned to dust, but its flesh was intact, lifelike, as if alive. Chen Changan observed carefully, saw this physical body still contained astonishing blood qi, could faintly hear the roaring sound of qi and blood like great sea waves crashing against reefs. Approaching this corpse was like approaching a fiercely burning furnace, incredibly fierce. Wanting to burn Chen Changan to ashes, Chen Changan slightly used invincible cultivation, resisted this terrifying heat from the blood qi, looking at this body muttering to himself. Such a strong physique, even those kings/marquises and cult leaders, having experienced heavenly Tao tempering and baptism, their physical strength cannot compare to the corpse before my eyes. Looking at the state of this cave mansion, I'm afraid this person has been dead for many years, yet the body still retains such terrifying power. Who was this person? Truly astonishing. Shu San dared not enter this stone room. Only dared to hide outside peeking, because it instinctively felt from this corpse a strong sense of danger. So although knowing there was this corpse in the stone room, Shu San never dared enter. But Chen Changan was clearly different. His strength was great. Definitely could handle it. Inside the stone room Chen Changan sized up the corpse, body incorruptible after death. This must be a body cultivator who walked the path of body refining. Chen Changan eyed the corpse's storage ring on its right index finger. Perhaps this storage ring contained a body refining technique. Reached out to take it, but suddenly the giant corpse before him moved. Although its body contained astonishing blood qi, like that fiercely burning furnace, at this moment it didn't give a feeling of heat, but rather sinister coldness, full of strangeness. The corpse opened its eyes, a pair of strange crimson eyes staring at Chen Changan. Reached out its right hand to grab Chen Changan, although Chen Changan was startled by the sudden revival of the corpse before him. He wasn't afraid, snorted coldly. Invincible cultivation suppressed it on the spot, completely unable to move. Roar roar roar, the corpse let out sharp hisses. Chen Changan frowned. Legends say some powerful body cultivators' bodies remain incorruptible for thousands of years, blood qi abundant. After death, they can even give birth to strange sentience. Thus it can be seen, the corpse before him was indeed as Chen Changan guessed, definitely a powerful body cultivator when alive. Chen Changan just pointed a finger, the corpse before him instantly turned to annihilation, leaving only that one storage ring. Opening the storage ring, there was nothing inside. Only a piece of purple treasure liquid, transmission treasure liquid. Chen Changan was surprised. He had seen this thing before in the library pavilion. It's an extremely precious secret treasure for transmitting techniques. Chen Changan placed the transmission treasure liquid on his forehead, accompanied by the transmission treasure liquid shooting out brilliant purple light. Chen Changan only felt his soul instantly pulled into an unknown mysterious space. There, he saw a stalwart middle-aged male figure, standing atop a solitary peak. The aura emanating from his body was terrifying, blood qi abundant, like a mountain peak, pressing down making it hard to breathe, and this middle-aged man was precisely that strange corpse from the stone room. The middle-aged man spoke. I am Yun Zhonglong, originally came for the martial saint item, but was tragically ambushed by enemies. Heavily injured and died here. Since you obtained the transmission treasure liquid, you are my destined person. Today I will grant you the inheritance, only hope that if you have the chance to meet my enemy in the future, avenge me. After speaking, the middle-aged man pointed a finger. A vast inheritance technique like a tide instantly entered Chen Changan. Chen Changan began absorbing this inheritance technique. An hour later, Chen Changan finally completely absorbed Yun Zhonglong's inheritance technique. The transmission treasure liquid on his forehead had turned to ash. Chen Changan woke up. Brilliant golden light shot out from his eyes. Tiandi Zhao Waju, Chen Changan murmured. This was what the middle-aged man passed to him, an ancient body refining technique, Tiandi Zhao Waju, divided into 3 layers, encompassing everything, whether it's body refining methods, or secret arts and divine abilities for different realms, all recorded in detail. However, this Yun Zhonglong only mastered the first layer of Tiandi Zhao Waju, could only cultivate to the Huashan Jing, becoming a martial king, and Yun Zhonglong was precisely a peak martial king expert. He came to the Hezhou region, was searching for the martial saint, because that martial saint held the cultivation method for the second layer of Tiandi Zhao Waju, allowing cultivation all the way from martial king to the martial saint realm. Unfortunately, this Yun Zhonglong had bad luck, encountered enemies, couldn't find the martial saint even until death. Chen Changan murmured to himself, Situ Yukong, I remember your enemy. If I can meet him, I will definitely avenge you, consider it repayment for the grace of transmitting the technique. But Chen Changan thought, this Yun Zhonglong has probably been dead for thousands of years, his enemy is likely long gone from this world. Chen Changan revealed a smile, in a great mood. Transmission through the transmission treasure liquid didn't require Chen Changan to learn, already comprehended its essentials, just need to cultivate it. But the only thing that troubled Chen Changan somewhat was that breaking through each realm required coordination with the body refining treasure pills from the Tiandi Zhao Waju. The higher the realm used, the more precious the required body refining treasure pills. Required alchemy materials become, and now from the Yang Shui Jing to the Tue Fan Jing, requires the alchemy materials for a type of Shui Ling Bao Dan. Refining this pill requires a full 373 types of medicinal materials, luckily besides a few individual ones. The others are not uncommon. Later let Hongying help collect them, then can start refining pills. Start cultivating. The path of FAP 2 magic cultivation has reached its end due to invincible cultivation. Chen Changan greatly anticipated the other path of the 2-body cultivation, hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Looked at Shu San. Chen Changan smiled, you fellow, although ugly, suddenly look exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Squeak squeak, Shu San looked baffled, didn't understand what Chen Changan was saying. See if the other stone rooms have anything good. Chen Changan went again to the other stone rooms in this cave mansion. However, there were no gains in the remaining stone rooms. When Yun Zhonglong was alive, the few spirit pets he raised had all become piles of white bones, but in one stone room, Chen Changan found a withered, yellowed golden vine, the vine shaped like a small snake. Chen Changan's eyes lit up. It's Jinshi Tang, in the Tiandi Zhao to cultivate to martial king. One alchemy material is needed, named Jinshi Gua, which grows on this Jinshi Tang. Hope it can be revived. Chen Changan definitely didn't want to lose this Jinshi Tang for nothing. Know that Jinshi Tang is very hard to find in the cultivation world. Wanting to find one is not easy. Chen Changan quickly used invincible cultivation to nourish this half-dead Jinshi Tang. Under the nourishment of invincible cultivation, this Jinshi Tang quickly regained vitality. Chen Changan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily saved it. Afterwards Chen Changan carefully first transplanted the Jinshi Tang from the stone room into the storage ring, wait until returning to the pharmacy backyard, finally swept clean all the treasures collected by Shu San over many years in the main hall. Only then was Chen Changan satisfied. Shu San stared blankly at this scene. That little rat heart was bleeding, yet dared not make a sound. Chen Changan smiled slightly. Shu San, now you are my spirit pet, yours is mine. Mine is still mine, but don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Then Chen Changan used invincible cultivation, planning to give Shu San like Zhonglinger and Yi Hongying, granting it the immaculate spirit body. But under the baptism of Chen Changan's invincible cultivation, Shu San squeaked non-stop, actually undergoing bloodline metamorphosis. Shu San, under the baptism of Chen Changan's invincible cultivation, bloodline underwent metamorphosis. Golden flames ignited all over its body, filled with powerful demonic power. The gray fur turned golden. Records about demon beast bloodlines mention. According to bloodline strength, there are mortal demon bloodline, earth demon bloodline, heaven demon bloodline, true demon bloodline, immortal demon bloodline, 5 major categories, and the Santu Guishu originally belonged to the ancient immortal demon bloodline. Descendants of Shi Jin Xianshu combined with other demon types. After so many years, the immortal demon bloodline within its body was already extremely thin, almost gone, but was still in the cultivation world. Extremely rare heaven demon bloodline, but now, because Chen Changan's invincible cultivation baptized it, by chance, helped it metamorphose into its ancestor Shi Jin Xianshu's immortal demon bloodline. Seeing this situation, Chen Changan continued to baptize Shu San, helping it metamorphose in one go. A full 3 hours passed. Shu San's bloodline metamorphosis finally ended, its body much smaller, covered in golden mysterious demon patterns, especially atop the 3 rat heads. Added 3 divine light radiant immortal patterns, 6 shifty rat eyes burned with golden flames. Appearing exceptionally mystical and extraordinary, a huge change from its previous appearance. Chen Changan was very happy. The subdued spirit pet suddenly turned into an immortal demon bloodline. Demon beasts of this bloodline have extraordinary future achievements, able to touch the threshold of the Yao Di. If a demon beast with immortal demon bloodline appeared in the cultivation world, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Countless major powers would frantically compete to subdue it. Chen Changan discovered again, an important function of his invincible cultivation is being able to help demon beasts metamorphose their ancestor bloodline. Chen Changan named this important function bloodline metamorphosis. However, helping Shu San metamorphose into the top-tier immortal demon bloodline, Chen Changan also paid a considerable price, actually consuming a full 10 years of lifespan. As expected, Jojo flashed behind Chen Changan, harvesting his 10 years of lifespan with one chop. Current lifespan remaining 184. Yet Chen Changan looked like he enjoyed it. Another chop, piece of cake. After all, this Shi Jin Xianshu possesses true treasure hunting talent. Even just Yang Shui and Tue Fan Jing Shi Jin Xianshu can easily smell various heavenly materials, earth treasures, precious ores within a range of several hundred li. It's strong enough to reach the Yao Di realm. Can even find all the heavenly materials and earth treasures in an entire state. But this Shi Jin Xianshu leans towards functional support. Combat power is not high. This is exactly what Chen Changan needed. Combat power, none of that matters, he is already invincible. Shu San discovered it actually metamorphosed into Shi Jin Xianshu, couldn't help being excited, squeaking happily non-stop. Thank Master for the gift. Shu San, after the bloodline metamorphosis, could actually speak human language. Know that demon beast speaking human language requires reaching the Tian Ming Jing. Huashan Jing demon beasts can choose to take human form, becoming a demon king ruling a region. And Shu San now was just a Ming Quan Jing demon beast, still 2 major realms away from Tian Ming Jing. Chen Changan said, Shu San, you be my spirit pet. I won't treat you unfairly. In the future you must utilize your talent and skills well. Work for me. Understand? Shu San knows. Shu San nodded heavily. He had already tasted sweetness from Chen Changan. He never imagined he would one day undergo bloodline metamorphosis. Becoming the same jinseng Shu as his ancestor, he was shocked and grateful. Although initially forcefully enslaved by Chen Changan, Shu-san was very unwilling. But now Shu-san was glad from the bottom of his heart that he was subdued by the human expert before him as a spirit pet. Otherwise, he would never metamorphose into jinseng Shu in his entire life. Especially Chen Changan helping him undergo bloodline metamorphosis. Shu-san could feel Chen Changan's unfathomability even more. The power surging from his body was like the vast endless ocean, boundless, bottomless. Made him terrified and alarmed. Following Chen Changan, perhaps he could eat well and drink well. Next, Chen Changan took the first layer of the Tiandi Zhao Waju, the required consumption for each realm. Those rare heavenly materials and earth treasures for body refining treasure pills, directly integrated into Shu-san's sea of consciousness. Shu-san, I need these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Display your proper talent, divine ability. Go find these things for me. Shu-san nodded repeatedly. Understood, master. Next, Chen Changan left this cave. He didn't let Shu-san follow. Let it go find those heavenly materials and earthly treasures he wanted. As for Shu-san's current cultivation being too weak, what if it encounters danger while searching for heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Chen Changan, before leaving, infused another Shangasaifu into Shu-san's body, enough to protect Shu-san's life. Moreover, this Shu-san now metamorphosed into jinseng Shu, escaping ability even more incomparable than before. After Chen Changan left, Shu-san looked at the cave mansion before it, no longer lingering, also left. Next is to properly search for those heavenly materials and earth treasures his master needs. When Chen Changan came out of the cave mansion, it was already dark outside. Chen Changan didn't stay long in Dalong Mountain, directly returned to Tianwu City. On the way, Chen Changan sent a message to Yi Hongying via transmission talisman. When Chen Changan returned, Yi Hongying was already waiting for him at Jiukong Pharmacy. Young master, you're back, Chen Changan said. I sent you a message, asking you to help find those alchemy materials. How did it go? Yi Hongying took out a storage bag. Everything's inside. These alchemy materials are not rare, so collecting them wasn't difficult. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Changan opened the storage bag. Seeing the dazzling array of piled alchemy materials inside, couldn't help revealing a satisfied smile. Working for young master is what I should do. Afterwards, Chen Changan listed a checklist. On it were recorded almost tens of thousands of types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and various precious medicinal herbs. Yi Hongying saw the densely packed materials on the checklist, couldn't help her scalp tingling, swallowed hard. Young master, these, help me keep an eye out. I need them all. Yi Hongying nodded. I will do my best. I see many heavenly materials and earthly treasures on it. For example, that Long Yin Huolian. Heard it has been extinct in the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years. Probably very hard to find. Just do your best. No need to force it. Okay, young master. Chen Changan looked at Yi Hongying, asked, Hongying, what realm is your cultivation now? Yi Hongying said, correct. Thanks to young master helping me birth the immaculate spirit body, cultivating during this time, I've already broken through to peak Ming Quan. Only one step away from the Xinluan Jing, presumably within a year, I can break through to the Xinluan Jing. Speaking here, Yi Hongying's lips couldn't help curling up, clearly very happy. Take this. Should be able to help you break through to the Xinluan Jing. Chen Changan took out 5 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow, gave them to Yi Hongying. Shu-san's treasure hoard was undeniably rich, like 1,000-year jade marrow. This kind of cultivation treasure greatly beneficial to practice. In Shu-san's treasure hoard, there were a full 20-odd pieces collected. When Yi Hongying saw Chen Changan casually take out 5 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow, couldn't help being startled. This seems to be 1,000-year jade marrow. Actually 5 pieces. Yi Hongying's beautiful eyes filled with shock. Know that this 1,000-year jade marrow belongs to the category of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, very precious, hidden in those spirit mountains. Through thousands of years of heaven and earth essence qi, only then have a chance to brew and form. It's a treasure greatly helpful for cultivation, can shorten the time needed for cultivation breakthroughs. For peak Ming Quan cultivators like Yi Hongying, with excellent talent, often need 1 year to break through, step into the Xinluan Jing, but now it's different. If Yi Hongying refines 1,000-year jade marrow for cultivation, perhaps only needs 1 month to break through to the Xinluan Jing. More importantly, this kind of cultivation treasure is rarely seen. Only every few decades or 100 years, perhaps have a chance to see it at auction. Didn't expect. Chen Changan actually took out 5 pieces in one go, and gave them to her. Yi Hongying was overwhelmed by favor. Young master, this is really for me. Chen Changan smiled slightly. Naturally, too precious. Young master, I cannot accept. Chen Changan waved his hand. You work for me. These are naturally your rewards, just some small things. Not valuable small things, not valuable. Chen Changan's words made Yi Hongying's mouth twitch slightly. Is this the world of big shots? If you feel it's not enough, I have more here. Saying this, Chen Changan took out another dozen or so pieces of thousand-year jade marrow. Each piece radiated pure and abundant energy brilliance, like individual precious gems. Yi Hongying stared eyes wide, sucked in a cold breath. Actually so many. Chen Changan also couldn't help sighing. Yes, this Shu San really gave him a great gift. Among those heavenly materials and earthly treasures, many were useless to him, but were useful to the people around him, not bad for rewarding people. After all, how can you make the rabbit run, yet not let the rabbit eat grass, only after eating enough grass? Will it have the strength to focus on working for him? Chen Changan originally wanted to give Yi Hongying a few more pieces of thousand-year jade marrow, but Yi Hongying quickly said, enough, young master, these 5 pieces of thousand-year jade marrow are already enough for me to cultivate for a long time. Although Yi Hongying really wanted to take all these dozen or so pieces of thousand-year jade marrow for herself, she could only think about it. She was not a greedy person. 5 pieces already made her very content. Vowed to go back. Must properly find the various materials on that checklist for Chen Changan. Talk some more with Yi Hongying. Yi Hongying departed. Afterwards, Chen Changan took out the remaining 18 pieces of thousand-year jade marrow. Gave 6 pieces to the cultivating Zhonglinger. With these 6 pieces of thousand-year jade marrow, presumably her cultivation speed will greatly improve. Soon her cultivation level will rise. As for the remaining 12 pieces of thousand-year jade marrow, Chen Changan also had plans. 6 for Lazy. 6 are for Su Pongzi. Standing in the backyard, Chen Changan raised his hand and tossed 6 pieces of thousand-year jade marrow cut through the night sky, accurately landing in the courtyard of Lin Lei, who was holding Han Shelu. In his sleep, thump thump thump. 6 crisp sounds startled the sleeping Lin Lei awake. He yawned, checked the situation outside, instantly saw the 6 pieces of thousand-year jade marrow in front of the door, spirit light dazzling. Lin Lei's sleepiness instantly vanished, eyes wide open, looking blank, baffled, rubbed his eyes. Damn, this seems to be thousand-year jade marrow. I'm not dreaming, right? In the room, Chen Changan from the storage bag took out the batch of refining Yang Xia Jing. Required Xueling Bao Dan's various materials Yi Hongying brought him, one by one. Finally, Chen Changan took out an alchemy furnace from the storage bag. This was also prepared for him by Yi Hongying. Xueling Bao Dan can only be considered a first-grade pill. Chen Changan previously, from Gushoumo's storage, Ring's alchemy books, learned some basic alchemy techniques. Today, tried whether he could refine this Xueling Bao Dan. He hadn't cultivated basic spells to generate pill fire. Could only use the simplest method, burning Hui Yanshi to generate pill fire. Then was a series of medicinal material proportions added to the furnace, starting to extract medicinal essence, according to different medicinal properties, following strict sequential order, put into the furnace for refinement. One night passed, outside dawn broke. Chen Changan also finally completed the final alchemy steps. Waves of pill fragrance began drifting from the alchemy furnace. Just smelling the pill fragrance made one feel refreshed and invigorated. Lifted the furnace lid. A total of 6 soulful and perfectly round Xueling Bao Dan lay quietly inside, longan-sized, flowing with crimson brilliance. Success. Chen Changan was very satisfied he could refine first-grade pills. Officially considered an alchemist, this alchemy was much simpler than he imagined. Of course, this was mainly thanks to the alchemy skills Chen Changan mastered through the divine brain. Although he hadn't refined pills before, he had already mastered the alchemy techniques perfectly. Successfully refining Xueling Bao Dan on the first try was also expected. Took out 1 Xueling Bao Dan, Chen Changan began cultivating the Tiandi Zhao Huaju. That Xueling Bao Dan transformed into a pure and vast medicinal power, under the circulation of the Tiandi Zhao Huaju, integrated into his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, meridians, flesh and blood. Every minute, every second, Chen Changan's physical body was strengthening under the circulation of the Tiandi Zhao Huaju. An hour later, Chen Changan fully refined this Xueling Bao Dan, awakening from cultivation. Chen Changan carefully felt the changes in his physical body, first-time body refining. Chen Changan's aura strengthened considerably. He could also feel within his physical body, filled with a strong and impressive power, clenched his fist. If before his own punch could exert the force of 1 ox, now it had increased at least 3-fold. These 6 Xueling Bao Dan are not enough for my body refining cultivation needs. If I want to break through to first-tier body cultivator, I probably need hundreds of Xueling Bao Dan. And the first-tier body cultivator realm corresponds to the Yang Xia Jing in magic cultivation. And body cultivator realms don't have flashy names, very simple and unadorned. First tier to fifth tier body cultivators correspond to Yang Xie Jing to Tian Ming Jing. Afterwards are Martial King, Great Martial King, etc. Body cultivator realms corresponding to King, cult leader level magic cultivation experts. Later Chen Changan refined another 3 Xueling Bao Dan, finally stepping through the gate of body cultivation. Becoming an entry-level first-tier body cultivator, suddenly space flickered. Chen Changan was pulled into the consciousness space by Jiujiu, saw Jiujiu revealing an evil smile. Congratulations host for breaking through to first-tier body cultivator, lifespan plus 20. Current lifespan 204. Little Changan, keep up the good work, my KPI is counting on you. Chen Changan was also secretly happy. Indeed gained lifespan after breaking through, heard the higher the body cultivator realm. The more abundant the blood chi, the more vigorous the life essence chi. Simply incomparable to magic cultivators of the same realm, I won't have to live in fear anymore. Being ruthlessly harvested by this old woman, finally Chen Changan took the first step. This path of body cultivation is indeed feasible. During the following period, Chen Changan didn't plan to go out either. He set a goal for himself, is to break through from first tier to second tier as soon as possible. Once breaking through to second tier, body cultivators undergo a qualitative transformation, able to convert blood chi in the body into 5 elements spiritual chi. By consuming blood chi, thereby casting various magic spells and divine abilities. This is what Chen Changan needed, using invincible cultivation to cast various magic spells and divine abilities. Even some low-level divine abilities and magic spells, in Chen Changan's hands, can erupt with unparalleled terrifying power. This way, he could also more conveniently use his invincible cultivation. Wanba Pavilion. Yi Hongying looked at the densely packed materials on the checklist, couldn't help worrying. She sighed softly, these materials the young master wants are really troublesome, where to find them? Then Yi Hongying took out the 1,000-year jade marrow Chen Changan gave her, continued cultivating. After receiving the rewarded 1,000-year jade marrow, Yi Hongying impatiently brought it back to Wanba Pavilion, and began cultivating. One night of cultivation, she absorbed the pure energy from the 1,000-year jade marrow. Cultivation growth was like advancing 1,000 li in a day. Within a month, she was bound to break through to the Xinluan Jing. But just then, a man in gorgeous clothes, thin middle-aged man appeared in her room. Yi Hongying saw him. Her expression couldn't help changing, wanted to hide the 1,000-year jade marrow immediately. But it was already too late. The middle-aged man saw the 1,000-year jade marrow in Yi Hongying's hand. Instantly a golden light flashed in his eyes, then coldly questioned. Yi Hongying, where did you get these 5 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow? Yi Hongying knew she couldn't hide it. Didn't hide it anymore. Ah, second uncle, where this 1,000-year jade marrow came from, what does it have to do with you? Also, second uncle, you barged into my room without greeting, did you ask me? Yi Hongying's gaze was ice-cold, though she called the middle-aged man before her second uncle. But listening to their conversation, there was no affection whatsoever. Yi Xian sneered, Yi Hongying, you are the manager of Wanba Pavilion. These 5 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow were probably acquired by Wanba Pavilion. You dare to hide them privately, happen to be caught by me. Still dare to talk back to me here, whether it's private hiding, you can check the pavilion's account books yourself. This is mine, not Wanba Pavilion's, so how is it private hiding? Yi Xian snorted coldly, Yi Hongying. I won't waste such useless words with you. I came to Tianwu City this time because some time ago, Wanba Pavilion's 2 guarding elders' soul lamps extinguished, they died, you sent back news, saying the 2 died in Daolong Mountain because of the immortal emperor inheritance, but I suspect you did it this time, colluding with outsiders to kill the 2 guarding elders, thereby seizing power alone. These 5 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow are the evidence. Yi Hongying frowned, she suspected second uncle had always had conflicts with him, especially after her father entered a ruin, and hadn't returned for decades, although no soul lamp was left behind. Don't know her father Yi Hong's life or death status, but after so many years without returning, the elders in Wanbao Pavilion suspected Yi Hongying's father Yi Hong was already dead. Thus Yi Xian began colluding with headquarters elders, suppressing Yi Hongying, wanting to support him, and Yi Qitian becoming Wanbao Pavilion's young master, thanks to third aunt protecting him. Otherwise, Yi Hongying these 10 years would probably have long been secretly killed by this old fox Yi Xian. In the end, third aunt's methods were inferior to Yi Xian's. Unable to protect Yi Hongying, Yi Xian transferred him away from headquarters, came to the Tianwu City branch to serve, pretending to test Yi Hongying, whether she had the ability to serve as Wanbao Pavilion's young miss. As for the 2 beside Yi Hongying before, always causing trouble for him, tripping him up, the guarding elders were instigated by Yi Xian secretly. So in reality, Yi Hongying was marginalized at Wanbao Pavilion headquarters. without enough cultivation resources, destined to be buried for this lifetime. Posing no threat anymore to him serving as Wanba Pavilion's young master, but Yi Xian didn't expect. When he saw Yi Hongying again, her cultivation level had already risen to peak Ningquan, one step away from the Xinluan Jing, also possessing cultivation treasures like thousand-year jade marrow. She could break through to the Xinluan Jing in a short time. More importantly, Yi Xian discovered Yi Hongying actually possessed the immaculate spirit body. This meant the hidden illness within her body that couldn't be cured for years had already healed, recovered her former genius aptitude, and her aptitude even greatly improved because of it. This was what Yi Xian least wanted to see. Killing light flashed in her eyes. An astonishing killing intent emanated from Yi Xian's body, filling the room. Yi Hongying sensed it, felt her body sink, her face slightly paled, retreating backwards. Know that Yi Xian, as one of the headquarters pavilion masters, possessed undying realm cultivation. If he wanted to kill her, she simply couldn't escape. Yi Xian watched Yi Hongying retreat step by step, his gaze scornful. Yi Hongying, you are Big Brother's daughter. I originally didn't want to kill you. You just needed to stay obediently in Tianwu City, don't compete for the headquarters young master position. But looks like you haven't given up, then don't blame second uncle for disregarding kinship. After speaking, Yi Xian gave Yi Hongying no chance to speak, attacked with a killing move, wanting to kill Yi Hongying. Although Yi Hongying's status was special, currently Tianwu City was near Dalong Mountain, the immortal emperor's palace emergence site, a place of turmoil. Even if she died here, given the current complex situation, no one could find out who killed her. Even if someone at headquarters suspected he did it, as long as there was no evidence, it wouldn't affect him much. Blame this Yi Hongying, who let her not be honest. After all, don't look at Yi Hongying being down and out now, being a small branch manager in Tianwu City. But if she revealed her cultivation talent, back at headquarters, there would still be many elders standing by her side. This was what Yi Xian didn't want to see. So Yi Hongying must die, the young master position. If Big Brother was still around, everything would be fine. But Big Brother is already dead, how could she hold on to it, this young master position? Comfortably being the young master at headquarters, Yi Xian's eyes turned cold looking at Yi Hongying, as if already seeing her turn into a cold corpse. Am I going to die? Yi Hongying's face turned deathly pale. She felt the shadow of death envelop her entire body, hands and feet cold. Even wanting to use the few talismans Chen Changan gave her, imbued with invincible cultivation. It was too late. She was unwilling, didn't want to die just like this, but she was too weak. Before an undying realm cult leader, she was like an ant. Yi Xian could crush her to death with a casual move. Just as Yi Hongying was about to die, a silent talisman suddenly shone brightly in Yi Hongying's sea of consciousness. Then, a terrifyingly boundless power erupted. Only heard Yi Xian let out a painful, miserable scream. Directly blasted away by this power from Yi Hongying's body, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels under this terrifyingly boundless power were almost crushed into powder. Yi Xian clutched his chest tightly, blood uncontrollably flowing from the corner of his mouth. He stared deadly at Yi Hongying, eyes bloodshot, filled with disbelief and shock. Why did such a terrifyingly boundless power erupt from her body just now? My mid-stage undying realm cultivation couldn't even block it, instantly suffered heavy injuries. Could it be the life-saving trump card Yi Hong left her? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face became extremely ugly, even terrified. He was afraid of one thing. If she could control this terrifyingly boundless power, then what fate would befall him? Thinking here, Yi Xian shivered all over, almost instantly turning into a streak of red light. Rushing out of Wanba Pavilion, desperately fleeing into the distance, at this time Yi Hongying just came back to her senses, towards the terrifyingly boundless power that suddenly erupted from her body. Feeling shocked and baffled, but soon she remembered. This was the Shangasai Fu Chen Changan specially infused into her body, said could protect her life. Quickly looked inside. That Shangasai Fu was flashing with brilliant dazzling light, illuminating her entire sea of consciousness, making her soul, which was cold and gloomy just moments ago, instantly warm up. Indeed, it was the precious talisman young master gave me that saved my life. If not for today's life and death crisis, she would have forgotten about this matter. Also didn't think this talisman infused into her body could block a cult leader's attack, but didn't expect. The talisman's power was even more terrifying than she imagined, not only blocking Yi Xian's killing move, even heavily injured him. Yi Hongying was incomparably surprised and happy, but the next moment, Yi Hongying's smile retracted, looking towards the direction Yi Xian fled. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him. Yi Xian was her second uncle. But this person was ruthless, completely disregarding kinship and bloodline. Since that's the case, Yi Hongying would absolutely not talk about kinship or bloodline with him either. Second uncle, you can't escape. Yi Hongying activated a precious talisman, her whole person turning into a streak of lightning, rushing out of Wanba Pavilion, chasing after Yi Xian to kill. Half an hour later, a large mountain outside Tianwu City. Two figures, one in front, one behind, chased each other, speed extremely fast. Yi Xian poured precious healing holy medicine into his mouth, but still couldn't suppress the injuries inside his body. Aura weakened by at least 70% compared to before, divine sense constantly vigilant. Towards Yi Hongying, constantly closing the distance behind him, Yi Xian gritted his teeth, face livid. This damned woman, you think you can kill me, although I suffered heavy injuries. But with Yi Hongying's strength, she still can't kill her. Suddenly Yi Xian noticed. Yi Hongying activated a second-grade talisman. It was an attack talisman, second-grade Jin Dao Fu. Yi Xian felt disdainful. Merely a second-grade talisman wants to kill me. But then, he saw Yi Hongying activate the Jin Dao Fu, saw a 10,000 Zhang golden blade appear out of thin air, standing horizontally in the sky, releasing endless blade might, truly soul-shaking. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, stunned on the spot. Who the hell refined this second-grade Jin Dao Fu? Are you sure this isn't the legendary immortal grade, or even divine grade talisman? Yi Hongying was also scared by the power of this Jin Dao Fu, swallowed hard. The Jin Dao Fu after young master's re-empowerment actually has such terrifying power. Even fiercer than that flame talisman before. Thinking of this, Yi Hongying couldn't help feeling infinite respect for Chen Changan. She looked at Yi Xian, second uncle. Weren't you trying to escape? Hurry up and escape. I permit you to flee several thousand Zhang first. Boom, the 10,000 Zhang great blade transformed from the second-grade Jin Dao Fu chopped down, instantly annihilating everything. Even though Yi Xian was an undying realm cult leader, he couldn't block it at all, almost in an instant. Was annihilated into ashes under the 10,000 Zhang blade light. Even this large mountain was destroyed under this 10,000 Zhang blade light. Looking at the second-grade Jin Dao Fu, the world-destroying power made Yi Hongying marvel endlessly. Such a strong Jin Dao Fu, perhaps in the entire cultivation world, only in young master's hands. Could there be such a powerful Jin Dao Fu? Killed Yi Xian, although this was her second uncle. But Yi Hongying didn't feel any guilt. Instead, felt like a giant stone hanging in her heart for a long time finally landed, all alone. She was in danger every moment, and Yi Xian wanted to kill him early on, but today, relying on the Shanghai Fu Chen Changan infused into her, and this life-saving enemy-killing talisman, she actually killed the undying realm. Yi Xian felt unreal, like dreaming, coming back to her senses. Yi Hongying from her storage ring took out a treasured transmission talisman, her expression grave. Destroyed the transmission talisman, sending the news of Yi Xian's death out via transmission talisman. Not long after, Yi Hongying received a reply. After reading the message, Yi Hongying finally breathed a long sigh of relief. But after thinking, Yi Hongying took out another transmission talisman, reporting this matter to Chen Changan. Jiukang Pharmacy. Chen Changan, who was cultivating, received Yi Hongying's transmission, opened it to see. Learned Yi Hongying killed one of the headquarters pavilion masters. His expression didn't change at all. Replied to Yi Hongying, a dead person is dead, no need to care, with me here no one dares bully you. Yi Hongying received Chen Changan's reply, couldn't help showing a beautiful smile on her face. If asked who Yi Hongying trusted most now, it was undoubtedly Chen Changan. With his words, she worried even less about headquarters troubling her over this matter. Yi Hongying murmured to herself, Yi Xian is dead. With his son Yi Qitian's ability, he simply cannot sit in the young master position. I'm afraid headquarters will soon transfer me back. However, headquarters, whether it's the abundance of cultivation resources or intelligence information, is far beyond comparison to staying in Tianwu City. If returning to headquarters, regaining the young master position, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures young master wants, collecting them will also be much simpler. On the other side, Chen Changan just sent the message to Yi Hongying. Lin Lei came calling. At this time his face was full of worries. Chen Changan said, lazy. You became the deputy commander of law enforcement, so idle every day, always running over here? This time is different. Lin Lei pulled Chen Changan to a corner, lowered his voice, Changan. A strange thing happened to me last night. Oh, what strange thing? When I was sleeping at home, suddenly heard several noises outside the door late at night. Went out to look. You know what it was? While worried, Lin Lei's eyes filled with shock and complexity, Chen Changan asked knowingly, yet pretended curiosity, what was it? Lin Lei slowly said, it was 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow. This thing is a cultivation treasure. If using this 1,000-year jade marrow for cultivation, advancing cultivation by 1,000 li in a day is not an exaggeration, isn't this a good thing? Why do you look so anxious? Lin Lei gave a bitter smile. A good thing, if I picked this up in those dangerous and secret forbidden desolate lands, then it could naturally be called a good thing. But Changan, don't you find it strange? How could those 1,000-year jade marrow innocently land at my doorstep? Just like pie falling from the sky, always feel this matter isn't that simple. Chen Changan smiled, teased, perhaps some wealthy family matriarch took a fancy to you. Secretly gifted it crazily. This 1,000-year jade marrow is so precious, you should seize the opportunity well. Don't know if lazy you've heard a saying. What saying? Young don't know the good of rich old ladies. Mistake young girls for treasure. Lin Lei rolled his eyes at Chen Changan. What rich old ladies, young girls, Changan? I'm in no mood to joke with you, you've always been smart. Help me think how to handle these 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow. If these 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow are exposed, given Tianwu City's recent mixed crowd situation, I'm afraid 100 lives wouldn't be enough for me to live. Chen Changan shrugged. If you're afraid, you can choose to throw them away. Lin Lei glared. This stuff is treasure, how can I throw it away? Chen Changan said, since you're not throwing it away, keep it with you, utilize it well for cultivation. With these 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow, given your talent, you should at least break through to the Huashinjing, becoming a king like Xu Yongtian. Since these 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow landed at your house, it's your opportunity, you should cherish it well. Lin Lei thought for a moment, nodded heavily. Changan, what you said makes sense, regardless of why these 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow came. But since they landed at my door, it's my opportunity, how can I hesitate? Afterwards Lin Lei took out 3 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow. Changan, you take 3 pieces, with 1,000-year jade marrow. Presumably you can break through Yang Xia quickly. Chen Changan shook his head. I don't want it. Why not? This is a cultivation treasure, even if your aptitude is poor, it's still very useful. Lin Lei frowned. I feel your cultivation aura recently hasn't improved at all. Could it be you've given up on yourself? Stopped cultivating? He earnestly persuaded. Changan, cultivation itself is not an easy matter. You absolutely must not give up. If you give up cultivation, your whole life is ruined. Chen Changan said, I never said I was giving up, just that I've now found a path more suitable for me. A path more suitable for you? Lin Lei was puzzled. The path of body cultivation, Chen Changan slowly stated. Lin Lei was surprised. You have a body cultivation technique, obtained by chance. Lin Lei worried again. Heard the path of body cultivation breakthrough is extremely difficult, far less easy than the path of magic cultivation. Need to temper bones and flesh, endure myriad body refining pains, while magic cultivators just need each breakthrough. Will receive heaven and earth baptism, body automatically strengthens, without any pain. Do you really choose to walk such a difficult path? Chen Changan smiled. I want to try. Lin Lei saw Chen Changan's firm gaze, clearly already decided to walk this path to the end. He sighed inwardly, didn't persuade further. Indeed, as Chen Changan said, if the path of magic cultivation is hard to walk, the path of body cultivation is not a bad choice either. Just this path is too difficult. Throughout history, magic cultivators are countless. After each realm breakthrough, the body receives heaven and earth baptism, automatically strengthening. No need to practice body refining at all, their bodies just need to be somewhat strong enough. More focus is on cultivating external power, but the path of body cultivation is different, relies on one's own physical strength. Combat power extremely strong, but each realm requires tempering bones, polishing the body. Suffer great hardship, unlike magic cultivators who break through easily, perhaps needing several times, even dozens of times the effort in time. So many body cultivators cultivating midway stop because their lifespan reaches its end. This is also why body cultivation gradually declined. But if one can walk down the path of body cultivation, then their physical bodies will be far stronger than those of the same realm. If 2 cultivators of the same realm, one magic and one body, fight, once the body cultivator gets close, the magic cultivator is simply no match. But Lin Lei didn't discourage Chen Changan. Since Chen Changan chose this path, Lin Lei is a good brother, of course supported him. Changan, if you need anything, just find me, Chen Changan said. No problem, you are the deputy commander of law enforcement, who else to find if not you when in trouble? Lin Lei rolled his eyes at Chen Changan. Must constantly polish the body, conduct body refining. Need to use many body refining treasures, those are not easy to find, but I will keep an eye out for you. Okay, then I'll leave first. Lin Lei took the 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow, left Jiukong Pharmacy. And Lin Lei's words did remind Chen Changan. Relying solely on those body refining treasure pills from the Tiandi Zhaohuaju for cultivation is not enough. Best to use some body refining treasures, can accelerate the breakthrough to second tier. Wait for Shu San to return. Can let this little rat keep an eye out for him while treasure hunting. Afterwards Chen Changan consumed Xueling Bao Dan and continued cultivating, didn't feel cultivation was boring or tedious. Instead felt like an additive to his invincible life, having a goal to strive for. Meanwhile, while Chen Changan stayed home cultivating, deep within Dalong Mountain, in the open underground palace, a fierce battle was still raging. From that ancient city, endless nether soldiers and nether generals charged out, battle cries soared to the sky, not a single cultivator could break through. These nether soldiers and nether generals truly enter the underground palace. Dongfang Lenyue and Gu Haisheng guarded left and right. Qin Shaoyan was the fastest to enter the underground palace, originally thought everything would be smooth after entering the underground palace, yet didn't expect the dangers inside exceeded their imagination. Countless nether soldiers and nether generals simply couldn't be killed completely, around the underground palace. Everywhere filled with a cold qi, like arriving at the netherworld. Shaoyan, try the Sibei Jian in your hand, see if it can stop these nether soldiers and nether generals. Qin Shaoyan nodded. Activated the Sibei Jian, but unfortunately it had no effect on these nether soldiers and nether generals. Their advance was thus blocked. Gu Haisheng frowned. Seems it's not time to use the Sibei Jian yet. This is not the Sibei Sindi's underground palace. The location of the immortal emperor inheritance. Logically speaking, this place should be utmost hardness and yang, but how could it birth such terrifying qi, give birth to so many nether soldiers and nether generals? Dongfang Lenyue raised her hand. Annihilated the charging nether soldiers and nether generals. Unclear. Seems like if we want to truly enter the underground palace, we still have to kill all these nether soldiers and nether generals first. Following them were Su Dafu, Su Yuanba, and their group. Su Dafu was startled. So many nether soldiers and nether generals. Su Yuanba beside him said, the Changxing Jiao people are blocked here. He looked up ahead. They were currently in the outer area of the underground palace. Had not truly entered the interior of the underground palace, saw densely packed nether soldiers and nether generals. Charging down from the jade ladder towering into the clouds ahead, there were also two giant golden gates. Standing tall at the end of the jade ladder, they must kill all these nether soldiers and nether generals. Reach the giant golden gates at the end of the jade ladder. Your Highness, what next? Su Dafu said. Only this path to take. Seems we can only cooperate with Changxing Jiao. Fight the enemy together, okay? Since the underground palace seal was broken, more and more cultivators arrived. All were shocked by the terrifying scene before them, but soon also joined the battle. Fighting these nether soldiers and nether generals together, they knew clearly in their hearts, without killing all these nether soldiers and nether generals, no one could enter this underground palace. The jade ladder leading to the giant golden gates had 3 levels. Each level had a huge platform. When they fought onto the first platform, those nether soldiers and generals temporarily retreated. They could also rest temporarily on the platform. Looking back at the jade ladder they fought up, saw corpses strewn everywhere, thick smell of blood permeated. Actually thousands of cultivators died, paid a painful price. Everyone knew clearly, this underground palace before them was very dangerous. With continuous killing, only more people would die. Many cultivators felt extremely heavy-hearted, some even thought of retreating, dared not continue fighting upwards, but just then, the sky behind them suddenly began to distort. Then an ancient portal appeared. When the portal opened, rumbling sounds came from inside. 12 bronze war chariots charged out, rolling over the clouds. Arrived at Dalong Mountain, terrifying auras erupted from the bronze war chariots, causing everyone on the first platform's faces to change. It's the De Ri Huang Chao's, the strongest power. Indeed, its foundation is astonishing. They built this temporary teleportation array. Sent experts. Who dares contend with them? Dongfang Lenyue frowned. The De Ri Huang Chao people still arrived. Gu Haisheng spoke bitterly. With the De Ri Huang Chao joining the battle, although our entry into the underground palace will become easier, but Chaoyan wanting to obtain the immortal emperor inheritance probably won't be so easy anymore, Dongfang Lenyue said. It's still an opportunity. Chaoyan possesses the Sibei Jian in the competition for the immortal emperor inheritance. We already seized the initiative. Su Dafu threw the familiar face mask, coldly stared at the 12 bronze war chariots in the sky. Su Yuanba said, Your Highness, the De Ri Huang Chao people have arrived. We must hide, lest our identities be exposed by the De Ri Huang Chao people. Su Dafu didn't answer. His gaze fixed on the lead bronze war chariot. Saw standing on it a youth in python robes. His black hair danced, expression indifferent, eyes deep revealing white. Su Dafu stared deadly at this python-robed youth. He really came. This person was precisely the De Ri Huang Chao's crown prince Su Tong. This person cultivated both magic and body. Could be called the top genius in Hangzhou, strength immense, talent high. Suppressing countless geniuses in Hangzhou, leaving them breathless, and Su Tang's perception was extremely sharp. He seemed to notice Su Dafu's gaze from above, lightly looked towards Su Dafu, and Su Yuanba beside him faced a great enemy, quickly retracting their entire aura, avoiding identity exposure by Su Tang, but heard Su Tang lightly speak, "Younger brother. So you were hiding here." As soon as these words came out, killing intent manifested, on a bronze war chariot. A Huang Chao expert attacked, causing heaven and earth to change color, wanting to stop Su Yuanba and Su Dafu. Two cultivators wearing familiar face masks also attacked, similarly erupting with equal combat power, making a stance of fighting to the death, obstructing the Huang Chao expert, just when thought the two sides would erupt in a great battle in the high sky. Those two cultivators wearing familiar face masks only made one move, then decisively fled. Damn it. Su Yuanba also grabbed Su Dafu at this instant, fleeing in the same direction. The Huang Chao expert wanted to continue pursuing Su Yuanba and Su Dafu. Su Tang spoke, "Seizing the immortal emperor inheritance is more important now, just two jumping clowns. Deal with them later." Understood. On the bronze war chariot, Su Tang indifferently looked towards the two giant golden gates at the end of the jade ladder, wasted no words, directly led a group of Huang Chao experts onto the jade ladder, and the cultivators still resting on the first platform watched those who originally thought of retreating. Some cultivators preparing to leave, upon seeing the Dari Huang Chao arrive, couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With the Dari Huang Chao people here, they had the idea of fishing in troubled waters, planning to follow behind the Dari Huang Chao, follow them into the underground palace. Their demands weren't high. Just letting them drink some hot soup would be enough. Soon, on the way to the giant golden gates, Su Tang engaged in fierce battle with the Nether soldiers and Nether generals. But the Dari Huang Chao side was quite composed, used 1 hour to sweep clean the Nether soldiers and Nether generals leading to the second platform. They didn't rest, continued killing towards the third level, truly unstoppable, invincible. This Dari Huang Chao indeed deserved to be the current Hazhou hegemon power. Just upon appearing, displayed unparalleled combat power, and in the shadows, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba stared deadly at Su Tang. Su Yuanba said gravely, "Besides Su Tang are protected by many Huang Chao experts, seems assassinating him won't be easy." Su Dafu said, "Su Tang is arrogant and conceited, extremely confident in his own strength. We wait in secret. There will eventually be a chance to strike, since he came just right to use his power to clear the dangers in the underground palace. I will absolutely not let him obtain the immortal emperor inheritance." But just as Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were discussing secretly, an aged voice sounded from behind, "In this underground palace, that immortal emperor inheritance is not so easily obtained. If the Dari Huang Chao people really break into the giant golden gates, I'm afraid it's 9 deaths in 1 life." Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were directly startled, turned around to look. Saw behind them, unknown when, stood an old woman. They both recognized her. This old woman was precisely the aged-looking Granny Rong from Tianwu City, who loved matchmaking for people. Granny Rong grinned at the two. "Su Dafu, Su Yuanba, why are you hiding here again?" Although wearing masks, Granny Rong recognized the two's identities at a glance. Her cloudy aged eyes flickered with inexplicable light. The two felt a jolt in their hearts. In their impression, this Granny Rong had always been an ordinary person in Tianwu City, a matchmaker introducing blind dates, but now appeared behind them silently. Know that Su Yuanba was an undying realm cult leader. Everything around him was long within the vigilance of his divine sense range, yet didn't detect Granny Rong at all. This was enough proof she wasn't as simple as she appeared. Identities exposed. The two didn't bother hiding anymore, took off their masks. Su Dafu laughed heartily, asked puzzledly, "Granny Rong, how did you know it was me and 7th Master?" Granny Rong smiled coldly, "Little fatty, you don't even hide that round belly of yours. You think wearing a mask means nobody recognizes you?" Su Dafu touched his belly. "This figure of mine indeed can't be hidden from the Tianwu City neighbors. Being recognized seems quite normal." Speaking of which, back in the Dari Huang Chao, experienced earth-shattering changes. Back then he was also a graceful, handsome, beautiful young girl. The past is too bitter to recall. Su Dafu asked, "Granny Rong, you said earlier the immortal emperor inheritance isn't so easily obtained? The Dari Huang Chao people will all die. What's going on?" Granny Rong's gaze was deep, filled with the endless vicissitudes of having experienced years. "Do you know what the Sibei Sendi did back then?" The two shook their heads. Sibei Sendi? That era was too distant from them, naturally didn't know what happened. "Granny Rong, could it be you know the Sibei Sendi?" Su Dafu asked curiously. Granny Rong nodded. 27,000 years ago, a Xin Yuanji man appeared in Dalong Mountain, Yingling Saizu from the abyss. Descended upon Hazhou through the Xin Yuanji men, delusionally wanting to turn Haijiao into abyss land, thereby step-by-step devouring our Dechong Shou Xianjia. At that time, Sibei Sandi suppressed the Xin Yuanji men single-handedly, thereupon built an underground palace. As soon as these words came out, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were both filled with shock. Xin Yuanji men. It's actually the Yingling Si Zhu, regarding the abyss. Is another world different from our cultivation world? Living there is an ancient race, the Yingling Si Zhu, evil and strange, plundering all life force in the world, regarded as one of the greatest threats to the human race. But the Yingling Si Zhu live in the abyss land. Wanting to cross realms into the Dechong Shou Xianjia is not easy. Didn't expect that 27,000 years ago, these Yingling Si Zhu actually built a Xin Yuanji men. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba both felt a chill run down their spines. Luckily Sibei Sandi acted. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Granny Rong looked at the nether soldiers ahead. Added, now this underground palace has so many yin bing yin jiang, permeated with death chi, perhaps. The seal set by Sibei Sandi back then has already loosened. The Yingling Si Zhu people are restless. If not handled well, everyone will face a catastrophe. The urgent task is to find the Sibei Di Zhong, that is the key to the seal. Also where the Sibei Sandi's inheritance lies. I'm optimistic about you. Hearing Granny Rong's words, Su Dafu's spirits lifted. Granny Rong, you are optimistic about me? You think I can obtain the immortal emperor inheritance? Granny Rong didn't answer him, just glanced at him. Then her body dissipated like clouds in smoke. After Granny Rong left, Su Dafu said to Su Yuanba beside him, "Seventh Master, what do you think?" Su Yuanba said, "Your Highness, I think there must be a great secret behind this matter." Granny Rong suddenly approaching, you must have a reason. I just didn't expect this. Granny Rong hid even deeper than us. My mid-stage undying realm cultivation actually couldn't see through her cultivation depth. Since she knows about the Sibei Sandi, she probably has deep connections with the Sibei Sandi. Su Dafu nodded, his eyes flashing with light, looked up towards the giant golden gates at the end of the jade ladder. As long as I find the Sibei Di Zhong, I can obtain the immortal emperor inheritance. Just don't know where exactly this bell is hidden. Let's observe some more. Look for a chance to strike. Also the Xin Yuanji men, seal loosening is no small matter. Perhaps this underground palace has already been invaded by the Yingling Si Zhu. If that's really the case, Su Teng is probably going to stumble badly this time. Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Changan used his divine eye, observing everything happening in the underground palace. Now that he cultivated to the first-tier realm, physical body much stronger, tried again. Activating that 999 billion years of invincible cultivation, too. Observe his physical body's bearing capacity for invincible cultivation. Divine Eye actually found lifespan wasn't consumed much. Lifespan also didn't hear the notification sound of lifespan decreasing in his mind for a long time. This made Chen Changan overjoyed, further solidifying this path of body cultivation. As long as he continuously refines his body, physical body continuously strengthens, can bear more 999 billion years of cultivation. Also no need to worry about lifespan consumption anymore, and can gain massive benefits with each breakthrough. Also can obtain massive lifespan with every breakthrough. After all, always relying on lifespan increasing items to gain lifespan is not a long-term solution. And coincidentally Chen Changan used his divine eye to test his body's tolerance for invincible cultivation. Unexpectedly saw the Dari Huang Chao arrive, Su Yuanba attacking Su Teng, finally retreating. Afterwards Chen Changan unexpectedly saw Granny Rong. Very surprised, why did Granny Rong also go to the underground palace? Chen Changan just watched Granny Rong silently approaching Su Yuanba, who was plotting in the dark, and beside Su Yuanba and Su Dafu didn't notice Granny Rong's arrival at all. Startled by her, Chen Changan instantly narrowed his eyes. Seventh Master's cultivation is not weak. Granny Rong actually appeared behind them silently, without being detected. Her cultivation is actually stronger than Seventh Master's. Didn't expect her to hide so deeply. I didn't notice before. Chen Changan felt speechless, if not for today. Testing the divine eye skill after first-tier body refining, see how the body bears invincible cultivation. Really wouldn't know this Granny Rong who matchmakes for him every day is actually a hidden expert. Then Chen Changan looked at Granny Rong with his divine eye, sure enough saw within Granny Rong's aged and thin body, actually hid an immense power. Truly, didn't know until looking, startled upon looking. Then Chen Changan saw Granny Rong and Su Dafu start talking. He could only see, not hear, but that didn't stop Chen Changan. He still had Shunfonger, is a further application of invincible cultivation. Allows him to possess a skill similar to the mythical Shunfonger. Actually, this divine eye is also similar to the Qian Li Yen, under the divine eye and divine ear. Chen Changan felt like wearing VR equipment from his previous life, quite an immersive stimulation. During the conversation, Chen Changan also heard about the Xinyuan Jimen and Yingling Isaizu. After Granny Rong left, Chen Changan also stopped using invincible cultivation. Ears and eyes returned to normal, didn't expect within this underground palace. Was actually created by Xibei Sendi to seal the Xinyuan Jimen, if the Xinyuan Jimen is opened. Tianwu City is closest to Dalong Mountain, presumably will be the first impacted. Don't know what the old man said before, about Xibei Sendi being a pitiful person. Could it be related to the Xinyuan Jimen? Couldn't help but. Chen Changan developed some interest in Xibei Sendi, but suddenly thought of something. Chen Changan was suddenly struck, old man knows so much. Could he be a reclusive expert like Granny Rong? After all, Xibei Sendi was a figure from 30,000 years ago, mysterious and powerful, high above the ceiling combat power in the Dechong Xiu Xianjia. How many could understand him? Yet in the words of Granny Rong and the old man, both revealed a kind of feeling of familiarity and understanding towards Xibei Sendi. Before, Chen Changan only thought the old man was talking casually, but now had a different view. As for whether the old man is a reclusive expert like Granny Rong, still have to wait for him to return. Chen Changan dared not use his divine eye to watch him. Living it up in Shazhou, currently able to see the Dalong Mountain underground palace, just right to maintain the limit of invincible cultivation bearing on the physical body. At least currently, as he became a first-tier body cultivator, didn't see lifespan being consumed. But once looking further, Chen Changan felt his lifespan was like opening a faucet, gushing out. If he dared glance towards Shazhou, his bit of lifespan probably wouldn't last a few seconds before he croaked, identities exposed. The two didn't bother hiding anymore, took off their masks. Su Dafu laughed honestly. Asked puzzledly, Granny Rong, how did you know it was me and Seventh Master? Granny Rong coldly smiled, little fatty, you don't even hide that round belly of yours. You think wearing a mask means nobody recognizes you? Su Dafu touched his belly. This figure of mine indeed can't be hidden from the Tianwu City neighbors. Being recognized seems quite normal. Speaking of which, back in the Dari Huang Chao, experienced earth-shattering changes. Back then he was also a graceful, handsome, beautiful young girl. The past is too bitter to recall. Su Dafu asked, Granny Rong, you said earlier the immortal emperor inheritance isn't so easily obtained? The Dari Huang Chao people will all die. What's going on? Granny Rong's gaze was deep, filled with the endless vicissitudes of having experienced years. Do you know what the Xibei Sendi did back then? The two shook their heads. Xibei Sendi? That era was too distant from them, naturally didn't know what happened. Granny Rong, could it be you know the Xibei Sendi? Su Dafu asked curiously. Granny Rong nodded. 27,000 years ago, a Xinyuan Jimen appeared in Dalong Mountain, Yingling Isaizu from the abyss, descended upon Haizhou through the Xinyuan Jimen, delusionally wanting to turn Haizhou into abyss land, thereby step by step devouring our Dechong Xiu Xianjia. At that time, Xibei Sendi suppressed the Xinyuan Jimen single-handedly, thereupon built an underground palace. As soon as these words came out, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were both filled with shock. Xinyuan Jimen. It's actually the Yingling Isaizu. Regarding the abyss, is another world different from our cultivation world. Living there is an ancient race, the Yingling Isaizu, evil and strange, plundering all life force in the world, regarded as one of the greatest threats to the human race. But the Yingling Isaizu live in the abyss land. Wanting to cross realms into the Dechong Xiu Xianjia is not easy. Didn't expect that 27,000 years ago, these Yingling Isaizu actually built a Xinyuan Jimen. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba both felt a chill run down their spines. Luckily Xibei Sendi acted. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Granny Rong looked at the nether soldiers ahead. Added, now this underground palace, appearing so many Yin Bing Yin Jiang, permeated with death chi, perhaps. The seal set by Xibei Sendi back then has already loosened. The Yingling Isaizu people are restless. If not handled well, everyone will face a catastrophe. The urgent task is to find the Cibei Dijon, that is the key to the seal. Also where the Xibei Sendi's inheritance lies. I'm optimistic about you. Hearing Granny Rong's words, Su Dafu's spirits lifted. Granny Rong, you are optimistic about me? You think I can obtain the immortal emperor inheritance? Granny Rong didn't answer him, just glanced at him. Then her body dissipated like clouds in smoke. After Granny Rong left, Su Dafu said to Su Yuanba beside him, Seventh Master, what do you think? Su Yuanba said, Your Highness, I think there must be a great secret behind this matter. Granny Rong suddenly approaching, you must have a reason. I just didn't expect this Granny Rong hid even deeper than us. My mid-stage undying realm cultivation actually couldn't see through her cultivation depth. Since she knows about the Cnd, she probably has deep connections with the Cnd. Su Dafu nodded, his eyes flashing with light, looked up towards the giant golden gates at the end of the jade ladder. As long as I find the Cib Dijon, I can obtain the immortal emperor inheritance. Just don't know where exactly this bell is hidden. Let's observe some more. Look for a chance to strike. Also the Xinyuanji men, seal loosening is no small matter. Perhaps this underground palace has already been invaded by the Yingling Isaizu. If that's really the case, Su Teng is probably going to stumble badly this time. Jiokon Pharmacy Chen Changan used his divine eye, observing everything happening in the underground palace. Now that he cultivated to the first tier realm, physical body much stronger, tried again, activating that 999 billion years of invincible cultivation. 2. Observe his physical body's bearing capacity for invincible cultivation. Divine eye actually found lifespan wasn't consumed much. Lifespan also didn't hear the notification sound of lifespan decreasing in his mind for a long time. This made Chen Changan overjoyed, further solidifying this path of body cultivation. As long as he continuously refines his body, physical body continuously strengthens, can bear more 999 billion years of cultivation. Also no need to worry about lifespan consumption, and can gain massive lifespan with every breakthrough. After all, always relying on lifespan increasing items to gain lifespan is not a long-term solution. And coincidentally Chen Changan used his divine eye to test his body's tolerance for invincible cultivation. Unexpectedly saw the Dari Huang Chao arrive, Su Yuanba attacking Su Teng, finally retreating. Afterwards Chen Changan unexpectedly saw Granny Rome. Very surprised, why did Granny Rome also go to the underground palace? Chen Changan just watched Granny Rome silently approaching Su Yuanba, who was plotting in the dark, and beside Su Yuanba and Su Dafu didn't notice Granny Rome's arrival at all. Startled by her, Chen Changan instantly narrowed his eyes. Seventh Master's cultivation is not weak. Granny Rome actually appeared behind them silently, without being detected. Her cultivation is actually stronger than Seventh Master's. Didn't expect her to hide so deeply. I didn't notice before. Chen Changan felt speechless, if not for today. Testing the divine eye skill after first tier body refining, see how the body bears invincible cultivation. Really wouldn't know this Granny Rome who matchmakes for him every day is actually a hidden expert. Then Chen Changan looked at Granny Rome with his divine eye, sure enough saw within Granny Rome's aged and thin body, actually hid an immense power. Truly, didn't know until looking, startled upon looking. Then Chen Changan saw Granny Rome and Su Dafu start talking. He could only see, not hear, but that didn't stop Chen Changan. He still had Shunfonger, is a further application of invincible cultivation. Allows him to possess a skill similar to the mythical Shunfonger. Actually, this divine eye is also similar to the Qian Li Yen, under the divine eye and divine ear. Chen Changan felt like wearing VR equipment from his previous life, quite an immersive stimulation. During the conversation, Chen Changan also heard about the Xinyuanji men and Yingling Isaizu. After Granny Rome left, Chen Changan also stopped using invincible cultivation. Ears and eyes returned to normal. Didn't expect within this underground palace was actually created by Cibei Sendi to seal the Xinyuanji men. If the Xinyuanji men is opened, Tianwu City is closest to Dalong Mountain, presumably will be the first impacted. Don't know what the old man said before, about Cibei Sendi being a pitiful person. Could it be related to the Xinyuanji men? Couldn't help but. Chen Changan developed some interest in Cibei Sendi, but suddenly thought of something. Chen Changan was suddenly startled. Old man knows so much. Could he be a reclusive expert like Granny Rome? After all, Cibei Sendi was a figure from 30,000 years ago, mysterious and powerful, high above the ceiling combat power in the Dechong Xiu Xianjia. How many could understand him? Yet in the words of Granny Rong and the old man, both revealed a kind of familiarity with Cibei Sendi. Feeling of understanding. Before Chen Changan only thought the old man was talking casually, but now had a different view. As for whether the old man is a reclusive expert like Granny Rong, still have to wait for him to return. Chen Changan dared not use his divine eye to watch him, living it up in Shazhou. Currently able to see the Dalong Mountain underground palace, just right to maintain the invincible cultivation. Limit on the physical body's capacity, at least currently as he became a first-tier body cultivator. Didn't see lifespan being consumed, but once looking further, Chen Changan felt his lifespan was like opening a faucet, gushing out. If he dared glance towards Shazhou, his bit of lifespan probably wouldn't last a few seconds before he croaked. Chen Changan shook his head. So still need to work hard on body refining. He has now experienced the many benefits brought by strengthening the physical body, allowing his 999 billion years of invincible cultivation. to be perfectly utilized. Moreover, if the old man really is a hidden expert, he wouldn't need to worry about his safety at all, just obediently wait for him at Jokang Pharmacy. For his return, Chen Changan continued cultivating. In a blink, 3 days passed. Zhonglinger, relying on the 1,000-year jade marrow, her cultivation successfully broke through to late Yangtze stage. Chen Changan in his leisure time would also lie on the chair in the backyard, asking Zhonglinger to cook a few small dishes, fry some peanuts, activate divine eye and divine ear, watching the battles erupting in the underground palace, like watching movies in his previous life. Especially since the physical body can currently bear this level of invincible cultivation usage. Without any lifespan consumption, Chen Changan naturally wouldn't let the Qian Li Yan and Shun Feng he discovered go to waste. These 3 days indeed, as Granny Rong said, the Dari Huang Chao under Su Tang's leadership attacked the giant Golden Gate. Soon encountered danger, attacked by a group of abyss monsters. They carried special ancient blades, without a trace of flesh on their bodies. Just skeletons in armor, short, skinny but very powerful. More importantly, very hard to kill, must use utmost hardness in yang magic treasures or divine abilities to wear down the life of these abyss skeletons. As soon as they entered the giant golden gates, a great battle erupted, in just these short 3 days. Inside the giant golden gates was already a slaughterhouse scene, cultivator corpses everywhere, miserable screams and sounds of terror everywhere. Chen Changan's attention was more focused on Su Tang. He cultivated an ancient body refining art, is the first body cultivator Chen Changan knows of currently in the underground palace. He displayed powerful physical strength, unparalleled combat power, using scorching blood chi to burn those abyss skeletons to death, one of the few methods to restrain those monsters from the abyss, even if he was injured in battle. But relying on the body's powerful self-healing ability, quickly recovered. Simultaneously also cast many magic spells and divine abilities, whether body cultivator combat power or magic cultivator combat power. Both very strong. The body refining art Su Tang cultivates seems not simple either. His body is very strong. Probably already reached 3rd or 4th tier level, although Chen Changan had the Tiandi Zhao Huaju. Also wanted to obtain Su Tang's body refining method, although wouldn't cultivate it. Could still understand and compare, more beneficial to his body refining practice, and this time, Su Tang led Huang Chao experts attacking the giant golden gates, because the encountered abyss monsters were strange and special. Extremely hard to kill, caught them off guard, actually suffered some casualties. They dared not go deeper. Su Tang ordered a retreat. Huang Chao experts drove the bronze war chariots, temporarily withdrew from the giant golden gates, seeing the Dari Huang Chao people all retreat. The still living cultivators dared not go deeper either, all successively withdrew from the giant golden gates. And after withdrawing from the giant golden gates, Su Tang immediately sent a message back to Huang Chao, asking Huang Chao to send more experts, simultaneously explaining the news about the abyss monsters. And regarding the appearance of abyss monsters in the underground palace, this matter was no small thing, was quickly spread out. Presumably it wouldn't be long before it reached the major powers across Huzhou. Meanwhile, Chen Changan received news from Yi Honying, young master, Jin family ancestor Jin Jiuri, and Shirtua cult Grand Elder Zhao Tao have already arrived in Tianwu City. Yi Honying, after sending the message to Chen Changan, put away the transmission talisman, murmured to herself, with young master's strength, presumably, even if the Jin family and Shirtua cult's 2 great supreme true monarchs join forces, they still can't do anything to him. Lass, you think your backer, facing the attack of 2 great supreme true monarchs, still has a way to live? Just then a hoarse female voice sounded, then a white-haired, wrinkle-faced old woman appeared beside Yi Honying. Yi Honying saw this old woman, face showing respect, quickly bowed. Honying greets ancestor. The old woman, named Ji Ming, was one of Wanba Pavilion headquarters Grand Elders, a Wanfa Jing supreme true monarch. Yi Honying didn't expect it would be him coming to pick her up. Ming Yi Laozu has come out of seclusion. He personally ordered me to come bring you back to headquarters, to uphold justice for you. Now everyone at headquarters is waiting for you to return. Yi Honying nodded. That day, she relied on the talisman empowered by Chen Changan to kill Yi Xian. Knew she couldn't resolve this matter alone, also didn't want to trouble Chen Changan, so contacted headquarters ancestor Yi Mingyi, who was in seclusion, sent the news. Know that Yi Mingyi was one of Wanba Pavilion's 3 strongest ancestors, lived for thousands of years. He no longer interfered in any headquarters affairs, single-mindedly focused only on cultivation, breaking through to higher realms. But didn't expect an ancestor like Yi Mingyi actually came out of seclusion for Yi Honying, greatly shocking everyone up and down Wanbao Pavilion. And this was also Yi Honying's biggest trump card, absolutely not used unless absolutely necessary. Didn't expect. Only 3 days passed. Ming He Laozu had already sent a grand elder from headquarters to pick her up. Yi Min learned from Ming He Laozu that this Yi Hongying actually killed Yi Xian. Know that Yi Xian was an undying realm cult leader, very powerful. On the way here, Yi Min was still curious, wondering how Yi Hongying did it. But now seeing Yi Hongying send a message to Chen Changan, knew perhaps this wasn't done by Yi Hongying, but that Chen Changan killed Yi Xian. Regarding Chen Changan, Yi Min knew early on from Wanba Pavilion's intelligence. This person is a hidden cultivation expert, strength powerful, killed Shirtua cult kings/marquises, as well as Shirtua cult's 2 great cult leaders, Jin family's 3 great cult leaders, suspected to be a supreme true monarch. But Yi Min wasn't optimistic about him. After all, cultivators who can reach supreme true monarch, everyone's strength is not weak. Chen Changan alone simply cannot be a match for 2 true monarchs joining forces. He actually remained in Tianwu City today, didn't leave. Today highly likely to die by the gates of hell, Yi Ming said. Yi Hongying, you are Wanba Pavilion's person. Having Wanba Pavilion as your backer is enough, moreover with Ming He Laozu personally acting. No one in Wanba Pavilion dares bully you again. In the future, don't associate with people like Chen Changan. As soon as the words fell, Yi Min sensed something, looked towards the distant horizon. Indifferently said, the Shirtua cult and Jin family's supreme true monarchs have arrived. You think Chen Changan can defeat him? Yi Hongying answered almost without hesitation, can. Yi Min shook his head. He will lose. Reaching our realm, it's impossible for anyone to fight 1 against 2. He either flees or dies. But he didn't flee. That outcome is already set. Yi Hongying said, that's because you don't know how strong young master is. Yi Min said, offending 2 major cultivation powers, he won't have any good end. Yi Hongying couldn't be bothered arguing with Yi Min, said, after watching this battle, I'll return to Wanba Pavilion with you. Ancestor, your conclusion now is still too early. Yi Min frowned, didn't know why Yi Hongying had such great confidence in Chen Changan. Distant horizon. A red-robed old man and a black-robed old man cut through the sky. Divine light circled around their bodies, flew towards Tianwu City. Soon the 2 arrived above Tianwu City. They looked down from above. Clothes fluttered in the wind, overlooking the city below. 2 pairs of incomparably sharp gazes shot down, seemed able to pierce human flesh, powerful to the point of being chillingly terrifying. These 2 were precisely the Jin family ancestor Jin Jiuri who came to settle accounts with Chen Changan, and Shirtua cult's grand elder Zhao Tao. Incomparably formidable auras emanated from their bodies. Both Wanfa Jing supreme true monarchs, figures who could cultivate to this realm. Which one wasn't a great figure famous in Haizhou? If asked how strong a supreme true monarch is, just raising a hand palm could annihilate a city. Their casual strike is enough to suppress and kill everyone in Tianwu City. With a raise of hand or foot, can move the power of heaven and earth. Mastering heaven and earth laws, if not for Chen Changan acting, killing the Jin family and Shirtua cults. So many undying realm cult leaders wouldn't have alarmed these 2 supreme true monarchs to come personally. With a thought, the divine sense of the 2 covered Tianwu City. Soon found Chen Changan in Jiokong Pharmacy, wiping an iron bow. Cold killing light flashed in the 2's aged eyes, like heavenly blades unsheathed, soul-shaking. He's indeed still here. Offended my Jin family and your Shirtua cult. Today must execute this person. First-tier body cultivator realm, Yang Xia like 7 realm? Why can't I see through his true cultivation? Jin Jiuri frowned. Zhao Tao snorted coldly, disdainfully said, just playing tricks. Presumably this person has a magic treasure that hides cultivation aura. Brother Jin, don't harm his divine soul later. I want to use his divine soul for treasure refining. Let him die with value. Then Zhao Tao asked again, Brother Jin, when do we act? But Zhao Tao's words weren't finished. A seemingly ordinary iron sword, like a startling thunderclap, suddenly shot out from Jiokong Pharmacy. The iron sword pierced the sky extremely fast, almost turning into a streak of light. The Zhao Tao and Jin Jiuri didn't even have time to react. The iron sword directly hit Zhao Tao's body. Terrifying power erupted from the iron sword. Zhao Tao hadn't even let out a scream. Was shot and exploded by an arrow. Boom. Zhao Tao, who was just speaking, exploded into splashing flesh and blood all around. Jin Jiuri beside him was covered in blood. Jin Jiuri watched helplessly as the living person beside him was shot and exploded by an arrow. His eyes widened. At this moment, his brain short-circuited, mind completely blank. Clearly agreed to come kill together. Brother Zhao, why were you just shot and exploded by an arrow like that? Followed by a wave of coldness, rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull. Made Jin Jiuri feel horrified, soul trembling in fear. Entire body couldn't help trembling violently. This arrow, he saw it shot from Jiokong Pharmacy. Coming back to his senses, Jin Jiuri used all his strength, turned and fled. A dignified Wanfa Jing Supreme True Monarch, at this moment looked as pathetic as could be. Jiukang Pharmacy, Chen Changan drew the iron bow full, he activated his divine eye, aimed at the fleeing Jin Jori's head, his invincible cultivation, slowly poured into the iron sword knocked between his fingertips, the arrowhead flickered with dark light, releasing an aura of destroying everything. Zhong Linger beside curiously asked, Brother Changan, what are you shooting? She just saw Chen Changan shoot an arrow towards the sky, but seemed to hit nothing. Instead vanished in the sky in the blink of an eye. Chen Changan smiled, 2 old birds flying in the sky. So wanted to shoot them down. Oh, did you hit them? Accidentally used too much force, shot one exploded. A bit cruel, Zhong Linger, but there's still one, I'll try to be gentler. Chen Changan considered for a moment, gave up aiming at Jin Jori's head. Instead shot towards the mountain peak in front of Jin Jori. Boom, a sky-shaking loud noise. The iron sword grazed Jin Jori's scalp. The mountain peak ahead was destroyed by Chen Changan's arrow. The fleeing Jin Jori was scared pale, felt a chill down his spine, back covered in cold sweat. Jin Jori could feel this arrowhead only turn suddenly when it reached him. It wasn't that Chen Changan's archery was bad, clearly toying with him. Jin Jori felt boundless fear in his heart, he couldn't escape. Could only kneel facing the direction of Tianwu City, kowtowing heavily again and again, crying bitterly. Senior, spare my life, spare my life, spare my life, I won't dare again, I won't dare again. Please Senior be merciful, spare this lowly one's life. Jin Jori knelt kowtowing, terrified. Whole body trembling, crying bitterly, a dignified Wanfa Jing Supreme True Monarch. A renowned figure in Haizhou, yet at this moment was so lowly and pathetic. If people saw this, don't know how many jaws would drop. And at this time in Wanba Pavilion's Grand Elder Yi Min used a treasure mirror. Observing everything, this mirror named Jing Huashuayu reflected the Shirtua cult's Grand Elder Zhao Tao being shot and exploded by an arrow. Jin Jori fleeing in terror, but every arrow Chen Changan shot accurately and sharply grazed his scalp, the shocking scene of destroying mountain peaks one after another. Finally, what remained in the Jing Huashuayu was Jin Jori's mental defense collapsing, kneeling, and kowtowing. The scene of crying loudly begging for mercy. Yi Hanying seeing this scene, felt myriad reverence and admiration in her heart. Young master's strength is truly heaven-reaching, terrifyingly peerless, although she guessed. Jin Jori and Zhao Tao, the 2 great supreme true monarchs joining forces, though not young master's match. But never imagined the outcome would be like this. Even these 2 great supreme true monarchs hadn't even fought Chen Changan yet, were easily crushed by Chen Changan with invincible posture. And those sharp arrows that shot exploding mountain peaks, shot exploding Zhao Tao, were clearly the most ordinary iron swords. But in his hands, could erupt with unimaginable divine power, such a powerful Chen Changan gave Yi Hanying a full sense of security, holding onto his thigh. Who dares bully him? Yi Hanying couldn't help her lips curling up, looked towards the ancestor beside her. Only by personally witnessing Chen Changan attack can one know just how terrifying his strength is. Wonder what ancestor is thinking now. At this moment, Yi Min stared blankly at the Jing Huashuayu. The scene of kowtowing begging for mercy, crying bitterly, his mind also blank. He didn't know what words to use to express everything he just saw. Act 2 actually SHSH shot exploding with 1 arrow, the Shirtua cult's Grand Elder. How is this possible? Yi Min stammered, murmured to himself, his aged face showed a look of terror. Swallowed hard, without the slightest imposing manner of an ancestor. Although those arrows shot by Chen Changan weren't aimed at him, but made Yi Min feel boundless fear, hands and feet cold, slightly trembling. He couldn't help thinking, if he faced a sword strike from Chen Changan, could he block it? The answer is no, he would also be shot exploded by 1 sword strike. The scene of exploding gave Yi Min a visual impact more shocking than anything else. Yi Min couldn't help turning his head to ask Yi Hanying, this senior. Even supreme true monarchs are regarded as ants in his eyes, killed with 1 sword strike. How strong is he exactly? His words filled with reverence towards Chen Changan, no longer daring to speak scornfully like before. Disdainful, even towards Yi Hanying, Yi Min originally showed some superiority. Although ordered by Ming He Laozu to pick her up, after all Yi Hanying was just a junior. He didn't take Yi Hanying seriously, but now witnessing the man behind Yi Hanying, just how terrifying he was, consequently treating Yi Hanying. His speaking voice also became kind and gentle. That old face wished he could squeeze out towards Yi Hanying. A chrysanthemum-like kind smile. Yi Hanying snorted inwardly. Now you witness young master's strength, right? Dare look down on young master attacks, scares you to death. Of course, Yi Hanying letting Yi Min first witness Chen Changan's power before returning to headquarters with him. Had her own plans, was to let headquarters know she, Yi Hanying also, had a backer, couldn't bully her, Ming He Laozu would help her. But the other two ancestors might not necessarily favor her. Ultimately Chen Changan gave her more security, Yi Hongying also trusted him more. Now that Yi Min witnessed Chen Changan's strength, he would definitely report to those old folks at headquarters. If they want to seek revenge against her for the dead Yi Xian, must weigh whether the Chen Changan behind her is someone they can provoke. Yi Hongying answered, Ancestor, actually I also don't know how strong young master is. What do you think? Yi Min swallowed hard. Wanfa Jing supreme true monarchs, according to domain laws, also have strength divisions, Xiao Jinjuan, De Jinjuan, Di Jinjuan, then Tian Jinjuan, Wushang Jinjuan. 6 heavenly Tao decreed realm titles, strength vastly different between each realm. True monarchs comprehend the mystery of immortality, as long as one breath remains, can rebirth from a drop of blood. They open up their own law domain, controlling everything within the domain, continuously perfecting their own heavenly Tao laws in the domain, and according to what I know, Jin Zhori and Zhao Tao are currently just Xiao Jinjuan, but Senior easily shot exploding Zhao Tao. He's probably a Di Jinjuan, or even a Tian Jinjuan. Yi Min looked at Yi Hongying, couldn't help showing envy and complexity in his eyes. This Yi Hongying was originally a very high-status clan member in Wanba Pavilion, but her father left home for years without returning, made her status precarious, suppressed by her second uncle Yi Xian. Demoted to Tianwu City branch as a small manager, yet unexpectedly obtained such great opportunity. Standing behind Yi Hongying now is a suspected Tian Jinju in existence. In the future, who in Wanbao Pavilion dares bully her, as Yi Min knew, the current Wanbao Pavilion, including the 3 strongest ancestors like Yi Ming, their cultivation already stuck at Wanfa Jing. De Jinjuan level even for 1,000 years, but not one could successfully comprehend in perfect more heavenly Tao laws to advance to Dijinjuan. One can imagine how difficult each rank breakthrough in the Wanfa Jing truly is. Even he stayed at Xiaojinjuan for over 200 years, now with only over 100 years of lifespan left. Afraid this lifetime will find it hard to break through to Dijinjuan, Sai, and at least in the current Huzhou. According to the intelligence network of Wanba Pavilion, in the recent 5,000 years, among the billions of cultivators in Huzhou, those who finally stepped into Dijinjuan, were merely a few dozen, not over 100, but each was a supreme expert, famous throughout the land of Izhou. Besides these, perhaps there are also Dijinjuan unknown to Wanbao Pavilion's intelligence network. But definitely not many. If the backer Yi Hongying found is a Dijinjuan, or even a Tianjinjuan, its implied value is self-evident. Even Yi Min couldn't help wanting to curry favor with Yi Hongying, thereby establishing some connection with this powerhouse Chen Changan. Yi Hongying thought, young master is so powerful. Perhaps it's really as ancestor said, working for a young master is my great opportunity. I must seize it well, achieve something. This trip back to headquarters with Yi Min. Presumably headquarters people won't dare do anything to me. I can instead use this opportunity. Utilize headquarters resources, let headquarters help find those things young master wants. Must not disappoint young master. Yi Hongying remained outwardly calm, said to Yi Min, ancestor. Regardless of whether my young master spared this Jinjori, the outcome of this battle is set. Let's go. Yi Min hesitated for a moment, asked, you returning to headquarters, do you need to inform senior? If he disagrees, you can also not return. Believe headquarters will handle your affairs impartially. Won't let you be disappointed or wronged, Yi Hongying said. Young master already knows about this matter. Agreed for me to return to headquarters for a trip. Alright then. Yi Min put away the treasure mirror. Yi Hongying instructed her subordinates some matters, then followed Yi Min leaving Tianwu City. Jin Zhori continuously kowtowed begging for mercy, kowtowed until his head broke and bled, looking as pitiful as could be. Right now, he felt one foot stepped into the underworld. And Chen Changan was like Yama, deciding life and death, heaven and earth utterly silent. Finally an iron sword cut through the sky, steadily hitting Jin Zhori's heart, penetrating an inch deep. Blood flowed unceasingly. Jin Zhori's body trembled. He slowly, terrified, lowered his head looking at the iron sword stuck in his heart. He could feel this was just an ordinary iron sword, but within the iron sword released a terrifyingly boundless power fluctuation. If this power exploded, enough to blast him into splashing flesh and blood like Shirtua Jiao's Jiao Tao. But this power was contained but not exploded, clearly telling Jin Zhori, I can kill you anytime. But today I spare your life. Jin Zhori overjoyed, kowtowed heavily in gratitude. 10,000 thanks senior for sparing my life. 10,000 thanks senior for sparing my life. After kowtowing dozens of times, Jin Zhori finally left reassured. Jiukong Pharmacy. Chen Changan held the iron bow, eyes deep and sharp. Watched Jin Zhori's departing back. He originally wanted to shoot Jin Zhori dead too, but after considering, still spared him. These two great cultivation powers, beat the young, the old, come endlessly annoying. Every attack makes him waste lifespan pointlessly, and if Chen Changan directly acted, wiping out the Jin family and Shirtuajiao is also not impossible. Just need to know. The land of Haizhou is just one state, but its territory is vast and boundless, endless. Jin family, Shirtuajiao, the two cultivation powers far apart, Tianwu City hundreds of thousands of li, and that de Huangchao is nearly a million li away from Tianwu City. They came for the underground palace, specially built a temporary teleportation array. Otherwise, even relying on top-tier magic treasures, Wanfa Jing true monarchs flying at full speed, would take at least 2 or 3 months, and Chen Changan could of course sit at home, hold a Buddha kingdom in his palm, raise his hand to wipe out the de Huangchao, Jin family, Shirtuajiao millions of li away. But Chen Changan's physical body is too weak, currently only cultivated to the first-tier realm. The invincible cultivation it can bear, without consuming lifespan, simply cannot do it. Attacking will definitely consume lifespan, and this kind of attack wiping out distant cultivation powers millions of li away. The required cultivation power is definitely not low, will surely consume much lifespan, simply not worth it. So when the price paid for attacking and the benefits gained are completely disproportionate, Chen Changan chooses appropriate solutions, not necessarily needing to exterminate every time, this time killing one, sparing one. Chen Changan wanted a once-and-for-all solution: deter the two cultivation powers, give them a chance to live. Those who understand will naturally understand. If they still don't know what's good for them and disturb him, then Chen Changan, even if wasting some lifespan, will directly act to wipe out the Jin family and Shirtuajiao. Chen Changan checked his lifespan situation, lifespan 186 years. Not bad. Next is study hard, improve every day, cultivate diligently, break through to second tier soon. Also, the longevity technique needs cultivation too. Accumulate life essence chi for the longevity pearl, can increase lifespan by another 30 years. Also the Qian Shodan, this time he spared Jin Jury's life. If the Jin family understands, they should offer the medicinal materials he needs with both hands. After all, Yi Hongyin sent people to the Jin family 2 days prior, but the Jin family refused outright. Let's see if the Jin family dares refuse this time. Zhong Linger beside curiously asked, "Brother, what about the remaining old bird?" Chen Changan smiled lightly, in a good mood today, spared the old bird. In the following days, Jiukong Pharmacy returned to a plain and simple life. Chen Changan cultivated the Tiandi Zhaohuaju whenever he had free time, simultaneously continuously absorbing energy from heaven and earth for the longevity pearl, converting it to life essence chi. According to this absorption speed, at most 3 months, Chen Changan could harvest this mature longevity pearl, increasing his lifespan by another 30 years. And during the peaceful days, sometimes neighbors would come by for minor ailments, grab some medicine, or find Chen Changan and Zhong Linger to chat about neighborhood trivialities, gossip about which family's woman cheated, which family's man had an affair. Tian Xian Fon, Zui Mei Go on Brothel Street, got a few new pretty young ladies. Heard they looked devastatingly beautiful, especially after lunch every day. Under the big tree opposite Jiukong Pharmacy, many neighbors would cool off there, chatting about various things. Usually, the leader of the gossip cult was Granny Rome, but although Granny Rome these past few days hasn't been seen, the gossip cult wasn't leaderless and chaotic. Instead, a group of old grannies and grandpas chattered, laughing constantly. Disturbed Chen Changan's rest, felt helpless, and Granny Rome, Chen Changan looked with his divine eye. Still lurking sneakily in Dalong Mountain, don't know what she's planning. Although only a few days passed during this period, Tianwu City became even more lively. More and more cultivators arrived from all directions, making Tianwu City seem as if overnight underwent earth-shattering changes. They stayed in Tianwu City, inquiring about, discussing what's behind the 2 giant golden gates in the underground palace, news about the Xinyuan Jimen, and the current movements of various powers in Haizhou. Everyday battles raged in the underground palace. Some gained opportunities soaring to the sky, some lost their lives becoming corpses. But it didn't stop more and more Haizhou cultivators from rushing towards Dalong Mountain. Dalong Mountain, originally a remote place, had seemingly become the center of Haizhou, attracting the attention of countless cultivators in Haizhou. Everyone in Tianwu City learned the reason this underground palace was built here was for Sibei Dadi to suppress the Xinyuan Jimen. Now the seal of the Xinyuan Jimen has loosened, the underground palace has been eroded by the abyss. To retake the underground palace, reseal the Xinyuan Jimen, or even obtain the Ditong inheritance left by Sibei Dadi, must reclaim that Sibei Sandi's strongest earth instrument suppressed deep within the underground palace, the Bei Di Zhong, of course. Initially, when the news of the Xin Yuan Jimen spread, it also caused considerable panic in the city. Even quite a few people had already moved away from Tianwu City. They feared the Xin Yuan Jimen opening again. The first to suffer would be the ordinary people of Tianwu City, but with the appearance of the Xin Yuan Meng, continuously having cultivators enter the underground palace to suppress, clearing the Abyss clan, the situation looked good. Many people were no longer afraid, also moved back to Tianwu City. After all, the Xin Yuan Jimen concerned Hezhou. Future major powers could no longer prioritize seizing Cibei Didi's inheritance. The current top priority is resealing the Xin Yuan Jimen, absolutely giving the Yinling Isaizu no chance to invade Hezhou. This concerns the fate of the entire Hezhou. Cannot tolerate anyone being careless, otherwise the entire Hezhou faces catastrophe. But for Chen Changan, none of this concerned him. Eat when it's time to eat, sleep when it's time to sleep, cultivate when it's time to cultivate, however, wasn't affected by the underground palace in Xin Yuan Jimen, and distance from Chen Changan killing Zhao Tao, sparing Jin Zhuri's life. 6 days had already passed. Jin Zhuri, who fled from Tianwu City, also finally returned to the Jin family. At this time, he was much less spirited than when he left. Aged and haggard, even after so many days, the fear of Chen Changan in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. When the Jin family elders saw the ancestor who aged decades at once, all were dumbfounded. Ancestor, why, how did you become like this? Jin family elder council, Huashan Jing, Bummy Jing. Even Wanfa Jing elders all came, gathered in the main hall very quiet. They looked gravely at the ancestor. The iron sword Jin Zhuri carefully took out. Originally just the most ordinary iron sword, but inside contains seemingly world-destroying terrifying energy. Even just from this iron sword, leaking a trace of terrifying fluctuation, was enough to make all elders present jump in fright. On Jin Zhuri's face showed the look of terror that hadn't faded for days. Recounting to the elders that day, he and to occult Zhao Tao arrived at Tianwu City. Everything that happened. Zhao Tao shot exploded by Chen Changan's arrow, while he was toyed with like an ant by Chen Changan. Luckily Chen Changan spared him in the end, otherwise he would also have died under Chen Changan's sword. Speaking here, Jin Zhuri felt both terrified and awed towards Chen Changan, yet also somewhat grateful. If not for him sparing his life, he would already be dead. This Chen Changan, he is so strong. You are a Wanfa Jing Xiaojinjuan, just one step away from Dijinjuan, yet couldn't block him. One sword strike, I can feel the terrifying power contained in this iron sword. If it erupted, all of us present wouldn't survive. Damn it. This iron sword is clearly just ordinary common iron. How exactly did Chen Changan do it? Containing this terrifying power within the iron sword, truly transforming the rotten into the miraculous. Unprecedented. These Jin family elders, after hearing Jin Zhuri finish recounting everything that happened, were all terrified, each showing expressions of horror. He could instantly kill Zhao Tao, probably a Dijinjuan, or even a Tianjinjuan, and my Jin family's strongest ancestor is merely a Dijinjuan. If he attacks our Jin family, my Jin family will surely be destroyed. For a time, the Jin family elders felt uneasy, afraid Chen Changan would trouble the Jin family. Jin Zhuri said, Senior was magnanimous. Sparing my life leaves room for maneuver. My Jin family wants not to be destroyed by Senior. Best is to apologize to Senior. After speaking, Jin Zhuri looked at Jin Wu. Jin Wu is the Jin family's strongest ancestor, possessing Dijinjuan cultivation. At this time he frowned tightly, worry evident between his brows, facing Jin Zhuri's words. Jin Wu nodded, his voice low and hoarse. Wanfa Jing, the strength difference between each minor realm is worlds apart. Even if that Chen Changan is just a Dijinjuan, not someone my Jin family can afford to provoke. Zhuri, you make sense. Our Jin family needs to apologize to Senior. Perhaps only then can we seek a path of survival for the Jin family. Jin Yuan, a middle-aged man, bowed respectfully. Ancestor, you currently serve as Jin family head. Representing the Jin family, prepare yourself. Immediately accompany me and Zhuri on a trip to Tianwu City. Personally apologize to Senior. Jin Yuan nodded. Obey Ancestor, but thinking of something. Jin Yuan said, Ancestor, a few days ago Wanba Pavilion contacted the Jin family side. Wanted to buy the Jin family's 5,000-year-old Shui Ling Zhuhua. Was refused, according to what I know. The buyer was Wanba Pavilion's Tianwu City branch manager Yi Hongying. This woman seems to be Senior's person, works for him. Jin Wu said, seems Senior wants to refine the Qian Shodan. He pondered for a while, then decided, since that's the case, bring the family Shui Ling Zhuhua along too. As an apology gift to Senior. As soon as these words came out, many elders' faces changed. Someone quickly advised, Ancestor, absolutely cannot do this. Ancestor, my Jin family relies on you now. and your remaining lifespan is less than 100 years. Breaking through to Dijinjuan is too difficult, only by first refining the Qian Shodan, extending lifespan by 1,000 years is there a chance. You are the Jin family's most precious person. Concerning the Jin family's future, yes. Ancestor, please reconsider. Jin Wu snorted coldly. My life compared to the Jin family is insignificant. Don't think about other things now. Preserving the family is most important first. If I cannot break through to Dijinjuan within these 100 years, it's fate. If the family is destroyed because of this, I will be the sinner, let alone me. Who among you can bear the responsibility? Afterwards, what face-to-face are Jin family ancestors? Jin Wu's gaze, sharp as a knife, full of authority, swept over everyone present. No one dared meet Jin Wu's gaze, all lowered their heads sighing, dared not speak further. Jin Yuan, go. Bring the Shui Ling Zhu Hua, also quickly prepare some gifts for senior, we leave immediately. Okay ancestor, sure to occult Grand Elder Zhao Tao's soul lamp extinguished. Signifying the fall of a sure to occult Wanfa Jing true monarch, like a stone stirring 1,000 waves. Caused a huge commotion in the upper echelon. Elder Zhao actually died. How is this possible? Can anyone tell me, what exactly happened? Who killed Elder Zhao? He was a Shaoxinjuan. How many in Haizhou could kill him? Quickly asked the Jin family side. Wasn't it agreed, Elder Zhao and Jin family's ancestor Jin Jiuri joined forces against that damned Chen Changan, but now Elder Zhao is dead. Something must have happened in between. A sure to occult elder quickly contacted the Jin family. The Jin family quickly responded to the sure to occult's upper echelon, only then learning their Elder Zhao was very pitiful. Actually shot exploded by Chen Changan's arrow. This brought immense shock to the sure to occult upper echelon. And Jin family's Jin Jiuri survived only by kowtowing and begging for mercy. Right now, the Jin family ancestor has already set off for Tianwu City to apologize to Chen Changan. And the Jin family also reminded the sure to occult, telling them to also quickly go to Tianwu City to apologize to Chen Changan. Perhaps can obtain his forgiveness, bury the hatchet. When the sure to occult upper echelon received this news, couldn't help but be furious. Know that the sure to occult was originally a demonic path power, arrogant and domineering. Acting even more unscrupulously, how could they easily be scared off by Chen Changan? They sent messages to the Jin family continuously, angrily scolding and mocking. That Chen Changan killed so many experts from your Jin family, yet your Jin family, because Chen Changan spared Jin Jiuri's life, you become cowards. Your Jin family is truly a bunch of trash. So timid, how can you survive in the cultivation world? Within 1,000 years, your Jin family will surely be destroyed. Chen Changan killed my sure to occult's 2 kings/marquises, 2 cult leaders, and 1 Shaoxinjuan, causing my sure to occult heavy losses. My sure to occult will absolutely not let this rest. Whatever, our sure to occult's grand ancestor is a genuine Tianjinjuan. Chen Changan has already angered the grand cult leader, he will die. That Chen Changan having Dijinjuan cultivation is very strong. But my sure to occult's grand ancestor is even stronger than him. This time Chen Changan and my sure to occult already have irreconcilable hatred, absolutely cannot just stop here. Your Jin family reconsider, don't become a laughingstock for the major powers of Haizhou. But in the end, the Jin family only replied with sorry, won't accompany, fend for yourself. Then cut off contact with the sure to occult. Jin Jiuri personally experienced Chen Changan's terrifying power, plus the one he brought back. That iron sword containing terrifying power. These Jin family elders all felt a threat of death. They couldn't afford to gamble, but the sure to occult was different. They hadn't witnessed Chen Changan attack. Naturally hadn't experienced just how powerful Chen Changan was. Moreover, the sure to occult's foundation was a cut above the Jin families. Their grand ancestor was still alive. Precisely because he was a Wanfa Jing Tianjinjuan, he founded the sure to occult single-handedly. This was also the source of the sure to occult's confidence. Within the sure to occult, Dan Fingzi felt uneasy. This Chen Changan is actually so strong, even my sure to occult's grand elder died tragically at his hands. Although my sure to occult has the grand ancestor overseeing, but the grand ancestor is after all about to decay, lifespan failing. Half a foot already stepped through the gates of hell, strength unknown how much is left. That Chen Changan I have seen, this person's vitality is strong. Not shrouded by a trace of death chi, presumably lifespan is still long, strength at its peak. If fighting the grand ancestor, even if he's just a Dijinjuan, but the grand ancestor wanting to kill him, probably won't be easy. I always have an intuition, if the sure to occult continues troubling him. Fear catastrophe is imminent. Sigh, should I hide far away first, avoid the trouble? This day Su Dafu returned to Tianwu City, from the news inquired. Someone saw several sword lights shoot out from the city, several hundred li west outside the city. Successively over 10 mountain peaks exploded, From this it can be seen, the person who shot killing Zhao Tao with one arrow is hidden in Tianwu City. Just that arrow shot out too fast, disappeared in an instant. Back then only a flash of light was seen, yet didn't know, those arrows. Exactly from where in the city were they shot out? When Su Dafu and Su Yuanba learned this news, both were deeply shocked. Know that Dalong Mountain spans 30,000 li, the underground palace located deep within Dalong Mountain. More than 10,000 li away from Tianwu City, this arrow actually came from over 10,000 li away? Hua, this, damn it, is shooting arrows? Taking a life from 10,000 li away, too fierce, while shocked. Also made Su Dafu and Su Yuanba feel a chill run down their spines. This way. Doesn't that mean this archer can kill whoever they want? Of course Su Dafu was also overjoyed. If he could find this archery master, ask him to act, then Su Tang will surely die. Just right, the current underground palace situation is special. Appeared the Xin Yuan Ji men, suffered abyss erosion, a Detong inheritance. Clearly won't be obtained so quickly by anyone, so Su Dafu thought of returning to Tianwu City for a trip. Try his luck, see if he can find this archery master. But didn't even find a hair of the archery master. However, on the road met Lin Lei. Su Dafu saw Lin Lei, wearing a handsome law enforcement commander treasure armor. His small eyes widened. Damn, the treasure armor Lei Erzi is wearing. Seems only law enforcement commanders can wear it. I only went to Dalong Mountain for about a month. How did Lazy change so much? Also, why did his cultivation reach peak to a fan? Aura already infinitely close to Ming Quan Jing. What opportunity did he get? Just then Lin Lei leading subordinates on patrol also saw Su Dafu in the crowd. No other reason, just because you are too beautiful, are the fattest guy in the crowd. If can't see, must be blind. Lin Lei's eyes lit up, instructed subordinates to continue patrol. Himself walked towards Su Dafu. Su Dafu, where did you run off to during this time? Couldn't see your shadow. Lin Lei approached Su Dafu, felt his changes even more. Aura somewhat different from before. Lazy, you changed cultivation technique? Lin Lei grinned. Surprised, you fellow, actually could tell I changed cultivation technique. Su Dafu rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. Your aura is much stronger than before. This simply isn't achievable by your previous technique, then. Su Dafu scanned Lin Lei up and down, patted Lin Lei's body. Impressive. Lazy. How did your cultivation progress so much suddenly? Also, this treasure armor of yours, isn't it only wearable by City Lord's Mansion law enforcement commanders? Don't tell me. You've now become the law enforcement commander. Lin Lei smiled honestly. Not commander, deputy commander. And what I'm cultivating now is the 6th grade technique City Lord rewarded me with. He Shui Tianjing. Also, Lin Lei paused speaking, expression retracted, looking serious. Seeing Lin Lei's expression, Su Dafu was puzzled. What else? I'm the deputy commander now. Give me some face. Don't hit my butt in public, it damages my majestic image. Su Dafu rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. Okay, speaking of which, how come Chu Yongtian treats you so well? Su Dafu was very curious. Lin Lei said, this is all thanks to Changan. Su Dafu puzzled. What does it have to do with Changan? A few days ago, didn't the city lord's daughter get into trouble in the underground palace, remained unconscious? No one could cure her, not even the Jin family's genius alchemist, Jin Yang, nor the Shirtua cult's high-level alchemist. In the end it was Changan's miraculous hands that brought her back to life. Cured the person. Su Dafu saw Chu Wushuang injured at Dalong Mountain back then. Then the underground palace seal was broken. Chu Yongtian brought the lively Chu Wushuang to the underground palace. Turned out it was Changan who cured her. He didn't expect Changan's medical skills were so brilliant. So-called when one achieves Tao, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. To show gratitude for Changan's life-saving grace, the city lord promoted me. Then Lin Lei looked left and right, seeing no one around, leaned close to Su Dafu's ear. Quietly said, actually, I think Chu Wushuang must have taken a liking to Changan. A few days ago she even had me deliver a letter to Changan. That must definitely be a love letter. Words full of concern for Changan, raging gossip flames, were burning in Su Dafu and Lin Lei's hearts. Su Dafu's ears perked up, quickly asked, and then? Did Changan accept Wushuang's affection? The two get together? Lin Lei shook his head. No, and then, just this. Damn it, pants are already off. You tell me this? Su Dafu's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of something. Lazy, do me a favor, call me Daddy. Lin Lei smugly, my fat big brother. What favor does Daddy need help with? A deputy commander, look how smug you are. If you don't say, I'm leaving. Su Dafu's expression turned serious. Since you are the law enforcement deputy commander, you should know quite a bit about the current situation in Tianwu City. Some time ago, over 10 arrows were shot from Tianwu City. Heard they destroyed over 10 mountain peaks. Also killed a king outside the Dalong Mountain underground palace. That archery master is right here in Tianwu City, do you know? Lin Lei nodded. I heard this news too. Those arrows indeed were shot from within Tianwu City, but the arrow speed was too fast. Simply couldn't distinguish from which part of Tianwu City they were shot. Are you looking for that archery master? Su Dafu nodded. Have the law enforcement help me look carefully, no problem. Of course, Lin Lei showed a worried expression, saying, by the way, do you know Changan's current situation? Su Dafu shook his head. I haven't been home yet. What's wrong with Changan? Changan is now walking the path of body cultivation. But these past few days in the City Lord's Mansion Library Pavilion, I flipped through materials. Know that body cultivation path is extremely difficult, must endure various tortures, refining the body through thunder and earth. Even cultivating in places of utmost cold chi or high toxicity, even the slightest carelessness means mortal danger. When you have time, help persuade him, walking the path of body cultivation? Su Dafu's eyes widened. He's crazy? Speaking of understanding body cultivation, Su Dafu knew more than Lin Lei. After all, his arch-nemesis, Su Tang, cultivated both magic and body, and the path of body cultivation. Su Tang as the imperial crown prince suffered immensely, the pain of body refining, the pain of tribulation crossing. The slightest misstep meant mortal danger. Of course, geniuses in body refining are not lacking. Earthly treasures are extremely hard to find. Su Tang naturally didn't lack body refining treasures, but as he knew, Su Tang on the path of body cultivation encountered life and death crises 3 times during body refining, almost died. But luckily, he had the protection of top experts from the imperial dynasty as Dao protectors, only then helping him successfully pass those 3 death tribulations. But Chen Changan was different. He had no one to act as his Dao protector during cultivation, nor enough body refining resources. How far can this path of body cultivation go? Body refining techniques in this world are originally very rare. Don't know where he got the body refining technique from. What he worried most about was Chen Changan cultivating some self-harming body refining technique that overdrafts one's own potential and lifespan. Those all have huge drawbacks. Cultivating them brings 100 harms and not 1 benefit. For example, he had a friend learned a body refining technique from somewhere unknown, named Kuehua Bao Dian, cultivated to great success. Immune to all techniques, can pluck stars with his hand, ascend to the realm of the supreme martial emperor. But the first page read, to practice this divine art, must first castrate oneself. His good friend struggled internally for a long time. To become the legendary martial emperor, could only endure the pain and sacrifice, made a swift decision, snip snip. But opened the second page, damn it, written, no need to castrate, can also succeed. He was furious. Later spent a great price to get his treasure reattached. From then on, that Kuehua Bao Dian was directly ignored. Su Dafu was very worried. Let's go find Changan immediately. How can that guy mess around like this? Hope what he's cultivating isn't some trash body refining technique like Kuehua Bao Dian, otherwise this whole life is ruined. Su Dafu and Lin Lei arrived at Jiukang Pharmacy. Su Dafu at a glance saw Zhong Linger sweeping the counter. His eyes couldn't help lighting up. This girl is really fresh and lovely, obedient and cute. Who is she? Why haven't I seen her before? Her name is Zhong Linger, from the Zhong family. I had Granny Rong introduce her to Changan. As soon as these words came out, the light in Su Dafu's eyes instantly vanished. Sighed. My love hasn't even begun, yet it's already over. Brother Lin, why are you here? Zhong Linger saw Lin Lei, revealing a sweet smile. Then her gaze fell on Su Dafu beside him, with slight curiosity and doubt. Brother Su? Su Dafu instantly revealed what he thought was a very handsome, dashing smile, nodded saying, correct. It's me, Lin Lei asked. Where's Changan? Brother is cultivating in the backyard. I'll go call him. Soon Chen Changan heard Zhong Linger say Lin Lei and Su Dafu both came, hurriedly stopped cultivating, walked out from the backyard. Su Dafu quickly looked Chen Changan up and down, breathed a sigh of relief, luckily no missing arms or legs. Then, Su Dafu's gaze landed again on Chen Changan, a certain place, carefully asked, is your Diaochan okay? Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Su Dafu. My Diaochan is on my waist. Very good, Fatty Su, why ask me these things? I heard Lazy say you gave up magic cultivation, taking the path of body cultivation. Are you really decided? Su Dafu saw Chen Changan, found his aura much stronger, blood chi abundant, life essence chi vigorous, already entered cultivation, stepped into the first tier realm. Made him somewhat surprised, naturally decided, I feel this path suits me quite well. Su Dafu's expression turned grave. Then do you know? You must experience many pains and tribulations in body refining, wind, thunder, earth dance? Even encounter heaven and earth thunder tribulations, forcibly enter the body for tempering. The slightest carelessness means mortal danger. Chen Changan said, "Whatever, I will handle it." Damn, you guy are really putting on an act. Don't be fooled by your current short-term breakthrough to first-tier body cultivator, thinking the path of body cultivation isn't difficult to cultivate. Don't be confused by the illusion. Body cultivation is one step to heaven. One step below is an abyss. More importantly, those who dare walk the path of body cultivation. Most have Tao protectors. Do I have one? Tao protector seems unnecessary for me. Su Dafu found this guy Chen Changan didn't understand human words, rubbed his forehead. Since you started body refining, you should also know how precious the required body refining resources are. These are far less numerous than other cultivation resources, perhaps. The body refining resources needed for first-tier body cultivator are not uncommon, but the body refining resources needed later are scarce and precious. Where to find them? Earth core fire, dragon rock water, frost dew drop, these will all be used in subsequent body refining. Any one of them, at auction, can fetch sky-high prices of hundreds of thousands, even millions of spirit stones. Listen to brother's advice. The waters in this body cultivation are too deep. Changan, you can't grasp it. Lin Lei beside him was also worried. Changan, Dafu makes some sense. Why don't you reconsider? Chen Changan smiled. He of course knew. Lin Lei and Su Dafu were both worried about him, genuinely concerned from the heart. Felt quite moved inside. Chen Changan said, "Fatty, let me try first. If it doesn't work out, it's not too late to give up then," just like Lin Lei persuaded before. Chen Changan's gaze revealed unwavering determination. He would not give up. After all, this path was one Chen Changan had to walk. He possessed 999 billion years of invincible cultivation, only through body refining. Strengthening his own physical body, could he bear more invincible cultivation, reducing the impact on lifespan? Su Dafu didn't give up, earnestly persuaded for quite a while longer. After all, Chen Changan was one of his few brothers. Su Dafu didn't want Chen Changan to refine himself into ashes someday. Zhong Linger aside, watched Lin Lei and Su Dafu showing such concern. Chen Changan couldn't help pursing his lips in a slight smile. If brother Lin and brother Su knew brother was actually very strong, wonder if they would be shocked. Of course Zhong Linger didn't tell Lin Lei and Su Dafu about Chen Changan's matters. Zhong Linger knew Lin Lei and Su Dafu were brothers' best friends. Their words, every single word in sentence, revealed concern and closeness between friends. But if brother revealed his true cultivation level, the situation would be different. During this time, Zhong Linger had seen too many people show respect and awe towards brother. Obeying orders, even fear, like Wanba Pavilion's Yi Honying. Changsheng cults Fengju Dongfan Lengyue and Qin Chaoyan, even neighbor Fubo. If Lin Lei and Su Dafu knew how powerful brother Changan was, perhaps wouldn't dare call brother Changan brother anymore. Su Dafu also wouldn't dare take brother Changan out at night, stroll Tian Xian Fan, drink Huajiao. However, Tian Xian Fan's Huajiao, what kind of flower is it brewed from? Why do brother Changan and the others like drinking it so much? When I become strong through cultivation, definitely will brew a jar of Huajiao too. Meanwhile, Su Dafu talked for a long time. Still couldn't persuade Chen Changan back. Finally Su Dafu sighed deeply. Forget it, forget it. Since you want a court death, I won't care about you anymore. But don't worry, when you're refined into ash, your sister Linger and your sister Rushuang, I will help you take good care of them. Zhong Linger was speechless upon hearing this. Chen Changan smiled. You're really having wishful thinking. Thinking beautifully, Lin Lei nodded. Dafu, you are willing. I see they probably aren't. Didn't Granny Rong say she found you a blind date partner, just waiting for you to come back? Why don't you hurry to Granny Rong's house and ask Granny Rong? Su Dafu blinked. Mysteriously said, don't look at Granny Rong all day introducing you, matchmaking. But she's not simple. I heard this Granny Rong is a powerhouse. You two better treat her well in the future. Absolutely must not offend her. Lin Lei nodded. I know, the gossip cult leader has quite a few old grannies and grandpas under her. If anyone offends her, she spreads bad words everywhere, ruins reputations. Su Dafu and Chen Changan were instantly silent. Am I wrong? Lin Lei puzzled. Su Dafu said, in short, she's very mysterious. You two definitely must not provoke her. Best to build a good relationship with her. You two are both orphans without parents. If you can thicken your skin and acknowledge her as godmother, if she agrees, you two won't have to worry for the rest of your lives. Su Dafu's words made Lin Lei stunned. Smiled honestly. Speaking of which, what a coincidence. Chen Changan and Su Dafu were both puzzled. What coincidence? What fun coincidence? Lin Lei said, I have no parents, all alone, and knew Granny Rong since childhood. Granny Rong treated me quite well. So I long had the idea of acknowledging her as godmother, especially when planning to marry Xiaolu. Thought if I have no relatives, it's ultimately not good, so acknowledged Granny Rong as godmother. Sudafu greatly shocked, damn, did Granny Rong agree? Lin Lei said, why wouldn't she agree? I am the deputy commander of the city lord's mansion law enforcement. She was delighted then, didn't hesitate at all. Directly agreed, even asked if my law enforcement side lacked wives, which family I fancied. She could help matchmake. Chen Changan was also quite surprised, didn't expect. Lazy actually stumbled into such good luck by chance, randomly acknowledging a godmother. Actually acknowledged a hidden powerhouse as godmother, this luck. Sudafu heavily patted Lin Lei's shoulder, lazy, when you rise to glory one day. Don't forget me and Changan. Ah, Lin Lei felt puzzled. Dafu. Is Granny Rong really as mysterious and powerful as you say? She isn't just an ordinary matchmaker? Plus the identity of the gossip cult leader? Sudafu chuckled, if you don't believe it, go ask Granny Rong later, presumably she won't stop you. Then Sudafu asked Chen Changan, Changan, do you want to acknowledge her? Chen Changan rolled his eyes. Sudafu had no interest, that's a big thigh, gotta hold on tight. Ah. Chen Changan said, actually my thigh is quite big too, why don't you come hold mine? Sudafu sneered. Mocked, none of your legs are big enough, how to hold? Chen Changan lightly glanced at him, you toothpick. What are you talking about, Changan, damn it, talking nonsense, you're the toothpick, Lin Lei said it. Said he went to the toilet with you one day, accidentally glanced, lazy damn it. Talking nonsense, aren't you a toothpick? Lin Lei blinked, then shook his head. Said seriously, didn't you glance at mine back then too? You should know mine is very big. Chen Changan and Sudafu were instantly speechless. Linger had 3 question marks above her head. What is toothpick? What is very big? Back to the topic, Sudafu couldn't be bothered arguing with this bastard. Lin Lei said to Chen Changan, Changan, which body refining technique are you cultivating? Chen Changan said, Tiandi Zawaju, the name sounds quite domineering. Just don't know how the cultivation effect is. Cultivation effect is not bad, why ask this? Sudafu didn't speak, but took out a dust-covered technique manual. Here, take this. Chen Changan opened it. On the technique manual were written 4 ancient characters with forceful calligraphy. Kue Hua Bao Dian. Chen Changan flipped open the first page. This is a peerless body refining method, those who cultivate to great success. Above can pluck stars and grasp the sun and moon, below can split heaven, crack earth, capture true dragons, ascend the martial emperor throne. Peerless under heaven, this Kue Hua Bao Dian is so powerful? Chen Changan was startled. But then another 8 large characters entered his eyes. To practice this art, must first castrate oneself. Chen Changan's expression instantly paused, looked towards Sudafu, Fatty Su. Are you trying to make me end my lineage? Sudafu had long expected this, sneered, what's the hurry, flip open the second page. Definitely don't be like a friend of mine, acting rashly. Saw the first page and really chopped off the treasure. Chen Changan felt, I have a friend. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? But still half-believingly flipped open the second page. On it another 8 large characters entered his eyes. No need to castrate, can also succeed. Chen Changan breathed a sigh of relief. The creator of this technique really knows how to trick descendants. Joking, if some idiot, rashly really chopped it off. Wouldn't he cry seeing the second page? Sudafu also fell silent. Lin Lei beside asked, Sudafu, Dafu, do you think castration hurts a lot? Sudafu looked thoughtful, nodded, then came back to his senses, looking clueless. You ask me, how would I know? I'm just asking you, that friend is your friend. Not you, of course you wouldn't know, Lin Lei smiled honestly. Sudafu's mouth twitched. I think he probably hurt a lot. Suddenly, Sudafu regretted taking out this Kue Hua Bao Dian. For Chen Changan to cultivate, he quickly changed the subject, said to Chen Changan, this body refining technique of mine is definitely stronger than your Tiandi Zhao Waju, take a good look later. If you feel it's more suitable for cultivation than your Tiandi Zhao Waju, since you just started on the path of body cultivation, it's still timely to switch, okay? Chen Changan was quite interested in this Kue Hua Bao Dian. During this time, he used his divine brain to carefully comprehend and explore the Tiandi Zhao Waju, completely mastering it. Discovered this Tiandi Zhao Waju body refining technique, though very powerful, also had many shortcomings. For example, slow cultivation progress, certain specific body refining pills, required materials are not easy to find, etc. Shortcomings. Chen Changan was using his divine brain to perfect the shortcomings in the Tiandi Zhao Waju, even continuing to try deducing its subsequent techniques. But he after all only had this Tiandi Zhao Waju, one body refining technique, wanting to continuously deduce. Perfecting a flawless body refining technique was still somewhat difficult. Need to absorb more experience from other body refining techniques, take their essence, discard their dross. Integrate into the Tiandi Zhao Huaju. Alright, since you're okay, I'll leave first. Su Dafu prepared to leave with Lin Lei, but just then, before the two, the pharmacy floor suddenly bulged upwards slightly. Su Dafu and Lin Lei curious, what's this? The next moment, a large rat with golden fur drilled out from the ground, sparkling with divine light. Very extraordinary, Lin Lei surprised, such a big rat. Su Dafu, however, his pupils suddenly shrank. Unbelieving, couldn't speak from shock. Heavens, this seems to be the legendary possessing immortal demon bloodlines. Sure, Jin Xian Shu, but the next moment, Chen Changan already with one foot kicked that large rat flying out, bang. This sure Jin Xian Shu crashed against the wall, dizzy. Su Dafu stunned, anxiously said, Changan, what are you doing? This is sure Jin Xian Shu, very precious. What if you kicked it broken with that kick? Chen Changan said, how could it be broken so easily? Shu San, who let you dig a hole in my pharmacy, hurry up and fill the hole for me, master, sorry. Subordinate digging a hole towards Tianwu City for the first time, I'll fill it immediately. Sure Jin Xian Shu whoosh rushed back to the hole entrance, vigorously pawing dirt, soon filled the ground flat. Restored as before, even jumped up and stamped a few times. Su Dafu stared foolishly at this scene. Swallowed hard. Changan, you said this is your Jin Xian Shu, is your spirit pet? Chen Changan asked puzzledly, is there a problem? Zhong Linger's eyes were already shining. Brother, can I pet him? Pet freely. Zhong Linger petted Sure Jin Xian Shu's fluffy fur, very similar to that groundhog. Dazed and cute, letting Zhong Linger pet freely. Changan, this is your Jin Xian Shu. Where did you get it? Last time treating Fu Bo's son Zhang Yoneng. Accidentally caught it on the mountain near Lanhua village. Su Dafu envious. What kind of dog shit luck did you step in? Even Sure Jin Xian Shu can be encountered. Lin Lei beside curiously asked, what is Sure Jin Xian Shu? Su Dafu said, Sure Jin Xian Shu. Among the demon race, possesses the top-tier immortal demon bloodline, potential extraordinary. And Sure Jin Xian Shu possesses powerful treasure hunting talent, in this heaven and earth. Almost over 90% of heavenly materials and earthly treasures cannot escape Sure Jin Xian Shu's treasure hunting perception. In the cultivation world, this Sure Jin Xian Shu is comparable to a living treasure trove. Looking across the Dechongxiu Xianjia, probably all cultivators hope to catch one Sure Jin Xian Shu as a spirit pet. Send it out everywhere searching for resources, but word is Sure Jin Xian Shu is already extinct in this world. Didn't expect Changan actually has one here. Hearing Su Dafu say this, Lin Lei finally knew Sure Jin Xian Shu's power, couldn't help being shocked. Shu San enjoyed Zhong Linger's petting. Very enjoying, he spoke human language, low-key, Sure Jin Xian Shu or whatever isn't important. I am just master's humble little spirit pet, but looking at Shu San's little eyes, couldn't hide the smugness at all. Know that since Shu San became Sure Jin Xian Shu, these days mingling among the demon race, searching for heavenly materials and earthly treasures for Chen Changan. Don't know how many female demons wanted to communicate with him, make contact, but unfortunately Shu San hadn't taken human form yet. Could only temporarily refuse, communicate again after he takes form, of course. Also encountered some powerful demons wanting to catch Shu San, but Shu San had Chen Changan's life-death talisman. Those powerful demons, not one could pose a threat to Shu San, letting him escape easily. In a short time already gained some fame among the demon race. Suddenly seeing Chen Changan actually had an immortal demon bloodline Sure Jin Xian Shu. As a spirit pet, Lin Lei and Su Dafu were envious. No wonder you fellow aren't panicked at all walking the path of body cultivation, with this Sure Jin Xian Shu finding those heavenly materials and earthly treasures for your body refining. You basically don't need to worry about body refining resources. Su Dafu suddenly understood. Just his pair of eyes looking at Sure Jin Xian Shu couldn't move away. Sure Jin Xian Shu felt very disgusted. You little fatty, you're so perverted, why keep staring at me? I belong to master, the rat you can never obtain, Chen Changan said. If you too lack any cultivation resources, can also ask Shu San to find them for you. Shu San thought silently. Master, you're treating me like a coolie, but Shu San outwardly dared not show anything. Still licking with a rat face, master is right, master is brilliant and divine, peerless under heaven. Any command, just mention it, subordinate will definitely exert all effort to complete. Lin Lei and Su Dafu exchanged glances, both could understand the meaning in the other's eyes. This Sure Jin Xian Shu really knows how to lick boots, what a boot-licking rat. Su Dafu even gave Chen Changan a thumbs up. Know that this Sure Jin Xian Shu is very proud, most unwilling to be a human spirit pet, and also possesses top-tier escaping divine ability. Chen Changan being able to catch the Sure Jin Xian Shu was already very impressive. Yet could even make this Shijin Xianshu become a bootlicking rat, awesome. Su Dafu asked, Shijin Xianshu. Shu-san, do you have companions, or wives, etc.? Lend me one to play with. Oh no. Lend me one to communicate with. Shijin Xianshu looked warily at Su Dafu. Damn it, I am extinct. Su Dafu looked regretful, sighed, truly, if it's fated, it will eventually be yours. If not fated, don't force it but the next moment, Su Dafu thought of something again. Eyes suddenly brightened. What breed of female rat do you like? I'll help you find a few. You work hard cultivating for a few years, will definitely have descendants for generations, if this immortal demon bloodline of yours breaks off. Would be a pity. The few people fell silent upon hearing this. Shu-san inwardly cursed, this guy is a big idiot. If not for Master being here, I'd definitely curse him, treating me like a breeding rat? I am now a dignified Shijin Xianshua, if really became a breeding rat, word gets out. Wouldn't those women of the demon race laugh? Changan, what do you think of my proposal? Shu-san looked pitifully at Chen Changan. Chen Changan puzzled, little fatty finding female rats for you. You're not happy? How could Shu-san dare refuse? Could only wear a crying rat face. Happy, extremely happy. Just then Chen Changan asked, Shijin Xianshu doesn't have 3 heads? Where did the other 2 heads go? Shu-san said, one day while I was sleeping, those 2 heads ran off on their own. Your other heads can still run away? Chen Changan was very surprised. Shu-san shook his head, I also don't know what happened, since I awakened the immortal demon bloodline. Seems those 2 heads also gained their own sentience, but after they left, having 1 head left is also quite good. At this time Lin Lei finally realized belatedly. He looked towards Chen Changan, face full of suspicion. Changan, that 1,000-year jade marrow back then couldn't have been secretly thrown at my door by you, right? Chen Changan possessing such a powerful spirit pet. Finding this 1,000-year jade marrow seems not difficult. Besides Chen Changan, Lin Lei couldn't think. Who else could send him such a precious thing? Correct, it was me. Since Shijin Xianshu already appeared, no need to hide this point. It really was you. Lin Lei was very moved, worthy of being a good brother. Even prepared such precious cultivation treasures for him. Su Dafu besides said, Changan, then do I have any? Of course you're not left out. Chen Changan took out 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow, gave them to Su Dafu. Cultivate well, everyone gets stronger together. Isn't that joyful? 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow, my heavens. Su Dafu was also shocked, but thinking of Shijin Xianshu's ability, felt it was natural. But Changan, you need to be careful. News of the Shijin Xianshu absolutely cannot leak out. Otherwise you'll face great disaster. After all, looking across the Dechongsho Xianjia, how many powers can resist the temptation of this Shijin Xianshu? Okay, then, Chen Changan asked Shu-san again. You came looking for me today, was it about those heavenly materials and earthly treasures? This afternoon, Shu-san nodded, opened his mouth, spat out a fist-sized fiery red stone, dazzling like a red crystal. Divine dragon-shaped patterns flowed on it. More importantly, as soon as Shu-san spat out this fiery red stone, extremely terrifying high-temperature burning emerged from inside. Everything, as if a great sun instantly appeared in the room. Everyone felt as if placed in a furnace. Master, this is the refining body treasure you wanted. It's Long Yen Bao Shi. Su Dafu recognized it, heard back then at an auction. Such a Long Yen Bao Shi was auctioned. Sold for the high price of over 16 million low-grade spirit stones. Heard body cultivators choose this kind of gemstone for body refining. With this Long Yen Bao Shi, Changan, you can use it to polish your physical body, will speed up your breakthrough. Shu-san glanced at Su Dafu, thinking, you little fatty actually know quite a lot. Then spat again. His belly is very special, self-contained space inside, although not large, but usually enough to store some treasures. Then dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were spat out, piled before the few people. Unfortunately, no lifespan increasing treasure medicines inside. That stuff isn't easy to find. Master, this is what I currently found around Tianwu City, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This vicinity is already empty. Next I have to go further to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Changan nodded. Oh, okay, thank you for your trouble. Working for Master isn't troublesome at all. Shu-san licked boots tirelessly. Chen Changan smiled, placed his hand on Shu-san's head. Seemingly an ordinary action, yet an extremely terrifying invincible energy poured into Shu-san's body, that Shang Saifu which had already consumed some invincible energy. Shu-san is of great use, cannot die outside, or be captured by other cultivators. After offering these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Shu-san dug a hole from the backyard corner, looked, la la la. Chen Changan also took out from Shu San's treasure hoard, those obtained heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Various good things poured out, piled before Lin Lei and Su Dafu. Those treasures sparkled with five-colored light, reflecting each other brilliantly. Made Lin Lei and Su Dafu stare blankly, dazed. This, how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures is this If all sold, Mumumu must be worth how much money The two swallowed hard. Never seen so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures before. While shocked, voices trembled. Completely like country bumpkins entering the city, Chen Changan said, I walk the path of body cultivation. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures of Shu San's, many are useless to me. See anything you like here, just take it, mine is yours, don't be polite with me. Su Dafu looked at these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, drooling. Changan, you said it. Then I won't be polite. After speaking, picked several heavenly materials and earthly treasures for himself. Each greatly useful for his current cultivation. Although this guy was shameless, he wasn't greedy. Chen Changan looked at Lin Lei, lazy, still standing there stunned. Lin Lei hesitated. I have the 6 pieces of 1,000-year jade marrow you gave. Enough, Changan. You keep these yourself, exchange for body refining resources later. Chen Changan pretended anger. What, not treating me as a brother? How could body refining resources need your worry? I have sure Jin Xianshu, still need to worry. Su Dafu said, lazy, don't fail Changan's kindness. Besides, when we become strong, can also keep an eye out for Changan, find body refining resources to repay him. I understand. Lin Lei no longer fussed, decisively picked several heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation. With these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Lin Lei cultivating to the Huashan Jing. Becoming a king titled by heaven and earth is no problem. Su Dafu chuckled heartily. That smile extremely brilliant, he thought inwardly, with these cultivation resources. The gap between me and that son of a bitch Su Tang should shorten considerably. Even if can't find the archery master for help, sooner or later can still crush him. Chatted idly for a while more. Lin Lei and Su Dafu didn't disturb Chen Changan's cultivation, both had things to leave for. Lin Lei gave Su Dafu a wedding invitation. You disappear day after day. My wedding day is only about 20 days away, you can't forget. Su Dafu put away the invitation. Don't worry, anyone can be absent except me and Changan. Definitely give you face then, also remember to help me find that archery master. No problem. Next, Su Dafu searched the city a few more rounds, but regarding that archery master, didn't find even a hair of more information, looked at the sky turning dark. Su Dafu murmured to himself, this archery master is truly elusive, seems can't find him. Forget it, better head back first, lest 7th master worries. But Su Dafu hadn't gone far after leaving Tianwu city. An expert from the Dari Huang Chao suddenly appeared before Su Dafu, blocking his path. Su Dafu's face instantly changed. Turned to leave, but just then Su Tang's cold voice sounded by his ear. My younger brother. You're being a rat again, hiding here and there, where to run? In the sky, a bronze war chariot appeared. Su Tang sat high on the war chariot, looking down at him. Behind him were 12 Huang Chao experts, surrounding him in a large formation. Su Tang looked down from above. Eyes sharp as swords, he looked down at Su Dafu. A playful color flashed in his eyes. Su Dafu's face cold, stared deadly at Su Tang. That was irrepressible killing intent, Su Tang, but he was very calm, currently too weak himself. Not Su Tang's opponent, moreover with so many Huang Chao experts protecting beside him. Killing him difficult as ascending heaven, as long as the Green Mountains remain, no fear of lacking firewood. Retreat first. Su Dafu quietly from his storage ring took out a black gemstone. This is a space gemstone, possessing a trace of spatial teleportation ability. Su Dafu here, able to escape the Huang Chao's pursuit many times relied on this space gemstone. Crushed it. But Su Dafu didn't feel any spatial fluctuation, nor was he teleported. At this moment Su Dafu's face looked bad. Su Tang sneered. Actually set up a ceiling formation here, now the space gemstone's power cannot be used. Su Dafu's escape route was sealed, and he currently faced Su Tang alone. Plus so many Huang Chao experts, his situation extremely dangerous. Su Tang snorted coldly, lost the space gemstone's power. Let's see how you escape now. If you hand over the man Yu Guzu's treasure, considering our half-brother relationship, I will spare your life. As soon as these words came out, Su Dafu completely enraged. Spare your mother. Sooner or later I'll screw you over. Those who attacked my mother back then, I won't let a single one go. Without a second word, took out one silver ball after another from his storage ring. The silver balls covered in ancient patterns, fluorescent light brilliant, releasing astonishing energy fluctuations. In one breath Su Dafu threw out over 100 silver balls, instantly in this piece of heaven and earth. Boom 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 boom, over 100 earth-shattering loud explosion sounds. The silver balls thrown out, just like volcanic eruptions, fluorescent light brilliant. Destroying everything around, earth-shaking, mountain swaying, momentum vast and astonishing. Huang Chao experts summoned magic treasures, protecting in front of Su Tang, blocking those silver balls, but even so, several Huang Chao experts under the silver balls' explosions suffered heavy injuries. Can imagine how terrifying the power of these silver balls thrown by Su Dafu was. Su Tang's eyes slightly narrowed. One of the Manyu Guzus created magic treasures, Bo Lian Zhu, interesting. Just then Su Dafu crushed another mysterious demonic ball. He knew clearly, if not using full strength today, he would surely die. Crack, this demonic ball was crushed. Saw large amounts of silver mist emerge, gradually forming a mist door. From the mist door a stalwart man carrying a heavy sword, wearing heavy armor slowly walked out. Just this stalwart man's body radiated silver moonlight, summoned in a unique way. Radiating extremely formidable and terrifying aura, this time. Su Tang's expression also became somewhat unsightly, coldly questioned, Manyu Guzu's Huan Hanemodu? Could it be you've already obtained the Manyu Guzu's treasure? Manyu Guzu is Su Dafu's mother Princess Manyu's clan. Was once one of the ancient powerful clans in the cultivation world. They believed in the moon god, thereby obtaining the legendary moon god gifted divine power, strength formidable, even able to create extraordinary treasures and props. But one day, the moon god no longer bestowed gifts. Manyu Guzu thus declined, finally chose marriage alliance with the Dari Huang Chao. Princess Manyu became the Dari Huang Chao's imperial consort, yet unexpectedly, the Dari Huang Zhu coveted the treasure left by the moon god to the Manyu Guzu, colluded with the forces behind the empress, exterminated the Manyu Guzu. His mother died at this Su Tang's hands, and having not obtained the Manyu Guzu's treasure, the Dari Huang Chao continuously sent people pursuing him. He could only hide here and there, waiting for an opportunity. Su Dafu didn't answer, just ordered the stalwart man to attack. The stalwart man rushed out almost instantly, fast as lightning, killing towards Su Tang. Huang Chao experts blocked before Su Tang, but only heard pang. The stalwart man swept horizontally with a heavy sword, devastatingly. All Huang Chao experts blocking before Su Tang were swept back by one sword strike. All heavily injured, the stalwart man chopped towards Su Tang with the momentum of splitting Mount Hua. Su Tang just looked indifferent, yet not panicked, facing this sword strike from the stalwart man. Just sat there in the bronze war chariot, didn't dodge at all. Just as the heavy sword was about to chop down, saw a wizened old man in crimson robes suddenly appear before Su Tang. Lightly raised his right hand, boom, terrifying power vented out like giant waves, sealing everything around, but the wizened old man remained motionless, completely unharmed. Just like that, easily blocked the sword strike from the stalwart man. The wizened old man smiled, Manyuing Hun comparable to a Xiaojinjuan. Unfortunately, before me, this Dijinjuan, still too weak. Clearly this wizened old man was Su Tang's Dao protector. When Su Tang encountered danger, he would act. This was also the reason for Su Tang's fearlessness. Then the wizened old man formed a seal with one hand, a long sword materialized from flames appeared in his left hand. Just a light chop down instantly turned the Manyuing Hun summoned by Su Dafu into nothingness. Taking a step, the wizened old man appeared before Su Dafu, looking at him coldly, like looking at a dead person. Your Highness, how to dispose of him? Su Tang said. Kill him, this king only needs his divine soul. Okay. The Dijinjuan's terrifying pressure landed on him, pressing Su Dafu, making it hard to breathe. The shadow of death enveloped him. The wizened old man raised his hand, about to kill Su Dafu and extract his soul, but just then Pang saw the sky shake violently. A sky-covering giant hand, as if tearing through time and space, appeared out of nowhere. Ha, just like swatting a mosquito, the wizened old man, who was arrogant and unbeatable just moments ago, instantly slapped into a bloody mist by this sky-covering giant hand, soul and spirit destroyed. Instantly the entire battlefield became deathly silent. Su Tang suddenly stood up. His expression changed for the first time, no longer calm and composed, instead showing shock and horror. A Dijinjuan actually slapped to death with one palm? How is this possible? Su Dafu on the other hand was completely baffled. Mind blank, only one thought, what a fierce giant hand. And those Huang Chao experts were all dumbfounded, damn. Meanwhile, in Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Changan, like the sovereign controlling everything, one hand passed through the void. Landing on the battlefield, he threw his divine eye, coldly watched everything. It was actually his slap that slapped the Dijinjuan wizened old man to death. And everything that happened during the conversation between Su Dafu and Su Tang earlier. Chen Changan also saw everything through his divine eye and divine ear, heard it all. Knew Su Tang was Su Dafu's enemy, then saw Su Dafu almost killed and soul extracted by the wizened old man. Chen Changan acted. He couldn't just watch Su Dafu die, but looking at Su Dafu's appearance. Seems also scared silly, still dazed, looking at this sky-covering giant hand. Everyone dared not act rashly, only felt the traces of aura overflowing from the giant hand. Made everyone present's hearts pound, souls trembling. This is too strong. Slapping their strongest true monarch to death with one palm, if wanting to kill everyone present. Probably no one could survive. Didn't know where this sky-covering giant hand actually came from. Which peerless expert acted? Chen Changan lightly watched everything. He threw that sky-covering giant hand released terrifyingly boundless pressure, pressing down on all Huang Chao experts present, and Su Tang, making them unable to breathe, as if giant mountains pressed on both shoulders, completely unable to move. Chen Changan didn't kill the other Dari Huang Chao people. Since the Dari Huang Chao is Su Dafu's enemy, better he handle it himself. Just Su Dafu still looked baffled, hadn't recovered his senses, after all a Dijinjuan right before him. Slapped to death with one palm, this visual impact was too strong. When Su Dafu recovered his senses, without the Dijinjuan threat, he first thought was to take out the space gemstone and flee this place, yet suddenly found the situation wasn't right. The sky-covering giant hand descended, like a giant mountain, majestic and imposing, unmoving, while Su Tang and those Huang Chao experts, each face pale, suppressed by the aura of this sky-covering giant hand, unable to move. They seemed suppressed by the giant hand. Su Dafu startled, but discovered he himself wasn't suppressed by the sky-covering giant hand's aura, no discomfort at all, seeing this situation. Su Dafu laughed loudly, heavens are truly helping me. Then Su Dafu looked grateful, bowed towards the sky-covering giant hand. Don't know who Senior is, but 10,000 thanks Senior for saving my life. Su Tang's face pale and unsightly, towards the mysterious sky-covering giant hand that appeared. Felt inexplicable panic, he looked at Su Dafu bowing towards the sky-covering giant hand. Couldn't understand what was going on. Why wasn't Su Dafu affected? Just then Su Dafu, after bowing, glanced at Su Tang. Then placed his target on those Huang Chao experts, threw out one Bao Lian Ju after another, killing the Huang Chao experts beside Su Tang one by one. Su Tang could only watch helplessly, face livid and unsightly. Finally Su Dafu came before Su Tang, without a second word chopped off Su Tang's head. But Su Tang didn't die, head fell to the ground, coldly looking at Su Dafu. If not for this mysterious giant hand saving you, you'd already be a dead soul. This king will see if you have such good luck next time. Su Dafu wasn't surprised seeing this scene. Turned out he cultivated Shen Waishan, no wonder so fearless. After all this Su Tang is the Huang Chao crown prince, possessing many trump cards. How could he easily come to the underground palace risking death? And regarding Shen Waishan, is a great divine ability cultivatable only at 4th tier body cultivator. Recorded in the Kuei Hua Bao Dian, inside contains a divided soul occupying 1/3 of the main body's divine soul. Cultivating Shen Waishan is equivalent to having an extra life. However, Shen Waishan and the main body are spiritually connected. If Shen Waishan is killed, the main body will also suffer heavy damage. Divine soul damaged, realm decline, affecting future cultivation, so Su Dafu without a second word cast a divine ability, strangling Su Tang's Shen Waishan's divided soul, only then silencing Su Tang. This battle ultimately Su Dafu single-handedly defeated Su Tang and his group. This gave Su Dafu immense confidence. Afterwards, Su Dafu bowed again towards the sky-covering giant hand expressing gratitude, then swept clean like wind-rolling residual clouds the spoils of war on those Huang Chao experts' bodies. Especially the storage ring worn by Su Tang's Shen Waishan. Looked inside, quite a few good things. Instantly made Su Dafu's eyes shine. He looked towards the sky-covering giant hand. Senior, do you want these things? Still got no response from the sky-covering giant hand before him. Su Dafu chuckled, stuffed these spoils into his pocket. After doing all this, he no longer stayed, quickly slipped away. In Tianwu City, countless cultivators all saw not far outside the city that sky-covering giant hand that appeared out of nowhere, like a majestic mountain standing there, forming a spectacle, causing huge commotion in the city. They were shocked by the terrifying aura emitted by this giant hand, making hearts pound. Even from so far away, the aura was still extremely frightening, and the ordinary people in the city seeing this scene thought they encountered a miracle. Successively kowtowed towards the sky-covering giant hand praying, making wishes. Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Changan saw Su Dafu was safe, smiled. Only then retracted his hand from the spatial rift before him. The sky-covering giant hand appearing outside the city also disappeared before everyone's eyes, as if it never appeared. Darishan Dynasty, an imperial palace secret realm, A youth in golden clothes was cultivating. This person was precisely Su Tang's main body. Suddenly Su Tang's body shook, let out a miserable scream. He only felt his divine soul tear. An unprecedented intense pain transmitted, making his face ferocious and twisted. Who was it? That giant hand, whose was it? Su Dafu, you wait, this king will absolutely not let you go. Several million li away, Su Dafu just returned to Su Yuanba's side, vividly recounting today's event of being saved by a sky-covering giant hand. Wonder if 7th Master has heard of a palm technique that descends from the sky and slaps people to death? 7th Master didn't personally witness just how fierce that palm was. If not for that sky-covering giant hand, 7th Master, you probably wouldn't see me anymore. Su Yuanba listened, heart-pounding with fear. Luckily your highness is alright. Don't know which senior expert acted. Su Tang's Dao Protector was a Dijinjuana. Slapped to death just like that, just couldn't kill Su Tang, a bit regrettable. Suddenly Su Dafu sneezed, he sneered smugly, must be that bastard Su Tang cursing me. His divided soul was destroyed, shouldn't be very painful, right? Su Tang Shenhuaishan killed. All dispatched Huang Chao experts eliminated, even the Dijinjuan protecting Su Tang Shenhuaishan also died tragically. This for the Dari Huang Chao was an extraordinary major event. Know that Su Tang Shenhuaishan was extremely important. Cultivating to later stages, Shenhuaishan merges with the main body, allowing Su Tang's cultivation to undergo a qualitative leap, but now Su Tang Shenhuaishan was killed. This almost severed 1/3 of Su Tang's foundation, making him pay a heavy price. Don't know how much time and effort needed, how many resources needed, to make up for this gap, and the culprit causing all this is the owner of the sky-covering giant hand, that mysterious sky-covering giant hand. Who exactly did it? This is challenging the authority of the Dari Huang Chao, causing the Dari Huang Chao to lose face, a great humiliation. Made the Dari Huang Chao fly into a rage, anger blazing, even if digging 3 feet deep. At all costs, must find the owner of the mysterious giant hand, execute and suppress him. In just 3 days, the Dari Huang Chao once again dispatched a group of Huang Chao experts, through the temporarily built teleportation array, arrived again at Tianwu City. Seeing the Dari Huang Chao dispatch so many Huang Chao experts made the cultivators in the city extremely shocked. Caused a huge sensation. These seem to be the Dari Huang Chao's Huiyan Xinjiang. Someone sucked in a cold breath, heard the Dari Huang Chao's Huiyan Xinjiang, each one is Wanfa, Jing expert, actually sent 12 in one go. Could it be to cooperate with the Jin Yuan Meng to sweep the underground palace, suppress the Xin Yuan Ji-men? Some cultivators just arrived in Tianwu City from afar, didn't know what happened 3 days ago. Some cultivators answered, probably not here to deal with the Xin Yuan Ji-men in the underground palace. I heard 3 days ago, a mysterious expert in Tianwu City killed the Dari Huang Chao's crown princes Shenhuaishan. Killed a group of Huang Chao experts, even a Dijinjuan fell. This time they're here for revenge. Don't know which mysterious expert acted, actually dared to kill the Dari Huang Chao crown princes Shenhuaishan. Doesn't he want to live anymore? Not necessarily that the mysterious expert fears the Dari Huang Chao. You didn't see how terrifying the sky-covering giant hand descending from the sky that day was, just appearing. A mere trace of aura made one's hair stand on end, heart pounding with fear. This time the Dari Huang Chao seems unlikely to let it go. There's a good show to watch. Everyone in Tianwu City discussed animatedly. The arrival of the Huiyan Xinjiang caused quite a sensation. Then, carefully searched the battlefield where the sky-covering giant hand appeared that day. But not a single clue was found, wanting to find that mysterious expert. Probably not that simple, and Su Dafu there. Also hit immediately with Su Yuanba, if not for the sky-covering giant hand descending from the sky, killing Su Tang's Dao Protector and saving him. Luckily he didn't die. So Su Dafu dared not be careless, hit even more carefully, absolutely won't give the Dari Huang Chao any chance to find him again. One day, he will make the Dari Huang Chao pay the price. Today's Tianwu City, cultivator powers arriving from all directions are increasing. But the remote Qingyun Street in the south of the city didn't attract any cultivators' attention. Here still appeared peaceful and harmonious, many neighbors sunbathed daily. As members of the gossip cult, gathered daily chatting and cracking melon seeds. Although life was plain, there weren't many worries. However, Chen Changan's neighbor Butcher Wang's house had already been demolished into ruins, attracting the attention of quite a few neighbors. A group of workers were busy rebuilding inside and out. Zhong Linger was responsible for the expansion task of Jiukong Pharmacy. Jiukong Pharmacy after all was still too small. Now having money, Chen Changan thought of expanding the pharmacy, opening up a medicine field block, so he spent money buying the house of Butcher Wang next door on the left. As long as Butcher Wang's house is rebuilt, the entire Jiukong pharmacy will double in size. These 3 days Chen Changan, through comprehending Kuehua Bao Dian, further perfected the Tiandi Zhao Huaju, now cultivating in the first-tier realm, even more adept, Xueling Bao Dan, coupled with the scorching energy erupting from the Long Yen Bao Shi, tempering and polishing flesh and meridians, Chen Changan's aura became stronger. Blood qi much more vigorous, should be able to break through in a few days, mid-first tier. Just this body refining process indeed wasn't as easy as magic cultivation. Every cultivation session felt like tens of thousands of fine needles piercing every corner of the body. That feeling, don't mention how refreshing it was. Finished cultivating today, drenched in sweat as usual. Endured tempering, but his physical body strengthened a bit more, blood qi abundant. Chen Changan was still quite satisfied, took a shower. Chen Changan rested for a bit. Walked around a bit, looking at the expanded Jiukong pharmacy, nodded satisfied. Wonder when the old man returns, seeing Jiukong pharmacy changed so much, will he be startled? Just then, the group of gossip cult members under the big tree greeted Chen Changan, who just came out for a walk. Chen Changan, resting, also temporarily joined them. Chatted with the gossip cult members, conversation quite joyful. Especially quite a few gossip cult members, subtly inquiring, asking Chen Changan about Jiukong pharmacy's income. Bought such a large piece of land from Butcher Wang's house. Didn't expect your seemingly ordinary pharmacy actually makes so much money. Made quite a few neighbors show envious looks. Chen Changan just smiled it off, just barely making ends meet, don't earn much money, TCH, we don't believe it. I heard physicians make the most money. Physician Chen, can you check my lower back? Recently my back hurts terribly. What medicine should I get? Chen Changan casually scanned with his divine eye, then gently pressed his hand on the spot before him. An acupoint on the old man's back. Uncle Li, still hurt? Doesn't hurt, feels so comfortable. Still have to be you Physician Chen. Uncle Li was a man nearly 50 years old, the owner of the steamed bun shop on Qingyin Street. Chen Changan ate there several times, tastes not bad. Chen Changan smiled. Uncle Li, come back to the pharmacy later, I'll grab you a dose of Bu Shinchang Feng. Curing your back pain shouldn't be a problem, but you're getting older. Some aspects still need moderation. Uncle Li sighed bitterly, can't help it ya. My wife needs these old bones every few days, can only accompany her tossing about, willing but powerless Actually aroused sympathy from quite a few old men nearby. After all, women 30 like wolves, 40 like tigers, 50 can suck the earth sitting down. Those who know, know. Our old people, Chen Changan said, then I'll prescribe you a dose of Shenyang San. You take it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night, then see how the effect is later. Okay. Physician Chen. Afterwards, several other neighbors found Chen Changan, asking about minor physical ailments. Chen Changan hit the nail on the head, directly pointing out, even directly treating, instantly miraculous recovery. Elicited praise from neighbors one after another. Young physician, young and promising worthy successor of old man Huang, just pointed his finger twice. Cured the old ailment on this old man's body. Amazing whoever marries you kid, is destined for happiness. Chen Changan smiled, chatted a while more with the neighbors. Seeing time was about right, returned to the pharmacy to continue cultivating, stride these 2 days in one go. Directly break through to mid-first tier, underground palace 3rd level, vast and boundless, gloomy. Filled with cold death qi, earth-shattering loud noises, countless cultivators were engaged in slaughter with the abyss skeletons inside. After paying a huge price, the Jin Yuan Meng finally completely killed those abyss skeletons. Successfully occupied the 3rd level of the underground palace, setting up a large array to prevent the abyss skeletons from making a comeback. Then was the cultivators exploring the 3rd level of the underground palace, actually discovered quite a few. A kind of black gemstone condensed from the abyss power overflowing from the Xin Yuan Jimen. This kind of black gemstone named Xin Yuan Shi is the crystallization of abyss power. But in the Dichong Xiu Xian Jia, this Xin Yuan Shi also has another name, called Shou Wei Shi. Name fits function. Xin Yuan Shi power formidable. Can directly raise a cultivator's cultivation realm. The purer the energy inside, the higher the quality. The more helpful for higher realm cultivators' breakthroughs, even Huashan Jing kings / marquises. Bummy Jing cult leaders, even Wanfa Jing true monarchs. After reaching their cultivation realm, each minor realm breakthrough is extremely difficult. But if enough Xin Yuan Shi can be found for cultivation, then helping them break through to higher realms will no longer be difficult. So, when Xin Yuan Shi was discovered exploring the 3rd level of the underground palace, countless cultivators fell into shocked ecstasy. Even madness. It's actually Xin Yuan Shi, my heavens Some elderly cultivators were even moved to tears, trembling all over. This old one's lifespan is about to expire. Traveled thousands of li here just for the underground palace, see if I can find an opportunity. Breakthrough realm, continue the immortal path. Seems this gamble paid off this time. As long as this old one can find a few Xinyuan, sure, definitely can break through current realm, extend lifespan. Logically speaking, Xinyuan sure is a product of the abyss, but actually appearing in the underground palace made people puzzled, but undoubtedly, this Xinyuan sure gave all cultivators a big surprise. They wished they could immediately turn the underground palace upside down, plunder all the Xinyuan sure. Third level, countless cultivators were searching for Xinyuan sure. Even caused fights over Xinyuan sure. Quite a few cultivators died. But how could this go on? The great trouble of the Xinyuan G-men lay ahead. How could family fight internally? Letting the Xinyuan Izu hiding in the dark watch the joke. Finally the Xinyuan Meng stepped forward to suppress. Issued an underground palace decree, all cultivators, regardless of which power, as long as entering the underground palace, must obey orders. Xinyuan Meng, no internal fighting allowed. Whoever discovers Xinyuan sure, it belongs to them. No snatching allowed, otherwise killed without mercy. Xinyuan Meng was created jointly by Hajou's major powers. Extremely authoritative, not a single person dared violate this decree. All cultivators followed. Whoever finds Xinyuan sure, it belongs to them. Of course some greedy cultivators weren't afraid of death, actually ran to the 4th level searching for Xinyuan sure. 4th level, Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang both faces pale, eyes filled with terror. Quickly traversing through the vast black mist, fleeing towards the 3rd level, just not far behind them. Strange sharp cries sounded, 5 strange black shadows were running rapidly in the black mist, quickly approaching Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang. Swish swish swish, suddenly countless eerie vines pierced the black mist, coming towards Chu Wushuang. Chu Yongtian quickly shielded behind Chu Wushuang, summoned a treasured sword, slashing towards those eerie vines. When the treasured sword slashed onto those eerie vines, actually burst out astonishing sparks. But not long after, the treasured sword's light dimmed, eroded by a mysterious power and lost its spirituality. Then a vine like a long spear instantly pierced Chu Yongtian's body. A splash of blood flew up, made Chu Yongtian let out a miserable scream. Countless eerie vines like demonic snakes wrapped Chu Yongtian's entire body into a vine cocoon. Dad. Daughter, don't mind me. You quickly flee. Chu Yongtian said one last sentence, then no sound came from the vine cocoon. Chu Wushuang shouted wanting to save Chu Yongtian, but the vine cocoon swished, vanished into the vast black mist. No matter how Chu Wushuang looked around, couldn't find it. Then, more eerie vines danced towards Chu Wushuang. Just then, a sword light shot from the distance, severing these eerie vines. Painful roars sounded from the black mist. No longer attacked Chu Wushuang, grabbed Chu Yongtian and fled. Chu Wushuang wanted to chase and save her dad. A female voice came from behind. That should be one of the abyss races, Shu Tangyaoran. Didn't expect they came from the Xinyuan G-men to this underground palace 4th level. Don't think about saving your dad. You going is just dying in vain. Chu Wushuang turned around, saw 2 women walking over. These 2 women were precisely Changsheng cult's Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan. Also came to the 4th level trying luck, with Dongfang Lingyue present, Qin Chaoyan following. Coming to the 4th level wouldn't pose much danger. Chu Wushuang recognized the 2's identities. Without thinking, knelt down weeping. Fairy Lingyue, please act and save my dad. Dongfang Lingyue sighed. This 4th level, still don't know how many Shu Tangyaoran there are. Even I don't dare go too deep. Your dad is merely a king, yet dares venture deep inside. Too bold. Better wait for Xinyuan Meng to clear the 4th level, if lucky. Your dad might still have a sliver of hope. How could Dongfang Lingyue joke with her own life? To save someone she didn't know, saving Chu Wushuang just now, was already within her capability. If one step later, this Chu Wushuang probably would have also been captured by the Shu Tangyaoran. Chu Wushuang listened, inevitably distraught. Xinyuan Meng just occupied the 3rd level. Everyone is currently on the 3rd level, scouring for Xinyuan sure. How could they possibly come clear the 4th level in a short time? Seeing Chu Wushuang like this, Qin Chaoyan beside felt somewhat unbearable. Said to Chu Wushuang, if you want to save your dad, relying on just you and us isn't enough. You go find some people, master, and I still need to explore the 4th level. If we chance upon your dad and can save him, master won't watch him die without helping. Dongfang Lingyue nodded. If it's within my ability, acting to save your dad is not impossible. Wushuang nodded, thanked Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan, then quickly went to the 3rd level. First thing, found a Chu family elder currently in Xinyuan Meng, serving as Dharma protector, seeking help. That Chu family elder frowned hearing this. Chu Yongtian ran to the 4th level? Don't you know, the closer to the Xinyuan Jimen, the more dangerous the underground palace becomes? He's just a king yet dares run there, simply fooling around. Joking with his life, elder, you must save my dad. A king is considered a mainstay for the Chu family. Jinyuan Meng is just jointly established by major powers, aimed at the Xinyuan Jimen. They definitely won't go to the 4th level looking for someone just for one king. I can only immediately send messages to the few elders currently searching for Xinyuan Shi in the underground palace. Travel with them to the 4th level to search. Rushuang is eternally grateful. Thank elder for helping. Rushuang is eternally grateful. We are all Chu family members. How can we see death and not save? But you must be mentally prepared, wanting to save Chu Yongtian from the Xinyuan Izu. Chances very slim. Underground palace 4th level. Chu Wushuang and 3 Chu family elders arrived, carefully searching for Chu Yongtian's whereabouts. These 3 Chu family elders were Chu Weixian, Chu Cheng and Chu Shangyong. Among the 3, Chu Weixian was an undying realm cult leader level expert, while Chu Cheng and Chu Shangyong were both Huashan Jing kings/marquises. The 3 together were already very strong. Just entered the 4th level not long, they quickly encountered a sneak attack by Shu Tangyaoran. But luckily these 3 Chu family elders were not weak, easily killed the sneak attacking Shu Tangyaoran. Chu Wushuan led the 4 deeper. An hour later, they arrived at the edge of a gloomy, misty forest. Chu Weixian probed with divine sense, but felt like sinking into mud. Completely unable to investigate, couldn't help frowning. This place is strange, you all be careful. Such dense abyss aura, ahead is highly likely the Shu Tangyaoran gathering place. If Chu Yongtian is still alive, definitely in this misty forest. Chu Cheng and Chu Shangyong beside both looked grave, looking at the misty forest before them, faintly sensing great danger, but finally they still made the decision to save their clan member. Still resolutely entered the misty forest. Rolling mist, accompanied by waves of strange fragrance permeating, visibility not high. Could only see 4 or 5 meters around, the entire misty forest deathly silent. No sound at all. Suddenly Chu Weixian walking at the front stopped, raised hand signaling. Chu Wushuang and others looked, saw 2 Shu Tangyaoran leaning against a tree. Sleeping soundly, he signaled with his eyes, meaning sneak into the village quietly. Don't fire guns. The 4 retracted their auras, didn't startle the sleeping Shu Tangyaoran here. Continued quietly towards the depths of the misty forest, but the deeper they went, the more trees they saw. The more Shu Tangyaoran, but almost all sleeping, lying scattered about. Luckily, although encountered so many Shu Tangyaoran, most weren't strong. Only one Shu Tangyaoran's aura was very strong, not much weaker than Chu Weixian, Chu Shangyong and Chu Qing, these 3 elders, and the deeper they went, the stronger the discovered Shu Tangyaoran became, making them become even more vigilant and careful. Expressions grave, didn't even dare breathe loudly. So many Shu Tangyaoran. If they were awakened, the consequences would be unthinkable. Effort pays off for the determined. Under their careful exploration, finally found the captured Chu Yongtian. Chu Yongtian was wrapped into a vine cocoon, hanging upside down from an eerie large tree. Looking around, were a full dozen or so vine cocoons, and each vine cocoon represented a captured cultivator. Clearly all unafraid of death, ran to the 4th level wanting to find Xinyuan Shi. And the cultivators in these vine cocoons weren't dead yet, still had faint signs of life. This made Chu Weixian slightly relieved. Seems he's still alive. I'll go save them. Chu Weixuan's figure flashed, silently arrived under the large tree. Killed all the Shu Tangyaoran guarding under the large tree with one sword strike, raised sword, and slashed. Cut down all 13 hanging vine cocoons, rescued Chu Yongtian from the vine cocoon. After Chu Yongtian and the others were rescued, extremely surprised and happy. Thanks senior for saving our lives, Elder Weixian. Why are you here? Chu Weixian said gravely, your daughter asked me to come save you. This place is very dangerous. Don't delay, leave quickly. Saying this, Chu Weixian and the 3 elders protected this group of rescued people. Just wanted to leave this place, but just then, sudden change occurred. Only heard a huge roar. A thick, sharp long spear stained with abyss aura shot out from the depths of the misty forest, pierced the body of a cultivator Chu Weixian just rescued from a vine cocoon. Directly penetrated, miserable scream, died on the spot. Countless strange cries sounded. Those sleeping Shu Tangyaoran were awakened, successively swarming over, surrounding them. Meanwhile, not far from this misty forest, here was a huge lake. Mist permeated, deathly silent. Even Shu Tangyaoran dared not approach here, because here a giant serpent coiled up, like a great mountain. It was absorbing the abyss energy overflowing from the Xinyuan Jimen, not far from the lake. 2 figures hid in the dark, silent, precisely Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. Since the De Ri Huang Chao dispatched powerful Huayan Shenjiang, came to Tianwu City searching for the owner of the sky-covering giant hand, of course also pursuing Su Dafu and others. But they probably didn't expect Su Dafu had already silently arrived at the 4th level. He took advantage of Su Tang being heavily injured, seized the initiative, searching for opportunities in the underground palace. Su Yuanba looked at the giant serpent coiled in the lake. Sharp light flashed in his eyes. It's actually an abyss giant serpent, its aura isn't strong, seems injured. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba appeared on the 4th level of the underground palace, purpose also very simple, was to search for Xin Yuanshi. Xin Yuanshi could directly help cultivators improve cultivation, the more the better, with Su Yuanba's protection. Su Dafu didn't encounter danger, they were on the 4th level. Quickly found about 10 pieces of Xin Yuanshi, and Su Dafu, if in the underground palace, find enough Xin Yuanshi to cultivate, perhaps can catch up to Su Tang in a short time, then. Su Dafu had confidence to suppress and kill Su Tang. Su Dafu slightly narrowed his eyes. 7th Master, this abyss giant serpent is full of treasures, especially with its huge body. The abyss power absorbed must be astonishing, highly likely bred high-grade Xin Yuanshi inside. Also its snake blood, snake gall, all have miraculous body refining effects, useful to me. Xin Yuanshi have grade divisions. The higher grade the Xin Yuanshi, the purer and denser the condensed abyss energy, the greater the help to cultivators. Regarding the abyss race, they absorb and refine the purest energy in the abyss, within their bodies. Most will breed their own Xin Yuanshi, the stronger they are, the higher grade the Xin Yuanshi they breed. This is not comparable to ordinary external, low-grade Xin Yuanshi naturally condensed from abyss energy. Often the abyss race devour each other to quickly become stronger, but if devouring too many low-grade Xin Yuanshi containing impurities, those abyss race members lose their sentience, degenerate into abyss evil ghosts knowing only slaughter and devouring. Currently not many cultivators have come to the 4th level, besides Su Dafu's group. No one discovered this injured abyss giant serpent. Su Dafu seized this opportunity to hunt this abyss giant serpent, especially the abyss giant serpent, full of treasures. If utilized well, his side's power could receive considerable enhancement. Su Yuanba also knew this matter was important, quickly sent messages, summoning people. Su Dafu's forces were scattered across the 4th level, searching for Xin Yuanshi. Upon receiving Su Yuanba's transmission, quickly gathered towards the misty forest. Attack! Su Dafu wasted no words, gave the order. Instantly dozens of powerful auras erupted, startling that abyss giant serpent. Its pair of lantern-like narrow, venomous eyes suddenly opened, shooting sharp light. You humans, bold! Over 10 powerful cultivators already killed into the lake. Hua! The abyss giant serpent opened its mouth, spitting out rolling sinister white poisonous flames, corroding everything. The two sides erupted in fierce battle. That abyss giant serpent extremely formidable. The venom spit corroded all life force. Any cultivator touched even slightly would turn into a pool of pus, terrifying to the extreme, corroding everything around. Luckily these cultivators were all brave and skilled in battle, strength formidable, weren't corroded by the poisonous flames. Launched magic treasures, causing the abyss giant serpent to suffer continuous injuries, screaming repeatedly. Giant snake tail coiled up 10,000 layers of lake waves. Su Dafu was quite clever, hid far away, continuously throwing out Bao Liamoju one after another, boom boom boom. Each Bao Liamoju's power very terrifying, landing on the abyss giant serpent's body. Even its tough physical body was instantly ripped open, flesh torn. Abyss giant serpent knew itself not a match for this group of despicable humans besieging it. It was terrified and furious. Managed to come out from the Xin Yuanji men only after paying a huge price. Hadn't even enjoyed these delicious human flesh meals, recover lost spirituality. Yet now about to die here, the abyss giant serpent twisted its snake body. Wanted to escape. Su Dafu said to Su Yuanba, 7th Master, use the Manhwa Mochue, don't let it escape. Su Yuanba nodded, took out a giant hammer, emitting billowing cold chi and snowflakes. Su Yuanba channeled all his power, hammered down, crack, a terrifying extreme cold chi erupted, almost instantly freezing the lake surface, along with the abyss giant serpent instantly frozen solid. Wanting to escape was impossible. Su Yuanba followed with another hammer strike, smashing the abyss giant serpent dead. Then from its head dug out a red Xin Yuanshi, as large as an adult head. Su Yuanba's eyes lit up. Red, this is 3rd grade Xin Yuanshi. Regarding Xin Yuanshi, as far as the cultivation world currently knows, there are grades 1 to 5, corresponding to 5 colors, white, black, red, purple, gold, among which 1st grade Xin Yuanshi Is useful to Yang Xia, Tui Fan, Ming Quan Jing cultivators, 2nd grade Xin Yuanshi. Is useful to Tian Ming, Huashan, Bumi Jing cultivators, reaching 3rd grade is already high grade Xin Yuanshi. Extremely helpful to Wanfa Jing cultivators. Of course, even more helpful to weaker cultivators, Your Highness, with this 3rd grade Xin Yuanshi. You can definitely quickly catch up to Su Tang, avenge the Empress. Su Yuanba was incomparably surprised and happy. Handed the 3rd grade Xin Yuanshi to Su Dafu. Su Dafu, after receiving the 3rd grade Xin Yuanshi, said, 7th Master. This abyss giant serpent's treasure blood, snake gall, snake meat, help me collect them. I have use for them, understood. Soon, everyone finished processing this abyss giant serpent cleanly. Its scales could be used to refine armor, snake fangs and snake bones could be used to forge top-tier magic treasures. Even the flesh and blood were great supplements. Consuming and refining could enhance physical strength. Is one of the good methods many cultivators use to strengthen their physical bodies. After processing this abyss giant serpent, Su Dafu led the group. Began sweeping this misty forest. He and Su Yuanba had also explored this misty forest. Besides this abyss giant serpent, within the misty forest, temporarily hadn't found any other major dangers, so they could completely plunder the Xin Yuanshi in this misty forest, make a fortune. But just as they were plundering the misty forest, suddenly heard sounds of fighting not far away. Su Dafu said, go check it out. After speaking, led the group towards the place where fighting sounds came from. Saw a group of Shu Tang Yaoren surrounding a group of cultivators. That group of cultivators couldn't break through the encirclement of the Shu Tang Yaoren for a long time, instead several cultivators died. Meanwhile, in the distance, a Shu Tang Ju ring continuously threw large sharp long spears. Sneak attacking from the side. If this continued, feared these cultivators would all die at the hands of this group of Shu Tang Yaoren. Suddenly Su Dafu saw a woman among the surrounded cultivators. He frowned surprised. Chu Wushuan? Underground palace emerged. This Chu Wushuan followed Chu Yongtian into the underground palace. He knew this woman could be considered a genius, but didn't pay much attention. Until returning to Tianwu City 3 days ago. Learned from Lin Lei that city lord Chu Yongtian took a liking to Lin Lei, rewarded him with the Heishui Tianjing for cultivation, also made him deputy commander of law enforcement. More importantly, heard from Lin Lei, Chu Wushuang wrote a letter to Chen Changan. Filled with care and affection, this Chu Wushuang and his good brother Changan, between the two, highly likely exists romantic feelings. These two people, how come both are related to his two brothers, and today he saw it. How could he see death and not save? 7th Master, kill this group of Shu Tang Yaoren, save them. Understood. Su Yuanba led a group of cultivators directly charging out, killing those Shu Tang Yaoren. Caught off guard, fleeing in disarray, Su Dafu watched Chu Wushuan being rescued. Secretly thought, Changan, luckily I encountered this today. Otherwise your little lover probably would have died here. You fellow, one sister Linger isn't enough, also have a sister Wushuang. Don't know your good brother is still single? Chu Weixian and the others rescued, faces pale, breathed a long sigh of relief, filled with the joy of surviving disaster, quickly stepped forward. Bowed towards Su Yuanba and the others expressing thanks. Many thanks fellow Taoists for saving our lives. Su Yuanba waved his hand. These Shu Tang Yaoren are the common enemy of us human cultivators. Everyone should execute them. Seeing fellow Taoists suffering, how could we see death and not save? Su Dafu walked over. He said, this Miss Wushuang. Chu Wushuan looked puzzledly at this young fatty. He wore a familiar face mask, didn't know his background, but his figure was very conspicuous. Was precisely during the time the underground palace just emerged. At the underground palace opening, one of the powers occupying an advantageous position, Chu Wushuang and the others still had some impression. The life-saving grace made Chu Wushuang very grateful, asked, don't know what business this young master has with me? Su Dafu took out a storage ring. This storage ring contained precisely the snake blood and snake gall from the just hunted abyss giant serpent. Both good things for body refining. Now to Ri Huang Chao searching for him everywhere, even dispatched Huiyan Xinjiang. Su Dafu worried about his whereabouts being exposed, dared not send subordinates. After all, last time didn't even know when he was exposed, feared implicating Lin Lei and Changan. So during this period before Lin Lei's wedding, didn't plan to return to Tianwu. And now happened upon Chu Wushuang. Su Dafu planned to have her bring these body refining treasures to Changan, help him refine his body. This thing, help me deliver it to Jiukong Pharmacy. After handing the storage ring to Chu Wushuang, Su Dafu told them to leave the 4th level of the underground palace as soon as possible. Relying just on them wanting to roam the 4th level was still very dangerous. Save them this time. Might not be able to save them next time. Chu Weixian and the others nodded. Also deeply knew the dangers of this underground palace. Today Chu Weixian and others trying to save Chu Yongtian nearly died. Thanks to Su Dafu acting to save them, if not for that, they would already be cold corpses. After Chu Wushuang's group left, Su Yuanba asked, Your Highness, in that storage ring were abyss giant serpents, snake blood and snake gall. These are good things for body refining, strengthening the physical body. Why did you give them to Chen Changan? Why not use them yourself? Su Dafu said, Changan's talent in magic cultivation isn't high. Now walking the path of body cultivation, although don't know how far he can go on this path. But I will try my best to help him, Su Yuanba said. Your Highness cares so much about Chen Changan. Truly his blessing. Su Dafu shook his head. Seventh Master, you're wrong. Him and I are brothers. Caring for him is natural. How could it be some blessing? And Changan treats me very well too, whether previously finding medicine to cure my strange poison, or giving me cultivation resources. Doesn't he care about me? On the road of hiding. To have good brothers like Changan and Lazy, I am very happy, in my opinion. This is Su Dafu's blessing, more like it. However, Lazy, in about 20 days we'll marry Han Xiaolu. If that batch of Huoyan Xinjiang from De Ri Huangchao don't leave, this is very tricky. Su Yuanba said, Your Highness, don't worry, that batch of Huoyan Xinjiang can't find. That mysterious benefactor also can't find Your Highness. Naturally will leave Tianwu City. Still some time before their wedding. Let's continue exploring the 4th level. Strive to find some more Xin Yuanshi, if can get a few more high-grade Xin Yuanshi. That would be best. When my strength increases, return to the Man Yuang Zhu. Definitely can obtain all the treasures and inheritance left by the royal clan. Only then truly have capital to challenge Su Tang. De Ri Huangchao, on the other side, on Chu Wushuang's group's way back. Chu Weixian spoke, Wushuang, why did he ask you to deliver that storage ring to Jiukong Pharmacy? Chu Wushuang shook her head. I don't know this clearly, I guess. He probably knows that young master from Jiukong Pharmacy. Chu Weixian puzzled, that young master, who? Chu Yongtian spoke, Chen Changan, a mysterious expert hidden cultivator in Tianwu City, very powerful. Regarding the recent events, Jin family and Shi Tuojiao lost quite a few people. Elder Weixian should have heard, right? Heard several cult leader-level experts died. Especially Shi Tuo cult, even lost to Xiao Xinjuan. Just still unclear who did it, whether Jin family or Shi Tuo cult side. Haven't spread much news. Saying this, Chu Weixian looked grave. Could all this be related to Chen Changan? Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian nodded. We happen to know the reason for this matter, so no, Chu Weixian and Chu Qing, Chu Shengyang beside. These two Chu family elders couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Didn't expect Tianwu City actually had such a hidden cultivation expert, able to kill Xiao Xinjuan. Then he is at least De Xinjuan, or even Di Xinjuan. After the shock, Chu Weixian asked again, you know that senior? Chu Yongtian said, back then little daughter was injured in the underground palace, was treated by that lord. Oh, my little daughter, a life-saving grace. Saying this, Chu Yongtian's expression complex. That group just now. Definitely know the lord from Jiukong Pharmacy, now that we were saved. Don't know if it was out of respect for that lord's face. Chu Weixian said, regardless if related to that person or not, but since he is a Wanfa Jing true monarch, strength formidable, absolutely must not offend, since this benefactor ordered you to deliver the storage ring to the one at Jiukong Pharmacy. No time to delay. Don't waste time, immediately return to Tianwu City. Sure to a cult, since a few days ago. Chen Changan shot exploding the Shi Tuo cult sent Grand Elder Zhao Tao, Shi Tuo cult upper echelon furious, but didn't act rashly, still wary of Chen Changan's strength, especially. Hearing Jin family actually compromised and apologized to Chen Changan, felt even more disdainful. Continuously cursing Jin family as cowards, a bunch of trash. Although Shi Tuo cult side hasn't made a move yet, they definitely won't just let Chen Changan go. Currently waiting for the Grand Ancestor to come out of seclusion, personally suppress and kill Chen Changan. So what if can shoot explode Xiao Xinjuan? My Grand Ancestor is a Tian Xinjuan. Still can suppress Xiao Xinjuan with a raise of hand. Offended my Shi Tuo cult, no one has a good end. Not a single one can escape, just as the Shi Tuo cult upper echelon waited many days, an incomparably formidable aura suddenly erupted within the Shi Tuo cult, alarming everyone. Shi Tuo cult upper echelon overjoyed. It's the Ancestor's aura. Ancestor seems to have come out of seclusion. Ancestor must have come out of seclusion for Chen Changan, this time definitely grind his bones to dust. Let him die without a burial place. Correct, my Shi Tuo Jiao is one of the top demonic path powers in Haizhou. If remaining silent like this, word gets out, wouldn't it make people laugh? Think my Shi Tuo Jiao declined? A great haul. Shirtua Laozu finished listening to the complaints of the Shirtua Jiao upper echelon. He opened his eyes. Shooting fierce, cold sharp light, dare kill my Shirtua Jiao's Xiaojinjuan, this person too arrogant. This old one will definitely make him pay the price, ancestor, only you can act, otherwise in the future. Will any Wanfa Jing true monarch from Hezhou just randomly come and form enmity with my Shirtua Jiao? My Shirtua Jiao cannot become a joke for the Hezhou cultivators, Shirtua Laozu snorted coldly. Dare bully my Shirtua Jiao, depends if his life is long enough. Regardless if this Chen Changan fellow is Dijinjuan, or Dijinjuan, or even Tianjinjuan. He must die. This old one has already received news from two close friends. Heard there seems to be Xin Yuan sure in the Digong, if can find it, perhaps this old one's life. Still has hope of breaking through to Shangjinjuan, at most 2 more days. This old one's close friends will arrive at Shirtua Jiao, then this old one will call upon 2 close friends. Go together to the underground palace seeking opportunities, incidentally act to kill this person, let the Hezhou cultivators know. My Shirtua Jiao's people are not killed by just anyone, whoever dares provoke my Shirtua Jiao. Outcome is only one, death. The Shirtua Jiao upper echelon listened, blood boiling. Believe ancestor can definitely break through to Shangjinjuan, lead Shirtua Jiao to glory, hee. If Chen Changan knew my ancestor already came out of seclusion, probably would be scared shitless. Flee in panic, right? With ancestor here, Chen Changan cannot escape. He must die. This is the consequence of offending Shirtua Jiao. Ancestor is mighty. Ancestor is domineering. Ancestor is invincible under heaven. Listening to the Shirtua Jiao upper echelon's flattery and bootlicking, Shirtua Laozu enjoyed it very much, couldn't help revealing a smile, lightly said, elders, rest assured. Since this old one said will kill him, how could he possibly have a way to live? Even if he kneels before me then, begging for mercy, crying bitterly admitting wrong. This old one will absolutely not spare his dog life. Then Shirtua Laozu snorted coldly again, Jin family, humph. A bunch of timid as mice trash bastards, wait for this old one to destroy Chen Changan. See what else this Jin family has to say. A few days later, Jiukang Pharmacy had completed expansion. Almost doubled in size, Chen Changan took Zhonglinger, opened up a medicine field in the newly expanded backyard. Planted the Wan Nian Lingshan into the medicine field, also planted some precious spirit medicines. Seeds. This day, Chen Changan was using Long Yen Bao Shi for body refining. The Long Yen Bao Shi released terrifying scorching energy, continuously absorbed by Chen Changan's physical body. Suddenly heard a crisp crack sound, the Long Yen Bao Shi turned into powder. The energy inside already completely absorbed by Chen Changan, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her body surface crystalline, as if turned into a piece of treasure jade, shining brilliantly. The energy from the flame gemstone seemed to turn into a brilliant scarlet cloud, already completely integrated into Chen Changan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making his body surface, covered by a layer of mysterious red hue, every moment seemed like true dragons spitting flames, burning his physical body, if ordinary person, probably long ago under the Long Yen Bao Shi's terrifying energy, completely burned to ashes. But Chen Changan was different. He cultivated Tiandi Zhao Waju, could absorb this energy, strengthening the physical body. Finally, as Chen Changan's physical body shook, a formidable aura erupted. Chen Changan opened his eyes, golden light shot from his eyes. Mid-first tier. Jojo's happy voice sounded in his mind. System prompt, host broke through to mid-first tier, lifespan plus 20. Remaining lifespan 204. Chen Changan revealed a smile, lifespan finally broke 200. Indeed, body cultivation is comfortable, now my physical body strengthened quite a bit more. Can also bear more invincible cultivation. He used his divine eye without consuming lifespan. Can also see further, approximately clear vision up to 70 or 80,000 li away, but if any further exceeds the limit the physical body can bear cultivation, needs to consume lifespan. However, that underground palace, don't look at it just being in Dalong Mountain. Chen Changan currently also cannot see through it at a glance without consuming lifespan. After all, that's just the entrance. Inside the underground palace is its own world, 9 levels in total, each level very vast, and on the 9th level is where the Xin Yuan Jimen seal is located. Can also be said to be where the Cibei Sendi's inheritance lies. Jin Yuan Meng here only occupied 3 levels of the underground palace, still 6 levels remaining. But the closer to the Xin Yuan Jimen, the stronger the Xin Yuan Izu there will be. Wanting to completely occupy the underground palace, reseal the Xin Yuan Jimen, probably not that simple. Chen Changan saw the Huayan Xinjiang in the city. Each Huayan Xinjiang radiated extremely powerful and terrifying aura, total 12 Huayan Xinjiang. In Tianwu City currently still 6 Huayan Xinjiang remain. They are still searching the city for traces of him and Su Dafu. Chen Changan felt like testing his current mid-first tier physical body, how much invincible cultivation it can bear. Used divine hand towards a Huayan Xinjiang in the city, flicked a finger, just probing with divine sense. Carefully searching every corner of Tianwu City, the Huayan Xinjiang didn't even have time to react, his entire head was flicked. Only felt his head buzzing, let out a miserable scream, was flicked flying out. This Huayan Xinjiang faced a great enemy, turned to look but saw nothing. But his expression grave, because the instant his back head was flicked. This Huayan Xinjiang's divine sense clearly felt a hand appeared out of thin air behind him. Flicked his head, almost flicked his head exploded. Even now, his head still ached rawly, not long after. A bright red large bump swelled up on the back of his head, looking very strange. He quickly sent messages to the other 5 Huayan Xinjiang in the city, telling them to come quickly. Soon the remaining 5 Huayan Xinjiang arrived swiftly. When they saw this Huayan Xinjiang, the large bump swelling on the back of his head, looked strange. Old 7, what did you discover? What happened to your head? Did you bump it somewhere? Able to make a Dejinjuan's back head bump up a large swelling, unlikely bumped into some high-grade magic treasure. The Huayan Xinjiang called Old 7 rubbed the large bump, face grave, recounting everything that happened just now, when I was searching for the traitor and clues about the owner of the mysterious giant hand. Suddenly a hand appeared behind. That hand's index finger flicked my back head, almost flicked my head exploded. I suspect the hand just now, highly likely, is related to the mysterious giant hand that dealt with the crown prince. But when I probed with divine sense just now, couldn't find any trace of that hand at all. Felt like it appeared suddenly, completely untraceable, just using a hand. Can flick your head like this, that person's strength is definitely not weaker than mine. He must be hiding in some corner of the city, hasn't left. Quickly call Big Brother and the others back, search the city again, Jiukong Pharmacy. Chen Changan watched all this with a cold smile, then used divine hand again. Used the ultimate move, big head flick, pang pang pang. 6 crisp sounds sounded quite wonderful, accompanied by 6 miserable screams. These 6 Huayan Xinjiang still didn't know what happened. Each person's back head was flicked heavily, sent flying out. Soon their back heads all swelled up with a large bump. Especially the Huayan Xinjiang called Old 7 was the most miserable, originally only 1 bump on his back head. Now great, got another one. The 6 Huayan Xinjiang looked panicked, glancing around. Like seeing ghosts. Who is it? Roll out here. We are the divine generals of the De Ri Huang Chao. Helping the imperial dynasty traitor against my De Ri Huang Chao, you will have no good end. Pang pang pang, Chen Changan wasted no words, another head flick. The 6 Huayan Xinjiang screamed repeatedly. Even alarmed quite a few cultivators nearby. When those cultivators saw the Huayan Xinjiang's back heads, covered in large bumps, were all stunned. These Huayan Xinjiang's back heads bumped into what high-grade magic treasure? Why so many large bumps? But these 6 Huayan Xinjiang, facing Chen Changan's elusive head flicks, simply useless, also completely unable to defend. They were scared, back heads all covered in bumps. Dared not speak harshly anymore, finally couldn't bear it. Afraid their heads would be flicked exploded by Chen Changan, one by one terrified and awed. Fled Tianwu City. The cultivators in the city saw this, all exclaimed in amazement. Mama, look at those uncles, why are their back heads different from ours? So many big bumps must be the work of that mysterious expert. That senior is so fierce. Didn't even show himself yet scared away this group of Huayan Xinjiang. He's slapping the De Ri Huang Chao's face. So arrogant but this old lady just likes him being so arrogant. Really want to see what this mysterious expert looks like. Chen Changan indifferently watched the Huayan Xinjiang flee. He pondered. My current mid-first tier physical body strength is much improved compared to early first tier. Can wield more invincible cultivation, but at mid-first tier, the invincible cultivation the physical body strength can bear, without consuming lifespan. Still can't kill this group of Huayan Xinjiang. If I can cultivate to the second tier realm, then the invincible cultivation the physical body strength bears. Enough to flick these Huayan Xinjiang's heads exploded one by one. But without consuming lifespan, the invincible cultivation born can already easily injure these Huayan Xinjiang. Chen Changan was quite satisfied. But the De Ri Huang Chao is a bit arrogant, still dare run to Tianwu City looking for him unscrupulously. Must teach them a lesson. Chen Changan extended his right hand, used divine hand again. This time not playing with this group of Huayan Xinjiang anymore, used more invincible cultivation. To deal with this group of Huayan Xinjiang, see if killing this group of Huayan Xinjiang, how much lifespan needs to be consumed this time. But just then, Zhong Linger's voice sounded from outside the room. Brother, time for lunch. Major favorite Hong Xiaoro. Chen Changan's eyes lit up. There's Hong Xiaoro? Coming. Looking at the group of Huiyan Xinjiang already fled outside the city, he casually slapped out. Didn't bother seeing how many died, after all, like a group of ants, you step down. Would care how many died? This group of Huiyan Xinjiang is not as important as a portion of Hong Xiaoro made by Zhong Linger. Chu Wuxuan, carrying the storage ring Su Dafu gave her, returned all the way from the underground palace. On the road, happened to see the 6 fleeing Huiyan Xinjiang in panic, slapped down by a giant hand descending from the sky. Boom, earth-shaking, mountain swaying. A huge handprint crater appeared in the mountains. As for those 6 Huiyan Xinjiang, outcome very tragic. Chu Wuxuan glanced, 5 dead, 1 injured. That one heavily injured Huiyan Xinjiang was also breathing out more than in, feared wouldn't live long. She watched, heart pounding, swallowed hard. That giant hand so terrifying. Those are the De Ri Huang Chao's Huiyan Xinjiang, each heard to be Wanfa Jing true monarchs, yet couldn't even block that mysterious giant hand. Outcome so tragic, as the daughter of Tianwu City's city lord naturally heard. A few days ago a mysterious giant hand appeared outside the city, slapped the De Ri Huang Chao crown prince Su Tang Shenhuaishan to death. Today, such a major event happened again. So many Huiyan Xinjiang died. This is probably endless conflict with the De Ri Huang Chao. Because not far from Tianwu City, this scene was also witnessed by countless cultivators in the city. All rushed over to watch the excitement, also by the scene of 6 Huiyan Xinjiang, 5 dead, 1 injured. Shocked into stunned silence, but seeing inside the handprint crater, the dying Huiyan Xinjiang, not a single person dared go save him. They didn't want to offend the owner of that giant hand. And compared to the sky-covering giant hand from a few days ago, today, they personally witnessed the tragic state of the 6 Huiyan Xinjiang, seemed particularly soul-shaking. Discussion ceaseless. Meanwhile, from a horizon 3 streaks of red light cut through the void. Arrived outside Tianwu City, saw the densely packed crowd not far away. When the red light dissipated, revealed Jin family ancestor Jin Wu, the grand elder Jin Zhuri spared by Chen Changan last time, and the current Jin family head Jin Yuan. Since Jin Zhuri returned that day recounting his experience, Jin Wu brought the two rushing over non-stop, representing the Jin family to come apologize to Chen Changan. Regardless, Jin Wu is the Jin family ancestor, preparing for rainy days, everything considered for the family. Coming to apologize this time also for the Jin family's future. Jin Wu considered a lot. For the Jin family bloodline to continue long-term, many times must tread carefully. Steady progress. Jin Wu adventured for so many years, deeply knew the dangers of the cultivation world. If slightly careless, one wrong step means bottomless abyss. So Jin Wu, after witnessing Chen Changan's power, easing the relationship between the two is best. Low profile, cowardly develop, is still the kingly way of cultivation, but Shirtua Jiao is different. Shirtua Jiao is a demonic path power gathering place for demonic cultivators. Their actions are unrestrained, free and arrogant, not like the tightly connected blood ties between families. Dear, facing this kind of slap in the face, how could they hesitate, reconsider before deciding? How could they let it rest, if compromised like this, afraid of Chen Changan? This Shirtua Jiao wouldn't be Hezhou's demonic path power anymore. Don't know how many demonic cultivators would mock, so no matter what, Shirtua Jiao will not let Chen Changan go, must make him pay blood for blood. Of course, if Shirtua Jiao knew Chen Changan's power wasn't something they could contend with, Shirtua Jiao would definitely compromise too. No one is a fool. Just unfortunately Shirtua Jiao underestimated Chen Changan's strength. After all, Chen Changan's strength surpassed Shirtua Jiao's, even surpassed the cognition of everyone in the cultivation world. Before Chen Changan, who dares claim invincibility? Who dares claim unbeaten? Jin Wu, Jin Zhuri, and Jin Yuan, 3 curious, couldn't help coming to the crowd below. Saw in the giant handprint crater the 6 cold corpses. One had just breathed its last, ultimately couldn't live. Jin Wu's cloudy eyes, pupils couldn't help suddenly shrinking, sucked in 2 breaths of cold air. Their clothing. These 6 are the De Ri Huang Chao's Huiyan Xinjiang, actually all dead. Which expert acted? This simply doesn't put the De Ri Huang Chao in their eyes. Not afraid of De Ri Huang Chao's retaliation? Jin Zhuri and Jin Yuan also watched, swallowing hard. Soon Jin Zhuri and the others from the crowd inquired about everything that happened. Learned these 6 Huiyan Xinjiang were slapped to death by 1 palm. Jin Wu's expression grave. Slapping 6 Huiyan Xinjiang to death with 1 palm, such strength. Probably another Tianjinjuan level expert. Jin Zhuri nodded. Sounds somewhat unbelievable, but that day I saw Shirtua Jiao's Jiao Tao. Shot exploded by Senior's arrow, so feel such things seem quite normal. Not even as shocking as that day, Jin Yuan's expression complex, heard the underground palace emerged. Inside holds Cibei Sendi's inheritance, also the seal Xin Yuan Jimen. Even got news, inside has Xin Yuan sure that can directly help cultivators raise cultivation. Now this Tianwu city closest to the underground palace, definitely gathered many powerful cultivators and experts. Absolutely cannot be careless, acting recklessly in this Tianwu city lest kick an iron plate walking on the road, Jin Yuan's words. Made Jinwu and Jin Juri both agree, these words make sense. Don't look at us two both being Wanfa Jing experts, but the underground palace emergence, especially the news of Xin Yuan sure, definitely will attract these years hidden in Huzhou. Old monsters who haven't died yet, all drawn over, facing those old monsters. We also can only respectfully call senior, absolutely must not offend, enter the city immediately. About to meet senior, you all keep a low profile, don't say anything, leave it to me. Lest offend senior, Jin Wu's expression grave, solemnly instructed, ancestor is right. Everything follows ancestor's command, Jin Juri and Jin Yuan nodded. Everything obeys Jin Wu, let's go, soon. Jin Wu 3 arrived at Tianwu city. Jin Juri paused at the city gate for a moment, expression complex. Thought of himself coming majestically a few days ago, wanting revenge for clan members. Just arrived, hadn't even stepped into Tianwu city. Just watched helplessly as Zhao Tao beside him was shot exploded by an arrow, scared into fleeing in terror. Finally kneeling kowtowing, begging for mercy without dignity, almost called daddy. Only then obtained senior's great mercy, sparing his life. Today he came again. Following the ancestor again to apologize, still felt somewhat scared inside, afraid senior would shoot him. Senior, please definitely don't shoot Jin Wu saw Jin Juri somewhat afraid. Patted his shoulder, go on, we came this time with sincerity to apologize. Presumably senior won't attack us, don't be afraid, stand tall. Also don't let senior look down on my Jin family members. Ancestor, you are right. We came to apologize, senior is magnanimous, definitely will forgive us. Jin Juri felt much more at ease, let's go. The three dared not spread divine sense searching for Jiukong pharmacy. After all this Tianwu city has a mixed crowd, one carelessness, your divine sense might possibly anger some expert in the city, so the three could only ask passers-by. Not long after, the three found out Jiukong Pharmacy's location, headed towards Qingyun Street. Meanwhile, Chu Wushuang already stood outside Jiukong Pharmacy's door. Looked up at the signboard before her, entered Jiukong Pharmacy, entering Jiukong Pharmacy. Chu Wushuang saw Chen Changan again, she respectfully, Wushuang greets young master. Chen Changan puzzled, something wrong? Chu Wushuang took out the storage ring, on the 4th level of the underground palace. We encountered siege by Shu Tangyaorun, were saved by a group of mysterious people, one of them. The benefactor ordered me to deliver this storage ring to young master. Who? Chen Changan asked. Chu Wushuang said. Don't know, but he wore a rat face mask, figure very good, seems it's Su Dafu that guy. Chen Changan thought, then took the storage ring. Miss Chu, thank you for your trouble. Chu Wushuang shook her head. Respectfully said, not troublesome, this is what I should do. Chen Changan held this storage ring. Curious what good things Su Dafu sent him. Just then, Jiukong Pharmacy had visitors again. And the visitors were precisely Jin Wu, Jin Juri, and Jin Yuan. Jin Wu in front, expression respectful. Upon seeing Chen Changan, quickly bowed, I am Jin Wu. Jin family ancestor, greet senior. Jin Juri greets senior. 10,000 thanks senior for sparing my life. Jin Juri extremely respectful. Jin family head Jin Yuan greets senior. Chu Wushuang had heard of these few experts from the Jin family, especially Jin Wu, seemed to be a Dijinjuan. Shock appeared in her beautiful eyes, so fierce, young master killed Jin family people. Didn't expect Jin family not only didn't retaliate, today actually came to apologize? The three from Jin family secretly observed Chen Changan, found Chen Changan exceptionally young. Looked just like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, and the aura emanating from his body very weak and tiny. If not clearly knowing Chen Changan's power, probably no one would imagine he was that peerless expert with unparalleled strength, terrifyingly peerless. Chen Changan looked at the three from Jinwu, lightly said, came 10,000 li to apologize. The Jin family's sincerity is indeed not bad. The three from Jinwu showed ingratiating smiles. Senior, it was our Jin family being ignorant before, blind, accidentally angering senior. Senior is magnanimous, spared my Jin family elder. Jin family is eternally grateful. Saying this, Jin Wu quickly took out a storage ring. Senior, this is the Jin family's apology gift to you. Heard you need a Shui Ling Zhu Hua. Coincidentally, the Jin family has one. Also placed in this storage ring as an apology gift. Hope Senior can accept our Jin family's apology gift. although Jinwoo was a Daijinjuan. But at this moment he appeared extremely humble and respectful. His performance made Chen Changan very satisfied. Being sensible is right, as long as sensible, everyone's relationship is good. Also saves him wasting lifespan to kill people. If insensible, then don't blame him for being impolite. Chu Wuxuan wondered inwardly, just how strong is young master's strength exactly? To make the Jin family's ancestors so respectful towards him, simultaneously made Chu Wuxuan inwardly feel even more reverence towards Chen Changan, such an expert. Even the Jin family must greet with smiles, humbly subservient. Chu family's strength in Hazhou isn't far from Jin family's, presumably Chu family facing Chen Changan highly likely would also be like this, Chu Wuxuan thought. Luckily my Chu family has no grudge with young master, otherwise if my Chu family dealt with young master, afraid would also lose quite a few experts, facing the sincere apology of the three from Jinwoo. Chen Changan didn't make things difficult for them, accepted the storage ring Jinwoo offered with both hands, probed inside with divine sense, roughly scanned the generous apology gift prepared by the Jin family. Chen Changan was very satisfied with the Jin family's sincerity, and Jinwoo three people. Seeing Chen Changan accept their apology gift, the hearts hanging in suspense finally landed, felt relieved. 10,000 thanks senior for forgiving, Chen Changan said. Your Jin family and Shirtua Jiao wanted to join forces against me. Now your Jin family has apologized to me. What are the Shirtua Jiao side's plans? Facing Chen Changan's inquiry, Jinwoo hesitated somewhat, but still honestly answered, Senior, you killed one of Shirtua Jiao's Xiaojinjuan, completely angered Shirtua Jiao. The Shirtua Jiao side doesn't plan to let it rest. I heard Shirtua Jiao's ancestor will come out of seclusion to deal with Senior. Jin Jiuri beside also said, Senior, that Shirtua Laozu is not simple. Is the founder of Shirtua Jiao, also a Tianjinjuan. I also heard that Shirtua Laozu also invited two close friends to help, probably also top experts at Tianjinjuan level. Senior must be careful. Chu Wuxuan beside listened, couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Tianjinjuan. She looked towards Chen Changan, worry appearing in her eyes. Wonder if young master is a match for Tianjinjuan and Jinwoo. As an old thing who roamed the cultivation world for thousands of years, best understood observing expressions, he secretly watched Chen Changan's expression, saw him hearing Jin Jiuri's words. Expression somewhat cold, but no shock or fear. Instead gave a feeling of confident assurance. Could he handle the Tianjinjuan Shirtua Laozu? Jinwoo guessed inwardly. Just that Shirtua Laozu also invited friends to assist, senior highly likely. Faces three great Tianjinjuan, how strong is his strength exactly? Chen Changan played with the two storage rings in his hand, cold light shot from his eyes. Shirtua Jiao, originally wanted to spare you, giving face but don't want face, right? Chen Changan couldn't be bothered waiting for Shirtua Jiao to find him, troubling like dogskin plaster, annoying. Didn't speak, just raised hand towards the void before him, gently slashed. Made Jinwoo, Jin Jiuri, Jin Yuan and Chu Wuxuan present witness a soul-shaking scene appear. Void instantly slashed open a spatial rift. Within that spatial rift actually revealed another world, magnificent grand buildings one after another. Countless spirit peaks and spirit mountains, but filled with sinister evil chi. Jinwoo looked at the world within the spatial rift, his pupils suddenly shrank. This seems to be Shirtua Jiao. Chen Changan indifferently silent. Just extended his right hand into the spatial rift, falling towards Shirtua Jiao. Meanwhile, above Shirtua Jiao, all disciples in the sect were busy with their own affairs. But suddenly a sense of deathly fear arose out of nowhere, making everyone up and down Shirtua Jiao. Everyone felt their souls tremble, horrified. Then quite a few sect disciples and elders saw above Shirtua Jiao appeared a huge spatial rift. They wondered what was going on. Such a big spatial rift. Could an immortal treasure be descending upon Shirtua Jiao? Some elders looked surprised and happy. Just thought, seems heavens want my Shirtua Jiao to prosper. Everyone up and down Shirtua Jiao were discussing this suddenly appeared spatial rift, but just then, from the spatial rift a giant beast appeared, releasing overwhelming destructive terrifying aura. That giant beast too large. As soon as it appeared, blocked the great sun in the sky, plunging Shirtua Jiao instantly into darkness. Everyone's eyes widened, shocked beyond belief looking at this sky-covering giant beast. Such a big hand. Could this be an immortal treasure? Is this really an immortal treasure? Why do I have an ominous premonition in my heart? Boom, the giant hand passed through the spatial rift. Appeared out of nowhere, sky shaking, earth moving, covering heaven and blotting out the sun. All cultivators up and down Shirtua Jiao were alarmed, all raised their heads, eyes wide watching this soul-shaking scene. Initially they thought it was a heaven and earth phenomenon, an immortal treasure about to descend. But as the terrifying giant beast appeared, all cultivators in Shirtuajiao began to feel fear. Horrified, souls trembling, the giant hand gradually descended, terrifying boundless killing aura released. Gave everyone a deathly feeling as if falling into an ice cave. They finally realized something was wrong. This terrifying giant hand wasn't some heaven and earth phenomenon at all, completely unrelated to immortal treasure descent. It came to wipe out their Shirtuajiao. Instantly Shirtuajiao fell into chaos. Everyone horrified and panicked, run quick, quick, quick run ah. This giant hand came to destroy my Shirtuajiao. Heavens, which terrifying existence did our Shirtuajiao provoke? Just then over 10 Shirtuajiao upper echelon experts rushed out, standing in the sky. They faced the giant beast slowly rolling across the sky, also couldn't help trembling all over. They shouted in terror, which senior graces Shirtuajiao with your presence? Don't know for what reason my Shirtuajiao provoked senior, please show mercy. But the giant hand gave no response, just ruthlessly descended. Over 10 Shirtuajiao experts instantly submerged by the giant hand into bloody mist, couldn't even escape. No one could possibly escape Chen Changan's five-finger mountain. The remaining Shirtuajiao cultivators were terrified. Faces pale as white paper, that was my Shirtuajiao's Wanfa Jing Grand Elder Ah. Just crushed into scrap by one palm, done for, done for, done for. This giant hand covers heaven blots out sun. Covered the entire Shirtuajiao, simply cannot escape. Today I will die here. I am unwilling ah. Damn Shirtuajiao, who exactly did you provoke? If I have a next life, I will definitely be a good person, never enter the demonic path again. Mama, mama, save me. Facing this giant beast, everyone in Shirtuajiao's hearts filled with deep powerlessness, despair began spreading. Gibberish finally, amidst the miserable screams and despair of countless Shirtuajiao disciples. Boom! The sky-covering giant hand crushed everything. One palm struck the Shirtuajiao land, shaking violently. Mountains and rivers shattered, rolling dust billowed up covering the sky. All this just like the magical continent's ruling sovereign, descending scornful divine punishment. That was a scene of scornful destruction that made people terrified and shocked. When that giant hand returned to the spatial rift, Shirtuajiao's vast complex spanning thousands of li had completely vanished, all annihilated. A giant heavenly crater sunk down, spanning thousands of li. Not a single living being from Shirtuajiao remained alive, everything was annihilated. Everything deathly silent, what could be seen was just a giant handprint covering thousands of li. Cultivators near the Shirtuajiao territory now stared blankly at Shirtuajiao. Gone? The massive Shirtuajiao just gone like that? That giant beast descending from the sky. Could it be an immortal's hand? Afraid only the legendary immortals could display such heaven-defying means? But I'm very curious. What evil did Shirtuajiao commit to make an immortal act to wipe out Shirtuajiao? And a few who were out on missions just preparing to return to Shirtuajiao, survivors, saw Shirtuajiao's tragic state, each scared pale, directly collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Luckily they weren't in Shirtuajiao. If in Shirtuajiao, they definitely would have also been slapped dead by the giant beast, dying without a burial place. Isn't this a disciple of Shirtuajiao? Truly stepped in dogshit, escaped disaster. Someone saw the few collapsed Shirtuajiao disciples, couldn't help speaking. But words lacked previous respect and awe, instead added some cold mockery. Know that Shirtuajiao dominated this region for many years, acting tyrannically, doing whatever they pleased. These surrounding small powers relied on Shirtuajiao's whim, lived subserviently, angry but dared not speak. But today Shirtuajiao slapped obliterated by an immortal. They no longer feared this Shirtuajiao, no longer need to endure swallowing anger. Instantly felt the joy of relief. This Shirtuajiao destruction is great ah. Don't know which merciful immortal couldn't stand Shirtuajiao's style, job well done. As for those few collapsed Shirtuajiao disciples, hearing the surrounding people's cold mockery, quickly took off the Shirtuajiao robes on their bodies, men leaving only shorts. Women? Shirtuajiao committed many evils over the years, obliterated by the immortal lord is deserved. From today onwards, we few are irreconcilable with Shirtuajiao. Right. A Shirtuajiao disciple left only in shorts saw a junior sister beside still wearing. Urgently said, "Junior sister, why are you still wearing Shirtuajiao robes? Hurry up and take them off." Junior sister looked terrified at the surrounding cultivators, cried, "Senior brother, can I not take it off?" That person said sternly, "Who is your senior brother ah?" Fellow Daoist, I am a wandering cultivator roaming the four seas, irreconcilable with Shirtuajiao. Don't talk nonsense here. Onlookers look down upon this. Senior brother. But look towards junior sister again with anticipation. Fellow Daoist, advise you not to court death. Could it be you want to be obliterated by the immortal's palm? That junior sister heard, instantly expression shocked. That pretty face deathly pale, wasted no words, 3 moves 5 divided by 2. Took off the Shirtuajiao robes, leaving only close-fitting undergarments. Without the Shirtuajiao robes, her snow-white skin, graceful charming figure revealed, made quite a few onlookers' eyes light up. Immortal Lord did beautifully. Didn't expect to let us mortals get such eye candy. If normally, this woman would long ago blare coldly, arrogantly teach this group of onlookers a lesson. Kill a few more for demonstration, but now she dared not, no backer anymore, if dared do so. Soon someone would teach her how to behave, she could only bite her lip, inwardly cursing this group of onlookers fiercely. Then with the fastest speed in her life, put on a dress, then didn't linger either. Turned and left, Shirtuajiao destroyed. She had no reason to stay in Shirtuajiao's armpit. From now on, she is a wandering cultivator roaming the 4 seas. Shirtuajiao, what's that? She's not familiar. Outside a teleportation array tens of thousands of li from Shirtuajiao, Shirtua Laozu was meeting his 2 old friends, one named Zhangshen, one named Tai Mufeng, both Wanfa Jing Tianjinjuan who cultivated thousands of years, strength formidable. Both reclusively cultivated, recently heard news of the underground palace emergence, only then came out seeking opportunities. Agreed with Shirtua Laozu, the 3 traveled together into the underground palace, can also look out for each other. Get more good things in the underground palace, entering the teleportation array. The 3 teleported towards Shirtuajiao's direction, Zhangshan and Tai Mufeng very envious. Senior brother, this Shirtuajiao you founded single-handedly is truly impressive in Hangzhou. Didn't expect teleportation arrays already built tens of thousands of li away. Such foundation is truly strong. Tai Mufeng nodded enviously. Following this trend, your Shirtuajiao within 1,000 years definitely will squeeze into Hangzhou's top 10 cultivation powers. Shirtua Laozu humbly smiled, shaking his head. Not at all, not at all. This Shirtuajiao, after all, is this old one's thousands of years of painstaking effort. Just develop slowly is fine. What Hangzhou cultivation power top 10, talk about later. But my Shirtuajiao's current development is indeed not bad. Besides this old one, there are 7 Wanfa Jing Shaojinjuan, Tai Mufeng and Zhangshan shocked. Actually 7? Your Shirtuajiao actually has so many Shaojinjuan? With these many Shaojinjuan overseeing, no wonder Shirtuajiao's reputation in Hangzhou isn't small. Shirtua Laozu sighed. Yes, originally 8 Shaojinjuan, but one died a few days ago. Also lost 2 cult leaders and elders before, causing my Shirtuajiao heavy losses. It's that guy from Tianwu City, right? Senior brother, rest assured, that guy provoked Shirtuajiao. With us 2 helping you, how could he possibly have a way to live? By the way, senior brother, I heard Shirtuajiao is built in a spirit mountain range, spiritual energy abundant, like immortal realm. After this underground palace affair, I want a secluded cultivate at your Shirtuajiao for some days. You wouldn't mind, right? Shirtua Laozu smiled lightly. How could I mind? Brother Tai, brother Kuan. You want to secluded cultivate at my Shirtuajiao for however long is fine. I dare say you secluded cultivate at my Shirtuajiao. With my Shirtuajiao's protection, no one will disturb you. Long story short, let's return to Shirtuajiao first. Regarding the underground palace matter, discuss slowly later. Right. First go see senior brother Shirtuajiao. We haven't visited senior brother Shirtuajiao yet. Today must properly witness the great sex style. Brother Kuan is right. If the immortal path is difficult in the future, perhaps joining Shirtuajiao as an elder is also a good choice. Tai Mufeng smiled. Shirtua Laozu's eyes lit up, overjoyed. If brother Tai, brother Kuan, 2 great true monarchs join Shirtuajiao, my Shirtuajiao having 3 Tianjinjuan, becoming Hangzhou cultivation power top 10. Wouldn't that be just around the corner? Not just Tai Mufeng and Zhangshan were somewhat tempted. Becoming an elder of a major sect, having sect disciples help find cultivation resources. This is better than searching oneself, can save much time. More importantly, joining a major sect can also get more cultivation resource information. After all, it's good to rest under a big tree, and figures of their realm. Ordinary cultivation resources aren't very useful to them, and cultivation resources useful to them are extremely scarce. Wanting to obtain isn't easy, but if the 2 joined, Hangzhou's top cultivation powers wouldn't receive much attention. Resource allocation tilted so Tai Mufeng and Zhangshan's trip to Shirtuajiao this time, seemingly as guests, visiting conveniently on the way to Dalong Mountain underground palace. actually was to investigate Shirtua Jiao's domain strength, if satisfied. Perhaps Shirtua Jiao really will gain 2 more Tianjinjuan. Shirtua Laozu very happy inside. He was full of confidence in his Shirtua Jiao, especially Shirtua Jiao's 13 main peaks. Each is a spirit peak, spiritual energy abundant, connected by formations, thousands of years spiritual energy not easy to dissipate. Almost turned Shirtua Jiao into a grotto heaven-blessed land, presumed this time moving in Zhangkuan. Personally seeing Shirtua Jiao's scenery definitely won't be disappointed, then will definitely join Shirtua Jiao. Thinking of Shirtua Jiao about to welcome 2 Tianjinjuan grand elders. This Shirtua Laozu couldn't help feeling happy. Wished he could bring Tai Mufeng and Zhang Kuan 2 people to Shirtua Jiao right now. Finally, after several hours of void teleportation, Shirtua Laozu brought Tai Mufeng and Zhang Kuan. Exited the teleportation array, just as Shirtua Laozu was about to proudly introduce his Shirtua Jiao to Tai Mufeng and Zhang Kuan. The scene before him made Shirtua Laozu greatly shocked, his entire person eyes widened, mouth opened wide, falling into dazed confusion doubt. At this moment, Shirtua Laozu's mind was completely blank, because before his eyes wasn't the glorious prosperous Shirtua Jiao comparable to a grotto heaven-blessed land in his memory. Only a giant handprint heavenly crater, also rolling dust flying. Filled with deathly silence, no living beings existed. What the hell is this giant handprint heavenly crater before me? My Shirtua Jiao? Could this teleportation array have malfunctioned? What hell place did it teleport to? At this moment, Shirtua Laozu had 100,000 whys in his heart, absolutely dared not believe. This giant handprint crater before him would be the place where he single-handedly founded the Shirtua Jiao location, behind Shirtua Laozu, Zhang Kuan, and Tai Mufeng. Also looked shocked at this huge handprint heavenly crater before them. Zhang Kuan expression grave. One hand caused such terrifying destruction, let alone us Tianjinjuan. Even stronger Shangjinjuan couldn't do it, right? Senior brother, where are we? We shouldn't have reached Shirtua Jiao yet, right? Perhaps the terrain here is special, affecting space, caused our teleportation location to deviate? Tai Mufeng doubted and guessed. Facing Zhang Kuan and Tai Mufeng's inquiry, Shirtua Laozu didn't speak, just blankly looked around, then lowered head looking at the earth below his feet. Looking at everything around, he was still frozen, murmuring to himself, this shouldn't be Shirtua Jiao, right? After all, my Shirtua Jiao is so glorious, comparable to a worldly immortal realm grotto heaven blessed land. How could this godforsaken place compare? We should have teleported to some unknown place, but where is this place? But why do I always feel something strange here? Shirtua Laozu couldn't figure it out for a long time. Just then Zhang Kuan discovered something, his expression grave, such dense death chi. Afraid many people died in the handprint crater not long ago, this death chi is so dense it can't dissipate. Also many dead souls condensed into a mass, haven't dispersed. Tai Mufeng beside also nodded. Also felt the dense death chi overflowing from the handprint crater, and those resentful dead souls. Shirtua Laozu hearing Tai Mufeng and Zhang Kuan say this, no longer puzzled about how he came from the teleportation array to a strange place. Instead eyes lit up, surprised and happy, such dense death chi and resentful dead souls. Afraid these people were full of resentment and unwillingness before death, and among these dead souls, actually quite a few were powerful individuals when alive, dead soul power exceptionally strong. Didn't expect passing through the teleportation array actually accidentally came to such a good place. After speaking Shirtua Laozu raised hand beckoned, a demonic chi billowing great cauldron flew out, he formed hand seals. Struck out several hand seals, the great cauldron frantically devoured the death chi and dead souls in the handprint crater. Brother Zhang, Brother Tai, you wait for me a moment, these death chi and dead souls are all good stuff. Letting these dead souls return to the 6 paths of reincarnation, why not let me refine magic treasures? Fully utilize their greatest value, otherwise wasted. Shirtua Laozu very happy, if can completely absorb the death chi and dead souls here. His demonic cauldron's grade will definitely increase by 1 tier, then entering the underground palace will be even more guaranteed. Suddenly obtaining so much death chi and dead souls felt to Shirtua Laozu like pie falling from the sky. That old face smiled unable to close mouth. And just as Shirtua Laozu used the death chi and dead souls in the handprint crater to refine magic treasure, suddenly a streak of red light flew towards here from afar. Shirtua Laozu looked up. Expression cold, these death chi and dead souls are good stuff. Wonder if this person came to snatch, if snatching, don't blame him for being impolite. When the red light dissipated, revealed 2 cultivator figures, made Shirtua Laozu even more surprised. This person he recognized was precisely near Shirtua Jiao's sphere of influence, a third-rate cultivation family. Gui Huazong's sect master, why did this Gui Huazongju come here? Shitua Laozu puzzled. Gui Huazongju's strength not strong, just a Shaojinjuan, Shitua Laozu not afraid he came to snatch. These death chi and dead souls, it's that Gui Huazongju. After seeing the terrifying giant beast slap Shitua Jiao obliterated, flew all the way here. Looking at this handprint crater, felt only shocked, stunned endlessly. Towards the mysterious expert who acted felt even more reverence endlessly. But just then he actually saw beside this handprint crater were 3 cultivators. And these 3 were all very strong, Tianjinjuan level. He recognized at a glance the leader was Shitua Laozu. The Shitua Laozu actually didn't die. Gui Huazongju startled inwardly, logically speaking, the terrifying giant hand falling from the sky. Power heaven-reaching earth-shattering, enough to destroy everything, although Shitua Laozu was Tianjinjuan. Also absolutely impossible to survive under that terrifying giant hand, definitely would be slapped into dregs too. This Shitua Laozu probably wasn't in Shitua Jiao before, luckily escaped disaster otherwise. Gui Huazongju saw Shitua Laozu's actions, he startled inwardly, worthy of being a demonic path ancestor. So ruthless, his own sect's disciples and elders died, yet still wants to refine them into magic treasures. Gui Huazongju dared not think further, quickly descended from the sky, bowed making a fist and palm salute, greets Shitua Laozu. Shitua Laozu already opened mouth questioning Gui Huazongju, why are you here? Gui Huazongju couldn't see Shitua Laozu showing any sadness or anger over his Shitua Jiao's destruction. Instead appeared extremely calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Made Gui Huazongju feel quite strange inwardly, but didn't say much either. He gave a bitter smile, responded, that mysterious giant hand too terrifying, obliterated Shitua Jiao with one palm. I wanted to come see if anyone from Shitua Jiao survived, thinking could save one if possible. Just coming here all the way, all a land of deathly silence, no one from Shitua Jiao survived. Now seeing Ancestor you are alright, my heart is at ease, fortunately as long as Ancestor is here. Shitua Jiao hasn't been destroyed, believe will soon rise again. These words from Gui Huazongju, if not said fine, after saying made Shitua Laozu baffled. What Ancestor is alright? What Ancestor is here? Shitua Jiao hasn't been destroyed. Shitua Laozu somewhat didn't understand, even Zhang Kuan and Tai Mufeng beside quite puzzled. Shitua Jiao destroyed? They didn't quite believe these words, after all Shitua Jiao and Hezhou, also considered a first-rate cultivation family, how could it be destroyed so easily? Seeing the 3's puzzled expressions, Gui Huazongju suddenly understood, Ancestor, could it be you don't know? The location of this handprint crater before us is Shitua Jiao? Looking at this obliterated deathly silent land, indeed, making it impossible to associate it with that glorious Shitua cult. If not personally witnessed, presumably even Gui Huazongju wouldn't dare believe. This Shitua Jiao was destroyed by a mysterious giant hand. Shitua Laozu frowned tightly. A strong unease rose in his heart, quickly stopped. Using the death chi and dead souls here to refine magic treasure, he spoke gravely, you say. This handprint crater before us is precisely my Shitua Jiao's location? My Shitua Jiao was destroyed by a mysterious giant hand? Gui Huazongju nodded helplessly, yes Ancestor, turned out you still didn't know this matter, and all this happened just now. Many cultivators near Shitua Jiao saw it, how could I lie to Ancestor? Then Gui Huazongju cast a spell, turned the soul-shaking scene witnessed just now into a Jinghua Shuiyu. Displayed before Shitua Laozu, Zheng Kuan, and Tai Mufeng, saw within the Jinghua Shuiyu. Above the distant Shitua Jiao, suddenly split open a huge spatial rift. Then from the spatial rift released destructive, terrifying power. A terrifying giant hand appeared out of nowhere. This terrifying giant hand covered the great sun in the sky, plunging Shitua Jiao into endless darkness. Even though the 3 only watched the scene then through Jinghua Shuiyu, could still feel the boundless power contained within the terrifying giant hand, making one horrified. Then was the terrifying giant hand annihilating Shitua Jiao's several grand elders, with devastating momentum, slapping the entire Shitua Jiao into annihilation. Any cultivators or elders remaining in Shitua Jiao, not one could escape. All died tragically. Finally this handprint crater revealed here, until here. The Jinghua Shuiyu slowly dissipated, Shitua Laozu's entire person stared wide-eyed. His whole person at this moment seemed to age several decades, he was distraught. Various expressions appeared on his face, shock, disbelief, horror, panic. Impossible, how is this possible? How could my Shitua Jiao be destroyed? This isn't real. This simply isn't real. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. Shirtua Laozu couldn't believe the Shirtua Jiao he founded single-handedly, poured so many years of effort into, was just slapped and destroyed by someone. At this moment his whole person seemed crazy, raving incoherently. Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushing beside him were also watching dumbfounded, endlessly horrified, simultaneously felt extremely fortunate. Know that they were planning to join the Shirtua Jiao. Don't know which supreme existence the Shirtua Jiao provoked, to be slapped and destroyed just like that. If they had joined the Shirtua Jiao, stayed in Shirtua Jiao in seclusion, facing that terrifying giant hand falling. Although Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushing were both Tianjinjuan, they had no confidence they could survive. Presumably would definitely be slapped to death by that terrifying giant hand. Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushing swallowed hard. One hand passing through a spatial rift, such divine ability, could it be the legendary methods of immortals? At least Shangjinjuan above our realm, even Wu Shangjinjuan cannot achieve this. Shirtua Laozu, which senior did your Shirtua Jiao provoke exactly? Unconsciously, Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushing distanced themselves somewhat from Shirtua Laozu, dared not appear close to Shirtua Laozu anymore, afraid of being implicated. Shirtua Laozu's eyes were bloodshot, after his despair. Now watching his life's work destroyed, couldn't help gritting his teeth, heart furious. How would I know who my Shirtua Jiao provoked? Moreover, someone who can destroy the Shirtua Jiao with one slap, can my Shirtua Jiao afford to provoke them? Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushing comforted, perhaps it's an unexpected disaster. But luckily you weren't in Shirtua Jiao, otherwise your life would likely be hard to keep. Shirtua Laozu gritted his teeth, regardless of who it is, or what motive they had to destroy my Shirtua Jiao. I really cannot swallow this anger, don't let me find out who exactly did it. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushing, and that Guihua Zhongju were all greatly shocked. Shirtua Laozu, you're actually thinking of revenge? Such means are heaven-defying. The strength of the person who acted is unknown. How terrifying. Definitely not something we Tianjinjuan can contend with, Shirtua Laozu said. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west, don't bully this old man for being weak, let's wait and see, worthy of a Mo Dao Laozu. Actually so arrogant, not afraid of death. If these words of yours were heard by that senior, you still have a way to live? Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushing, and Guihua Zhongju were very cowardly, Shirtua Laozu snorted coldly. If he has the guts, kill me now, don't give this old man a chance to rise. Otherwise this old man will definitely make him pay blood debt in blood. But as Shirtua Laozu's words just fell, a young, indifferent voice suddenly resounded through the firmament, like rolling heavenly thunder, deafening. Old fellow, blood debt paid in blood? Who do you think you are? The sudden young, indifferent voice resounded through the firmament, making Shirtua Laozu, Zhang Kuan present. Tai Mushing and Guihua Zhongju all change expression, especially the one who just proclaimed 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't bully this old man for being weak. Let's wait and see, make him pay blood debt in blood. Shirtua Laozu, at this moment his expression grave, face pale, carrying some fear, especially Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushing and Guihua Zhongju, the three. They immediately distanced themselves from Shirtua Laozu, as if silently telling Chen Changan they weren't familiar with this Shirtua Laozu, the firmament. Just like the scene they witnessed before through Guihua Zhongju's Jinghua Shuiyu. A huge spatial rift appeared, accompanied by a terrifying giant hand appearing out of nowhere, extending out from the spatial rift, grabbing towards Shirtua Laozu and the other three. This time, they could personally experience the terror of the giant hand, infinite fear rising in their hearts. They turned and fled, wishing each grew 8 legs right now. But unfortunately, no matter how they fled, couldn't escape Chen Changan's palm. Shirtua Laozu and the other three were directly grabbed by the giant hand. This time Chen Changan didn't slap Shirtua Laozu and the others dead, but held the 4 in his palm. Towards the spatial rift, as the giant hand departed, the spatial rift slowly healed. This Shirtua Jiao, just like before, filled with deathly silence, no living beings here. Shirtua Laozu and the other 3 felt dizzy before their eyes. Then, they were thrown into a pharmacy, looking as pathetic as could be. In this pharmacy, they saw an indifferent-looking youth, a beautiful woman, and 3 Jin family cultivators. Chu Wushuang, Jin Wu, Jin Yuan, and Jin Juri, the 4, stared foolishly at Shirtua Laozu and the others captured by Chen Changan from hundreds of thousands of li away. Sky-high waves surged in their hearts. This Chen Changan, how strong is he exactly? Just lightly extended his hand, destroyed the Shirtua Jiao hundreds of thousands of li away. Even Shirtua Laozu and several Tianjinjuan were like ants, without a shred of ability to resist, were by Chen Changan, captured from hundreds of thousands of li away. Such means are heaven-defying. Just ask, besides Chen Changan in this world, who else can do it? Especially Jin Wu, Jin Yuan and Jin Juri, the three, watched with shock. Cold sweat dripping, Jin Yuan secretly rejoiced. The Taoists say having an old person is like having a treasure. Thanks to the ancestors' wise decision, traveling thousands of li to apologize to Senior. Obtains Senior's forgiveness, otherwise, the Shirtua Jiao's fate would have befallen my Jin family. Shirtua Jiao couldn't even block Senior's one hand, our Jin family naturally couldn't either. Jin Wu felt lingering fear. This old one only guessed Senior's strength was not weak, but never expected he was actually strong to this extent, destroying Shirtua Jiao just like that, killing Tianjinjuan just like that, apologizing to Senior, was the most correct decision this old one made in his entire life, besides fear. Jin Wu also felt a kind of pride in apologizing to Chen Changan. Could say he saved the Jin family. Jin Jori only wanted to say one thing: Senior is mighty and domineering, invincible under heaven. As for Chu Wushuang, her whole person widened her eyes, staring wide-eyed at all this, already no words left to express the shock in her heart right now. Shirtua Laozu and the four were terrified. Chen Changan looked indifferently, his gaze accompanied by supreme pressure, as if billions of volcanoes erupted in an instant. Made Shirtua Laozu and the four completely unable to bear, the four unable to resist. Didn't even have the courage to look Chen Changan directly in the eye, all unable to resist, knelt on the ground. Faces even paler to the extreme, increasingly terrified. Trembling looking at this indifferent youth. Zhang Kuan, Taimashang and Guihua Zhongju were already anxious, begging for mercy. Senior, this matter has nothing to do with us. We aren't familiar with Shirtua Laozu, not familiar at all. Hope Senior spares our lives. Senior, spare us. Shirtua Laozu's aged face showed the most terror. He said, Who are you? Did my Shirtua Jiao provoke you? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Chen Changan's eyes opened and closed, shooting cold light, walked before Shirtua Laozu, wasted no words. Stomped him to the ground with one foot. Shirtua Laozu's face pressed tightly against the ground, utterly humiliated. Chen Changan just like that, looked down upon Shirtua Laozu. Indifferently said, Didn't you want to personally come to Tianwu City to kill me? Yet don't even know who I am? As soon as these words came out, Shirtua Laozu's pupils suddenly shrank, filled with disbelief. Could it be, you are Chen Changan? Shirtua Laozu finally understood why Shirtua Jiao was destroyed without reason. Turned out it was him. Shirtua Laozu despaired, regretted. If he knew Chen Changan was so formidable, how would he dare provoke him? Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. I already know I was wrong. Senior, considering you've already destroyed Shirtua Jiao, please show mercy, spare my life. I am willing to be Senior's ox and horse. Shirtua Laozu sensed from Chen Changan's body the emanating cold killing intent, quickly begged for mercy in terror, but Chen Changan's expression cold. Without any hesitation, the right foot stepping on Shirtua Laozu's head slightly exerted force. Like a watermelon, red and white. Shirtua Laozu's head was crushed by Chen Changan's foot, along with his divine soul, also crushed into pieces under Chen Changan's foot, dissipated into heaven and earth, provoking Chen Changan. Didn't even have the chance to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chen Changan lightly looked at Shirtua Laozu's corpse, murmured, knowing who the enemy is. This way, you can be considered to die with eyes closed, also considered my final mercy towards you. This scene made Zhang Kuan, Taimashang and Guihua Zhongju's hearts pound, faces deathly pale, trembling all over, kowtowing begging for mercy one after another, wishing they could smash their heads open. They hated Shirtua Laozu to death in their hearts. You die, just die, don't implicate us. Also, this is mercy? Crushed with 1 foot, Senior, you were so ruthless. Shirtua Laozu is dead. Became a cold corpse. This is the treatment for provoking Chen Changan, if provoking him. Let alone a mere demonic cult ancestor, even those gods high above the heavens. If they dare provoke him, outcome is only death. Zhang Kuan, Taimashang and Guihua Zhongju still frantically kowtowing, admitting wrong and begging Chen Changan for mercy. They were terrified, extremely scared, afraid after Shirtua Laozu died, it would be their turn next. Chu Wushuang and the other 4 could only watch all this, dared not intervene, although Chen Changan wasn't dealing with them. Also made them unable to help but hold their breath, afraid of accidentally offending Chen Changan. Chen Changan coldly looked at Zhang Kuan and the other 3, I won't kill you. Zhang Kuan and the other 3 overjoyed, thanks Senior for sparing our lives. Chen Changan snorted coldly, don't be happy too soon. Chen Changan flicked his finger, 3 Shang Saifu flew out from his fingertips. Zhang Kuan, Taimashang and Guihua Zhongju couldn't resist, each had a Shang Saifu implanted into their bodies. In an instant, the 3 felt as if their lives no longer belonged to them. Their faces turned white, looking terrified towards Chen Changan. Chen Changan said, "Not killing you. But from now on, your lives belong to me." Zhang Kuan and the other three dared not object at all. Each revealed smiles uglier than crying, quickly nodding in response. "Senior is right. Senior is right, our lives belong to you now. Thanks Senior for sparing our lives. If Senior has any command in the future, just arrange for this lowly one to do it, able to be Senior's ox and horse. Is our honor, know that Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushang and Guihua Zhongzhu, the three of them, are all Wanfa Jing true monarchs, especially Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushang. These two's cultivation not weak." Tianjinjuan, looking across Hezhou, also belonged to the top expert tier, which one didn't possess the dignity of an expert, but they never imagined one day would actually become someone's ox and horse, even if the three had myriad unwillingness in their hearts. But now to save their lives, could only agree. If disagreed, they had no doubt the next slap from Chen Changan would immediately come over. Slap them dead, slap them dead. As simple as swatting a fly, Chen Changan was too strong. Made them feel deep fear and powerlessness. Chen Changan sparing them, not killing them, was already great kindness, so Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushang and Guihua Zhongzhu's hearts, still filled with gratitude towards Chen Changan, Shang Saifu already planted. Chen Changan could take Zhang Kuan and the others' lives anytime, leaving the three. Mainly considering the three's cultivation wasn't weak, if casually killed like this, somewhat regrettable. He couldn't possibly do everything himself, with these three true monarchs. If he had something to command, it would be fine, no need for him to worry about every matter. He could also focus on cultivation, make his physical body stronger sooner. This is what he should do. Withdraw. The three felt relieved of a heavy burden. Quickly left Jiukong Pharmacy, walking in the city, only then realizing they actually appeared in Tianwu City near Dalong Mountain. Even less dared to think of escaping. Obediently stayed in Tianwu City, in case Chen Changan had any command for them. Moreover, able to directly tear spatial rifts, capture them from hundreds of thousands of li away. How could Zhang Kuan and the others escape? Where could they escape to? If they wanted to live, could only stay in Tianwu City, go nowhere else. Inside Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Changan also resumed his previous smile, expression no longer so cold and scary. Became much gentler. He asked Jin Wu and the other two, "Right, where were we just talking?" Jin Wu, Jin Yuan and Jin Juri swallowed hard. Is this what a powerhouse is like? Just during conversation. Destroyed Shirtua Jia with one palm, then crushed Shirtua Laozu with 1 foot. Controlled the life and death of 3 great true monarchs, as if doing a trivial matter. Jin Wu swallowed hard, stammered replying, "Senior. Just now talking about Shirtua Laozu wanting to deal with Senior." Chen Changan smiled, patted Jin Wu's shoulder, praised, "Still you old man understands the times, knows what's best. Knew to come apologize, otherwise your Jin family's fate probably wouldn't be much better than Shirtua Jiao's. If Shirtua Jiao also came to apologize, would they meet this fate?" Jin Wu was scared witless, trembling all over, afraid Chen Changan accidentally used a bit of force with his hand and slapped him dead, could only continuously smile awkwardly, flatter, spouting rainbow farts. It's Shirtua Jiao not knowing what's good for them, deserved destruction. Jin family obtaining Senior's forgiveness is the honor of everyone up and down my Jin family. Chen Changan said, "All right, now the matter is resolved, you may return." Jin Wu quickly nodded. Everything listens to Senior. Jin Wu, if Senior has any arrangement or command, just mention it. After speaking, Jin Wu even took out a jade token, presenting it with both hands. "What's this?" Jin Wu respectfully said, "This is my Jin family's Ji Gao Ling, the holder of this token. Can command the Jin family to do anything, even ordering Jin family members to go die, they will not refuse. If Senior has any command, can use this Ji Gao Ling to convey the order to the Jin family. The Jin family side will immediately execute. Absolutely won't disappoint Senior." Jin Wu is the Jin family's ancestor. Witnessing Chen Changan's terrifying power today, thought of sucking up to Chen Changan, build a good relationship with him. Best is to pledge allegiance to Chen Changan, follow him, that would be best. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could it be missed? If Chen Changan once agreed, then the Jin family would have Chen Changan, this terrifying expert, backing them. Looking across Hezhou, probably few would dare provoke the Jin family again. Jin family's rise just around the corner, worthy of an old fellow. Understands the times, even better at seizing opportunities. This made Chen Changan quite appreciate him. Took the Ji Gao Ling from Jin Wu, lightly said, "I accept the item." Then Chen Changan wasted no words, from his storage ring took out a densely packed checklist. Audit were materials and heavenly treasures needed for body refining, after all relying solely on Yi Hongying and Shu San. For him to find these heavenly treasures and various body refining materials was still strenuous. This Jin family is not much weaker than Shi Tuojiao, considered to have some power in Hezhou. With them, finding the heavenly treasures he wanted would naturally be much easier and relaxed. I want these things, have the Jin family members help me find them. Jinwoo took the checklist. Looking at the densely packed materials on it, couldn't help being shocked. But he quickly calmed down. Senior, rest assured, I will immediately instruct Jin family members upon return to search for these items on the checklist. Find as many as you can, don't force it, Senior. We will head back first, Jinwoo respectfully said. Withdraw, Jinwoo. Jin Jiuri and Jin Yuan respectfully bowed to Chen Changan, left Jiukong Pharmacy. The three walked on the road. Jinwoo excitedly said, Senior accepted my Jin family's Zhigao Ling. Represents acknowledging my Jin family. Presumably this checklist is Senior's test for my Jin family. My Jin family must, at all costs, try our best for Senior to find these heavenly treasures. Jin Jiuri and Jin Yuan were also very excited. They both personally witnessed Chen Changan's strength. If the Jin family can hold onto his thigh, rising up would be difficult not to, Jin Yuan said. Ancestor, don't worry, I'll instruct upon return. Let every clan member in the family mobilize to search for heavenly treasures. Jin Jiuri sighed. If we hadn't provoked Senior. Actually I think Senior this person is quite good, Jinwoo nodded. I observe Senior's actions. If others don't offend me, I don't offend others, if not for Shi Tuojiao not knowing what's good for them. Wouldn't have met such an end. Senior is low-key, before. Never heard Hezhou had such a peerless expert, this time able to connect with Senior. This is my Jin family's opportunity, must grasp it well. But Shi Tuojiao destroyed by one slap, this is no small matter, presumably won't take 2 days. Before it spreads throughout Hezhou, shaking major powers, they must be very curious. Which supreme existence acted exactly, however. Probably couldn't figure out who it is even if they racked their brains, Jinwoo sighed. Who would think Senior sits quietly at home, just one hand? Destroyed Shi Tuojiao hundreds of thousands of li away, even if this news spreads. If not witnessed personally, probably few would believe. Indeed, we mortals. How can comprehend Senior's supreme methods? Jiukong Pharmacy, only Chu Wushuang remained. Miss Chu, is there anything else? Chu Wushuang said, no, nothing else, Senior, then I'll leave too. Chen Changan said, you have nothing, I still have something. Chu Wushuang respectfully said, Senior, what other instructions? Lazy serves in your city lord's mansion. In the future, hope Miss Chu takes good care of him, Chu Wushuang quickly said. Senior, rest assured. City lord's mansion side absolutely dares not bully Commander Lin, with Chen Changan backing Lin Lei. Chu Wushuang's head would have to be caught in a door to offend Lin Lei. Moreover, just like Jin family sucking up to Chen Changan, Chu Wushuang thought, if the city lord's mansion side builds a good relationship with Lin Lei, isn't that sucking up to Chen Changan? Must discuss well with father upon return, best to promote Lin Lei's position again. After all, Chen Changan is so strong, that thigh is big and thick, only a fool wouldn't hold onto his thigh. Chu Wushuang is no fool. Chu Wushuang left the pharmacy, only Chen Changan remained alone. Zhong Linger went out to buy groceries, hasn't returned yet, presumably Zhong Linger never imagined. In the time she went grocery shopping, a major demonic cult was destroyed by her brother Changan. Chen Changan took out the storage ring Chu Wushuang brought him, curiously said, don't know either. What did Su Dafu bring me from the underground palace? Opened the storage ring. Saw inside piled barrel after barrel of snake blood, steaming hot. Also an ink-black snake gall, smooth and brilliant. Chen Changan surprised. Such dense energy in this blood, also this snake gall, both good things for body refining. Seems Su Dafu hunted a formidable giant serpent in the underground palace. Chen Changan happy. With this snake blood and this snake gall for body refining. My cultivation reaching second-tier body cultivator probably isn't a big problem. 6 Wei Yin Xinjiang killed. Their soul lamps extinguished, caused huge sensation in the Dari Huang Chao. Know that Hui Yin Xinjiang for the Dari Shin Chao, each one is Dari Huang Chao's important combat power. Yet lost 6 in an instant, no one knew what exactly happened to them. But soon the Dari Huang Chao received news. Those 6 Wei Yin Xinjiang were all left in Tianwu City searching for the mysterious person who acted that day. And the Imperial Dynasty traitor, suddenly ambushed, head flicked, screamed miserably repeatedly. Head broken, bleeding, dizzy, finally they fled Tianwu City. Outside the city were slapped dead by that giant hand? Rat? From this it can be seen that mysterious expert is highly likely in Tianwu City. Dari Huang Chao upon receiving news of 6 Wei Yin Xinjiang falling, was furious, but upon hearing how these 6 Wei Yin Xinjiang died, the Dari Huang Chao side became grave and wary again, from the mysterious person's actions. Could see a tip of the iceberg of his strength. Wanfa Jing experts killed just like that. If not for only 6 Huiyin Xinjiang and Tianwu City, then, if the other 6 Huiyin Xinjiang were also in Tianwu City, feared the result would also be inescapable death. More importantly, no one knew where exactly he attacked from. As the saying goes, open spears easy to dodge, hidden arrows hard to defend against, that mysterious person hiding, attacking silently, impossible to guard against. Even though the Dari Huangchao side was furious, also grew wary of him. The remaining 6 Huiyin Xinjiang dared not be sent to Tianwu City to continue searching. Instead sent those 6 Huiyin Xinjiang to the underground palace to search for opportunities and treasures. Seems like the Dari Huangchao chickened out, chose to retreat, but reality wasn't so. If the Dari Huangchao didn't even know who the enemy was, admit defeat so quickly? Dari Huangchao after all is one of the top cultivation powers in Hezhou, just like that afraid? Wouldn't that make countless cultivators in Hezhou laugh? Dari Huangchao absolutely won't allow such things to happen. Not acting now is to first find out who the mysterious person is before acting, lest causing more pointless losses. First let the attacker struggle on whilst dying for a while, wait till found, he must die, but soon. A piece of news spread throughout Hezhou, causing huge sensation in Hezhou. Even at extremely fast speed, spread through the streets and alleys of countless cities in Hezhou. Have you heard? Shirtua Jiao was destroyed. What? Shirtua Jiao destroyed? Isn't Shirtua Jiao one of the top demonic path powers in Hezhou? How was it destroyed? I just went into seclusion for a few days. How did such a major event happen? Which expert acted to destroy it? Damn! A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, tore open a spatial rift, then slapped Shirtua Jiao gone. Simply unbelievable. Such things happen? Is this news true? Why does it sound so mysterious, unbelievable? If you don't believe, can use the nearest teleportation array to teleport near Shirtua Jiao and see. TSK, Shirtua Jiao was so prosperous, heard the sect had 7 or 8 Wanfa Jing true monarchs. Gone just like that Shirtua Jiao only left a giant hand crater. I saw it myself. Was dumbfounded then. What about Shirtua Jiao's Shirtua Laozu? This person became famous thousands of years ago. Now heard already at Tianjinjuan. Is he still alive? That's unclear. But Shirtua Jiao destroyed, he probably died too, otherwise impossible not to hear any news of him. Able to destroy Shirtua Jiao with one palm, that expert who acted. What realm has his cultivation reached exactly? Shangjinjuan or Wu Shangjinjuan? Or perhaps? Speaking here, the cultivator's eyes wary and shocked, dared not speak further. Who cares who it is? This Shirtua Jiao is a demonic path power, did many evil deeds, deserved destruction. And a grey-robed old man leaned by the window drinking tea, his figure stooped, hunchbacked. But the cultivation fluctuation radiating from his body very strong, was a Huashan Jing king. However at this moment, this grey-robed old man's eyes filled with horror. This person was precisely Shirtua Jiao's Danfengzi. Since back then, Shirtua Jiao opposed Tianwu City's Chen Changan, for some reason. Danfengzi always felt uneasy in his heart, actually worried Shirtua Jiao would meet trouble. He didn't know why he had such absurd thoughts, but his intuition was always accurate. Decided to go out for a walk, adjust mentality, yet didn't expect, just left for a few days. Shirtua Jiao was actually destroyed by one palm. Even Shirtua Laozu probably couldn't escape death. While horrified, Danfengzi immediately thought of Tianwu City's hidden expert. Chen Changan. This person doesn't show off, but those who oppose him. Whether Shirtua Jiao or Jin family, the experts sent against him, none had a good end. Either suddenly died completely, or directly shot exploded, acting with crushing momentum. That was clean and decisive, especially recently. The experts Dari Huangchao sent to Tianwu City were slapped dead frequently. Style extremely similar, and Chen Changan was hidden cultivating in Tianwu City. Danfengzi's voice carried slight trembling. Could Shirtua Jiao's destruction be his doing? The more Danfengzi thought, the more convinced he became. This must be Chen Changan's doing. He thought Chen Changan was very strong, yet didn't expect Chen Changan was even stronger than he imagined. Jiukong Pharmacy. Chen Changan soaked in a barrel of bright red body refining medicinal liquid. And this barrel of body refining medicinal liquid was precisely what Su Dafu brought him. Abyss giant serpent snake blood is main ingredient. Supplemented with other body refining treasure medicines, mixed together formed body refining medicinal liquid. Greatly helpful for body refining. Soaking in this barrel of medicinal liquid, Chen Changan only felt every inch of flesh and bone in his body seemed soaked in boiling magma. Even more countless small snakes biting, accompanied by heart-drilling, unbearable pain. Chen Changan could only endure, because only this way would his physical body be tempered. Quickly strengthened, body cultivator realm also can break through, after enduring for over 2 hours. This barrel of bright red body refining medicinal liquid had become clear as water, the energy inside, already completely absorbed by Chen Changan's physical body. Chen Changan's physical body tempered. Strengthen some more, Chen Changan very satisfied, effect very obvious, soak 4 or 5 more times. I should be able to break through to late first tier, the snake blood Su Dafu brought this time. Really is good stuff for body refining, that snake blood obtained from the underground palace. Wonder if there are still snakes in the underground palace. Chen Changan used his divine eye looking towards the underground palace. Wherever his gaze reached, nothing could hide, among which the underground palace first level, second level and third level already occupied by Xin Yuan Meng, fourth level also had cultivators entering, fighting with those tree vine demon people inside, competing for territory. Then scouring the fourth level for Xin Yuanshi, he also saw Su Dafu on the fourth level. Su Yuanbai group. At this time Su Dafu was in seclusion, using the obtained high-grade Xin Yuanshi. Striving to cultivate, fourth level didn't have the snake he wanted. Chen Changan's divine eye looked towards the fifth level, sixth level, finally shook head disappointed. In this underground palace besides those strangely grown, ugly abyss creatures, simply nothing he needed, became even less interested in the underground palace. What's Granny Rong doing? Suddenly Chen Changan through his divine eye, actually saw Granny Rong appearing on the sixth level, in the current underground palace exploration and competition. Only Granny Rong alone reached the sixth level of the underground palace, saw Granny Rong on the sixth level. Sneakily traversing, the sixth level belonged to a sea of fire magma land. Everywhere could see tall, stalwart abyss race members. These abyss race members, not the strongest in Ling Asai Zhu from the abyss, but also among the abyss race. Extremely powerful Huamo Zhu run, heard they live by devouring flames, can easily control the flames of the world, under Chen Changan's gaze. Don't know what method Granny Rong used, hid her aura, dodged the outer Huamo Zhu Ren's detection search, traveled all the way to the depths of the sixth level. The deeper she went, the more Huamo Zhu Ren encountered. Strength increasingly powerful, Granny Rong's expression also became graver. Advancing also became more careful, Chen Changan murmured, didn't expect underground palace sixth level. Already completely fallen into the hands of the abyss race, seems the Xin Yuan Jimen seal loosening is serious. If develops like this abyss race probably sooner or later occupies the underground palace, presumably by then is the time to launch attack on Hezhou. Depends how Xin Yuan Meng handles it later, Chen Changan not concerned about these, he only cared about the people around him. Moreover, Xin Yuan Meng is the condensed power of Ezhou, sealing this Xin Yuan Jimen isn't difficult for them. Sooner or later will reclaim the lost underground palace. Moreover, in this underground palace are countless cultivators wanting Xin Yuanshi. Instead in this underground palace, things useful to him are few and far between, acting himself just wastes lifespan pointlessly. Better to cultivate well at home, strive to break through second-tier body cultivators sooner is the kingly way. And just then, Granny Rong had arrived at the deepest part of the sixth level. A palace completely built from magma giant stones. Granny Rong stopped outside the palace. Expression unprecedentedly grave, probing the situation inside the palace. Then after probing clearly, couldn't help showing joy on her face. What's in this palace? Made Granny Rong's expression change so much? Chen Changan curious. Then Chen Changan scanned into the palace, actually saw inside the palace, coiled a huge spider web, and within the huge spider web was a young girl lying without clothes on the spider web, her white hair like a waterfall, extremely beautiful. Ice skin jade bones, nearly perfect. At this time she quietly lay sleeping on the spider web. Just like Sleeping Beauty, carrying a different kind of beauty. This woman shouldn't be a human cultivator, Chen Changan thought. But at this time Granny Rong had already sneaked into the palace, arrived before this white-haired girl. White-haired girl seemed to sense something, puzzled open eyes, just happened to see an old woman appearing before her. White-haired girl startled, but Granny Rong chuckled. Took out a wooden stick from somewhere, knocked towards the white-haired girl's head. Pang! The white-haired girl instantly saw stars, a large bump swelled up, ing. White-haired girl heard tears came out. Granny Rong puzzled. Looked at the wooden stick in her hand, seemed thinking, maybe didn't knock her out. Knocked towards the white-haired girl's head again. White-haired girl couldn't take it this time. Eyes rolled back, fainted, only then Granny Rong satisfied, chuckled. Fumbled in her pocket, took out a sack, stuffed the white-haired girl into the sack. Slipped away quickly. Chen Changan watched the scene blankly. Damn, Granny Rong is actually a human trafficker? Granny Rong just knocked out white-haired girl, stuffed into sack, left palace, just about to slip away quickly. Boom boom boom, accompanied by sky-shaking earth swaying, from the earth magma. actually rushed out over 10 giant ugly Huiyen Long Chong. They straightened their Zhanlong bodies, emitting hissing calls. Discovered white-haired girl, saw streaks of Huiyen Long Chong. Open mouths towards Granny Rong, spitting poisonous flames, raging fire burning heaven, corroding earth. But don't look at Granny Rong being old, movements like ghosts, twisting left turning right. Easily avoided those poisonous flames. From this underground palace 6th level fled further and further. Chen Changan watched Granny Rong repeatedly jumping on the edge of death, quite alarmed. If slightest carelessness, probably would perish in sea of fire, burn to ashes. Don't know why kidnapped the white-haired girl from the palace exactly. Granny Rong at least is a neighbor. Chen Changan still worried. If she encountered mortal danger, he probably would have to act save her. But Granny Rong was quite capable. Those Huiyen Long Chong couldn't do anything to her. Along the way, escaped this magma land without danger, just about to escape to the underground palace. Behind Granny Rong, accompanied by void vibrating, a spatial door appeared, saw a peerlessly beautiful woman with stunning appearance walk out, wearing a sexy black dress. Enchanting and charming white-haired woman appeared, actually 9 parts similar to the white-haired girl. Just more mature, if one was a just-formed green fruit. Then the other was fully ripe, bursting with juice upon biting water honey peach, each had its own flavor. This white-haired beautiful woman snorted coldly, human cultivator, dare steal this empress's daughter. You're tired of living. As soon as the words fell, saw from behind this white-haired beautiful woman, rushed out a Huiyen Dishi, incomparably fierce, seemed able to swallow heaven, devour earth. Swallow everything in this world. The Huiyen Dishi charged towards Granny Rong. But Granny Rong also wasn't afraid, chuckled coldly, raised her hand. An aged hand held a bronze bell, she shook it, ding-ling-ling, instantly infinite magic power materialized into a Biasi Tianshi. That Biasi Tianshi, even taller and mightier, roared towards the sky. As if alive, heavenly lion roars, swallows mountains and rivers, go. That Biasi Tianshi fiercely pounced towards that Huiyen Dishi. The two began a sky-shaking battle, stirring up vast fire clouds, but the Huiyen Dishi ultimately was superior. Huge body tightly coiled the Biasi Tianshi. Great serpent devours. Swallowed Granny Rong's Biasi Tianshi. White-haired beautiful woman charged towards Granny Rong. Slapped towards her Tianlingai, but Granny Rong's whole person, like Jinghua Shueyu, suddenly shattered into clouds and smoke, disappearing before the white-haired beautiful woman. White-haired beautiful woman's face changed greatly. Looked around but couldn't see Granny Rong's figure at all. This made her expression extremely unsightly. Whole person's face gloomy as water. This cunning human race. Shameful. Detestable. Damned. Chen Changan, watching Granny Rong's escaping skills, very impressed. Didn't expect Granny Rong was so good at escaping. Originally I said would help her. Seems no need for me to worry. Chen Changan retracted his divine eye, since Granny Rong already escaped. No need for her to worry. Just then, Zhong Linger had prepared another barrel for Chen Changan. Body refining medicinal liquid used for cultivation. Chen Changan began his new round of refining. In a blink past one day, on the second day, dawn just broke. Granny Rong knocked on Zhou Kongyao Pu's main door. Zhong Linger, eyes drowsy, opened the main door, saw Granny Rong waiting outside. She revealed joy, smiled gracefully. Granny Rong, why are you here? Seeing Zhong Linger looking extremely well, Granny Rong very gratified. Linger, you've grown even more fresh and lovely. Seems Changan, this kid treats you well. Zhong Linger nodded. Brother treats me very well. Granny Rong winked. How well? Any deep communication? That kind of well? Popo, what deep communication? Zhong Linger puzzled. Granny Rong leaned close to her ear, quietly whispered a few sentences. Zhong Linger understood after listening. Face shy, even her crystal-clear small earlobes turned completely red, whispered, Popo. Brother isn't that kind of person. Then Zhong Linger's expression dimmed somewhat, in brother's eyes. Linger is still small, can't compare to those big sisters. Granny Rong, dissatisfied, said, you girl. What's called seize the opportunity close by. You need to hurry up. Where are you small? Look in the village, who isn't your age, already married husband and had kids. If he's not proactive, you be proactive. Changan, this kid is quite good, you must grasp firmly, get deep early. Deep communication. Zhong Linger's face blushed shyly, Popo's words blunt, truly embarrassing. Linger, Popo is very optimistic about you. Zhong Linger felt embarrassed listening. Didn't want Granny Rong to continue speaking, quickly changed subject, asked, Popo, why did you come to Jiukong Pharmacy? Granny Rong sighed, to ask Changan for a small favor. Is Changan, that kid, awake? Brother is cultivating in the room, I'll go tell brother. Chen Changan, currently body refining in the room, heard Zhong Linger say Granny Rong came, couldn't help eyelid twitching. Granny Rong ran to underground palace 6th level yesterday acting as human trafficker, stole a white-haired girl. Came today looking for a buyer? Chen Changan felt Granny Rong coming to find him. Perhaps related to yesterday's white-haired girl knocked out and stuffed into sack from underground palace 6th level. Chen Changan rose from the bathtub, looking at his body refining, gradually strengthening physique. Especially the upper body wearing clothes, made Zhong Linger feel strong masculine aura. Zhong Linger couldn't help recalling Granny Rong's words, 2 blushes flew onto cheeks, lowered eyes. Eyes containing stars, dared not look, seeing Zhong Linger's shy appearance. Chen Changan found it amusing, you little girl, in the past when I body refined. Why didn't I see you so shy? Could it be Granny Rong told you some nonsense again? Zhong Linger's face turned redder, shook head, no. Brother, Zhong Linger originally simple and cute, how could hide from Chen Changan's Hui Yen Jin Jing? Didn't expose her, he thought, my Linger is so pure, mustn't let Granny Rong teach her bad things. Linger, tell Granny Rong wait a moment, I'll put on clothes, go immediately. Zhong Linger went out told Granny Rong nodded, not anxious. Affectionately held Zhong Linger's hand, happily chatted about this and that, unknown what chatted about again. Made Zhong Linger blush bright red, pouted coquettishly, Popo, don't talk nonsense anymore. Otherwise Linger won't talk to you anymore. Granny Rong smiled kindly. One hand covered Zhong Linger's tender small hand, whispering, you girl, Popo is also considering for you. Popo can also see you genuinely like Changan, this kid. Since he's not proactive, you be more proactive. Popo is experienced. This love there's a saying that goes well, if man chases woman, separated by a mountain. Woman chases man, separated by a layer of gauze, if you are proactive. How can Changan that kid resist your charm? Zhong Linger blushed, lowered eyes. Under Granny Rong's silver tongue, bright glimmers flashed in her eyes. Just then a light cough came from behind. Granny Rong, what are you saying to Linger? Whisper it so I can hear. Zhong Linger instantly flustered, blushed, her face crystal clear and rosy red. Just like a ripe red apple, truly makes one want to take a bite. Brother, we didn't say anything, if wait until she's a few years older. Afraid she'll grow into that nation-toppling beauty Chen Changan just smiled. Granny Rong saw Chen Changan, eyes instantly lit up. Changan, Popo, seeing you kid full of vigor, greatly different from before, could it be you've started body refining? Chen Changan feigned surprise. Granny Rong, you have good eyesight, actually saw I'm body refining? Granny Rong smiled, Popo, I do have this bit of eyesight, why did you suddenly start body refining? This body cultivation path is heard to be not easy to walk, let's walk first. Wait until reaching a dead end before saying other things, more body refining is good for the body too. Chen Changan asked, Granny Rong, you old one came to the pharmacy this time, could it be back pain or leg pain again? Let me get you some medicine. Granny Rong shook her head, body is robust. But I did indeed come this time looking for your help seeing a patient. See what illness? Granny Rong sighed, this isn't seeing a patient for me. I have a distant relative's daughter, temporarily came to Tianwu City seeking refuge with me, just arrived. Extremely unadapted, couldn't sleep last night, so I gave her a few doses of the Inshinyao old man Huang prescribed before, let her sleep well. Yet who knew after this girl took the Inshinyao, slept until noon today still hasn't woken up. You are old man Huang's disciple, can only come find you to look at the Inshinyao. Chen Changan looked over, saw Granny Rong take out a small medicine packet. Seeing this small medicine packet, Chen Changan startled. How is this any Inshinyao? Clearly it's the Meng Hanyao specially developed by the old man. This Meng Hanyao is not simple. Last year followed the old man, went to Dalong Mountain to pick a precious treasure medicine. That precious treasure medicine happened to be guarded by a large beast. A full 3 meters tall, very fierce. The old man used this Meng Hanyao to knock down that large beast, successfully picked that precious treasure medicine. This Granny Rong actually used Meng Hanyao against that distant relative's daughter? Chen Changan thought, how is this a distant relative's daughter? Probably 9 out of 10. Is the white-haired girl knocked out and stuffed into sack from the 6th level of the underground palace last night? But giving that white-haired girl Meng Hanyao, didn't expect Granny Rong is quite ruthless. Using medicine meant for large beasts against a young girl, but then thought again, this white-haired girl, appearing on the 6th level of the underground palace, among those Shinyuan Izu, probably isn't ordinary person either. Chen Changan said, Granny Rong, this medicine cannot be eaten randomly. Where is your distant relative's daughter? Take me to see. Taking too much of that medicine isn't good for the brain. Granny Rong couldn't help but startle. Can't let the brain be damaged, Changan, then quickly come with me for a trip. Must cure that little girl. Chen Changan followed Granny Rong to her residence. Sure enough saw the white-haired girl, currently eyes tightly closed lying on the bed. Child, wake up. Wake up. Granny Rong tried to wake her, but the white-haired girl slept like a pig. Couldn't wake up no matter how called. Changan, this medicine bought from old man Huang. Now rely on you. Chen Changan, speechless, wasted no words, walked before the white-haired girl, carefully examined her body condition. Large amounts of Meng Hanyao's medicinal power still existed in her body. Hadn't dissipated, didn't expect the Meng Hanyao old man made was so potent. Even Granny Rong couldn't handle this medicine. Chen Changan thought secretly. Changan, how is she? Granny Rong asked. Chen Changan said, this medicine's effect is somewhat strong, hasn't dissipated yet. I need to prepare an antidote. Chen Changan returned to the pharmacy for a trip, quickly. Prepared the antidote for old man's Meng Hanyao, mixed with water fed to the white-haired girl to take. The Meng Hanyao's effect finally dissipated, the white-haired girl's long eyelashes trembled. Slowly woke up. After waking up, the white-haired girl stared blankly at Chen Changan. Then looked towards Granny Rong. Girl, you're awake. Granny Rong's face bloomed with smiles. Happy, Chen Changan watched aside, saw the white-haired girl sweetly called out, Granny Rong, Popo. As soon as these words came out, Chen Changan's heart jolted. This Granny Rong indeed has some skills. Don't know what method used, actually brainwashed the white-haired girl. Of course Chen Changan pretended to know nothing, didn't expose her. Granny Rong bringing this white-haired girl back must have her own plans. Granny Rong, this person is awake, then I'll head back first. Chen Changan prepared to leave. Granny Rong however stopped him, chuckled, Changan, Popo here still has a favor. Want to trouble you a bit. What favor? I have some things these few days, need to leave for a trip. This girl stays home, nobody takes care of her, how about you take care of her for a few days? As soon as these words came out, Chen Changan refused without hesitation. Not good. Granny Rong, this girl, better you take care of her yourself. Chen Changan knew. This white-haired girl came from the underground palace, although he wasn't afraid of trouble, but also didn't want to actively provoke trouble. Changan, why refuse? Rest assured 100%, this girl isn't a blind date introduced to you, just help Popo out. Just take care for a few days is fine. Granny Rong, it's not that I don't want to help you. Just I'm busy cultivating recently, you also saw I'm body refining. Very busy, Chen Changan said seriously. Granny Rong however smiled. You busy? Then let Linger take care. Look at this girl of mine born beautiful as flower jade moon. Appearance no worse than Linger, if leave her to others' care. Popo not reassured. Leave her to your care. Popo also reassured. Besides you just need manage her 3 meals a day. Other things also don't need your worry. Changan, you won't even help with this little favor? Then this old woman has misjudged you. AI Popo used her matchmaking silver tongue, made Chen Changan feel ashamed. Didn't know how to refute, finally no choice, could only agree. Alright then, I'll help you take care for a few days. Popo, you must return early, if she gets lost. Can't blame me. Getting Chen Changan's agreement, Granny Rong very happy. Nodded saying, I knew it, Changan you kid righteous, Popo didn't misjudge. Rest assured, I'll be back in a few days. Then Granny Rong pulled the still baffled, dazed white-haired girl. Xiaobai, call brother. White-haired girl obediently called twice. Brother, the girl's voice crisp and pleasant, just like beautiful music, made people somewhat intoxicated. Chen Changan smiled, patted the girl's head. Thought, this Xiaobai's name probably randomly given by Granny Rong, chatted a while more. Granny Rong hurriedly departed. Chen Changan looked with divine eye, saw Granny Rong heading straight for the underground palace. Chen Changan held Xiaobai's hand. Let's go. Xiaobai nodded. Her small face always dazed, didn't talk much, mostly silent. But walking on the road, could see Xiaobai looking around. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Changan thought, this Xiaobai appeared on underground palace 6th level. Kidnapped by Granny Rong yesterday, clearly saw quite a few experts among the Xingyuan Izu. Attacking to stop Granny Rong, Xiaobai's identity probably not simple. But I didn't sense any cultivation fluctuation from Xiaobai's body. She's very weak, just like an ordinary little girl. This is somewhat strange, can't figure it out. Might as well not think about it. Soon Chen Changan brought Xiaobai to Jiukong Pharmacy. Met with Zhong Linger. Linger, this is Popo's distant relative's daughter. Called Xiaobai, these 2 days Popo has things left. Will trouble you to take care of her. Zhong Linger nodded. Okay brother. Zhong Linger generous personality, face smiling. Held Xiaobai's hand aside to chat. The two quickly became familiar, seeing this situation. Chen Changan very satisfied, seems no need for my worry, I'll just continue body refining. De Ri Huang Chao, since losing 5 Huiyan Xinjiang last time, seemed completely silent. Didn't send experts either, searching everywhere for traces of Su Dafu and Chen Changan. Instead focused all attention on the underground palace, through the temporarily built teleportation array. De Ri Huang Chao sent quite a few experts into the underground palace, strengthening the Xingyuan Meng's power. allowing Jin Yuan Meng to further expand, occupy the underground palace. Under the current situation, probably won't take 2 days before Jin Yuan Meng can completely clear and exterminate the 4th level Xin Yuan Izu. Completely occupy the 4th level, and more Xin Yuan Shi discovered in the underground palace made countless cultivators extremely surprised and ecstatic. Relying on those Xin Yuan Shi, cultivators entering the underground palace gained huge breakthroughs in cultivation in a short time. This day, the temporary teleportation array built by De Ri Huangchao, a figure appeared. This person was precisely De Ri Huangchao's crown prince Su Tang. Didn't expect he came to this mountain again so quickly. Su Tang's gaze incomparably cold. He walked out of the teleportation array, raised head, looked straight towards Tianwu City's direction, said nothing. Just then, from the temporary teleportation array walked out another purple-robed man. This person skinny and short. Pair of eyes looked like abyss, making people unable to see through. Entire body even more permeated with a mysterious, unfathomable temperament. Purple robe. Could it be your highness crown prince, you say? The mysterious person who acted is hiding in this land? Su Tang nodded. He respectfully said, Jian Lao. That fellow attacked several times, truly against my De Ri Huangchao. Don't know if accomplice of that traitor or who. Later if that fellow attacks again against my De Ri Huangchao, we'll have to trouble Jiang Lao. The purple-robed man lightly nodded. Confidently said, Her Majesty ordered this old one come protect your highness's safety. Your highness rest assured. If he dares attack this old one again, definitely make him come but never return. Su Tang smiled. With Jiang Lao's words, I am reassured. Then Su Tang's smile retracted, became incomparably cold, eyes even shot fierce light. Kill that traitor. Recently seemed hiding in the underground palace, searching everywhere for Xin Yuan Shi. This time let's see how he escapes. Jiang Lao, let's go. After speaking, Su Tang led Jiang Lao straight towards the underground palace. A treasure ship headed towards Tianwu City. On this treasure ship's deck stood a woman in red. This person was precisely Yi Hongying. Beside her followed an old woman, and this old woman was precisely the one that day who took Yi Hongying to headquarters, Yi Min, although this Yi Min was a Wanfa Jing Shaoxinjuan. But before Yi Hongying, who only had Ming Quan Jing cultivation, appeared extremely respectful. With Chen Changan's backing, after Yi Hongying returned to headquarters, those elders at headquarters, none dared target her, instead let Yi Hongying begin taking back what belonged to her. Also finally able to receive headquarters resource cultivation again, and Yi Min was sent by headquarters side to follow Yi Hongying, act as her Dao protector and handle affairs. Stayed at headquarters several days. Yi Hongying heard Shirtua Jiao was suddenly destroyed by a giant hand. This matter shook Hezhou, also caused countless discussions in Wanba Pavilion. But with Wanba Pavilion's intelligence network, still couldn't investigate who exactly did it. Who exactly was the mysterious expert who acted, but Yi Hongying had an intuition. Shirtua Jiao destroyed, perhaps greatly related to young master. This time at headquarters, Yi Hongying's current power not small. Also took this opportunity, found quite a few for Chen Changan, those heavenly treasures he needed. Of course, returning this time, Yi Hongying also carried headquarters task. Within the underground palace, large amounts of Xin Yuan Shi appeared. Wanba Pavilion side naturally didn't want to miss out. Wanted to take this chance to drink some soup. Soon the treasure ship arrived at Tianwu City. Yi Hongying didn't return to Wanba Pavilion, but directly took Yi Min towards Jiukong Pharmacy. Arriving at Jiukong Pharmacy, Yi Hongying paid respects to Chen Changan. Chen Changan said, Hongying, returning to headquarters for a trip. Nobody bullied you, right? Beside Yi Hongying, Yi Min secretly sized up Chen Changan. This person was the peerless expert who shot exploding Shirtua Jiao's Shaoxinjuan with one arrow that day. But he hid his cultivation, made Yi Min not know just how strong this Chen Changan was. This time, headquarters side besides letting Yi Hongying go on the underground palace mission, of course also instructed Yi Hongying continue currying favor with Chen Changan. Chen Changan, this expert. Wanba Pavilion befriending him has huge benefits. Yi Hongying smiled slightly. With young master's protection, headquarters side dares not do anything to me. Instead let me gain some power, able to better serve young master. Search for those heavenly treasures you need. Saying this, Yi Hongying took out a storage ring. Young master, this is a batch I found for you at headquarters, those heavenly treasures you need. Opened this storage ring. Inside these days, his fruits of labor at the pharmacy, were quite a few heavenly treasures needed for his body refining. Chen Changan very satisfied. Hongying, thank you for your trouble. Yi Hongying however gently shook head, respectfully said, working for young master is what Hongying should do, not troublesome. Just then, Yi Hongying added, young master, I heard Shirtua Jiao was destroyed by a mysterious giant hand. Wonder if this was young master's doing? Yi Min beside instantly perked up ears, listening aside. If all this really was done by Chen Changan, then the backer Yi Hongying found is probably extraordinary. Her position in Wanba Pavilion is considered completely stable. Chen Changan smiled. Hongying, why suspect me? Yi Hongying pursed lips smiled, too similar to young master's style. Moreover, Shi Tuojiao these days opposed young master several times. How could young master lightly spare Shi Tuojiao? Chen Changan lightly nodded. Indeed, this Shi Tuojiao, I gave them a chance, they didn't cherish it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. These words admitted Shi Tuojiao's destruction was indeed his doing. Yi Min beside listened. Expression greatly changed, didn't expect Shi Tuojiao was truly destroyed by the backer behind Yi Hongying. Know that Shi Tuojiao had quite a few Wanfa Jing true monarchs, especially Shi Tuojiao's ancestor. Was even a Tianjinjuan, this Chen Changan destroyed just like that. What realm has his cultivation reached exactly? Yi Min originally thought, had already overestimated Chen Changan's strength, attacked back then, believed his strength highly likely a Tianjinjuan, but today learning Shi Tuojiao destroyed, was precisely Chen Changan's grand stroke. Yi Min extremely shocked, seems this Chen Changan's cultivation far from simple as Tianjinjuan, perhaps a Shangjinjuan, even he is Wu Shangjinjuan. Thinking here, Yi Min couldn't help sucking in a cold breath, aged face looking towards Chen Changan. Full of respect and awe, although Yi Hongying guessed Shi Tuojiao destroyed, was definitely related to Chen Changan, but seeing Chen Changan personally admit, still couldn't help sighing. Young master is so powerful, Hongying able to work for young master is truly great honor. Also if not for young master's backing, this return to headquarters probably wouldn't be so smooth. Chen Changan smiled, rest assured, with me here no one dares bully you. Yi Hongying smiled brightly. Hongying waited precisely for young master's words. Oh, Chen Changan puzzled. Yi Hongying said, young master, this time I returned to headquarters, got a piece of news at headquarters. Perhaps can find quite a few body refining materials young master needs. Where? Chen Changan asked. Yi Huzhai, Yi Hongying said, Yi Huzhai. Chen Changan puzzled. Yi Hongying said, that Yi Huzhai is a famous bandit stronghold in Hezhou, style same as Heifeng near Tianwu City, but strength far surpasses Heifeng. Yi Huzhai entrenched in Hezhou, near Beizhou border. Rampaged for hundreds of years, strength not less than Shi Tuojiao, these years burned, killed, robbed, plundered. That Yi Huzhai's treasury very full, according to what I know. Has over 30 types of body refining materials young master needs. As soon as these words came out, Chen Changan's eyes lit up. Hongying, you plan to deal with Yi Huzhai? Yi Hongying nodded. I already made plans with headquarters side. This Yi Huzhai also always opposes my Wanba Pavilion, this time targeting destroying Yi Huzhai. Also good to eliminate Wanba Pavilion's hidden trouble. Yi Hongying indeed sincere. Destroy this Yi Huzhai. Find body refining materials for Chen Changan. Also clear obstacles for Wanba Pavilion side. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Kuan, Tai Musheng and Goe Zhongzhu stayed in the city, dared go nowhere. Also no mood to cultivate, but suddenly received Chen Changan's command. Hurriedly came to Jiukang Pharmacy paying respects to master. The three respectfully knelt. Yi Min watched the three shocked, able to sense from the three bodies their powerful cultivation fluctuations, that Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng were actually Tianjinjuan. Even that Goe Zhongzhu was also a Shaojinjuan, strength not weaker than him. Especially seeing these three, after arriving at Jiukang Pharmacy. Without hesitation knelt calling Chen Changan master, this shocked Yi Min most. These three are all Wanfa Jing experts. In Hezhou which one isn't a high and mighty figure? Yet willingly called Chen Changan master, this made Yi Min suck in a cold breath inwardly. Towards Chen Changan even more odd, Chen Changan expression indifferent, smiled, Hongying. Since you want to deal with Yi Huzhai, I'll hand these three over to you, lend you a hand. You command them freely, they are Zhang Kuan, from now on you listen to her command. If dare disobey her command, feign compliance, then don't blame me for being impolite. Calm words filled with chilling killing intent made the kneeling Zhang Kuan, Goe Zhongzhu and Tai Musheng, the three, feel chilled to the bone. Hearts terrified, quickly said, Master, rest assured, we will definitely exert all effort working for Miss Yi. Even if something happens to us, absolutely won't let anything happen to Miss Yi. Yi Hongying overjoyed. Didn't expect Chen Changan would suddenly call three experts for her. Help her, these three before her are all Wanfa Jinjuan. Especially Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng or even Tianjinjuan, with them joining. Yi Hongying even more confident dealing with Yi Huzhai. Thank young master, Hongying will definitely destroy Yi Huzhai. Bring those heavenly treasures from its treasury to young master. Yi Hongying led Zhang Kuan and the other three away, with these three present. This He Hu Zhai's destruction only a matter of time. This day Lin Lei came again to Jiukong Pharmacy. Compared to previous days, today even more exceptionally spirited. A happy smile always lingering on the corner of his mouth. Truly fulfilling the saying, happy events bring high spirits. Chen Changan saw Lin Lei like this. Smiled, lazy, did you encounter some good thing again? Lin Lei chuckled, Changan is good thing, quickly congratulate me. Congratulate you what? Chen Changan puzzled. Lin Lei smiled, don't know what's wrong with young miss, just came back promoted my position again. My previous deputy commander position, the deputy character already removed. Already the De Tongling managing the entire law enforcement team, seems this Chu Wushuang really knows how to handle things. Knowing Chen Changan's power, knows to promote Lin Lei to curry favor with Chen Changan. After all Chen Changan's strength heaven-reaching, unfathomable, just one hand. Destroyed sure to Jiao hundreds of thousands of li away, if can take this chance hold Chen Changan's thigh. Obtain Chen Changan's protection, his Chu family rise has hope, who dares bully him? Chu family? You kid really rising step by step, doing well Chen Changan patted Lin Lei's shoulder. Lin Lei however punched Chen Changan. And I understand expression, Changan you fellow, stop playing dumb with brother here. Chen Changan puzzled, what playing dumb? Lin Lei chuckled. Said, heard young Mrs. first thing returning from Dalong Mountain was coming to your Jiukong Pharmacy. You fellow, young miss definitely likes you, otherwise why promote me inexplicably? Honestly confess, what step have you reached? Chen Changan shrugged, what, that step? My relationship with her is cleaner than white paper. Lin Lei felt surprised. Could it be you don't like her? Or you feel the status gap between you two too large? Lin Lei persuaded, Changan, don't be arrogant, this Chu Wushuang is a peerless beauty. Fair skin like jade, beautiful and moving, moreover is Chu family's direct daughter. This Tianwu city belongs to her dad's rule, Chu Wushuang gets whatever she wants. If she likes you, can get along with her, she can definitely become a great help on your body cultivation path. Chen Changan rolled his eyes at Lin Lei. Since this Chu Wushuang is so outstanding, why don't you get along with her? Lin Lei scratched the back of his head. He said, I have Xiaolu already, moreover even if young miss doesn't like me, how can I compare to Changan you That you have self-awareness is already very good. Chen Changan patted Lin Lei's shoulder. Lin Lei's face darkened slightly. But Lin Lei didn't discuss this aspect with Chen Changan, asked how his recent cultivation was. Chen Changan said, Sudafu, that kid got me some snake blood for body refining cultivation. Progress not bad, soaked 2 more times in snake blood, should be able to break through to late first tier. Lin Lei marveled, seems this body cultivation path suits you quite well, just cultivated not long. About to break through to late first tier, Chen Changan slightly smiled. This path of body cultivation and path of magic cultivation are indeed different, as long as you have body refining resources. Can endure the hardships of body refining, the suffering, breaking through is much easier. How come didn't see before you could endure this kind of hardship? Lin Lei quite admired Chen Changan on this point. Just then, Zhong Linger returned hand in hand with Xiao Bai, sweet smiles overflowing on lips. Both girls peerlessly beautiful, pure, filled with youthful vitality. Truly a beautiful scenery line, since brought back from Granny Rong to Jiukong Pharmacy. Got along extremely well with Zhong Linger, the two already called each other sisters. And Xiao Bai towards all matters in Tianwu City very interested. Chen Changan needed to body refine. Zhong Linger after cultivating also didn't want to disturb. Chen Changan also happy to chat with Xiao Bai. Often took Xiao Bai strolling around, could see this Xiao Bai. Smiles on face also increased much, but Chen Changan knew clearly, unknown. What method Granny Rong used to make Xiao Bai lose memory, if this Xiao Bai recovered memory. Still unknown what kind of woman she'd be. After all this Xiao Bai is Xin Yuan Izu, origin mysterious. Definitely not as simple as she appears. Lin Lei saw Xiao Bai, this girl just over 10 years old. About same age as Zhong Linger, delicate eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, almond eyes, jade nose. Extremely beautiful, instantly eyes lit up. Changan you fellow, no wonder unwilling to get along with Chu Wushuang. You kid actually keeping beauty hidden in Golden House. This Chen Changan's face darkened, kicked Lin Lei. You damn get lost, this is the little girl Granny Rong asked me to help take care of. Lin Lei however revealed, and I know, everyone knows, look. You kid having Linger isn't enough, even let Granny Rong matchmake another one for you. Embracing left and right, very good, truly envious Chen Changan sneered. Seems you also want embrace left and right, then I'll let Xiaolu ask Granny Rong help find another one for you. Just write you're getting married soon, directly marry big and small wives then, saves trouble too. Just write wedding night, double flight, isn't that joyful? Extraneous. Lin Lei's dark face listening to Chen Changan's words couldn't help turning red. Quickly shook head, smiled bitterly. How would I dare? Xiaolu would definitely break my legs. How can I be as carefree as you, kid? Chen Changan rolled eyes. I only want body refining. Women are all fleeting clouds. Chen Changan called Zhonglinger and Xiaobai over. Zhonglinger sweetly greeted, Brother Lin Lei, why are you here? Sister Xiaobai, this is Brother Lin Lei. Brother's good brother. Xiaobai smiled friendly at him, softly called Lin Lei Gu. Lin Lei nodded, smiled, little girl, what's your name? Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Lin Lei puzzled looked towards Chen Changan. Why is this name so strange? Chen Changan shrugged, fine, at least she's not called by Jia, otherwise I'd let my imagination run wild. Then Chen Changan showed a smile, asked, Xiaobai, still used to staying at Jiukang Pharmacy? Xiaobai nodded blankly, brother, used to it is fine, if you need anything. Just mention it, Chen Changan joked, since Granny Rong asked me take good care of you. How could I mistreat you? Lin Lei beside however mysteriously smiled, Sister Xiaobai. Granny Rong letting Changan take care, definitely has her plans. What do you think of Changan this kid? Xiaobai's voice crisp pleasant, like mountain spring, pair of pretty eyes pure moving. Brother very good, that's right, in future just treat this Jiukang Pharmacy as your own home. Stay as long as you want. Speaking here, Lin Lei's smile became even more unfathomable. He thought, with Granny Rong's personality, suddenly letting Chen Changan take care of Xiaobai. This meaning too obvious, isn't it just a blind date found for Chen Changan? Lin Lei thought. Granny Rong's matchmaking quality not bad, this Xiaobai growing up few years definitely be a nation-toppling great beauty, later find Granny Rong for help. Introduce a blind date partner for Su Dafu too, chatted a few more sentences. Zhonglinger took Xiaobai aside do their own things. Lin Lei said, Linger and Xiaobai these two girls, both beauties in the making. Changan you must take care, nowadays Tianwu City mixed crowd, many evil people. The two of them better go out less, otherwise encountering evil people getting bullied not good. Chen Changan said, you are the law enforcement team's Detongling, what worry? Lin Lei smiled awkwardly, this Detongling of mine is all fake, isn't it still relying on you? If not for Chu Wuxuan liking you, how could I possibly become this commander? Cultivation still too poor, only peak 2A fan, if not for City Lord and them backing me. Afraid I couldn't even command that group in law enforcement, Lin Lei sighed. Wait until I break through to Ming Quan Jing, confidence stronger. Perhaps only then can truly establish foothold in law enforcement, but Changan, you kid, cannot pin hopes on the law enforcement side, now because of the underground palace matter. Also that Xin Yuan sure kind of cultivation treasure appeared, Tianwu City various powers gathered. Countless experts arrived in succession, even Jin Yuan Meng established in Tianwu City. Jin Yuan Meng's power immense, law enforcement team can't handle Jin Yuan Meng's side. Also many experts acting lawlessly in the city, our law enforcement side can only turn a blind eye, since ancient times beauty causes trouble. So less trouble is better than more trouble, before underground palace matter ends. Linger and Xiaobai better not go out if can avoid it. Lin Lei also worried about the two girls' safety. After all in Lin Lei's perception, whether him or Chen Changan, or Su Dafu, they are all lowest level cultivators, no backing, strength also not strong. Low profile instead, this city countless experts, casually pick one can easily deal with them. Take their lives, Chen Changan smiled, this point you need not worry. With me here no one can bully them, listen to you brag, Lin Lei said, alright, won't chat with you anymore. You cultivate well yourself, I'll leave first, recently preparing for the wedding. Truly busy head spinning, you kid don't even help me, still good brothers or not? Chen Changan however sneered, Lei Ertzi, dogtail exposed right? Presumably this is your purpose coming today, speak, what need my help with? Lin Lei chuckled, Changan, you also know, my house that room small and old. Even courtyard can't fit two people, how is it a good place for wedding? Chen Changan puzzled, could it be you fancy this pharmacy, want get married in this pharmacy? Go, although this pharmacy is large, but me using it for marriage wouldn't people laugh? Then what's your plan? Lin Lei's gaze firm fiery, blurted out, buy house. That's not bad, we're planning buy. Lin Lei said, I plan near City Lord's mansion side. Buy a small courtyard house, convenient for working at City Lord's mansion too. Just the small courtyard houses their prices all quite high, few days ago. I took Xiaolu look at one set, goodness that price really high. One small courtyard house actually worth over 10,000 spirit stones, scared me and Xiaolu to death. Chen Changan smiled, then you still buying? Lin Lei smiled bitterly, can't afford These 2 days I need go Xiaolu's hometown visit relatives, I fear time not enough. Can only trouble you help out, look around the streets near Qingyun Street. See if there's a good, Sheep small courtyard house, help me keep an eye out. Chen Changan nodded, this small matter, no problem. Even if you want buy small courtyard house near city lord's mansion, I can also help. Lin Lei however shook head refused, no, living nearby also not bad. Close to you and Su Dafu, everyone can gather often in future too. Alright then, finding house this matter I entrust to you, my Chen de Gongzi, no problem, my Lin de Gongzi. When you return from visiting relatives, definitely find you a good courtyard house, good brother. Lin Lei moved. If nothing else, just scram smoothly, Lin Lei chuckled. Said goodbye to Zhong Linger and Xiaobai then left. Chen Changan not anxious find house for Lin Lei, first break through to late first tier body cultivator. Find house for him then also not late, Chen Changan eyes flashed with light, he could feel himself getting closer and closer to late first tier. Chen Changan sat cross-legged in the wooden tub full of snake blood, circulating Tiandi Zhao Waju. From the bright red eerie snake blood, rolling mysterious power poured into his body, continuously tempering baptizing Chen Changan's physical body, amidst continuous tempering baptism. Chen Changan's physical body grew stronger, body tissues like treasure jade flowing with brilliant luster. Especially within his physical body, continuous sounds of blood chi roaring transmitted, like sea waves crashing reefs. Deafening, releasing astonishing aura, Chen Changan opened eyes. Divine radiance shot from eyes, surprised he took out that ink-black snake gall. Didn't hesitate, open mouth swallowed, using Tiandi Zhao Waju refined this snake gall. Bitter taste accompanied by astonishing energy, like bursting river dike, instantly exploded within Chen Changan's body, nourishing Chen Changan's flesh blood bones. Every corner of body, Chen Changan's physical body continued strengthening, blood chi roaring. Entire body radiated astonishing heat, as if turned into a blazing great sun. Chen Changan's body shook, an even more formidable aura erupted. He finally broke through to late first tier, then Jiao also ran out. Congratulations host for breaking through to late first tier, lifespan plus 20. Remaining lifespan 214. Changan smiled, clenched fist, feeling the astonishing power filling his physical body. Not bad, broke through late first tier so quickly, looked into wooden tub. The snake blood already mostly refined, snake blood Sudafu brought back really good stuff. Effect even stronger than that Shui Ling Bao Dan. Chen Changan stood up. Entire body instantly emitted crackling sounds, very comfortable, since broke through late first tier. Rest for now, just right call Linger and Xiaobai. Check for lazy see if any good residents, Agent Lin, how about this courtyard house? A man in green clothes fawned, currying favor introducing the courtyard house before them to Chen Changan. This small courtyard house located on Shuangyujia, near Qingyun Street, environment location very good. Wide view, ample sunlight, suitable for small couple residence. Chen Changan carefully toured this small courtyard house, asked Zhong Linger and Xiaobai beside him. What do you think of this small courtyard house? Zhong Linger said, brother, quite nice. Xiaobai nodded. Chen Changan said, this courtyard house's layout and environment are okay. Lazy should like it. Qingshan Nanzi fawningly curried favor, not bad right? Physician Chen, if you want buy this courtyard house, I definitely give you lowest price, Chen Changan smiled. Didn't care about this small courtyard house's price, walking on the main street, bustling traffic. People coming and going, like surging tide, very lively, compared to before underground palace emergence. Today's Tianwu city much more lively, especially cultivators increased, visible everywhere on street. If before, how could this remote Tianwu city have so many cultivators? Tanghulu. Fragrant sweet Tanghulu. Rouge powder, top quality rouge powder, miss want some? Although Xiaobai followed Zhong Linger strolling streets, but all near Qingyun Street. Compared to the streets near city center Chen Changan brought them to, here was also more prosperous and lively, making Xiaobai feel very happy. Suddenly Xiaobai seemed to see something, eyes lit up, pointed at the vendor selling things, swallowing saliva. Chen Changan followed her gaze, it was the vendor selling Tanghulu. The Tanghulu were colorful, very pretty, clearly captivated Xiaobai. Chen Changan smiled, want to eat? Chen Changan asked Zhong Linger. What about you? Zhong Linger's pretty face blushed, nodded, you wait here for me. After speaking, Chen Changan walked towards the Tanghulu vendor, bought 2 skewers of Tanghulu from his hand, turned back, but upon turning, saw an ordinary-looking man appearing behind Xiaobai, reaching out wanting to take Xiaobai away. Seeing this scene, Chen Changan snorted coldly, directly used invincible cultivation. The man was just preparing to take Xiaobai away. Just at this sudden moment, felt a terrifying pressure appear out of nowhere, pressing on him, made him completely unable to move. His face changed greatly, heart extremely horrified. Simply didn't know what happened. Just then a cold voice sounded by his ear. What do you want to do to her? The man saw Chen Changan suddenly appear before him, made his heart greatly shocked. "Who are you?" Chen Changan sneered. "Who I am, is that important?" The man instantly fell silent. Chen Changan didn't press urgently either. He handed the Tanghulu to Zhong Linger and Xiaobai. "Linger, you take Xiaobai to Zuishanlu first, wait for me. I'll handle something, be there soon." Zhong Linger looked at the man standing behind Xiaobai. Face deathly pale man, nodded, then pulled Xiaobai away. Xiaobai however knew nothing. After the two girls left, Chen Changan grabbed this man, stepped with Shinbu, like flashing, the two instantly appeared in Jiukong Pharmacy. The man was still baffled, simply didn't know what happened. Chen Changan sat down on the chair, looked at the man, lightly spoke. "Speak, why attack her?" The man's face pale. Witnessing Chen Changan's methods made him fearful. Know that he was a Huashan Jing King, could be considered a regional expert, but before Chen Changan, didn't even have the slightest ability to resist, weak just like a little chick. He quickly spoke. "Senior, I was just acting under orders, hope Senior spares my life." "Whose orders?" Chen Changan questioned. The man said, "I also don't know who she is. I originally went to the underground palace seeking opportunities, but suddenly encountered a heavenly beautiful white-haired woman, appearance very similar to the girl just now. She ordered me come find her daughter, if couldn't find, would take my life, if could find, would reward me 10 Xin Yuan. Sure, didn't expect today, just returned from underground palace. Saw this white-haired girl in Tianwu City, presumably is that woman's daughter." After hearing the man's words, Chen Changan's eyes flashed light. If didn't guess wrong, the heavenly beautiful white-haired woman he mentioned was precisely the powerful woman encountered when Granny Rong went to the underground palace bringing back Xiaobai. Seems Granny Rong brought Xiaobai back from the underground palace. That white-haired woman has been searching for Xiaobai's whereabouts, but she didn't come out from the underground palace to personally search for Xiaobai's whereabouts. Chen Changan guessed, seems she cannot leave the underground palace. Must have some restriction, although Chen Changan didn't want manage this matter. Also didn't care what Granny Rong planned do with Xiaobai. But since Granny Rong entrusted Xiaobai to her care, then before Granny Rong returns, Chen Changan must take good care of Xiaobai, even less possible let someone secretly take her away. Chen Changan asked again, "Besides sending you searching, did she find others?" The man shook head. "Senior, this I don't know clearly." "Senior, I also had no choice but attack her, otherwise that woman wouldn't spare me. Hope Senior spares my life." Chen Changan lightly said, "That woman is in the underground palace, you are now in Tianwu City, far from underground palace, how could she not spare you?" As soon as these words came out, fear instantly appeared in the man's eyes. She planted a Guai Chao in my sea of consciousness. If I don't bring her daughter back, that Guai Chao will absorb all my life essence chi, eat me alive. I don't want die." "Senior, if don't believe, can check," as spoke, deep within the man's eyes flashed an imperceptible strange light. "A Guai Chao?" Chen Changan's slightly narrowed eyes. The man nodded. "Senior, if don't believe, can investigate my sea of consciousness." Chen Changan wasted no words. Investigated the man's sea of consciousness, sure enough saw the Guai Chao in his sea of consciousness. That Guai Chao grew in the very center of the man's sea of consciousness, presenting an eerie red color. Appearing very strange, just suddenly, the man smiled strangely. Sudden change occurred in sea of consciousness. That Guai Chao suddenly shot out dazzling eerie light, actually grew countless roots, spreading towards Chen Changan, taking root and sprouting in Chen Changan's sea of consciousness. Man laughed loudly. "Senior, now your body also planted with Guai Chao. Is that so?" Chen Changan lightly said, completely disregarded the Guai Chao already rooted and sprouted in his sea of consciousness. "Put it out of mind," man sneered. "Zi Chao comes from abyss, named Konggun Chao. Zi Chao obeys Mu Chao. Inside your body is precisely Zi Chao. Now your life is in my control. As long as I want, let you live you live. Let you die. So now obediently listen my words. Don't think your strength stronger than mine allows you to be arrogant and smug." The man felt great satisfaction. The youth before him was extremely powerful. Now planted with Kong Hun Chao, is his own slave. Listen his command in future. Do whatever told, then bring white-haired girl back. Obtain mother's rewarded Xin Yuan. Sure, break through Wanfa Jing, that's a certain matter. Coldly looked at Chen Changan sitting on chair, snorted coldly, "Is that place you should sit? Still not quickly get up, move chair behind me." But Chen Changan just coldly looked at him sitting on chair, unmoving like mountain. Man frowned. Gaze cold. "Seems you don't know Kong Hun Chao's power, then don't blame me, know that. Back then he by that heavenly beautiful white-haired woman, planted with Kong Hun Chao, disobeyed her command. Suffered inhuman torture, made him wish for death, suffering unspeakably. Today also let this fellow before eyes, witness Kong Hun Chao's power. Then this fellow will obediently listen, Chen Changan lightly said. If think can control me just relying on a small grass, then to look down on people. You can try, man furious, good, you arrogant enough, let's see how long you arrogant for. After speaking, man directly activated Kong Han Chao and Sea of Consciousness, instantly. The Zi Chao within Chen Changan's body received summon, like hedgehog, grew countless sharp spikes. And these sharp spikes torture not physical body, but divine soul, in an instant. Chen Changan felt his divine soul fiercely pierced by billions sharp spikes. Pain incomparably, Chen Changan face pale, but eyes revealed surprised joy. Know that besides needing body refining, must also refine soul, but soul refining far harder than body refining. Didn't expect this Kong Han Chao actually has soul refining effect. He cultivated Tiandi Zhao Waju. Enduring its torture, continuously tempering soul, Chen Changan could feel his divine soul strengthened somewhat, although pain experienced the soul refining far surpassed body refining. As for the man, looked at Chen Changan like looking at monster, this fellow lunatic? Know that Kong Han Chao's torture on divine soul is simply unbearable for people. Chen Changan actually could withstand. Seeing this situation, killing light appeared in man's eyes. Very good, since so, then don't blame me impolite. He controlled Zi Chao through Mu Chao to devour Chen Changan's life force, wanting take Chen Changan's life. And this made Chen Changan unhappy. He wanted soul refining. But you fellow actually want take my life. Truly don't know life death, Chen Changan snorted coldly. Didn't refine soul anymore, in an instant, suppressed the Kong Han Chao and Sea of Consciousness. The man's face changed greatly, looking like saw ghost. You actually can suppress Kong Han Chao? Chen Changan lightly said, is this very difficult? The man saw Kong Han Chao. Had no use against Chen Changan, knew himself simply couldn't threaten Chen Changan. Quickly begged for mercy, Chen Changan didn't respond, just raised finger point. The man simply couldn't resist. Killed by Chen Changan's one finger point, just then, from the man's Sea of Consciousness. That Kong Han Chao mother image? Kong Han Chao burned, gradually condensed into a woman's figure. Chen Changan watched, recognized the woman before eyes, was precisely back then with Granny Rong. The white-haired woman battled an underground palace, white-haired woman expression cold, watched Chen Changan. Spoke, didn't expect Kong Han Chao useless against you, who are you? Chen Changan looked at this white-haired woman. Her appearance very similar Xiaobai, figure hazy, graceful figure, could be called heavenly beautiful. Presumably when Xiaobai grows up, definitely no worse than this white-haired woman, Chen Changan said. You ask who I am? Who are you? Bai Yin Wang Zhu, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing said, I already found my daughter through Zi Chao, she is now in your hands. Hope you can return my daughter to me. Chen Changan smiled, you say Xiaobai is your daughter? Bai Ningbing frowned, Xiaobai? Such an ugly name, my daughter called Bai Ji. Turned out called Bai Ji, indeed a good name, but Bai Ji I entrusted by friend. Cannot hand her over to you for care, Bai Ningbing said, you mean that old woman? Chen Changan nodded, naturally, Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, she kidnapped my daughter. Merely wanted borrow my hand enter abyss, and now I already reached cooperation with her. Sent her to abyss, after she comes out, will return daughter to me, went to abyss? Chen Changan surprised, heard abyss extremely dangerous, various abyss race formidable terrifying. Granny Rong ran to those abyss race territories, slightest carelessness means mortal danger. After speaking, Chen Changan used divine eye searched around underground palace. Really didn't find Granny Rong's trace, seems truly as Granny Rong said. Went to abyss, Chen Changan frowned, asked Bai Ningbing, why she go abyss? Bai Ningbing shook head, don't know, then, Bai Ningbing added, she entrusted Bai Ji your care. Naturally trusts you, I see she okay, heart relieved quite bit, hope during this time. You can take good care Bai Ji, must not let anything happen her, Chen Changan said, with me here. She won't have any trouble. Bai Ningbing however shook head, your strength though not weak, but matter not simple as you imagine. Yinling Sizhu continuously searching Bai Ji's whereabouts, so I brought her out abyss. Hide in underground palace, but Yinling Sizhu side already got news Bai Ji, sending people everywhere search her. This matter concerns her life death, since you unwilling return Bai Ji my side. Hope you can protect her well, Bai Ningbing said solemnly. Chen Changan didn't expect this Bai Ningbing appear just say these words. Found it interesting, Bai Ningbing added, if you need find me, can contact me through the Kong Han Chao in your Sea of Consciousness. As long as you can protect Bai Ji, whatever request you have feel free mention. What can be done I satisfy you as much as possible, Chen Changan said, since so, you have any good lifespan increasing things? I protect your daughter, as repayment. You casually find me some lifespan increasing items. Bai Ningbing slightly smiled, lifespan increasing items ma? This thing though precious, but I know several kinds oh, Chen Changan surprised. He originally just casually mentioned, didn't expect this Bai Ningbing really knew several kinds. Bai Ningbing said, in abyss, is a Sheng Ming Xianquan, if drink one mouthful, can increase lifespan 100 years, if you can take good care my daughter, after matter ends. I will gift you one bottle Sheng Ming Xianquan, good. Chen Changan very happy, didn't expect taking care Xiao Bai could actually obtain a bottle Sheng Ming Xianquan increasing lifespan 100 years, actually not bad. Bai Ningbing said, if you have anything else, feel free use the Kong Han Chao in your sea of consciousness. Contact me is fine, no problem. Afterwards, Bai Ningbing's virtual image dissipated before Chen Changan's eyes. Chen Changan waved hand, annihilated man's corpse to ashes. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded, Sir, why didn't you use Shou Shui Shengong? Refine that fellow's corpse, Shou Shui? Don't you want increased lifespan? Turned out it was Shou Shui Mozen slumbered many days, after devouring several bummy Jing cult leaders. An expert's divine soul's power finally awakened today. Listening Shou Shui Mozen's voice full of vigor, seems divine soul recovered quite bit. Chen Changan said, you awake? Shou Shui Mozen respectfully said, many thanks sir. Let me devour several experts' divine souls, now my divine soul recovered quite bit. Back then in Lanhua village, Shou Shui Mozen personally witnessed Chen Changan's power. Powerful easy, killed the several cult leaders sent by Shitua Jiao and Jin family. Especially Chen Changan, back then refining level 1 Shou Shui, facing that terrifying thunder tribulation. Easily blocked, even destroyed thunder tribulation, this revealed tip of iceberg strength. Made Shou Shui Mozen shocked, heart pounding incessantly, towards Chen Changan also more wary odd. Now just woke from slumber, thinking must hold tight Sir Chen Changan's thigh. Then my restoration has hope Chen Changan said, level 1 Shou Shui only increase lifespan 100 years. Now I rely level 1 Shou Shui increase lifespan 25 years, can still increase lifespan 75 years. This matter no hurry, your divine soul now recovered quite bit. Can recall other Shou Shui refinement techniques? Shou Shui Mozen said, now. Recalled level 2 Shou Shui refinement method, I immediately transmit this refinement method sir. But at this time Chen Changan however snorted coldly, directly grabbed Shou Shui Mozen's divine soul. Shou Shui Mozen only felt great terror descend, terrified incomparably, sir, you what doing? I want entire Shou Shui Shengong. Shou Shui Mozen hurriedly said, sir, I also want give Shou Shui Shengongs. All Shou Shui refinement methods you, just now I also only just awakened. Level 1 and level 2 Shou Shui refinement methods, Chen Changan just coldly looked Shou Shui Mozen. Is that so? Shou Shui Mozen swallowed hard, sir, I won't deceive you, truly so. Now as Chen Changan's physical body strengthens, control over invincible cultivation also becomes more adept. He didn't believe Shou Shui Mozen didn't know all Shou Shui refinement methods and entire Shou Shui Shengong. Him doing this, just to use Shou Shui refinement methods threaten him. And this kind threat precisely what Chen Changan disliked, just right now through that Kong Han Chao. Made own divine soul strengthen quite bit, also through invincible cultivation strengthen own divine soul. Use this conduct soul search on Shou Shui Mozen, see if truly as this Shou Shui Mozen said. He only awakened level 1 and level 2 Shou Shui refinement methods, but when Chen Changan conducted soul search on Shou Shui Mozen, his face however changed, showed stern look. Suddenly divine soul turned into streak light, charged towards Chen Changan's sea of consciousness. This Shou Shui Mozen actually still thinking possessed Chen Changan. Chen Changan however shook head. Your divine soul although stronger than before, but what use? Last time you couldn't possess. This time naturally also cannot possess. Shou Shui Mozen however snorted coldly, fierce. Last time my divine soul weak, many methods couldn't use, but today divine soul strengthened. Can display many methods, you forced me, watch my Tian Emosher Hyundai Fa. Saw Shou Shui Mozen's divine soul suddenly change, turned into a Taodai, great mouth swallow heaven devour earth. Wanted swallow Chen Changan one bite, but Chen Changan unmoved. Let this Shou Shui Mozen make final death struggle. Shou Shui Mozen swallowed Chen Changan one bite. Then expression solemn, sat cross-legged in pharmacy, delusionally wanting refine Chen Changan, just. No matter how this Shou Shui Mozen tried refine Chen Changan, ultimately couldn't refine Chen Changan. Suddenly his belly cut open by Chen Changan raised finger, Chen Changan slowly walked out. Shou Shui Mozen greatly frightened, knew himself even if divine soul recovered part. Able display many methods, yet simply couldn't do anything Chen Changan. Shou Shui Mozen turned flee, but how could Chen Changan let Shou Shui Mozen escape? Stop. Like heavenly God decree, words become law, Shou Shui Mozen's divine soul completely uncontrollable. Froze stiff on the spot, Shou Shui Mozen watched terrified Chen Changan, step by step approach him. quickly said, Sir, I really only have level 1 level 2 Shoshua refinement methods, didn't deceive. Since didn't deceive, why fear me conduct soul search? Chen Changan lightly spoke. After speaking conducted soul search on Shoshu Emozen, soon soul search ended. Chen Changan said, You indeed deceived me. Shoshu Emozen face like dead ashes. Quickly terrified said, Sir spare me. I just wanted have a life-saving trump card. Didn't want sincerely deceive sir, you and I, if without show Shueshin Gong. Then sir kill me if want kill me, hope sir can understand. But Chen Changan didn't answer Shoshu Emozen's words, this fellow not good person. Keeping beside him ultimately a scourge, and himself always spared his life. Also just to obtain the show Shueshin Gong in his hands, and just now soul search. He already obtained what he wanted, naturally no need keep Shoshu Emozen alive. Thought moved, Shoshu Emozen's divine soul instantly annihilated to ashes. Shoshu Emozen's divine soul annihilated, thus truly died. Chen Changan slightly narrowed eyes. Used divine brain, comprehend that just through soul search obtained complete version show Shueshin Gong. Not long after, Chen Changan comprehended this show Shueshin Gong mostly. Sharp light instantly shot from eyes, no wonder before I used divine brain. Explore level 1 Shoshue method, always felt something not right. This fellow indeed ill-intentioned, using cultivator life force refine Shoshue. Just show Shueshin Gong's lowest level method, damages physical body, true show Shueshin Gong. Is through worlds mountains rivers, essence energy in earth, refine Shoshue. 100 benefits no harm, have time, can try this show Shueshin Gong's true method. After finishing all this, Chen Changan used Chinbu step out. Whole person disappeared from Jiokang Pharmacy, next moment Chen Changan appeared outside Zuaxian Lu. Entered Zuaxian Lu, Zhong Linger and Xiaobai already obediently sat before dining table. Waiting Chen Changan's arrival, especially Xiaobai looked east-west. Especially seeing waiter continuously bring up fragrant, delicious dishes perfect color smell taste, couldn't help drooling, her small face blushed. Somewhat embarrassed, quickly wiped drool corner mouth, asked Zhong Linger beside. Sister, when brother come? Zhong Linger whispered, brother has things handle. Come soon, if you hungry, we order some dishes first. Xiaobai shook head, no. We wait brother come eat together. Just then Chen Changan already walked before table. Xiaobai and Zhong Linger's pretty eyes both lit up. Chen Changan smiled, silly girl. Still standing stunned what? Whatever want eat just order, definitely don't be polite. Xiaobai and Zhong Linger ordered few dishes from menu, somewhat reserved. Chen Changan said, this bit how enough you eat? Two girls' pretty faces blushed again. Zhong Linger pouted, brother, we not pigs, enough eat, not enough. Not enough. Chen Changan picked up menu, waiter, this, also this. Everything I ordered bring serving, the waiter looked Chen Changan. Ordered over 10 Zuaxian Lu signature dishes, startled, this person before eyes rich ordered so much, couldn't help respectfully reminded, customer, if just 3 you eat, these dishes won't be too much? Afraid can't finish, Chen Changan however didn't care. Moreover he now body refining, appetite far incomparable before, if can't finish just pack it. Quickly serve dishes, I hungry, okay, customer wait moment, just while waiting dishes process. Chen Changan asked Xiaobai, what you still remember? Xiaobai blinked eyes. Seemed didn't understand Chen Changan's words, brother what? Remember what? Seems haven't recovered memory. Chen Changan then smiled, your mother still remember? Mother? Xiaobai murmured, seemed trying hard recall, but finally still couldn't remember. Shook head said, brother, I don't know, how come can't remember mother at all? Chen Changan sighed, Granny Rome's methods truly formidable. Seems she won't recall her identity anytime soon. Don't know what happened when she recalls everything. Chen Changan rather curious. Bai Ningbing mentioned that Yinling Si Zhu will send which people deal him? Underground Palace 6th level. Within palace surrounded magma, Bai Ningbing opened eyes flashed light. He murmured self, didn't expect even Kong Han Shao useless against him. What realm this person's strength reached exactly? But stronger he is, better for Bai Ji. Originally Bai Ningbing worried Bai Ji, wanted bring Bai Ji back, convenient protect her. But through Kong Han Shao, he saw Chen Changan taking care of Bai Ji quite well, and his own strength not weak. Able protect Bai Ji, leave her Chen Changan's side. Perhaps safer than staying her side. Just then, huge roaring sound came from outside palace, then a white bone giant serpent rolled over magma sea fire. Bai Ji. Palace? Bai Ningbing frowned, whole person figure flashed, appeared outside palace. Indifferently watched the black-robed man standing on white bone giant serpent. Yin Jiao? Bai Ningbing expression grave, Yin Jiao chuckled, Bai Ningbing, so you hid here. Truly made me search hard, as spoke, Ean Jo's divine sense already spread this peace heaven earth. Smile on face instantly retracted, coldly questioned, where you hide Saintus? Quickly hand over Saintus. By Ningbing expression cold, dream on. Ean Jo snorted coldly. By Ningbing, Saintus though your daughter, but she shoulders entire abyss's heavy responsibility. You want to pose entire abyss? By Ningbing unwilling, expression furious, imitating anger? Good one abyss heavy responsibility, yet use my daughter's life pave way. I tell you, impossible. Don't know what's good. Wait I suppress you first, then slowly search her trace. She can't escape. Ean Jo's voice chilling, revealing ruthlessness, after speaking from this Ean Jo's body. Astonishing killing intent erupted, like stone splitting heaven open. Stormy waves swept this magma sea fire, entire body filled terrifying. Fierce cold sword chi, turned into 10,000 sword lights, brilliant incomparably, killing towards By Ningbing. By Ningbing not showed weakness, raised right hand, saw her smooth jade right palm center. Ancient profound rune condensed, inside contained infinite sword intent. Instantly rune erupted 10,000 Zhang brilliance, rushed out jade white flying sword. By Ningbing held jade white flying sword, raised hand swept, rushed out infinite sword chi, clashed that Ean Jo's sword light together, emitting clanging loud noises, violent sounds, sword light flew shooting. Destroyed heaven earth, shattered everything, even destroyed palace below. But didn't expect By Ningbing's strength formidable, raise hand lift foot killing chi fierce. Sword moves even more peerless sharp, sword light clanging, filled firmament, killed that Ean Jo retreating step by step. By Ningbing indifferent, just you also want suppress me? You dare harbor ill intentions towards my daughter? Today we'll kill you. By Ningbing's sword speed faster, each sword slash out. Shattered void, fierce killing intent like surging river rushing forth. Looked Ean Jo's life in danger, he suddenly, strange laugh echoed firmament. By Ningbing face changed greatly, stopped attack Ean Jo, whole person couldn't help retreating back. Angrily shouted, roll out. She formed hand seal cast spell, quickly. Forced out yellow light shadow from her sea of consciousness, that yellow light shadow looked closely. Actually a strange scarecrow, no facial features, seeing this strange scarecrow. By Ningbing's face unsightly extreme, she never expected this fellow actually stealthily. Hid her sea of consciousness, if not actively exposed, still wouldn't know. Ean Jo face slightly pale, side relief, but face revealed scheming smile. Smiled smugly, By Ningbing, you didn't expect right? Then Ean Jo asked strange scarecrow. Gui Dao, can find Saintus whereabouts from her memory? Gui Dao said, found you. This Gui Dao is among Abyss race's Daoren clan, movements strange, elusive. Even possesses talent divine ability infiltrate enemy sea of consciousness. Ean Jo eagerly asked, where's she? This made By Ningbing pretty eyes widen angrily, voice slightly trembled, angrily rebuked, Gui Dao, if you dare say. I definitely kill you. Destroy your Daoren clan. After speaking By Ningbing whole person turned into streak white light, killed towards Gui Dao, watching Gui Dao movement strange. Quickly escaped avoided By Ningbing's killing move, Gui Dao however coldly smiled. By Ningbing, my Daoren clan has Ean Ling Si Zhu protection. By Yi clan can't do anything my Daoren clan, after speaking. Gui Dao said Ean Jo, I already probed his memory, Saintus no longer in underground palace, as soon as these words came out. Ean Jo frowned, not an underground palace? Then where? Could it be secretly taken back abyss by him? Gui Dao however shook head, Saintus now in Dichong Xiu Xianjia. Just outside underground palace not far away city, protected by a human cultivator. Ean Jo face changed greatly, Saintus entered Dichong Xiu Xianjia? The heavenly Dao laws there. But thinking something, Ean Jo also relieved, Saintus different from us. She indeed can stay Dichong Xiu Xianjia, just afraid she cannot use power pen? Within abyss. Then Ean Jo frowned, By Ningbing, didn't expect you quite clever. No send Saintus Dichong Xiu Xianjiego, but you think this makes abyss helpless? You too naive. By Ningbing didn't speak, just those pair pretty eyes suddenly widened, tears flowed down. Instantly killing chi swept across, filled entire heaven earth, strange small grasses condensed void. Each small grass released boundless killing intent, made Ean Jo and Gui Dao souls tremble. Felt suffocated, too terrified shouted, not good. This woman wants use abyss forbidden art. Run run run. Two almost used fastest speed run away. But quickly submerged by boundless killing intent, but just then, aged cough sounded, distant skeleton great rock flew over. Spread sky covering great wings, instantly, fierce wind blew, saved Ean Jo and Gui Dao? By Ningbing's face changed, looked that skeleton great rock. Hint wary look appeared pretty eyes, could only hatefully unwillingly glance in Jiao and Gui Dao's shadows. Turned leave, skeleton Great Rock watched by Ningbing leave, didn't stop in Jiao and Gui Dao. Survived disaster, successively knelt bowed, pay respects Peng Diran. Many thanks Peng Diran saving lives. Skeleton Great Rock lightly said, have Saintus whereabouts? Gui Dao quickly said, yes. Peng Diran, now Saintus taken Dichong Xiao Xian Jiego. Skeleton Great Rock eyes shot sharp light, no matter what price pay. Must bring Saintus back. Understood. In Jiao and Gui Dao quickly respectfully responded. Zuixian Lu, Chen Changan drank tea, face smiling. Watched Zhong Linger and Xiaobai enjoying delicacies, following him eat well drink well. He didn't mistreat anyone, Xiaobai eat slower, nobody snatching from you, Xiaobai face blushed. Thinking this eating posture somewhat ungraceful, slightly eat slower, more ladylike, however. She really never eaten such delicacies? Just then, Kong Hun Chao Chen Changan's sea of consciousness moved, shone brightly, Chen Changan thought moved. Through Kong Hun Chao received by Ningbing's transmission, Yin Ling Sizu already know. Bai Ji is with you, please must protect her well, Chen Changan said, trivial matter. Hope so, Chen Changan asked again, right, if I want use this Kong Hun Chao soul refining. How do? Bai Ningbing said, I teach you technique. You can use this Kong Hun Chao soul refining, also through Kong Hun Chao control others. After all, not everyone like you monster, actually can suppress Kong Hun Chao. Chen Changan lightly smiled, didn't explain. Bai Ningbing asked again, my daughter what doing? Eating, sweet sour pork ribs, braised pork knuckles, braised prawns. Chen Changan listed dish names. He seemed here Bai Ningbing drooling, these you eaten? Bai Ningbing said, no. Abyss weak prey strong, able fill stomach enough. Unlike you human race side research delicacies aspect, Bai Ji able eat human delicacies. I very happy, Chen Changan lightly smiled, so speaking. You lived hard life Abyss, indeed pitiful AI. Bai Ningbing sighed, afterwards Chen Changan chatted few sentences Bai Ningbing. About Yin Ling Sizu news then broke contact, also from Bai Ningbing's mouth. Chen Changan learned Yin Ling Sizu's power, his strongest clan among Abyss race. Strength formidable, countless experts, all alone, Yin Ling Sizu. Allied major Abyss races, wanting enter de Chong Xiao Xianjie. Unfortunately Sibei Sen Di's seal still there, made Abyss side helpless, could only slowly grind. Spent thousands tens thousands years time, only grind away part Sibei Sen Di's seal. Let Abyss power able erode, this also why. Large part underground palace occupied Abyss race, all in all. Bai Ningbing requested Chen Changan must protect Bai Ji well. After breaking contact Bai Ningbing, Chen Changan looked Xiaobai currently licking corner mouth. He secretly thought, listen her tone. Xiaobai seems related destroying Sibei Sen Di's seal, Yong? So Yin Ling Sizu try every means get her, but Chen Changan however, shook head, this has little do me, as long as Xiaobai beside me, besides Granny Rong. Nobody can take her, this Yin Ling Sizu, absolutely don't provoke me, otherwise consequences bear yourself off. Just then Zhong Linger and Xiaobai finished eating, unladylike burped. Xiaobai Linger, full? Full. Zhong Linger playfully stuck out tongue. Xiaobai looked Chen Changan, brother, next time I still can come eat? Chen Changan said, if you like eat, anytime come eat okay, thank you brother. Xiaobai's pair pretty eyes flashed happy light, let's go home. Currently Chen Changan's body cultivation realm broke through first tier. Late stage, distance body cultivator second tier getting closer. So he very looked forward his change after breaking through second tier, after returning Jiukong Pharmacy. Again began his body refining routine. Suddenly, courtyard corner transmitted rustling sounds. Then Shu San poked out head, Xiaobai startled by suddenly appearing Shu San. Sister Linger, such big rat. Zhong Linger giggled, that's brother's pet, called Shu San. Shu San grinned greeted Zhong Linger, Miss Linger, long time no see, you getting prettier. Beside this cute sister who? Zhong Linger said, this is Sister Xiaobai. Shu San greeted Xiaobai, then came beside Chen Changan currently body refining. Respectfully said, Master, subordinate has matter report. Chen Changan opened eyes. Puzzled looked Shu San, what matter? Speak, Shu San said, Master. Subordinate treasure hunting Wanhua Chang, sensed Badeo Men's treasury. Has one already mature Gulongwa, wanted bring Gulongwa back master. But saw Lin Lei Badeo Men's dungeon, as soon as these words came out. Chen Changan instantly frowned, Lin Lei didn't go visit relatives? How appear Badeo Men's dungeon? What happened? Shu San shook head, Badeo Men's dungeon heavily guarded, subordinate couldn't sneak inside. Also don't know what happened. Chen Changan gaze turned ice cold, Badeo Men? Chen Changan opened divine eye, eyes golden light flashed, saw through 10,000 li mountains rivers. saw Wanhua Chang tens thousands li away. As for entire Wanhua Chang, all belonged Badao men's territory. Chen Changan through divine eye investigated everything, quickly. Found Lin Lei imprisoned Badao men dungeon. Upon seeing Lin Lei's current appearance, eyes instantly shot killing intent, courting death. Badao men's prison. Saw Lin Lei alone imprisoned inside, yet didn't see Han Xiaolu's trace. Chen Changan again used divine eye, searched within Badao men. Quickly Chen Changan found Han Xiaolu's trace. At this time Han Xiaolu was staying. Lavishly decorated pavilion Badao men, at this time her expression sorrowful, showing sadness despair, a youth plain clothes scar face. Coldly smiled watching Han Xiaolu, fully smug, as if this scar youth eyes. This Han Xiaolu lamb waiting slaughter, simply couldn't escape his Wuzishan five-finger mountain. And this scar youth precisely Badao men's young master Zhou Xiaodao. As for why Han Xiaolu and Lin Lei suddenly fell Zhou Xiaodao's hands, must start Han Xiaolu taking Lin Lei her hometown visit relatives. Han Xiaolu's hometown is this Wanhua Song myriad flower bush, yet didn't expect to just arrive this Wanhua Chang, encountered this Zhou Xiaodao. This Zhou Xiaodao is Badao men's young master, originally arrogant lawless person. In the city, any woman he fancied, none could escape his demonic claws. Upon seeing Han Xiaolu, this Zhou Xiaodao fancied this woman, delusionally wanting to possess her. Lin Lei's cultivation was originally weak, suppressed in a few moves, also because Zhou Xiaodao this person had a hobby, forcing women, but in bed, didn't like forcing, instead liked the other party. Willingly offer themselves, so Zhou Xiaodao after forcing women, often uses their family members threaten, make them obediently submit, so this also why Lin Lei wasn't directly killed by Zhou Xiaodao, he wanted use Lin Lei. Force Han Xiaolu obey obediently, so didn't take Lin Lei's life. Just suppressed then imprisoned dungeon, naturally no life danger. Chen Changan quietly left inside Lin Lei's body that Shang Saifu wasn't activated, just then. Only heard Zhou Xiaodao coldly speak threaten, little beauty, tonight's matter considered clearly? This young master's patience is limited, this young master already gave you 1 day consider. If you still haven't decided, then this young master only kill your lover. Then force myself upon you, these words ice-cold threat. Made Han Xiaolu delicate body tremble, eyes red tears already, like pearls broken string. Falling down pitter-patter, truly made people feel pity, she despaired heartbroken. Was about marry brother Lei, yet suddenly encountered such disaster, she rather die than let this villain before I succeed. Just brother Lei's safety, this villain keep his word? Release brother Lei? Han Xiaolu coldly said, brother Lei is Tianwu City Lord's mansion person. If you dare harm him kill him, City Lord's mansion won't spare you. Zhou Xiaodao however sneered scornfully, just Chu family only, this young master even if kill your lover. You think Chu family can do what this young master? Afraid don't even dare fart once. My Badao men's strength not something this Chu family can contend with, who dares provoke my Badao men? Outcome only one, death. Hearing Zhou Xiaodao's arrogant words, Han Xiaolu faced deathly pale, completely despaired, hands hung limply, distraught. Couldn't speak a word long time, Zhou Xiaodao lightly said, this young master said, as long as you nod. Tonight after you attend bed, serve me comfortably. I immediately release your lover, and reward him 1,000 spirit stones. This young master towards him is great kindness, Han Xiaolu eyes red, tightly bit lips. Delicate body trembled, Zhou Xiaodao just sinisterly smiled watching her, he knew Han Xiaolu couldn't refuse. Using her closest person threaten, force submission, this trick he 100 times tried never failed. Now Zhou Xiaodao just need quietly wait, Han Xiaolu not agree is fine. Tens thousands li away Jiukang pharmacy, Chen Changan finished watching all this, his expression ice cold. Good one Badao men. Shu San beside anxiously said, Master, quickly go Wanhua Chung trip. Subordinate afraid late, Lin Lei afraid life danger, Chen Changan didn't answer. Shu San said Zhong Linger, you take care Xiao Bai, I go out trip. After speaking Chen Changan raised finger swiped void before eyes. Made Shu San extremely horrified scene appeared, void before eyes. Actually directly swiped open spatial rift by Chen Changan stepped inside. Shu San saw this, quickly followed behind Chen Changan, entered spatial rift. Quickly spatial rift vanished without trace, meanwhile. Just Badao men's lavishly decorated pavilion, suddenly void trembled. Han Xiaolu and Zhou Xiaodao both felt it, looked towards trembling void piece. Then saw one person one rat walk out from spatial rift. Upon seeing walking out green-robed youth, Han Xiaolu stunned. Pair-eyes filled disbelief, Changan. Chen Changan walked out spatial rift. Arrived pavilion, Shu San also followed arrived, upon discovering. Himself actually appeared tens thousands li away Badao men, Shu San very shocked, sucked cold breath. Master's methods truly terrifying, casually torn open spatial rift leads tens thousands li away. That, Zhou Xiaodao looked suddenly appeared pavilion Chen Changan, instantly frowned. Head? Who are you? But upon seeing closely followed behind Chen Changan Shu San, Zhou Xiaodao eyes suddenly brightened, disbelief. This your jinseng Shu? As Badao Men's young master, not unlearned, actually recognized Shu San instantly. Zhou Xiaodao's expression became greedy. No sure jinseng Shu. Possesses top-tier immortal demon bloodline among demon race, potential extraordinary. And sure jinseng Shu possesses powerful treasure hunting talent. This heaven-earth almost over 90% heavenly materials earthly treasures. Cannot escape sure jinseng Shu's treasure hunting perception, cultivation world. This sure jinseng Shu comparable living treasure trove, if Badao men can obtain this sure jinseng Shu, can obtain inexhaustible heavenly materials earthly treasures. Shu San long accustomed Zhou Xiaodao this kind gaze, as long as identity recognized. Almost every cultivator show this kind gaze, but Shu San not afraid. He has a formidable strength master, he won't snatch him from master's side? He dream on. So Shu San faced Zhou Xiaodao's greedy gaze, snorted. Proudly held head high, seemed say Zhou Xiaodao, little punk, what you looking at? Zhou Xiaodao eyes darkened, a beast. Actually dare use this kind gaze look him? Courting death. Chen Changan suddenly appeared, just like Ding Haishan in general. Although Han Xiaolu knew Chen Changan very strong, but don't know why. Gave Han Xiaolu sense security. Han Xiaolu said, Changan, you how come here? Chen Changan slightly smiled, said, heard Shu San say you encountered trouble, anxiously rushed over. Is this fellow before eyes want force you? Seeing Chen Changan not answer him, treat him like air. Instead chatted Han Xiaolu, this simply not put him eyes. Zhou Xiaodao face instantly livid, furious, stinking kid. You courting death. His body emitted killing chi, directly killed towards Chen Changan. This Zhou Xiaodao is Badao men young master naturally not that kind strawbag. Own strength also not weak, also has Ming Quan Jing cultivation among young generation. Also considered outstanding formidable character, but before Chen Changan. This kind strength simply not enough see. Chen Changan coldly looked him, just one look. Made Zhou Xiaodao feel struck lightning, felt great terror, his face deathly pale. Heart like grasped forcefully giant hand, made him almost suffocate, next moment puff sound. Zhou Xiaodao's heart actually couldn't bear Chen Changan's gaze, self-exploded. Ah! Zhou Xiaodao let out painful miserable scream, expression ferocious, painfully knelt ground. Young master, what's wrong you? Suddenly, grey-robed middle-aged man appeared before Zhou Xiaodao. Anxiously helped him up. This person's strength not weak, actually possessed Wanfa Jing cultivation. Unexpectedly as Xiao Jinjuan. He Zhou Xiaodao's Dao protector, hidden dark. Responsible protecting Zhou Xiaodao's safety, yet never expected Zhou Xiaodao actually suddenly had heart explode. Even he couldn't stop it, inevitably anxious extremely, if Zhou Xiaodao something happened. How he faced Zhou Xiaodao mother's anger. Zhou Xiaodao face ferocious pained. His right hand tightly clutched chest, scratched fiercely, Li Shu. Kill him. Li Shu nodded. Coldly looked Chen Changan, wasted no words, just raised hand grabbed, instantly. From surrounding heaven earth emerged cold sharp sword chi, blink eye sharp sword chi formed. Turned into a solemn killing shaped treasured sword, the treasured sword released astonishing sword chi, the sword chi vast. Even materialized tens thousands fierce beasts monsters, ferociously roared. Seemed as long as this Li Shu waved sword, then tens thousands fierce evil spirits would instantly rush out treasured sword, completely slaughter enemy before eyes. Li Shu's eyes, this Chen Changan already dead person. Blame him offended person shouldn't offended, Li Shu waved sword. Shu. Blood red sword light slashed out, turned into blood red torrent, rushed Chen Changan. Chen Changan expressionless, just raised hand waved, instantly this blood red sword light wiped out. Li Shu saw Chen Changan attack blocked his own offensive, instantly changed expression. He originally didn't put Chen Changan eyes, thought his strength mediocre. But now his own offensive as Xiao Jinjuan easily blocked this fellow. This enough proved Chen Changan's strength extraordinary, not simple as looked. Li Shu expression became serious up, displayed powerful sword Dao divine ability. Infinite sword chi filled entire pavilion, seemed want to destroy everything. Han Xiaolu whole person face pale, at this moment he very shocked, just now Li Shu drew sword moment. He very worried Chen Changan's safety, after all Han Xiaolu knew from brother Lei. This good brother his cultivation not strong, heard even weakest Yang Xiejing couldn't break through. No talent magic cultivation, could only walk body cultivation path, now became body cultivator. He just became body cultivator, facing Zhou Xiaodao's Dao protector, how possibly his opponent? That Li Shu just casual slash sword strike easily take Chen Changan life. But didn't expect Chen Changan actually easily block Li Shu this sword strike. So this made Han Xiaolu seem very baffled. When did Chen Changan become so powerful? Even Zhou Xiaodao's Dao Protector's attack could block, and looked still very relaxed. Now Li Shu treated seriously, sword chi ravaged, sharp peerless, destroying everything. Although not aimed Han Xiaolu, but Han Xiaolu felt kind. Skin cut raw pain feeling by sword chi, inevitably terrified heart, he worried looked Chen Changan. Although Chen Changan just now blocked Li Shu's incoming sword strike. But now facing Li Shu displaying sword Dao divine ability, he can block? Chen Changan expression appeared very calm. Couldn't see any fear worry towards Li Shu, whole person composed. He stepped out one step, like invisible barrier. Blocked all those sharp sword chi outside, let alone body injured. Even green robe war wasn't cut slightest thread by sword chi. This scene made Li Shu pupils suddenly shrink. Next moment Chen Changan stepped out one step. Instantly appeared before Li Shu. Even this Li Shu Xiao Jinjuan couldn't react time. Chen Changan's right hand pinched Li Shu's throat, accompanied crack sounds. He already suffocated couldn't breathe, struggled terrified Chen Changan's hand, yet never thought. Li Shu even with Wanfa Jing strength, Chen Changan's hand simply couldn't break free. Instead felt terrifying boundless power emerged Chen Changan body. Suppressed him dead completely, Li Shu terrified, Zhou Xiaodao beside expression horrified. Chen Changan looked Li Shu struggling terrified his hand. Sneered, just you also want kill me? Li Shu still struggled mightily, but all futile. Chen Changan hand squeezed hard, only heard crisp crack sound. Li Shu's throat crushed, simultaneously Chen Changan also used invincible cultivation. Directly wiped out his divine soul, this Dao protector for Zhou Xiaodao Xiao Jinjuan. Blink eye time, became cold corpse, Chen Changan casually threw before Zhou Xiaodao, but Han Xiaolu widened eyes watched the scene. Seen before eyes already overturned his cognition, how could never imagine. Chen Changan actually this formidable? What exactly going on? Am I dreaming? Han Xiaolu murmured heart. As for Zhou Xiaodao, at this moment his expression equally shocked incomparably. At this time stared blankly Li Shu's corpse, couldn't speak word. He originally thought Li Shu definitely killed Chen Changan, yet never thought. Instead Chen Changan easily killed Li Shu. This seemingly very young, just teenager boy, could actually be Wanfa Jing true monarch? Zhou Xiaodao couldn't figure out. Chen Changan looked Zhou Xiaodao, this time Zhou Xiaodao dared not arrogant anymore. Expression instantly became pale, even voice became somewhat trembled. He quickly spoke, I am Badao Men's young master. My mother Ling Xianzong's elder. You cannot kill me. This Badao Men's strength though strong, Hazhou considered first-rate power. But Ling Xianzong different, this not Hazhou power, but Shazhou's power. But its foundation extremely formidable, has tens thousands years history, even once rumored. Upper realm immortals visited its sect, this Ling Xianzong entire De Chong Xiu Xianjia, also ranked front transcendent great power, far incomparable Hazhou's De Ri Huang Chao. Regarding this Ling Xianzong illustrious fame, Chen Changan naturally heard, didn't expect. This Zhou Xiaodao actually that Ling Xianzong's elder son, but so what? Let alone this Zhou Xiaodao, just Ling Xianzong's elder son, even if he Ling Xianzong's young sect master. If provoked Chen Changan, also hard escape death, Chen Changan also didn't speak. Just raised finger towards Zhou Xiaodao, instantly shot out power aurora from his fingertip. Want kill Zhou Xiaodao, but just this life-death moment. Saw Zhou Xiaodao neck rushed out purple lightning demon serpent rushed out jade pendant. Released terrifying demon might, protected Zhou Xiaodao behind. Only heard this purple lightning demon serpent speak human language, who dares harm master's son. This purple lightning demon serpent's strength far stronger than Zhou Xiaodao's Dao protector. Actually possessed Shang Jinjuan cultivation. Upon appearing, that terrifying demon might permeated entire Badao Men, deterred all disciples elders Badao Men, and Badao Men's secret room. Imposing appearance stalwart man suddenly woke from cultivation, he greatly shocked. This Shuai left Xiaodao's body protecting demon amulet? Purple lightning demon serpent's aura? Unless life danger time, this purple lightning demon serpent absolutely won't appear. AI air how could encounter danger? He probed divine sense, found Zhou Xiaodao's trace, quickly rushed over. Shu San looked this purple lightning demon serpent, he possessed immortal demon bloodline. Abel perceived this purple lightning demon serpent's bloodline level is true demon bloodline. One level lower than his bloodline, but this bloodline even if one level lower. This purple lightning demon serpent's strength however extremely strong. This purple lightning demon serpent actually already cultivated Shang Jinjuan. far stronger than all enemies Chen Changan previously encountered. Okay, but suddenly, this purple lightning demon serpent let out painful roar. Was Chen Changan raised finger strike. Pierced purple lightning demon serpent's body, instantly pierced Zhou Xiaodao's forehead behind purple lightning demon serpent. Pierced bloody hole, strangled his divine soul scattered completely. This kind evil-doing villain, unknown harmed how many innocent women? Killing him just right eliminate evil for people. How could Chen Changan spare him? That purple lightning demon serpent never thought. With itself present, still unable to protect Zhou Xiaodao died. Made this purple lightning demon serpent tremble all over, terrified incomparably. You actually killed Master's son. You know who his mother is? Chen Changan lightly looked this purple lightning demon serpent. Killed, so what? His mother comes. I also kill without fail. You dead certain. After terror, this purple lightning demon serpent furious. No, he ordered protect Zhou Xiaodao. Now Zhou Xiaodao died, he hard escape blame. Return Ling Xianzong also suffer punishment. Now only suppress killer before eyes. Only then slightly make up own mistake. Chen Changan looked this purple lightning demon serpent. Raised hand punched. This punch, purple lightning demon serpent though possessed Shang Jinjuan cultivation, yet still couldn't withstand his body. Bombed Chen Changan one punch, flesh blood splashed. Shu San leaped forward, bit piece snake meat bombed Chen Changan. After eating snake meat, Shu San felt own cultivation strengthened considerably. He looked this purple lightning demon serpent drooling. Shu San thought, if I can eat this purple lightning demon serpent, at least can have Huashan cultivation, right? Purple lightning demon serpent originally planned suppress kill Chen Changan, avenge Master's son. Who knew opponent one punch nearly took its old life. This scared purple lightning demon serpent. Myself at least Shang Jinjuan, logically speaking. Hajou this land can freely roam carefree, right? After all, Hajou among Dechong Xiao Xianjia 26 states, strength only rank middle lower. Resources also not abundant. Damn it, who knew first person just met? So fierce formidable, one punch bombed rotten his large half-snake body. This fellow, could it be Wu Shang Jinjuan? No wonder this fellow this arrogant. But this purple lightning demon serpent not vegetarian either. Blink eye time. His snake body bombed rotten Chen Changan one punch recovered as before. Purple lightning demon serpent said, you strong. Admit you strong. You simply don't know who you provoked. Before Ling Xianzong. Before my master. Your strength simply not enough, see? You dead certain. You wait. Yet didn't expect this purple lightning demon serpent finished harsh words, didn't fight Chen Changan. Instead turned into streak purple light, fled escaping towards distant place, came already, why hide? Chen Changan lightly spoke, raised hand moment, was sky covering sun blocking giant hand evolved out. Appeared out nowhere, grabbed towards fleeing purple lightning demon serpent. That purple lightning demon serpent shouted, let go me. Next moment grabbed back before Chen Changan. The purple lightning demon serpent trembled, shivering, muttering curses. Damn it! How this little master provoke such strong enemy? I not opponent, ah! Damn it, if master here would be good, how allow this fellow arrogant? And Shu San saw Chen Changan grab purple lightning demon serpent back, he excited endlessly. Snake soup, snake soup. Master kill this snake, let Miss Linger stew snake soup drink. This is great supplement medicine snake soup? Actually not bad. As soon as these words came out, purple lightning demon serpent instantly shivered, quickly said, I am Ling Xianzong elder, Lord Wang Xian's demon pet. You cannot eat me. Chen Changan lightly spoke, completely ignored purple lightning demon serpent mentioned Ling Xianzong's elder Wang Xian. Purple lightning demon serpent saw Chen Changan eyes cold, killing chi fierce. These words clearly not slightest false, couldn't help heart trembling, started begging mercy. This young master, myriad waters thousand mountains always feeling, spare my life okay? Shu San beside listened. Sneered endlessly, you shameless snake. Weren't very arrogant just now? Use your master threaten my master? Why now one admit wrong? You continue arrogant, ah! See if my master kill you. Purple lightning demon serpent only then noticed Shu San. Pair snake eyes instantly released light. Purple lightning demon serpent quickly flicked snake tongue. You little rat. Actually possess immortal demon bloodline. If I eat you, my true demon bloodline highly likely get promoted. Chen Changan gave purple lightning demon serpent big slap. You eat one try. Purple lightning demon serpent slapped dizzy Chen Changan. He awkwardly smiled, joking. Please young master don't mind. Just then, distant place flew red light. That stalwart man appeared, from afar saw Zhou Xiaodao's corpse. Instantly stalwart man eyes blood red, let out sorrowful miserable howl. My son! Purple lightning demon serpent saw stalwart man, quickly said, Zhou Long. This fellow killed little master. You still not quickly activate Badao men's sect protecting great array, avenge little master. Zhou Long glared Chen Changan, eyes stared wide, seemed want spurt flames. Dog thing. You dare kill my beloved son. Zhou Long at this time though furious, hair standing on end, but didn't lose head anger, since even Shui Er left beloved son. That purple lightning demon serpent possessing Shang Jinju in cultivation not Chen Changan's opponent, now captured his hand, his cultivation also merely Tian Jinju and haven't broken through. Shang Jinju and even less likely Chen Changan's opponent, so Zhou Long first moment. Activated Badao men's sect protecting great array, no Badao men's this sect protecting great array. Precisely his beloved Shui Er single-handedly created, named Miaju Shi Sha Jin. This Miaju Shi Sha Jin is ancient array formation, killing power extremely terrifying. Killing Wanfa Jing experts like slaughtering chickens dogs simple, let alone Shang Jinjuan. Even those Hajo top combat power Wu Shang Jinjuan. Facing this Miaju Shi Sha Jin deployed Shui Er also hard escape death. Zhou Long took out array talisman form seal, activated Miaju Shi Sha Jin, boom 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 earth violently trembled. Then Badao men sky above, heaven earth changed color, infinite lightning spread everywhere. Almost turned into sea lightning, center sea lightning, appeared huge thunder eye. Thunder eye carried exterminate everything killing intent, coldly stared Chen Changan. Under Zhou Long's control, from thunder eye swept out tens thousands thunder lights. Thunder light extremely terrifying, destroy heaven earth, pierced void, killed towards Chen Changan. At this moment, Badao men's dungeon, Lin lay imprisoned inside. He through very small skylight window watched outside movement, instantly filled shock. Such terrifying killing intent. What happened Badao men? Then Lin Lei's eyes showed worried look, Xiaolu, how you now? Lin Lei hated him hated self too weak, if self strong, how let beloved person fall into Badao men fellow's hands? Self imprisoned, simply couldn't save her. At this moment, seed becoming stronger grew Lin Lei's heart, he wants become stronger. Become very strong. Become able protect people around him, let them not suffer any harm. Xiaolu, you absolutely cannot something happen. If you slightest thing happen, no matter what price pay. I definitely make Badao men pay blood debt blood. But Lin Lei finished saying this sentence, yet felt ridiculous. This weakling's sorrow, can only corner release this kind harsh words, if he's strong enough. At this time, already saved Xiaolu from Badao men hands, Badao men meanwhile. Miaju Shi Sha Jin, thunder eye shot out tens thousands thunder lights killed towards Chen Changan. And purple lightning demon serpent captured Chen Changan hand cursed loudly, Zhou Long you damn pay attention, don't injure me. Zhou Long said solemnly, rest assured, I already controlled this Miaju Shi Sha Jin. Avoided you, won't injure you, only then purple lightning demon serpent slightly relieved. He hummed Chen Changan said, kid, you dead certain. No matter how strong you, also cannot withstand this ancient great array deployed master. Chen Changan however sneered, directly used purple lightning demon serpent blocked Miaju Shi Sha Jin front, I can withstand, this I clear, just don't know you can withstand not? This time purple lightning demon serpent snake face full terror. Wrong. Grandpa. Boom boom boom. Those streaks terrifying thunder light. Heavily bombed purple lightning demon serpent body, purple lightning demon serpent screamed miserably, blink eye time skin ripped flesh torn. Body even charred black, emitted green smoke, Shusan said. Master, you guys smell meat fragrance? Han Xiaolu swallowed hard, nodded. Is somewhat fragrant, Chen Changan watched, hand currently Miaju Shi Sha Jin's attack. Already dying purple lightning demon serpent, charcoal roasted snake meat, taste not bad, after speaking. Through half-dead purple lightning demon serpent Shusan, reward you. Shusan surprised greatly. Divided? Thank master. He quickly bit hold, squatted side feasted heartily. Ate relish, purple lightning demon serpent wanted cry, self-dignified Wanfa Jing Shang Jinjuan. Illustrious life, could today eaten this little rat? He unwilling As for Zhou Long, his face extremely unsightly, never thought. Miaju Shi Sha Jin just activated didn't kill Chen Changan. Instead heavily injured purple lightning demon serpent. Die. Die for me. Zhou Long again controlled Miaju Shi Sha Jin. Launched attack Chen Changan. Chen Changan however snorted coldly, raised hand punched. Ordinary punch, yet erupted terrifying boundless power. Actually instantly bombed broken Miaju Shi Sha Jin. Zhou Long greatly terrified, this how possible? This Shui Er deployed ancient array. How so easily broken you? This Miaju Shi Sha Jin Zhou Long's trump card, now great array forced broken. Zhou Long himself, how Chen Changan's opponent? Didn't seek revenge anymore, turned flee. Chen Changan lightly said, flee? You escape away? After speaking, Chen Changan raised hand punched again. This punch still ordinary, blink eye instant bombed Zhou Long's body. Zhou Long screamed miserably, body instantly bombed, exploded one punch, exploded into sky full blood rain. And Badeo Men sky above actually echoed Zhou Long's miserable death last words. Shui Er must avenge us father son ah. Shu San 8 purple lightning demon serpent mouth. Cheeks bulging, master, you say Shui Er who? This old fellow called Shui Er. Avenge them father son will very powerful? Chen Changan said, how I know. That called Shui Er since Ling Xianzong's elder. Strength naturally cannot be underestimated. Master, then you afraid not? Chen Changan lightly said, why should I fear? He dares come revenge. One slap kill. He, master mighty domineering, invincible under heaven. And this made Han Xiaolu beside very stunned. How could she imagine? Chen Changan actually so strong? Whether beginning Zhou Xiaodao's Dao Protector, or Purple Lightning Demon Serpent, even this Badeo Men's master Zhou Long. And this Badeo Men deployed ancient great array, all him one by one bombed killed destroyed. Displayed strength simply made him shocked endlessly. He stared foolishly. Chen Changan. You, how you this formidable? Am I dreaming? Chen Changan smiled, not dreaming. Is real. Han Xiaolu expression worried. Changan, this Zhou Xiaodao's background seems very great. Really okay? Chen Changan nodded, rest assured, even if sky collapses. Also have me hold up for you, let's go, I take you fine lazy. After speaking, Chen Changan led Han Xiaolu and Shu San swaggeringly towards Badeo Men's dungeon. Badeo Men, those elders' disciples saw Chen Changan, Han Xiaolu and Shu San holding mouth purple lightning demon serpent. Not one person dared block. After all, even master died tragically. Chen Changan's hands, they go find Chen Changan trouble? Isn't that death path only one? Not while Chen Changan arrived dungeon. Open dungeon, saw imprisoned here Lin Lei. At this time Lin Lei still silently vowed, must strive become stronger. Strong enough protect people around. Suddenly saw Chen Changan bring Han Xiaolu and Shu San come. He very baffled, widened eyes appeared very dazed, a long way. Shu San already completely swallowed purple lightning demon serpent belly, not yet refined. Saw dazed Lin Lei, Shu San smiled, hey big brother, see us happy not? Happy not happy? Lin Lei speechless moment, and Han Xiaolu saw Lin Lei okay. Couldn't help eyes reddening. Unstoppable tears flowed down. Brother Lei. Han Xiaolu threw self Lin Lei's arms. See you okay, really good. Feeling Han Xiaolu's body temperature. Also her tears wetting own chest. Lin Lei only then came back senses. Xiaolu, this. What's going on? Badeo Men's young master didn't capture you? Also Changan, how you come? Xiaolu, that hateful dog thing didn't bully you right? Han Xiaolu gently shook head. Thanks Changan, timely appearance saved me. That Zhou Xiaodao already died Changan's hands. What? I didn't hear clearly. You say Zhou Xiaodao died Changan's hands? Lin Lei shocked. No, Zhou Xiaodao own strength not weak, even he not opponent. Chen Changan this just started body refining body cultivator, how possibly kill Zhou Xiaodao? So Lin Lei heard Han Xiaolu say these words. Only felt like Arabian Nights general unreal. Han Xiaolu wiped away tears. Told Lin Lei everything Chen Changan did Badeo Men. Let alone killing Zhou Xiaodao, Zhou Xiaodao's Dao protector, his father, also his demon pet? Even this Badeo Men sect protecting great array, all Chen Changan. Facing Han Xiaolu said all this, Lin Lei whitened eyes, opened mouth wide. Especially thought just now through dungeon window saw outside heaven earth vision? His heart even more 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past, looked towards Chen Changan. Long time didn't know what say good. Chen Changan patted Lin Lei's shoulder, lazy. Actually I also didn't want hide from you, showdown, actually I very strong, after good while. Lin Lei only adapted come over, looked Chen Changan, expression appeared complex. Changan you so formidable, why didn't say earlier? Lin Lei not fool, quickly understood. Like money? Lin Lei back then very curious, why city lord and young miss promote him? Originally thought Chu Wuxuan liked Chen Changan, so promoted him. Even gifted him good technique, but now think about, perhaps city lord's mansion side. Wanted use this curry favor Chen Changan right? Chen Changan helplessly said, I also didn't want hide from you. Just didn't suitable opportunity tell your reply? Lin Lei didn't blame Chen Changan. If not Chen Changan dare come, still don't know how Xiaolu now. Lin Lei very grateful Chen Changan. Worthy good brother. This time thanks you. Dungeon I very despaired. Couldn't see any hope, even couldn't find anyone help me. I thought my this life finished. Changan how you know? Me and Xiaolu captured Badao Men's side? Chen Changan smiled, thanks Shu San. He came this place treasure hunt, happened saw you and Xiaolu harmed. Immediately returned Tianwu City informed me, luckily arrived timely. Let's go, Badao Men's master and young master both died my hands. Others simply dare not attack us. After speaking Chen Changan led Lin Lei out dungeon. Initially Lin Lei still somewhat cowardly, after all this Badao Men Hajo still somewhat notorious. Heard experts like clouds, but saw this Badao Men's elders disciples only dared watch them from distance. Looked towards his good brother Chen Changan gaze, eyes filled wary fear. Even when Chen Changan's gaze swept towards them, these Badao Men elders disciples simply dared not look Chen Changan, successively scared face pale, lowered head dared not look Chen Changan. Lin Lei saw this, sighed heart, originally thought Changan very weak, yet didn't expect turned out he's so powerful, seems before all my worry vain. Don't know why, after knowing Chen Changan's strength. Watching these fearful Badao Men elders disciples, Lin Lei heart still very happy. He heart thought again, don't know, when Su Dafu knew Changan's true strength, what reaction have? Really want see what expression he show out. Chen Changan didn't take Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu back Badao Men, but under Shu San's guidance, headed straight this Badao Men's treasury, since came already, this Badao Men's treasury. Directly move away. Chen Changan just killed Badao Men's master and young master. Didn't wipe out this Badao Men already very merciful, otherwise just like dealing sure to Ajiao. Directly one slap wipe out, kill all this Badao Men people, quickly. Chen Changan group arrived Badao Men treasury, open treasury great door. Piled like mountain spirit stones and various magic treasures, pills heavenly materials earthly treasures etc. Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu however seen so many treasures, pair eyes almost stared straight. This major powers treasury? So many spirit stones. So many magic treasures. Chen Changan threw Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu several storage rings, take out your strength. Move freely, whatever want take what, everyone together empty this Badao Men treasury. After speaking Chen Changan led by example, started looting treasures, Shu San also closely followed behind. Saw something directly stuffed mouth, this Shu San's belly self-contained space. Can hold many treasures, usually Shu San outside searching heavenly materials earthly treasures time. Will put found heavenly materials earthly treasures horizontally own belly, Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu. Saw Chen Changan and Shu San looting treasures, two exchanged glance. Also joined looting team, instead outside treasury. Those Badao Men elders saw this scene, could only stare helplessly watching dryly. Beat chest stamped feet, heartbroken reluctant, but not one person dared go up stop. Took full hour plus, 3 people 1 rat, finally. Emptied all treasures Badao Men treasury, completely empty. Didn't even leave single piece spirit stone, go back okay. Chen Changan raised hand swiped. Was spatial rift appeared, Changan you too fierce right? Just use finger swipe like this. You actually tore open void? Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu, again shocked Chen Changan's strength, couldn't help sucking cold breath. Shu San however smugly said, my master very formidable. This counts what? Still more formidable. You haven't witnessed yet. Chen Changan lightly shouted Shu San, low key, must low key. Before own good brother, Chen Changan still not quite used show off. Then, Chen Changan first entered this spatial rift. Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu felt within the spatial rift. The released world-destroying spatial power, endlessly frightened. Us entering this spatial rift will be okay? I heard those bummy Jing. Even Wanfa Jing experts, after entering spatial rift, their physical bodies cannot withstand. The spatial power inside will directly tear their physical bodies to pieces. Han Xiaolu somewhat scared, is it really that terrifying? Then Changan entering inside, will he be okay? Shu San however said, big brother, big sister, don't be afraid, master is here. It's okay, if you don't go, then I'll go, then leave you here Badao Men. Don't blame Master Ah. After speaking Shu San entered spatial rift without looking back. Seeing this, Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu didn't hesitate either, also followed entering spatial rift. After the two entered, this spatial rift vanished without trace. And after Chen Changan and others left, those elders Badao Men only dared run treasury investigate, upon seeing empty treasury. Not even one piece spirit stone left, group elders heartbroken, felt hearts dripping blood. This group people too ruthless right? At least leave us mouthful soup ah. Nothing left. Master died, treasury gone, sect protecting great array also gone. What meaning staying this Badao Men? Shazhou, Ling Xianzong, a spirit peak towering into clouds. Named Wang Xianfeng, and Ling Xianzong elder Wang Xian's cave mansion built this Wang Xianfeng cave mansion. A voluptuous beautiful woman completely naked. was currently cultivating together imposing appearance middle-aged man bed couch. And this woman precisely Wang Xian. Suddenly this Wang Xian sensed something distant, eyebrows twitched. Suddenly woke from cultivating together, his expression became unsightly. Middle-aged man frowned spoke asked, Xian air, what's wrong? Wang Xian towards middle-aged man. Revealed moving force smile, then gently shook head, husband, Xian air okay. Then continue cultivating together, okay husband, after 3 days 3 nights clouds rain Mount Wu. Middle-aged man gently said, Xian air, still matters sect, you rest well, okay husband. But slave family has matter, need go out trip, oh what matter? Heard Huzhou underground palace emerged. Left by Cibei Sandi, sect seems somewhat interested underground palace. Slave family prepare go underground palace look, see if can try luck. Obtain Cibei Sandi left earth instrument? Can go try, okay husband. Wang Xian gently helped middle-aged man dress robes. After middle-aged man left, Wang Xian's gentle expression finally changed, became cold unsightly, his eyes ice cold. As if sharp knife could pierce everything, looked towards Huzhou direction. Seemed there, something made him hate bone deep. Spatial rift appeared Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Changan first walked out, closely followed Shu San. Finally Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu, two looked east-west, discovered actually arrived Jiukong Pharmacy. Felt very magical, actually blink eye time, we actually returned Jiukong Pharmacy. Lin Lei sighed, Changan ah, what divine ability this you cast ah. Also too formidable right? Chen Changan smiled, formidable is formidable, but I also cannot often cast, Lin Lei agreed. If this kind instantly through spatial rift traverse tens thousands li method, could cast it will, then too heaven-defying. Shu San rubbed on 8 purple lightning demon serpent, round belly, felt inside body surging power, couldn't help reveal satisfied. Expression, master, you chat, belly too full, I need go lie down digest bit, after speaking. Shu San found comfortable corner backyard, lay prone started refine, Shu San very looked forward. When he refined purple lightning demon serpent belly, self how strong become? After all particle purple lightning demon serpent strength terrifying, possessed Shang Jinjuan powerful cultivation. And Zhong Linger and Xiaobai saw backyard furry Shu San, 2 girls pretty eyes lit up. Ran up to play with him, playing happily, Lin Lei said, Changan. Me and Xiaolu leave first, Chen Changan said, lazy. Small courtyard house you asked me help buy already bought, handed key Lin Lei. Incidentally told him small courtyard house Xuan Yu Jia, Lin Lei said, Changan ah. Me having brother like you, really many grateful words won't say. Lin Lei pointed own heart position, indicated Chen Changan did these things he all remembered heart. Now he knew unable repay Chen Changan, but Lin Lei believed. Himself future definitely able repay Chen Changan. Chen Changan slightly smiled. Patted Lin Lei's shoulder, our relationship no need say these. I still waiting eat you and Xiaolu's wedding wine, right Changan, Sudafu know your strength? Chen Changan shook head, haven't told him yet, say later, okay, Lin Lei smiled. Then properly show off before fatty, didn't he always mock you wastewood before? Really look forward when he sees your true strength, what kind expression show out? Chen Changan thought a bit, couldn't help smiling, with Su Dafu's shameless personality. If knew his strength, afraid immediately hug his thigh, crying calling him daddy. Daddy? Han Xiaolu thought something, couldn't help covering mouth giggling, if he knew. Definitely very interesting, after 3 briefly chatted. Lin Lei led Han Xiaolu bid farewell left, the small couple soon getting married. Still quite few matters handle, after Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu left, Chen Changan murmured. Don't know Su Dafu underground palace now how? Chen Changan activated divine eye, looked towards underground palace. Underground palace 5th level saw Su Dafu, fatty still safe okay, at this time. Following his 7th master Su Yuan Boscouring Xin Yuanshi, didn't expect this fellow few days not seen. Cultivation again progressed, almost breakthrough Xin Luan Jing, reached Tian Ning Jing. Chen Changan very surprised, but he thought fatty Su breakthrough so fast. Should greatly related those Xin Yuanshi, seeing fatty Su underground palace lively. Chen Changan didn't look him either, after all this fatty Su not beauty. Then Chen Changan looked towards Xin Yuan Meng side, Huzhou major powers temporarily established Xin Yuan Meng. Underground palace forged ahead fearlessly, actually already occupied 4th level, almost underground palace. Everywhere visible cultivators and Xin Yuan Izu erupting fierce battle, underground palace total 9 levels. Now Xin Yuan Meng already advanced 4th level, presumably most 2-3 months. Xin Yuan Meng can advance 9th level, underground palaces Xin Yuan Ji Men reseal. Underground palace 4th level, In Ling Si Zuzin Jiu and Daorin Izu's Gui Dao. 2 actually silently mixed among human cultivators, Injiu said gravely, must bring back Saintus. Only find these human cultivators help, Gui Dao nodded. That hateful Sibei Sen Deset seal made Xin Yuan Izu unable enter Dechong Xiuxianjia. Thanks abyss power eroded underground palace. Only let us underground palace able move freely. He coldly looked these human cultivators. Expression contemptuous, sneered disdainfully, bunch human ants. You feel free enter underground palace. Here become your grave. Humph. Really think now this already abyss eroded underground palace you can freely tread place? Injo said, abyss side already preparing, now haven't these group human ants wiped out one go. Because not time yet, still need bring Saintus back only then okay, for this plan. Abyss prepared tens thousands years long, if without Saintus. Want complete this plan simply impossible, must complete Peng De Ren assigned task. Gui Dao nodded, rest assured, I have way, Gui Dao revealed sinister smile. Then his figure like ghost phantom, stealthily appeared before human cultivator. This human cultivator not weak, possessed Huashan Jing cultivation, Tian Di decreed regional king. This king frown looked Gui Dao before eyes, this fellow Taoist what matter? Gui Dao sinisterly smiled, didn't answer, just eyes suddenly released eerie bloodlight. That king still didn't know what happened, devoured Gui Dao's consciousness. Already become corpse only obey orders, respectfully kneel see master. Immediately move towards Tianwu city, find Saintus this matter Jiukong pharmacy. Understood. King didn't look back, directly left, just like this Gui Dao repeated method. Assassinated over 10 cultivators, turned them into obeying death servants. Each corpse strength not weak, at least all king realm cultivation. Also Bummy Jing called leader level experts, even 2 Wanfa Jing Shaoxinjuan. Gui Dao full confidence, with these 13 corpses. Go Tianwu city bring Saintus back no problem, Injo said, Hajo powers. Although compared Dichong Xiuxianjie other states not considered strong, experts also not many. But don't underestimate, by Ningbing since brought Saintus Tianwu city go. Clearly he believed Tianwu city has human experts able protect Saintus. Gui Dao however coldly smiled, shook head, not what you think, what mean? Gui Dao said, I infiltrated by Ningbing's memory. Saintus secretly kidnapped human expert, also forced helpless, so. Not necessarily beside Saintus protecting her what expert said. Is by Ningbing secretly colluded human race, even secretly sent human expert. Into abyss, this traitorous woman cannot kept. Under Gui Dao's control. 13 corpses after leaving underground palace immediately headed straight Tianwu city go. On road Gui Dao through those corpses' eyes saw Hajo's human race. Had women children old young, men women, especially seeing those children women ghost? Drooled incessantly, women's meat eat most fragrant, children's meat eat most smooth. Injil beside listened, nodded said, these words correct, this human race's talent. Although among myriad races not rank front, but they uniquely enjoy heavenly Dao favor. Received Tian Di decree, heavenly Dao mighty power enters body, improves body tissues, makes physical body full top great essence chi. So eat tastes fragrant, even eating greatly helps our cultivation too. Gui Dao cackled, if abyss can this Dichong Xiao Xian Jie erode, raise these human race in captivity, then have endless meat food. My abyss overall strength definitely quickly grow strong. Damn it. Look Tianwu city this densely packed human race, my drool completely uncontrollable really want grab some women children break vegetarian vow. Injio said, don't delay important matters. Quickly capture Saintus back. This I still know, Gui Dao controlled those corpses. Tianwu city searching Saintus hidden pharmacy. After while Gui Dao found Jiukong pharmacy location, is here. A Shaoxinjuan. Corpse looked pharmacy signboard before eyes shot cold light, Gui Dao rubbed hands. Controlled 13 corpses surround this Jiukong pharmacy tightly. Could say airtight, he smiled sinisterly, thus Saintus cannot escape even with wings. 13 corpses swaggeringly entered Jiukong pharmacy. Upon entering Jiukong pharmacy, these corpses discovered Xiaobai and Zhonglinger pharmacy, distant underground palace. Gui Dao body shook. Excited, Saintus. Saintus indeed here. Injio said, then still not quickly capture Saintus back. At this time, Jiukong pharmacy's Zhonglinger saw these corpses, they same as real people. Zhonglinger couldn't tell these cultivators actually corpses. But Zhonglinger followed Chen Changan's side, yet had some skill reading people. Could see these corpses not simple, especially thought brother reminded her. Said someone come capture Xiaobai's sister, let her take care Xiaobai's sister, she's somewhat vigilant. Pulled Xiaobai behind, you come treat illness? A corpse sinisterly spoke. We not come treat illness, come find person, as spoke, 13 corpses their gazes. All stared straight Xiaobai these corpses gaze stared hairstand end. Also instinctively from these corpses' bodies sensed danger aura, couldn't help somewhat scared. Joan Linger however fearless, coldly said, Jokon pharmacy is place people see doctor get medicine. You come find person, seems found wrong place. Joan Linger fearless not afraid this group corpses. After all she had Chen Changan backing her. Guidao tsk said, this little girl own strength weak, yet not afraid me at all. This group corpses bit interesting, look her quite fresh lovely, don't know taste how? Guidao licked lips after, controlled 2 corpses. One captured Xiaobai and Joan Linger directly away, but just then, green-robed youth appeared out thin air before Joan Linger and Xiaobai, blocked those 2 corpses. Guidao by Ningbing's memory seen Chen Changan, so not surprised. Knew by Ningbing entrusted Saintus this family ghost? Guy. Guidao coldly snorted, I want see. You this fellow have what strength protects Saintus? Guidao controlled 13 corpses. Together launched attack Chen Changan. Chen Changan lightly looked these corpses, through divine eye. Could see invisibly, line pulled these corpses' bodies. These cultivators all know life force, like one string puppet. Chen Changan didn't put these corpses' eyes, just cold look. 13 just about attack corpses also instantly froze on spot. All couldn't move at all. Guidao shocked, this fellow indeed not simple. Actually instantly suppressed my group death servants. Yin Jiu beside frowned, death servants suppressed. Then Saintus how capture back. But now not Yin Jiu worry these time. Saw Chen Changan expression indifferent, raised hand grabbed invisible line, Guidao horrified. Expression even more became terrified, not good. This fellow grabbed my soul line. What? Yin Jiu greatly shocked. Chen Changan lightly said, so like play string puppets? Just right I also like. After speaking Chen Changan plucked soul line, actually controlled distant underground palace Guidao. At this time Guidao erupted astonishing terrifying killing intent, under Chen Changan's control. Guidao uncontrollably launched attack Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu caught off guard hit Guidao 1 punch. Only felt 5 viscera 6 bowels almost bombed broken 1 punch, she blood surged, Yin Jiu widened eyes. Angrily cursed Guidao, you damn sick? Guidao revealed expression uglier than cry. Killed towards Yin Jiu, this not blame me. His fellow through soul line controlled me. I also no way. I now become his string puppet. I not intentional. You don't harm me As spoke Guidao's killing moves cruel ruthless, cunning shocking. Yin Jiu cannot counterattack, afraid accidentally injured Guidao, dealing appeared exceptionally strenuous. Chen Changan expression indifferent, continued plucked soul line, this moment. Chen Changan not only controlled Guidao's physical body, also controlled Guidao's consciousness. At this time Guidao already face expressionless, changed constant state. Seeing this situation, Yin Jiu heart heavy, fellow who exactly? No Guidao excels Kong Hyundai Fa. How self instead controlled opponent. He exactly how do. Just then Guidao already again killed him, originally elusive ghostly. Instantly appeared behind Yin Jiu, unknown displayed what kind divine ability, killing intent infinite. One strike one take Yin Jiu's life. Yin Jiu quickly counterattacked. Raised hand move summon handle flying sword like python, erupted 10,000 Zheng sword light. Killed towards Guidao, full power attack, dared not leave slightest leeway. Yin Jiu and Guidao 2 people. Underground palace erupted fierce battle, about 1 incense stick time. Yin Jiu 1 sword cut off Guidao's head, open mouth spurted ball raging ghost fire. Instantly Guidao's head physical body burned ashes, looked Guidao's corpse. Yin Jiu face unsightly, long time couldn't speak word, he always couldn't figure out how things become like this. Clearly Guidao controlled corpses go capture Saintus. How he instead controlled. Finally died own hands? Now how captures Saintus back? After Guidao died, Yin Jiu face cloudy uncertain. Seems, besides Saintus protecting him human strength not weak, even Guidao fell trap. Yin Jiu felt this task very tricky, but this Peng Dirun taught him, even if tricky. Also must brace scalp complete. Yin Jiu sighed, ultimately cannot leave underground palace. Even if have heaven-reaching ability, yet simply cannot display out, hateful. However, soon Yin Jiu thought idea, he approached currently underground palace. Greatly displaying power to Ri Huangchao's Su Tang. Su Tang led group Huangchao experts. Also had Zhang Lao guarding beside. Underground palace dominated killing, though Xin Yuan Izu retreated step. Underground palace obtained quite few. Xin Yuan sure, could be called spring wind smug, confident fully. His view, sooner later can kill into underground palace 9th level, obtained Sibei San D's Ditong. Complete step sky, but Su Tang although led Huangchao experts numerous. But breaking into 6th level encountered great trouble. Underground Palace 6th level terrain complex. Hidden Xin Yuan Izu also even more formidable endlessly, made Su Tang lose quite few experts. Damn it! How this underground palace so complex? This just 6th level. Huang Chao experts brought this time already lost 30%. Presumably if we alone advance 7th level, encountered danger even greater. Su Tang's face unsightly, purple-robed old man beside nodded, Your Highness, based current situation C. Not suitable continue advance. I watched this underground palace suffer abyss erosion, deeper go. This erosion more severe, so here Xing Yuan Izu strength also stronger. We better follow Xin Yuan Meng act together, step by step advance deeper. This way though much slower, yet can ensure safety, reduce losses. Su Tang said, Zhang Lao words though so, but we currently aim C's initiative. So risk bit understandable, but if Wei Chen Yuan Meng advance 9th level, you think we how much chance grab CND inheritance? Zhang Lao sighed. Reason so, Su Tang eyes shot cold light. Recently I always sent people inquire traders news, discovered fellow. Also continuously advancing towards underground palace depths, although haven't met yet. But afraid his advance underground palace distance further than mine. How I let trader obtain Detong inheritance? Su Tang killing intent boiling. On important Shin Waishin destroyed, this Su Tang for great humiliation, he absolutely won't. Spare Su Dafu. Su Tang ordered solemnly, die people just die people. If can obtain Detong inheritance, die how many people no problem. Now immediately send message Huang Chao. Let Huang Chao send more manpower. I don't believe mere underground palace. Just rely these hateful damned Xinyuan Izu really can stop me? Become difficult move not? But just this time, strange voice suddenly sounded, this mere underground palace. Indeed cannot stop your highness crown prince consort? Entering depths, your highness 4. Just trivial matter only, Su Tang eyes narrowed, who? Jiang Lao however gazed deep. Pinched fingers calculated, coldly, Yinling Si Zu's person? Actually dare proactively come door? Truly strange. Saying this Jiang Lao's gaze watched southwest corner. Figure slowly appeared, this person precisely Yin Jiu. Su Tang looked Yin Jiu. Yin Ling Si Zhu person? You come what? Yin Jiu said, conduct transaction you. Transaction? Su Tang frowned, I can help you. Obtain Sibei San Di left Detong inheritance. Su Tang slightly narrowed eyes. This underground palace become your abyss race territory? Help us obtain? Sibei San Di left Detong inheritance? Then what you want? Luckily right? Yin Jiu smiled, help me from Tianwu City bring back young girl. If you can help me bring back young girl, I help you reach 9th level directly. Received Sibei San Di left Detong inheritance, how? Su Tang didn't answer him, just slightly narrowed eyes flashed uncertain light, nobody knew. This Su Tang hard exactly thinking what, Yin Jiu also not anxious. Quietly waited Su Tang's reply, he knew this de Chong Xiu Xian Jia's cultivators. Few people can resist coming from Detong inheritance temptation. Even if this statement true-false, absolutely won't miss, sure enough didn't exceed Yin Jiu expectation. Su Tang thought moment lightly spoke, didn't expect you Yin Ling Si Zhu. Actually want young girl? Bit interesting, Yin Jiu said, this person originally my abyss person. Committed great wrong, don't know what method used actually escaped your de Chongshou Xin Jiego. Now my Yin Ling Si Zhu currently capturing her, course if you unwilling also fine. I find someone else go capture trader mainly back. After speaking Injio made gesture leave. Su Tang frowned, he knew this Injio playing hard get. But see chance use Yin Ling Si Zhu's help obtain Detong inheritance. How miss this? Coldly said, though human race and abyss? Always opposed, world bustling endlessly. All for profit come, world bustling, all for profit go, everyone gets what needs, then trade once. Young girl you want capture appearance how? I immediately send people capture her. Injio smiled, good one world bustling. All for profit come, world bustling, all for profit go. These words make sense. After speaking raised hand waved. Was pretty moving white-haired girl illusion presented before Su Tang others. Injio said, person protecting her strength not ordinary, people sent capture her definitely cannot weak. Otherwise if die Tianwu City, don't blame me, but beside you this one strength extraordinary. Presumably complete this transaction easy matter, wait you bring traitor me capture come. We again talk Detong inheritance matter. After speaking Injio disappeared before Su Tang snorted coldly. This fellow definitely ill-intentioned. Actually use Detong inheritance lure me. Thought bit Su Tang then said beside Jiang Lao, your strength strongest. Trouble you personally go trip, John Lao said. Your Highness really want cooperate this in Ling Sizu? They harbor ulterior motives, Your Highness cooperate like this undoubtedly asking tiger for skin. Su Tang said, this fellow although said young girl traitor, but my view. Young girl definitely not simple as he said, in Ling Sizu probably extremely values her. Otherwise how possibly approach me? But we capture young girl come. Perhaps use this chance threaten in Ling Sizu, regardless whether obtain Detong inheritance reward? As long as we not hand over young girl, believe definitely can from in Ling Sizu hands. Obtain quite few benefits, Your Highness accepts order. Zhang Lao also didn't hesitate. Immediately moved towards Tianwu City Jiukong Pharmacy. Chen Changan used soul line control Gui Dao. Engaged battle in Jiu, made in Jiu forced kill Gui Dao died. Soul line thus broke, and pharmacy these corpses also all lost movement. Beside Zhong Linger and Xiaobai very curious at brother, these people why not moving ah? Chen Changan said, they originally already dead, just controlled villain, they come capture. Xiaobai looked these 13 corpses, not king, then cult leader, even Xiao Zhenjuan. Gui Dao actually quite capable, actually killed so many human experts. But unfortunately encountered him, these 13 corpses Chen Changan also not prepare eliminate. This way unavoidable too wasteful, he infused invincible cultivation these 13 corpses inside. Let these 13 corpses' strength undergo qualitative leap, become stronger. Let them after death able shine give light give heat. Now, after Chen Changan's invincible cultivation baptism, these 13 corpses each one, at least can erupt Tian Jinjuan's power, equivalent added 13 Tian Jinjuan death servants. This already very terrifying matter, if were those cultivation powers. Want use 13 Tian Jinjuan death servants afraid simply cannot do. When 13 Tian Jinjuan death servants arranged Jiukong Pharmacy dark place, this stronger than any array formation, especially while he away. See who still dare trespass this Jiukong Pharmacy? Just then Xiaobai spoke, brother, they why come capture me? Chen Changan shook head, this I also not clear, but definitely want obtain something from you, Xiaobai said, brother. I seem remember something, Chen Changan surprised. Could Granny Rong cast method start failing? Asked, what you remember? Xiaobai gently shook head, just memory still somewhat blurry. Place I lived before peace dark blood color, greatly different place live now. My mother. You remember your mother? But I long time cannot recall her appearance. Xiaobai sighed, Chen Changan smiled, your mother called by Ningbing, your nickname Xiaobai, but self called by Ji, you see can remember anything? Chen Changan not mind Xiaobai recover memory, after all by Ningbing already entrusted Xiaobai his care. Instead remain amnesiac like this actually not good, by Ningbing. By Ji. Xiaobai murmured. Clustered delicate pretty eyebrows, remembered something else? Chen Changan patted Xiaobai's head, no hurry, always remember eventually. Then Chen Changan thought moved, touched Kong Han Xiao Si consciousness, planned contact by Ningbing, ask her some things. But long time didn't get by Ningbing's response, this made Chen Changan puzzled, no response? Could something happen her side? But just then, by Ningbing's voice sounded mind, looking me? Chen Changan said, I thought something happened you, by Ningbing said gravely. Now in Ling Sizu sending people everywhere capture me, this time sent experts quite few. Dealing quite strenuous, especially in Ling Sizu sent by Gu Depang. I not his opponent, can only hide here there, don't know how long still can hide. By Ji your place how? Chen Changan said, she okay, but before Granny Rong said her amnesia method gradually failing. Suddenly remembered past things, presumably not long, her memory completely recover. As soon as these words came out, distant underground palace certain hiding place by Ningbing instantly frowned eyebrows. Head. Situation not good. What mean this statement? By Ningbing said, that old woman go abyss time. Reminded me, if my daughter's memory recover, prove seal she said failed. Definitely her side encountered trouble, Chen Changan frowned, Granny Rong encountered trouble? You know? By Ningbing said, she went underground palace, how I know what happened her side. But I can help you inquire bit, okay, if have her news, first time inform me. Then Chen Changan told Bai Ningbing about these corpses. Coming Jiukong Pharmacy capture Xiaobai news, Bai Ningbing listened, instantly anxious uneasy. Bai Ji how now? She okay, Bai Ningbing gravely said. This definitely Gui Dao cast corpse control divine ability. Gui Dao origin Daoren Izu. Excels various strange techniques, elusive ghostly, even can infiltrate person's sea of consciousness. Memory incomparably must careful bit, absolutely cannot careless, Chen Changan said, okay. He already dead, Kong Hun Xiao, long time didn't get by Ningbing's response. He fell brief silence. After good while, Bai Ningbing surprised said, Gui Dao really dead? How you do? Bai Ningbing shocked said. Chen Changan said, he used soul line control group corpses. I turned tables guest master, grabbed soul line, controlled Gui Dao, made him attack his companion no way, killed Gui Dao. Finished listening. Chen Changan said all this, Bai Ningbing pretty face expression extremely complex. Admired said, no wonder that old woman entrusted my daughter you. Didn't expect you have this bit strength, always Dao Ren Yizu and others. Didn't expect actually someone control this Dao Ren Yizu. Bai Ningbing added, young master. Your strength powerful, put by Ji your side I very reassured. But Yinling Sizu side definitely won't let rest, must careful. Your Granny Rong's news I will find out for you soon as possible. Okay, after breaking contact by Ningbing, Chen Changan heart secretly thought, Granny Rong own strength not ordinary. She went abyss, presumably has confidence own strength. Definitely won't so easily something happen, and abyss public separated very far. If Granny Rong really something happened, Chen Changan want save her really not easy. After all Granny Rong relationship him quite good, often introduced him wives particle. Also cannot watch helplessly her something happen right? What if self future want marry wife particle? Still need Granny Rong help particle. Zhang Lao obeyed Su Tang's command, left underground palace, headed towards Tianwu City. Just when about reached Tianwu City, saw treasure ship cut through sky, came from distant place, and treasure ship on stood Yi Hongying, Yi Min, Zhang Kuan, Tai Musheng and Gue was Zhongzhu 5 people, and this time Yi Hongying led Zhang Kuan others. With their two great Tianjinju and formidable strength, Yi Hushai couldn't resist Yi Hongying's offensive. Within one day destroyed this Yi Hushai, harvest quite abundant, Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng 2 people. Heart felt very speechless, thought two dignified Tianjinjuan, high above. Now actually became two hitters, truly too shameful, but this Chen Changan instructed. Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng simply dared not slightest resistance. Lest accidentally angered Chen Changan anytime can kill him. But Chen Changan so powerful, if they can hold tight Chen Changan's thigh. Also many benefits. Suddenly Zhang Kuan saw not far away Jiang Lao. Instantly surprised, is Senior Jiang Qing? Jiang Lao noticed Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng figure flashed. Arrived treasure ship above, Zhang Kuan, Tai Musheng, you out here? Could it be for underground palace come? Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng quickly bowed salute. Missy, the senior Jiang Qing, Huzhou quite famous great figure. As early as 1,000 years ago already stepped into Wushang Jinjun realm, already entered Shang Xianbang. Yi Honying performed salute, no able enter Shang Xianbang. 9 out 10 ultimately can ascend become immortal, De Chong Xiu Xianjia. Proper immortal candidate, has unusual identity status, respected worshipped, early years. Zhang Kuan, Tai Musheng and Shirtua Jiao Shirtua Laozu Rome De Chong Xiu Xianjia. Had acquaintance this Jiang Qing, time they knew strength similar. Relationship quite good, but this Jiang Qing talent extraordinary, short time advanced rapidly, progress divine speed. Long ago stepped into Wushang Jinjun, simply not Zhang Kuan, Tai Musheng. Even previously died Shirtua Laozu comparable, Zhang Kuan said, we follow master command. Responsible protecting Miss Ye's safety, went pacify evil-doing mountain stronghold. Now return Tianwu City, Tai Musheng asked, Senior Jiang Qing, see your direction going. Seems also heading Tianwu City? Jiang Qing lightly smiled. Nodded said, now I work to Ri Huang Chao, come fine person. Anything we can help? Currently we Tianwu City also stayed period time. Perhaps we can help, Zhang Kuan said. Yi Honying didn't disturb, quietly listened sighed. Her heart rather curious, saw Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng towards this Jiang Qing exceptionally respectful. Don't know this strength aspect, this Jiang Qing comparable young master? But Yi Honying heart believed Chen Changan's strength heaven-reaching earth-shattering, must be stronger than this Jiang Qing, thinking here. Yi Honying heart inevitably respect towards Jiang Qing reduced few points. Anyway he follows young master, respect also respect young master. Afterwards Jiang Qing told two people self go one? Want find person, coincidence. Pharmacy precisely Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng's master Chen Changan's Jiukong pharmacy, and person looking for even more Chen Changan's side Xiao Bai. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng both startled, even Yi Honying beside also shocked. Didn't expect person Jiang Qing looking for actually related young master? Zhang Kuan quickly said, Senior Jiang Qing. You look young girl what for? Jiang Qing shook head, didn't plan tell Zhang Kuan others. After all Su Tang is de Ri Huangchao's crown prince actually cooperated abyss in Ling Sizu. This itself not glorious matter, moreover this matter involved Su Tang. Seizing Sibei San Di's Ditong inheritance, even less possible tell Zhang Quan others particle. Beside Tai Mushing said, Senior Jiang Qing, I have word, don't know should say not should say. Jiang Qing said, what mean this statement? Tai Mushing said, heard Senior's words, we too very surprised. Senior you looking young girl should be person beside my master. If Senior look her have matter, step forward speak well, if Senior towards young girl has intentions plans. Best consider clearly then decide. Jiang Qing frowned, old one if this time come. Is capture young girl away, could have what trouble? Tai Musheng and Zhang Kuan exchanged glance. Couldn't help bitter smile, not just trouble simple, could be called great terror. Jiang Qing frowned tighter, old one for, this Hazhou. Still what great terror matter? Words Jiang Qing somewhat angry. After all self-strength powerful, dominated Hazhou several thousand years. Haven't encountered many greatly terrifying matters, this is looking down on his own strength. Thinking he is inferior to the master they speak of, seeing Jiang Qing was angry. Jiang Kuan quickly said Senior Jiang Qing, Tai Musheng, and I haven't deceived you in the slightest. Just listen to me explain and you'll know, we are also concerned about you, Jiang Qing coldly said then speak and let me listen. I really want to see, what exactly is so formidable about that pharmacy, that it could bring me great terror, Jiang Kuan neutrally said I wonder if Senior heard about Shitua Jiao being destroyed some time ago, Jiang Qing's brow suddenly furrowed. Nodded saying heard Shitua Jiao was destroyed by a suddenly appearing sky-covering giant hand. Presumably that Shitua Laozu also couldn't escape death. Speaking of this, even someone like Jiang Qing couldn't help but show a look of apprehension in his eyes. Although he entered Wushang Jinjun many years ago, his strength is formidable, possessing heaven-reaching divine skills, but he thinks he couldn't do what that sky-covering figure did. One slap wiped them out. This news spread in Hazhou, even reaching the ears of many top experts from other states. But until now, no one has found out which peerless expert was responsible for all this. Now suddenly hearing Zhang Kuan mention this matter, could it be Jiang Qing's eyes deepened? Jiang Kuan, why do you mention this? Jiang Kuan seemed to recall the scene he witnessed back then, showing a shocked expression filled with lingering fear. Senior doesn't know why Shitua Jiao was destroyed. Actually, all of this is related to the owner of this Jiukong pharmacy. That is, the master of Tai Musheng and me. Kuan will explain the whole story, without any embellishment, telling Jiang Qing everything truthfully. From Shitua Laozu inviting them to search for treasure in the underground palace together. Then returning to Shitua Jiao to find its tragic state, then to that sky-covering hand. Instantly grabbing them to Tianwu City hundreds of thousands of li away. Finally to Shitua Laozu's miserable death. Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng being forced to submit. After hearing all this, Jiang Qing wore a stunned expression. The whole person stood dumbfounded on the spot, seemingly still digesting everything he had just heard from Jiang Kuan, and Tai Musheng were not faking it. Jiang Qing knew that even they, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, wouldn't believe what they said. This was truly too shocking. Beside him Yi Hongying thought, this Jiang Qing seems to have been awed by the young master's strength too, but master is really coincidental. To actually grab Zhang Kuan, Tai Musheng, and Gui Huazhongzhu, 3 Wanfa Jing. Jinjuan from hundreds of thousands of li away, such heaven-reaching means. Believe even this Jiang Qing couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Yi Hongying couldn't help feeling proud. After all he now follows Chen Changan, as the saying goes, share honor and disgrace. As for Yi Min beside her, although like an old servant, stood silently beside Yi Hongying. But seeing this Jiang Qing hearing about Chen Changan's deeds, his shocked appearance, couldn't help but feel a trace of happiness. This Jiang Qing has been famous in Dichong for many years. Even for Wanba Ge, he's a figure worth fawning over, but judging by the situation, this Jiang Qing seems to still have quite a gap compared to the young master. Otherwise he wouldn't show such an expression. Seems like the thigh miss embraced is indeed impressive. As long as young master backs miss, sooner or later miss will become an elder of Wanba Ge. And once Yi Hongying becomes the helm of Wanba Ge, now as Yi Hongying's pathfinder, Yi Min will also gain many benefits, benefiting greatly. After a good while, Jiang Qing finally came back to his senses. Her expression was very complicated, grave, curious, even carrying a bit of suspicion. How much truth is there in Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng's words? Naturally it's 100% true, without the slightest falsehood, deceiving you, Tai Musheng said. Senior, if we hadn't known each other in earlier years, how would we tell you this, you opposing my master? Is courting death? Zhang Kuan beside him shook his head, refuting Tai Musheng's words. Courting death, in my opinion, perhaps it's certain death. Master's strength is unfathomable. Senior Jiang Qing, although you are already a Wushang Jinjun, you are still unlikely to be my master's opponent. You haven't met master. But after you see master with your own eyes, you will know master's strength is deep as an abyss, vast as the sea. You absolutely must not target the women around master, otherwise you will die miserably. Jiang Qing remained silent for a long time, only his eyes flickered with uncertain light. Suddenly learning this news from Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng completely caught Jiang Qing off guard, especially one thing. Previously Su Tang Shenhuaishen was suppressed by a hand that appeared out of nowhere. Later there was the Flame God General, also encountered a sky-covering hand's fierce attack. These all happened near Tianwu City. Could there be a connection? Was all this done by Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng's master, Chen Changan? If that's true, then the situation is complicated. After a long silence, Jiang Cheng spoke again. In your opinions, just how strong is that Chen Changan? What realm has his cultivation reached? Zhang Kuan shook his head. Cannot see through. Tai Musheng said unfathomable, must already be Deng Xian. Gue Huazongju said. Master's strength, we can only look up to, how can we fathom it? Yi Hongying said. Young master's strength is supreme, his means heaven-reaching. Senior, you are definitely not young master's opponent. Yi Minside young master is low-key. If he hadn't revealed it himself, even my Wanba Ge's intelligence network would have absolutely no idea that Gojo actually hid such an expert. Among the elders in my Wanba Ge, young master's strength must have already stepped into Deng Xian. Jiang Qing's expression was grave, murmuring to himself, Deng Xian, Deng Xian, Deng Xian didn't expect, today I would actually meet a great figure of the Deng Xian realm. Jiang Qing stood on the treasure ship, feeling the cold wind, spacing out silently. Originally thought, going to bring that young girl Yin Jiu requested. Was not a difficult task, but didn't expect this Yin Ling Isaizu to be so sinister. It's no wonder why Yin Ling Isaizu approached Su Tang, wanting to use this chance to deal with Yin Ling Isaizu, but didn't expect this Yin Ling Isaizu also had their own calculations. If he hadn't met Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng today, directly went to the pharmacy and angered that Chen Changan, his own end probably wouldn't be good. At the same time Jiang Qing couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If that Chen Changan really was the mysterious expert who dealt with Su Tang, wouldn't he be in an adversarial relationship with Chen Changan? If conflict arose between them, then he would also be in danger. Damn it, at this moment Jiang Qing felt frustrated, not knowing what to do, and just as Jiang Qing was chatting with Zhang Kuan and others, the treasure ship also arrived at Tianwu City. Jiang Chang already had thoughts of retreating. At the same time he pinched his fingers to calculate. Originally when he came he calculated, didn't calculate any threat, but now Jiang Qing calculated again. It actually showed a sign of great misfortune. This made Jiang Qing very fierce. Damn it, clearly the divination sign was fine when I came. How did it suddenly change after chatting with Zhang Kuan and the others? Know that Jiang Qing obtained an opportunity many years ago, an ancient profound art called Tianming Shudong. Can calculate his own fate's fortune and misfortune. He has survived for thousands of years. Being able to cultivate to the current Wu Shangjian Jun realm, often relied on this Tianming Shudong for early warnings. Avoiding misfortune and seeking fortune, this is since he started cultivating Tianming Shudong. The first time the divination sign changed inexplicably, he couldn't figure out the reason. But presumably all of this must be related to Zhang Kuan and Tai Musheng's master, Chen Changan. How could this make Jiang Qing dare to go to Jiukang Pharmacy to capture that Xiao Bai? Zhang Kuan beside him saw that Jiang Qing already intended to retreat, so smiled slightly. Senior Jiang Qing, actually my master is also a reasonable person. You haven't provoked him now. Master definitely won't deal with you. Since we met by fate today, we can build a bridge for you. Get to know my master. This might be greatly beneficial for you breaking through to Deng Xian. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Qing's eyes immediately lit up. He joined De Ri Huang Chao precisely to obtain the opportunity for Deng Xian. After all this, De Ri Huang Chao is the strongest force in Hezhou. With deep foundations, if Jiang Qing didn't want to leave Hezhou and go to other states, at that time he calculated, this De Ri Huang Chao was a good place to go, with a chance to obtain the Deng Xian opportunity. So Jiang Qing went to De Ri Huang Chao seeking opportunity. But he has stayed in De Ri Huang Chao for almost 500 years. Did quite a lot for De Ri Huang Chao, but that Deng Xian opportunity has yet to appear. Although Jiang Cheng mastered Tianming Shudong, he couldn't know exactly how long he had to stay in De Ri Huang Chao to get the Deng Xian opportunity. Always feels indefinitely far away. Now this Chen Changan is very likely a great figure of the Deng Xian realm. If he befriends him, perhaps he could obtain the Deng Xian opportunity from him. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, Jiang Qing then calculated with his fingers. A happy expression appeared on his face, sign of great fortune. Truly wonderful, wonderful indeed. Yi Hongying beside him smiled slightly. Senior befriending young master naturally has many benefits. I have deeply experienced it, Yi Hongying sighed in her heart. If she hadn't accidentally met Chen Changan, and by chance got the opportunity to serve him, she's afraid she would still be in Wanbaoji in this Tianwu city now, being a small bridge shopkeeper, bullied by Tianwu city's garrison elder, maybe even already died at the hands of second uncle Yi Xian. It's not certain, but fate's creation is just so unpredictable. She got Chen Changan as her backer, allowing her to return to headquarters again, take back what belongs to her, even having higher power and status in headquarters than before. For Yi Hongying, what he wants is simple: just keep following young master like this. Serve him well. At the same time, Yi Hongying has another wish, which is to find her missing for many years father whose life or death is unknown. Hearing Yi Hongying praise Chen Changan so much, several people were respectful and awed towards Chen Changan, making Jiang Qing even more tempted. Wanting to meet this Chen Changan, see if he's really as good as Yi Hongying, Zhang Kuan and others say. Then I will go meet him, see if this sir is truly as good as you say. Yi Hongying nodded. Several people got off the treasure ship, entered Tianwu City, and headed straight for Jiukong Pharmacy. After a short while, they arrived at Qingyun Street. At the same time, Jiang Qing instantly noticed the situation around Qingyun Street. There were actually 13 powerful auras hidden in the dark. This couldn't escape the detection of Jiang Cheng, a Wushang Jinjun. Jiang Cheng was shocked inwardly. That sir is indeed extraordinary. He actually has so many strong subordinates. Each aura is not weak. Probably all Tianjinjuan, just in this small street, hides 13 Tianjinjuan. Shocked, Jiang Cheng sighed. See one leaf and know autumn, glimpse one spot and know the whole leopard. That sir can have so many Tianjinjuan guarding. One can imagine how powerful his own strength is. At least De Ri Huang Chao's foundation is not enough to have such a grand display, just like Su Tang there, as the crown prince of De Ri Huang Chao, with noble status, also cannot get so many Tianjinjuan to protect him. In Hezhou, Tianjinjuan are still extremely respected. How could they stay subordinate for long? Soon Jiang Cheng arrived at this Jiukong Pharmacy. Outside it's just a very ordinary pharmacy, located in a corner of Qingyun Street. Very quiet. Jiang Qing thought, great hermit hides in the city. Who would know this seemingly ordinary pharmacy actually hides a peerless expert of the Dengxian realm? How many people know this ordinary street hides more than 10 Tianjinjuan? Before even seeing Chen Changan, Jiang Chang already felt a bit of reverence towards Chen Changan, at the same time carrying a bit of fear. His fear, naturally, was suspicion. That Chen Changan is the mysterious expert targeting Su Tang. He now works for De Ri Huang Chao. If Chen Changan wants to deal with him, he is in great danger today, but fortunately he calculated. If he came to visit, Chen Changan did not come to offend him. Then he himself is not in great danger, otherwise give Jiang Qing 10 guts. He also wouldn't dare run to this Jiukong Pharmacy, and Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushang, Yi Min and Yi Hongying. And that Guihua Zhongzhu, seeing this, Wuxia Jinjun who could enter the Shang Xianbang, actually showing apprehension towards Chen Changan, and also being respectful towards them. Without the slightest contempt, this was simply impossible in the past. Now serving Chen Changan as master, working for Chen Changan, couldn't help feeling a bit proud. This must be that sharing honor and disgrace, entering Jiukong Pharmacy. Jiang Qing's first glance saw Xiaobai and Zhong Ling in the pharmacy. Jiang Qing recognized the young girl In Jiu requested. But he didn't see anything extraordinary about Xiaobai. She seemed ordinary. Even this Xiaobai wasn't even a cultivator. Yi Honying brought Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushang and others went to pay respects to Chen Changan immediately. At this time Chen Changan had just finished cultivating. Hearing that a Wushang Jinjun came to visit him, couldn't help being a bit surprised. Let him in. Zhang Kuan quickly went to see Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing carefully entered the backyard. Saw the true face of this Deng Xian realm sir. But when Jiang Qing saw Chen Changan's appearance, he looked very surprised. Because Chen Changan was too young, looked like he was only in his teens. Is he really that Deng Xian realm great figure? Jiang Qing couldn't help having this doubt in his mind. Especially Jiang Qing felt Chen Changan's cultivation fluctuations weren't strong. Seemed to only be the weakest Yang Xia realm. Also saw Chen Changan dual cultivated body refinement. And the body refinement realm wasn't high either, only late stage 1, hadn't even broken through to stage 2. Once made Jiang Qing think, were Zhang Kuan and the others joking with him? But doubt is doubt. Jiang Qing didn't dare towards the seemingly very young man before him show any disrespect. What if this young man before him was hiding his cultivation, if he really was a Deng Xian realm great expert, then hiding his cultivation before him? Seemed not to be a difficult matter. Jiang Qing bowed and saluted. I am Jiang Qing. Greetings sir. Chen Changan nodded lightly. He recognized this Jiang Qing at a glance. Precisely the purple-robed man beside Su Tang. didn't expect him to come looking. Chen Changan spoke lightly, seeing me for what matter. Zhang Kuan beside him respectfully said, Master, this Jiang Qing is a good friend we met many years ago. Today hearing of Master's majestic power, specially came to visit Master, admire Master's peerless knowledge. This Zhang Kuan really knows how to flatter, speaking like an old sow wearing a bra, one said after another. Jiang Cheng also quickly nodded, yes sir, heard from old friend Zhang Kuan. That Shi Tua Jiao was destroyed by Sir. Sir's means are heaven-reaching, ghosts and gods cannot match. Looking across Huzhou Sir, probably stands at the ceiling existence. We are Huzhou people, naturally admire and worship Sir. This Jiang Qing also knows how to talk to people, speak human words to humans, speak ghost words to ghosts. But Chen Changan heard Jiang Qing's flattering words, expressionless. Jiang Cheng was puzzled inwardly. Could it be his flattering skills aren't good enough? Why is this Chen Changan so moody? Or are all great figures of the Deng Xian realm such moody people? Sure enough, Chen Changan's face suddenly turned cold. Seeing me, why don't you kneel? Accompanied by boundlessly terrifying pressure falling, as if billions of giant mountains fell on Jiang Qing's body at the same time. How could Jiang Qing withstand this terrifying pressure? Almost instantly suppressed to the ground, with a thud, Jiang Qing's legs heavily knelt. Jiang Qing's face turned pale. Sir Yu, this is Jiang Qing's voice trembled slightly, feeling great terror, just from the pressure erupting from Chen Changan's body. Could let Jiang Qing feel Chen Changan's terrifying aspect, just like a towering giant mountain. Looking up to the high mountain, makes people completely unable to climb. Could it be? Is this the strength of a peerless expert of the Deng Xian realm? At the same time Jiang Qing was terrified inwardly. Didn't I calculate, coming to this Jiukong pharmacy wouldn't be dangerous? What exactly is happening now? Jiang Qing finally cultivated to this realm after much difficulty. Doesn't want to die just like this. As for Zhang Kuan and Tai Mushing beside him, they were fierce. Didn't know why Chen Changan suddenly acted up, but neither dared say a word. If Chen Changan wanted to kill Jiang Qing, no one could save him. Conversely, if they stepped forward to persuade, their lives would also be in danger. Chen Changan coldly said, you must be Su Tang's Dao protector. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat, even more certain inside that Chen Changan was the mysterious figure who dealt with Su Tang's nephew initially. Chen Changan spoke again, Su Dafu. I protect him. Su Tang wants to move against Su Dafu. What do you think? A seemingly calm inquiry, yet hid killing intent. If Jiang Cheng answered slightly unsatisfactorily, Chen Changan would take this Jiang Qing's life. Jiang Qing also knew he was currently on the brink of death. He swallowed hard. Could say it had been thousands of years since he was as nervous as today, his face pale. A dignified Wu Shangjun actually couldn't help trembling at this moment, cold sweat breaking out all over. Jiang Qing said, Sir, today I came, wanting to pledge allegiance to Sir. That De Ri Huang Chao does all kinds of evil, wolf-hearted, and dog-lunged. Coveting the protection of Crown Prince Dafu's maternal clan Manhwa Wangzu, secretly attacked mother and daughter. I originally couldn't stand it, alas under someone else's roof, had to bow my head, but now, hearing old friend Zhang Kuan and old friend Tai Mushing mention, Sir, you are righteous and majestic. Thought of abandoning darkness for light to pledge allegiance to you. From now on, I Jiang Qing will serve Sir. If Sir asks me to deal with De Ri Huang Chao, then from now on, this De Ri Huang Chao is my Jiang Qing's enemy, irreconcilable until death. If Sir tells me to go east, Jiang Qing absolutely dares not go west. Hope Sir can give this old slave a chance. Jiang Qing finished speaking all this tremblingly, next was leaving it to fate. Felt palms, back, whole body sweaty, so nervous he didn't dare breathe. Afraid that because he took a breath, he would displease Chen Changan. Seeing Jiang Qing, this Wu Shangjun being so humble before Chen Changan, Yi Hongying, Yi Min, Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushing and that Gue Hua Zongju's expressions were very complex. Fortunately this scene only happened in this Jiukong pharmacy. If it spread outside, this famous Wu Shangjun being so humble, willing to be a slave, would probably cause a huge sensation throughout Huzhou. Even Wu Shangjun want to become Chen Changan's slave, then them becoming Chen Changan's servants. Now seems like an honor. Chen Changan watched Jiang Qing lightly, then dispersed that boundlessly terrifying pressure. His indifferent face now also showed a trace of satisfaction. He who understands the times is a wise man. You side with me. Your life is safe. If you side with De Ri Huang Chao, maybe one day you and I meet as enemies. You probably won't be able to keep your life. Yes, master is right. Jiang Qing knows how to read expressions. Just now only addressing Chen Changan as Sir, now changed to Master. And that boundlessly terrifying pressure dispersed, finally let Jiang Qing relax completely. Like walking through the gates of hell, completely exhausted, without any strength left, Jiang Qing thought. Didn't expect behind Su Dafu stood Master, this peerless expert. Seems to Ri Huang Chao dealing with Su Dafu is not a wise move, honestly. Now that Jiang Cheng became Chen Changan's servant, he really wants to calculate. See how his future prospects are, just as Jiang Cheng submitted to Chen Changan. Willing to serve Chen Changan as master, the Kong Han Chao in his sea of consciousness transmitted Bai Ningbing's message. It was Bai Ningbing contacting her. Chen Changan opened Kong Han Chao asked Bai Ningbing what's wrong. Bai Ningbing said, I've already inquired about Granny Rong's situation in the abyss. She broke into Yin Ling Sizu's territory, don't know what she did. Now facing frantic pursuit from the abyss race, but your Granny Rong's strength is very strong. Currently haven't heard news of her encountering danger, just still don't know. Where exactly she is hiding in the abyss now, then is she in danger? Chen Changan asked. Bai Ningbing said that's unclear, but with her strength alone, how can she resist the abyss? No matter where she hides, eventually she will be found. At that time it will be her time of great disaster. Chen Changan frowned. Can't she come out? However, Chen Changan wasn't very worried about Granny Rong's safety, since she dared enter the abyss alone, even going to the Yin Ling Sizu Forbidden Land. Must have confidence in her own strength, won't so easily meet misfortune. Bai Ningbing smiled wryly. Now, that abyss gate is heavily guarded by Yin Ling Sizu experts. I can't suggest she come out of the abyss, this is trouble. Chen Changan pondered for a moment, then continue monitoring the abyss. Inform me immediately if there's news. Okay, Bai Ningbing asked Bai Ji, how is she now? Chen Changan said lightly, don't worry. Beside me Xiao Bai is very safe, will absolutely not encounter danger, and absolutely no one, under the premise of not getting my consent, can take her away from my side. Hearing Chen Changan's words, Bai Ningbing felt much more relieved, then disconnected from Chen Changan. And Chen Changan suddenly fell silent. Jiang Cheng and others didn't know what Chen Changan was doing. All stood silently aside, not daring to disturb him, after Chen Changan finished contacting Bai Ningbing. Thought for a moment, took out a piece of wood, started carving seriously. Jiang Cheng and others didn't dare disturb Chen Changan, didn't even dare make a sound, all watched him curiously. Carving wood didn't take long. That piece of wood was finished carving, everyone looked over. What this wood carved was precisely Xiao Bai, lifelike looking at the Xiao Bai he carved. Chen Changan was very satisfied. Then Chen Changan infused invincible cultivation slowly into this wood carving, causing this wood carving to undergo a mysterious qualitative change. After completing all this, Chen Changan said to Jiang Qing, I have a task for you. Jiang Qing's expression immediately became extremely solemn, quickly said, I wonder what taskmaster has to assign to this old slave. Chen Changan handed the just finished carving of Xiao Bai to Jiang Qing. Since Yi Ling Sizu asked you to bring Xiao Bai away, then take this wood carving to Yin Ling Sizu. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Qing was instantly dumbfounded. Couldn't help but smile wryly. Master, you give me his wooden carving, that Yin Ling Sizu isn't stupid. Could it be Master wants to trick Yin Ling Sizu? Chen Changan said. Chen Changan smiled. This wood carving is not as simple as you see on the surface. As soon as the words fell, saw the wood carving in Jiang Qing's hand, suddenly burst out dazzling light. Then, the wood carving in Jiang Cheng's hand underwent an astonishing change, from a carved Xiao Bai, in the blink of an eye, became a living Xiao Bai, standing before everyone, causing Yi Honying, Zhang Kuan, even Jiang Cheng and others to be stunned. How is this possible? Master, how did this wood carving you carved come alive? Yi Honying exclaimed. This is truly turning decay into magic, a heaven-defying divine ability. Even Xiao Bai and Zhong Linger outside heard the exclamations from the backyard. Curiously came over to see what happened. When Xiao Bai saw that wood carving, Xiao Bai suddenly, those beautiful eyes widened roundly. Sister Linger, how come there's another me beside brother? Zhong Linger also looked very puzzled. Could it be Xiao Bai's sister's twin sister? They look so alike at this moment. That wood carving Xiao Bai, every move was so real. Even Jiang Qing, possessing the strength of Wu Shan Jinjun, couldn't see through this Xiao Bai wood carving before him. As if this Xiao Bai before him wasn't a wood carving, she was a living person. Jiang Qing was shocked. He had watched with his own eyes Chen Changan carving the wooden figure. Now the wooden figure came alive. A sense of worship and awe spontaneously arose in Jiang Qing's heart. Jiang Qing also instantly understood Chen Changan's meaning. Now that Master's carved wood carving came alive, taking it to show the people of Yin Ling Sizu, they might really be unable to tell if it's real or fake. What Master displayed is truly celestial magic, making this old slave worshipful. Chen Changan said, after you take the wood carving to Yin Ling Sizu, don't expose your current identity. Temporarily continue staying in De Ri Huang Chao. Understood. Jiang Cheng nodded respectfully, without the slightest objection. Of course, Chen Changan also knew although Jiang Cheng submitted now, he was definitely not devoted heart and soul. Decided to draw a big cake for him first. Work well, if I am satisfied, helping you break through to the Dengxian realm is not difficult, of course can't just draw cakes. Chen Changan still had to give Jiang Qing some benefits. Chen Changan towards Jiang Qing's body infused a trace of invincible power. That power instantly exploded within Jiang Qing's body, causing Jiang Qing's cultivation to boil instantly. That was power of a fundamentally different magnitude, integrating into Jiang Qing's cultivation, letting Jiang Qing instantly feel. He touched the infinite mysteries of the Dengxian realm everywhere, gaining many insights. Jiang Qing was excited. He bet correctly. Jiang Qing immediately knelt. Thank you, master, for the blessing. This old slave will definitely serve master diligently. Bow down and exhaust oneself, without hesitation. Jiang Qing, after receiving Chen Changan's infused trace of invincible power into his body, actually felt the many profound mysteries from the Dengxian realm. Afterwards, his worship and awe for Chen Changan was like the endlessly flowing river. Indeed, submitting to Chen Changan has much more future than being a workhorse for Dari Huang Chao. Especially currently, he had just submitted. Chen Changan let him touch the many mysteries of the Dengxian realm up close. This was simply impossible in Dari Huang Chao. Although Dari Huang Chao promised to help him step into the Dengxian realm, but after being a workhorse for Dari Huang Chao for so many years, this Dari Huang Chao hadn't helped him at all. But Chen Changan was different. Chen Changan himself is powerful, mysterious, unfathomable. More importantly, Chen Changan doesn't just make empty promises. Now he had just submitted to Chen Changan. Chen Changan didn't even care if he truly submitted. Granted him such stellar mysteries, benefits Jiang Qing didn't even dare think of. In Jiang Qing's view, although he submitted to Chen Changan, if he wanted to from Chen Changan's hands obtain mysteries regarding Dengxian, definitely had to pay a huge price, at least achieve a great merit for Chen Changan first. Just arriving, he was smashed with such a big cake. At this moment, Jiang Qing felt overwhelmed by favor, even more overjoyed, secretly swore in his heart, must definitely complete the task Chen Changan assigned him. Seriously. Afterwards, Jiang Qing took the wood carving and left Jiukan Pharmacy, heading straight for the underground palace. Chen Changan looked towards Yi Hongying. How was it? This time attacking Yi Huzhai, was the journey smooth? Yi Hongying was very respectful, with Zhang Kuan sent by young master Tai Mushang and Gui Huazongju, these three Xinjuan helping. How could that Yi Huzhai resist? It has now been destroyed. Saying this, Yi Hongying took out a storage ring respectfully handed it to Chen Changan. Young master, this time destroying Yi Huzhai. Everything plundered from Yi Huzhai's treasury is here. Since you destroyed Yi Huzhai, take these cultivation resources from the treasury yourself. Chen Changan wasn't very interested in these. What he lacked were body refinement resources. Besides refining the body with those heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Chen Changan felt his body refinement progress wasn't very fast, so needed external things for body refinement more. Strengthen the physical body. After all, many body cultivators, when they undergo body refinement, not only through consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine the body, more often rely on external things, like a 10,000 zhang waterfall flowing straight down, letting the physical body be continuously washed and refined. Or that kind of vast sea of fireplace, or perhaps 10,000-year frost poison swamps, etc. Letting the physical body undergo thousands of trials and tribulations, endure various tortures, only then can quickly become stronger. Chen Changan asked Yi Hongying, Hongying, do you know any good places nearby suitable for body refinement? I wonder what intensity of body refinement place young master needs. Chen Changan said, just a good place suitable for stage 1 or stage 2 body cultivators refinement. Yi Hongying thought for a moment. Spoke young master. At Fengluo village 100 li away from Tianwu city, heard there is a canyon. From the canyon depths a fierce wind blows year-round. That fierce wind is like blades. Ordinary cultivators simply cannot block that fierce wind. Has refined the body, can strengthen the physical body in a short time. Fengren Canyon, okay, I know. Chen Changan slightly narrowed his eyes, had a plan in mind, then. Chen Changan again instructed Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushang and Gui Huazongju, you follow Hongying from now on. Hongying, if you have any matters in the future, feel free to order them to do it. Also those heavenly materials and earthly treasures I asked you to collect, you continue searching. Zhang Kuan, Tai Mushang and Gui Huazongju naturally dared not have the slightest defiance. Chen Changan said. What else? Yi Hongying respectfully nodded. I have already asked headquarters to pay attention. Young master, please rest assured. After Jiang Qing returned from Jiukan Pharmacy, he went straight to the underground palace. After arriving at the underground palace, Jiang Qing saw Su Tang. Su Tang said, Zhan Lao, has the person in Ling Isai Zhu wanted been brought? Jiang Qing thought secretly, Su Tang, this kid, and Diri Huang Chao have ordered this old man around for so many years, this old man now sees through their faces. But thinking of Chen Changan, that sense of awe spontaneously arose in Jiang Qing's heart, looking at Su Tang. Felt schadenfreude thinking now look at the situation, De Ri Huang Chao provoked Master. And De Ri Huang Chao's side still doesn't know, wonder if when they know Master's power. Master is a peerless expert of the Deng Xian realm, what kind of face will they show? But on the surface, Jiang Cheng still maintained a respectful attitude towards this De Ri Huang Chao crown prince. After all, Chen Changan told him to stay well in De Ri Huang Chao, be a competent undercover agent. Thinking of the Deng Xian opportunity Master promised him, and what he currently perceived, the profound Deng Xian mysteries, Jiang Qing felt even more excited, full of anticipation. Must definitely work well for Master, obtain Master's grace, so Jiang Qing showed a smile. Nodded saying, Your Highness, the young girl Yin Ling Sai Zhu wanted, this old man has already captured her. Saying this he grabbed from his sleeve, like taking something from the universe, a white light flew out. It was a lifelike Xiaobai, appearing before Jiang Qing and Su Tang. Xiaobai blinked her eyes cutely, like a child who knew nothing. Su Tang saw this, immediately felt overjoyed, this young girl, indeed is the person Yin Ling Sai Zhu wants. With her, we can threaten Yin Ling Sai Zhu's side, obtain the underground palace inheritance. Jiang Cheng nodded, Your Highness is right. At this time Su Tang again said, Right, Jiang Lao, this period. I have been sending people, searching for the whereabouts of Su Dafu, that group of traitors. Now have news of him, that group of traitors, are currently appearing in a certain poison nest on the 5th level of the underground palace, fighting with the Xin Yuan Izu inside. This time let's see how he escapes. Su Tang's eyes suddenly shot out cold killing light, especially thinking of his Xin Weishan dying in Su Dafu's hands, causing his foundation damage. Made uncontrollable killing intent surge in his heart, this time must kill Su Dafu. Make him pay the price, make Su Dafu regret everything he did back then. Su Dafu Jiang Qing was suddenly startled inwardly, speaking of before, Su Dafu in Jiang Qing's eyes was just a small figure opposing De Ri Huang Chao, a Daodanao prince of De Ri Huang Chao. De Ri Huang Chao's side only wanted to obtain the protection of the Manhwa Wangzu in Su Dafu's hands. These years encountering De Ri Huang Chao's pursuit, hiding here and there. This time Jiang Qing accompanied Su Tang to the underground palace. Primary task besides protecting Su Tang was another task to use his Tianming Shadong, find Su Dafu's hiding place. Kill him here, but now, Jiang Qing didn't dare go kill Su Dafu anymore. Know that Su Dafu himself isn't much, but he is Master's good friend. With Master protecting him, this destines Su Dafu's future to be limitless. So De Ri Huang Chao wanting to deal with Su Dafu is not as easy as it seems on the surface. And now didn't expect Su Tang actually found Su Dafu, where he is now. Master said Su Dafu is his protected person, but currently from beginning to end, hasn't revealed his identity before De Ri Huang Chao. Clearly doesn't want outsiders to disturb. Master ordered me to stay beside Su Tang. Must be wanting me to secretly protect Su Dafu, pay attention to De Ri Huang Chao's side at all times. Actions against Su Dafu, thus promptly stopping them. Jiang Qing thought this way. Just Jiang Qing doesn't understand, since Master wants to protect Su Dafu, why not personally deal with De Ri Huang Chao, with just a flick of his finger? Presumably this Su Tang would die, can't figure it out, might as well not think. Master is profound and unfathomable. What he's thinking, how could he fathom, then had an idea in mind. Seems need to send news to Su Dafu in advance, let him leave that poison nest quickly. On the surface Jiang Qing remained expressionless. That Su Dafu provoked Your Highness. Now that Your Highness knows his location, when should we move to deal with him? Su Tang sneered coldly. That traitor still needs to stay in that poison nest for a while, no rush anyway in Su Tang's mind. That Su Dafu was already a dead man, although a mysterious sky-covering giant hand appeared back then, suppressing him, but Su Tang isn't afraid of that mysterious expert now. He now has Jiang Lao protecting him. If that mysterious expert dares appear again, doesn't matter, Jiang Lao will act. Jiang Lao is a Wushang Jinjun. If that mysterious expert dares appear, Jiang Lao will definitely kill him, since the person has been brought from Tianwu City. Let's first go to Yin Ling Sai Zhu's side and trade with them first. Jiang Qing followed Su Tang. Quickly contacted that Yin Zhou of Yin Ling Sai Zhu. Yin Zhou, after receiving Su Tang's message, was very surprised. This matter even Gui Dao couldn't handle, instead capsized in the gutter. This De Ri Huang Chao person handled it so quickly. Yin Zhou was skeptical, but still met with Su Tang and others. Upon meeting, Yin Zhou immediately said, The person I want you brought him. Su Tang said lightly, Your words expressed doubt. Could it be difficult for my De Ri Huang Chao to bring someone back? Is this difficult? Saying this he let Jiang Qing bring Xiaobai out. Yin Zhou saw Xiaobai. Instantly overjoyed. It's her, it's really her. Didn't expect your Dari Huangchao's efficiency to be so fast. Injio was very happy. Originally thought this task Pang Diren gave him wouldn't be so easy to complete, but didn't expect asking Dari Huangchao to do it, completed so quickly. Was very happy. Clearly even Injio was like Su Tang. Didn't recognize this Xiaobai before him wasn't the real Xiaobai. Just a wood carving Chen Changan made. Injio said you did beautifully. Hand the person over to me. Saying this, Injio was about to step forward, take Xiaobai away. Su Tang sneered coldly, raised his hand, blocking Injio's move, simultaneously let Jiang Qing protect Xiaobai well. Give Injio a chance to take Xiaobai. Injio, don't forget the promise you made me. We agreed. Take me to get Sibei Sendi's left Ditong inheritance, before getting the Ditong inheritance. How could I foolishly hand the girl over to you? Injio paused for a moment. Only then remembered the matter he promised Su Tang, but how could Injio hand over the Ditong inheritance to him? It was just to make Su Tang work for him, deceiving him, that's all. That Ditong inheritance already has an owner, not just anyone can get it, clearly from the beginning. Injio never intended to give this inheritance to Su Tang. Was just deceiving Su Tang all along, but on the surface Injio remained expressionless. But inwardly he sneered, mere human ants, dare to threaten me, don't know life from death. Then Injio smiled. In Ling Isaizu, how could we go back on our word? You captured the traitor. The matter I promised you back then naturally won't deceive you. How about this 3 days later? We agree to meet again. I'll let Peng Diren take you to the 9th level. Su Tang didn't speak, just his eyes flickered with uncertain light, then smiled again. Nodded saying okay, then 3 days later, hope your Ling Isaizu keeps its promise, and doesn't deceive me. Jiang Qing, take him away, come back in 3 days, afterwards. Su Tang, Jiang Qing carrying Xiaobai, the three swaggered away. Injio watched Su Tang and Jiang Qing's departing backs, after they left. Injio's eyes suddenly shot out that cold killing light, dare to threaten my Ling Isaizu. 3 days later will be your death date. On the way Su Tang said to Jiang Qing, John Lao. That Injio said 3 days later take us to the 9th level, what do you think of this matter? Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, said Ling Isaizu may not necessarily trade so intimately with us humans. I don't quite believe this Ling Isaizu will keep their promise to us like this. Perhaps 3 days later, Injio will call Ling Isaizu's side to deal with us. It's not impossible. As soon as these words came out, Su Tang frowned. I also feel Ling Isaizu harbors ill intentions, won't easily cooperate with us. If we want to go to the 9th level now, get the Ditong inheritance, can only rely on Ling Isaizu's help. If Ling Isaizu reneges, what should we do? Jiang Qing looked at Xiaobai beside him. Said lightly, Your Highness need not worry, the person they want is in our hands. From Injio's expression just now, this young girl indeed isn't just a simple traitor. I suspect this girl is very important to Ling Isaizu. If they dare renege, we can very well use her to threaten them. Worst case, tear up the ticket. If Ling Isaizu remains unmoved, then clearly from beginning to end, we couldn't rely on Ling Isaizu to go to the 9th level. Then can only think of other methods. Zhang Lao's words make sense. Then Su Tang said no matter what, 3 days later we'll know what this Ling Isaizu really wants to do. At that time, I'll call all the Huangchao experts in the underground palace. How could I fear this Ling Isaizu? As for now, should go deal with Dari Huangchao's traitor. Speaking of this, Su Tang's eyes shot out killing light. Jiang Cheng knew, the traitor he spoke of was precisely Su Dafu. Now it's time to move against Su Dafu. Underground palace 5th level, a swampland. Here lives a kind of Xinyuan Izu, named Beidan. The Haydn clan is loyal to the Abyss Queen. On each of their backs, they carry a strange dragon egg, crawling in this swamp. Su Dafu led his people, advancing within this poisonous swamp, only to find a piece within this poisonous swamp, high-grade Xinyuan Shi. Places like this heavily eroded by the abyss, will nurture a high-grade Xinyuan Shi. If Su Dafu could obtain it, it would greatly help his cultivation realm advancement. Looking at those Beidan people, Su Dafu frowned. 7th Master. These Beidan people look really disgusting. Su Yuanba beside him said, Your Highness, these Beidan people are not strong, but they are full of strangeness. Why kill? Look at them crawling on the ground, the egg carried on their backs, that's a spider egg. Heard, that is an egg laid by the Abyss Queen, one of the strongest of the Xinyuan Izu. After absorbing the essence chi of these egg-carrying people, it will hatch abyss poison spiders. Those poison spiders contain terrifyingly strange potent poison. Ordinary detoxification pills simply cannot cure it. Troublesome. The most troublesome thing is, if these abyss poison spiders are killed, one's body will be tainted with their aura, thus, becoming an enemy of the Abyss Queen. If one kills the Abyss Queen's descendants, being targeted by the Abyss Queen would be very troublesome. Su Dafu nodded, looking at these Beidan people crawling in the poison swamp. But these Beidan people are hatching these spider eggs, haven't attacked us. We don't need to attack these Beidan people either, avoid extra complications. Suddenly just then, from the distant horizon flew a seven-colored crow. That seven-colored crow circled above the poison swamp. Seemed to be looking for something. Soon, that seven-colored crow discovered Su Dafu in the poison swamp. Su Yuanba then flew towards Su Dafu and the others. Su Yuanba saw it, frowned. Your Highness, something is approaching. Su Dafu looked up. It's a crow. That seven-colored crow flew over. Then spoke human words. Su Dafu, I came under master's orders to inform you something big has happened. Su Dafu frowned. You know me? Then Su Dafu asked again, who is your master, and what big matter do you have to tell me? That seven-colored crow continued speaking human words, said my master didn't let me tell you who he is. He just asked me to pass a message to you. Su Tang of De Ri Huang Chao already knows your whereabouts. Is now sending people to surround, kill you. Escape quickly, escape quickly. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba heard this seven-colored crow's words. Were very shocked. The two couldn't help glancing at each other. Didn't expect this seven-colored crow was actually specifically here to tip them off. This was something the two never expected. Although unsure if what this seven-colored crow said is true or false. But these words made Su Dafu and Su Yuanba's expressions inevitably become grave. If it's really true, then this is not good news. Didn't expect, while he was in this poison nest looking for high-grade Shin Yuansher, that Su Tang actually knew. The seven-colored crow said escape quickly, but Su Dafu couldn't possibly. Just based on this seven-colored crow's few words, leave this poison nest. Even less likely hearing Su Tang is coming to deal with him, just turn and run. Su Dafu sneered coldly. Last time destroyed this Su Tang Shinwaishan, he must hate me to the bone. If he knew where I am now, would definitely come besiege me at all costs. Speaking thus, the seven-colored crow before me didn't lie. Otherwise presumably Su Tang would have already killed his way here. Su Yuanba beside him murmured. Su Dafu looked at that seven-colored crow. The person who sent you to tip me off, did they say anything else? The seven-colored crow shook its head. One more thing, my master said, if you don't believe. He said he knows someone, you must know who. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were very curious. The seven-colored crow said, Chen Changan. As soon as these words came out, Su Dafu couldn't help but be startled. Didn't expect the seven-colored crow's master actually knew Changan. Su Yuanba said, then it seems these words are 90% true. Su Dafu nodded. Regarding my relationship with Changan, few outsiders know. Especially De Ri Huang Chao's side, even more impossible to know, otherwise Changan would have been in trouble long ago. Seems Su Tang really wants to deal with me. I'm leaving you guys. Quickly escape. Quickly escape. The seven-colored crow finished speaking, quickly flew away. Your Highness, then what do we do now? Su Yuanba asked. Su Dafu revealed a malicious cold smile, looking towards this poisoned swampland before him, now knowing Su Tang and the others are coming. This is a golden opportunity. This poisoned swampland is not bad. Can be used to properly trap them. Even if Su Tang that fellow doesn't die, he'll have to shed a layer of skin for me. Saying this, Su Dafu from his storage ring took out several purple pots. Su Yuanba's eyes lit up. Your Highness intends to use the Wandu who made by Manhwa Wangzu. Su Dafu nodded. Wandu who combined with this poison swamp will completely turn this place into a land of lethal poison. That Su Tang is De Ri Huang Chao's crown prince. Must have many life-saving trump cards. Killing him won't be easy. But that group of Huang Chao experts around him may not necessarily have any magic treasures to resist Wandu Hu. Let's see, after the Huang Chao experts around that fellow are all dead, how he still dares to be arrogant in this underground palace. At the same time Su Dafu's gaze was deep, spoke again, the current situation. The underground palace is almost completely eroded by the abyss. Obtaining the underground palace inheritance is very difficult. I don't hold much hope. If I can from this underground palace obtain a batch of high-grade Shin Yuansher, I'll be satisfied, as long as I can quickly break through to the Huashan Jing, become a Wang Hoan theft by the Tiandi, can enter Manhwa Wangzu's treasury, obtain all the treasures inside. By that time, we'll truly have the capital to contend with De Ri Huang Chao, and no longer fear De Ri Huang Chao. That time will be the true start of revenge. Su Dafu's eyes shot out icy cold light. Even more shot out terrifying killing intent. Su Yuanba beside him agreed. Believe your Highness can definitely avenge her ladyship. Make De Ri Huang Chao pay the price for this. Afterwards Su Dafu led his subordinates, began setting up in this poison swamp. As for that group of Beidan in the poison swamp, Su Dafu did not provoke them, but moved them away from the area where the Wandu trap was being set. One by one Wandu who were buried in the swamp, set with explosive seals on top. As long as Su Dafu willed it, those Wandu who would be triggered and explode. Combined with this poison swampland, truly turning this place into a poison zone. After setting everything up, Su Dafu ordered his subordinates to hide themselves, now just waiting for Su Tang to walk into the net. And just as Su Dafu was setting up this poison zone, on the other side, Su Tang was leading Jiang Qing and 30 Huang Chao experts to attack. This was all of De Ri Huang Chao's forces in the underground palace, with Jiang Qing this Wu Shang Zhenjun as the trump card figure. Combined with those 30 Huang Chao experts, Su Tang didn't believe that Su Dafu, that group of traitors, could still escape from his encirclement. This time Su Dafu must die. At this time the seven-colored crow flew from the poison swamp. Jiang Qing raised his hand, beckoned. That seven-colored crow landed on his hand, making strange, hard-to-understand sounds. Seemed to be telling Jiang Qing something. Su Tang beside him saw it, asked Zhang Lao. Your spirit pet went to the poison swamp ahead, scouted the situation, did it detect anything? Is Su Dafu, that fellow, still in the poison swamp? Jiang Qing wore a smile, nodded, saying indeed still in the poison swamp, looking for high-grade Shin Yuan. Sure, looks like. They still have no idea your highness is coming to kill Su Tang. Overjoyed. Very good then. Su Tang spoke again. Zhan Lao, this time we move against Su Dafu, but must always be vigilant. The expert standing behind Su Dafu, he is very likely to appear in this battle. Zhan Lao, how much confidence do you have dealing with him? Dealing with master. Jiang Qing sneered inwardly. Ie Wu Shang Zhenjun. If I go deal with master who is already in the Deng Xian realm, isn't that seeking death? But on the surface, Jiang Qing was full of confidence. Your highness, rest assured. That mysterious expert behind Su Dafu is not worth worrying about. With this old man here, killing him is not difficult. Hearing Jiang Qing's confident reply, Su Tang was even happier. Good. After a short while, Su Tang led his men to the outside of the poison swamp. Saw many Beidan people. Su Tang frowned. These Beidan people crawling in the swamp looked disgusting. Heard the spider eggs these egg carriers carry on their backs are eggs laid by the Abyss Queen, one of the Abyss's strongest. Su Tang was very curious. Then Su Tang raised his hand, killed an egg carrier crawling on the ground, stepped on and burst the spider egg on its back. Instantly from that burst spider egg actually appeared dozens of strange-looking peculiar monsters. Those strange bugs let out sharp hisses, then madly charged towards Su Tang. Su Tang looked at these strange bugs. Even with his extensive knowledge, couldn't help his scalp tingling now. Fortunately these strange bugs weren't strong. Su Tang just threw a ball of fire. Those strange bugs screamed tragically, were burned to death by the ball of fire Su Tang threw. Seems these strange bugs fear fire. But although these strange bugs were burned to death by fire, they released an extremely pleasant fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Su Tang was surprised. The smell is quite fragrant. Jiang Qing, however, blocked this fragrance early, because Jiang Qing calculated with his fingers. Keenly sensed this fragrance contained potent poison, and as a qualified undercover agent, of course discovering this fragrance was poisonous, couldn't possibly remind him in time. So, after letting Su Tang absorb that poisonous fragrance for a while, Jiang Qing pretended his expression changed. Reminded, not good. Your highness, this fragrance contains potent poison, cannot smell too much. Su Tang was startled, quickly held his breath, then Su Tang felt his head spin, body weak. Clearly poisoned. Su Tang quickly took a detoxification pill, symptoms slightly improved. He looked apprehensively at those Beidan people crawling in the swamp, didn't dare act rashly again. Continue walking. These despicable people don't provoke us, we don't need to attack them. Go deal with Su Dafu first. Jiang Qing nodded. Soon Su Tang led his men. Arrived at the place Su Dafu had set up, that poison zone. Looking around, Su Tang couldn't help frowning tightly. Where are the people? Jiang Qing looked around, also didn't see Su Dafu, etc. Thought inwardly, seems they already escaped, but as soon as the words fell, heard a loud booming sound. It was the Wandu who buried in the poison swamp, being detonated one by one, throughout the entire poison swamp. Burst out clouds of rotten greenish-white poison gas, just like a primordial giant beast. Opened its gluttonous mouth, rushing towards Su Tang and the others. In an instant Su Tang and others didn't even have time to react. Were submerged in that rotten poison fog. Su Tang looked at the greenish-white haze around him. His face extremely ugly. Damn it, fell into a trap. He originally wanted to besiege Su Dafu, but didn't expect Su Dafu actually set up a trap in advance, ambushed him in this poison fog. Su Dafu only felt his flesh and blood stinging painfully. Billions of bugs seemed to be tearing at his flesh, causing him unending pain all over. Su Tang was still okay. He dual cultivated fat tack and body. Physical body strength wasn't bad, could still resist this poison gas erosion. But those Huang Chao experts were different. They didn't cultivate strong physical bodies, only relying on Heavenly Tao blessing to enhance their bodies. This kind of physical body strength, How could it contend with that poison gas? Hearing from within the poison gas the miserable screams emitted by those Huang Chao experts, Su Tang's face became even uglier. Dog thing dares to ambush me. Damn it, Su Tang could only circulate his body refinement technique, constantly resisting the 10,000 poisons erosion, while continuously taking antidotes, detoxification pills to dissolve the toxins absorbed in his body, but this poison zone was too formidable. Soon Su Tang couldn't hold on. Su Tang could only take out a jade-green treasure jade. This treasure jade was only palm-sized, emitting a dim soft green light. The green light formed a green circular shield, enveloping Su Tang within it, blocking the damage from this poison zone. The urgent task now is to leave this poison zone quickly. Otherwise, even if I possess this Hua Du Baoyu, I simply cannot hold on for long. Su Tang identified a direction in the poison zone, flew towards there, encountered Huang Chao experts along the way, saw they had already been corroded into miserable white bones. Hair-raising, there were still screams ahead. Su Tang went closer to look. Saw it was a Jiaozhu level Huang Chao expert, currently one leg corroded by the 10,000 poisons, was using some defensive divine ability, struggling hard to resist, barely holding on. Su Tang dispersed the poison gas, arrived before this Huang Chao expert, only then saw his current state. Couldn't help being startled. That Huang Chao expert, upon seeing Su Tang arrive, was like grabbing a life-saving straw, quickly shouted, "Your Highness, save me, Your Highness. Save me." Tongue frowned, kept distance from this Huang Chao expert. "Figure it out yourself." Coldly finished saying this sentence, Su Tang didn't look back, continued onwards. Although the green light emitted by his Hua Du Baoyu could still protect 2 or 3 people, but what if the energy inside this Hua Du Baoyu wasn't enough? Not enough to support him escaping this poison zone, so he'd rather these Huang Chao experts die. Must also ensure his own safety without any issues. Moreover, he is the crown prince of De Ri Huang Chao. His status so noble, how could this group of Huang Chao experts compare? Su Tang quickly fled the poison zone. Face ugly. Simultaneously he sent Jiang Qing a message, asking where he was in this poison zone. Clearly just now right beside him, but once the poison gas appeared, everyone scattered. He and Jiang Qing were not together, without Jiang Qing this Wushang Jinjun by his side. This made Su Tang feel very uneasy. This made Su Tang unable to stop cursing inwardly. Jiang Qing, this old fellow, Father Emperor ordered you to follow me, protect me. Where the hell are you now? If something happens to me, Father Emperor's side will definitely not let you off, even if you are Wushang Jinjun. Don't even think about getting away safely. Just as Su Tang was constantly cursing inwardly, the dense poison gas ahead suddenly dispersed. Then Su Dafu appeared ahead with Su Yuanba. Su Tang angrily cursed Su Dafu. "It really was your trick." Su Dafu crossed his arms, sneering endlessly. "Didn't you want to come besiege me? Don't know how you like this great gift I sent you." While speaking, Su Dafu took out a Wanduhu, 7th master. "You just watch from the side. No need to act. Let me properly teach this fellow a lesson." Saying this, Su Dafu threw the Wanduhu in his hand. After throwing it, that Wanduhu exploded with a bang, then turned into a Tenjang poison dragon, whistling as it charged towards Su Tang. Su Tang used some unknown divine ability, punching repeatedly, relying solely on physical strength, actually killed that poison dragon. Su Dafu clapped his hands. Amazing. Amazing, truly worthy of being De Ri Huang Chao's crown prince, even after suffering 10,000 poisons erosion. Strength is still so formidable. Finished speaking, Su Dafu threw out a dozen more Wanduhu in one breath. Those Wanduhu exploded, a dozen poison dragons charged out, killing towards Su Tang. While dealing with these poison dragons, angrily cursed Su Dafu, "You sinister, despicable fellow." Su Dafu said lightly, "Su Tang, I'm sinister and despicable. How can I compare to your sinister despicableness? Your Xinhuaishan is already destroyed. Today, if you have no other life-saving trump cards, then leave your life here." After Su Tang destroyed those dozen poison dragons, the Hua Du Baoyu protecting him, its green light had already dimmed considerably. Clearly the effect of resisting the 10,000 poisons was getting weaker. Seeing this situation, Su Dafu attacked Su Tang even more vigorously, wishing him an early death and reincarnation. But just then, that Su Tang suddenly summoned a strange magic treasure. It was a fist-sized golden skull, unknown what creature's skull it was, flew into mid-air, shooting out strange brilliance. From that golden skull's empty eye sockets, fiercely shot cold light towards Su Dafu. Su Dafu didn't even have time to react. Was hit by the skull's cold light. Actually directly sucked into the skull's eye sockets. All this happened too fast. So fast Su Dafu didn't react. Su Yuanba beside him also couldn't stop it in time. Su Yuanba angrily rebuked Su Tang. "What did you do to my highness?" Su Tang sneered coldly. "A Huang Chao traitor, still dreaming of dealing with me, seeking death." Finished speaking, saw Su Tang forming seals with his hands, that golden skull suddenly opened its mouth wide. Swallowed Su Tang in one gulp. Su Yuanba attacked, wanting to break that skull. But that skull was abnormally sturdy, with Su Yuanba's strength. Couldn't break this skull no matter what. Currently also didn't know Su Dafu was sucked into that skull, how his situation was, at the same time. In that skull space, Su Dafu looked dumbfounded at the surrounding space, looking for how to get out. Just then, Su Tang also appeared in this skull space. Su Tang sneered coldly, "Traitor, entering this skull space. Let's see how that poison zone you set up can affect me." As soon as the words fell from this skull space, surged out endless power, actually directly flowed into Su Tang's body, letting Su Tang's cultivation increase in a short time. In the blink of an eye, this Su Tang possessed the cultivation of a Huashan Jingwang Ho. Su Tang released icy killing intent. He coldly said, "Now, you can go die." Su Dafu however wasn't panicked at all. He said, "Just based on your Huashan Jing cultivation, pulling me into this skull space, you think you can kill me?" While speaking, saw Su Dafu take out a strange bell, saw him shake the bell, accompanied by clear ringing sounds. Then 10 phantoms appeared before Su Dafu, and these 10 phantoms were abnormally powerful. Although not Zhao Zhu level, or even Wanfa Jingjin Jun, but they were also comparable in strength to the current Su Tang, Huashan Jingwang Ho. It was Manhwa In Hun again. Seeing this time, Su Tang's expression changed, became extremely ugly. Su Dafu's fat face showed a smiling squint. "Su Tang, Su Tang. This time you don't have that group of Huang Chao experts. Do you want to fight our group alone, or our group challenge you alone? How do you choose?" Su Tang was silent. Damn it, is there any difference between these two? Aren't they the same? If he had that group of Huang Chao experts beside him, how could he let this Su Dafu be arrogant before him? At this time Su Dafu saw Su Tang not speaking, knew he must be very speechless right now. No more nonsense, directly ordered these 10 Manhwa In Hun to attack Su Tang. "Beat him up fiercely, don't show any mercy," Su Tang roared angrily. This was originally his home ground, alas instead became Su Dafu's home ground, making Su Tang's heart burn with even more anger. "Don't think just because you rely on this group of Manhwa In Hun, you can deal with me." Su Tang gritted his teeth, quickly started fighting with those Manhwa In Hun. The two sides in this skull space began a life and death struggle. After all, it was 1 against 10. No matter how strong Su Tang's strength was, he couldn't possibly achieve 1 hitting 10. So very quickly, Su Tang showed signs of defeat in this battle. That group of Manhwa In Hun were even fiercer, each strike extremely ruthless. A Manhwa In Hun punched Su Tang's chest, the erupted power extremely strong, directly shattered Su Tang's sternum. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. But before he could recover, another Manhwa In Hun charged towards Su Tang again. A fatal kick kicked Su Tang flying out. And Su Dafu also fished in troubled waters among the Manhwa In Hun, constantly looking for opportunities to sneak attack Su Tang. And each time the attack was very tricky, holding a brick-like magic treasure sneakily, head and face, delivered a heavy blow towards Su Tang's back of the head, knocking Su Tang dizzy. Su Tang just wanted to counterattack, that Su Dafu slipped away far like a loach, letting the Manhwa In Hun charge over. Su Tang couldn't do anything about Su Dafu. He was furious, this dog thing. Su Dafu's strength couldn't compare to Su Tang. Also knew his own shortcomings well, moreover the strength gap between the two was already huge now. The opponent had this skull space buff, letting him face a Huashan Jingwang Ho head-on. Isn't that seeking death? Su Dafu looked at Su Tang's enraged appearance, became even happier. Hiding far away, Su Tang, Su Tang, isn't this your home ground? I'm right here. Come hit me. The current Su Dafu looked as punchable as could be. "Haha, I'll kill you, kill you." Su Tang was furious. He was besieged by Su Dafu's Manhwa In Hun, even if he was a body cultivator. Also couldn't withstand these Manhwa In Hun's continuous attacks, saw his whole body covered in injuries. Even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels seemed shattered. But Su Tang couldn't do anything about Su Dafu. This guy completely lacked martial virtue. If you have guts, fight one-on-one. At this time Su Dafu launched another sneak attack on Su Tang. Taking advantage of Su Tang focusing on resisting those Manhwa In Hun, he directly appeared behind Su Tang, stuck a strange talisman on Su Tang's butt, only heard a loud bang. Su Tang felt his own butt seemed to be blown into pieces by that talisman. Su Tang's face pale, he felt he was going crazy. But at this time Su Dafu quietly attacked again. In his hand unknown one appeared a silver-white long saber, accompanied by terrifying killing intent erupting from Su Dafu. He slashed towards Su Tang's neck. This strike carried killing intent, definitely wanted to cut this Su Tang before him in two. Help his head separate from his body. Sensing mortal danger, Su Tang suddenly screamed miserably, opened his mouth. A hair-raising scene appeared. actually from Su Tang's open mouth. A withered arm like dry firewood, rudely stretched out from Su Tang's mouth, actually directly grabbed the saber Su Dafu chopped down, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The silver-white long saber in Su Dafu's hand was directly snapped by that arm. Su Dafu was startled, sensed fatal danger in this instant. Whole person quickly retreated, keeping distance from Su Tang. At this time saw that arm strike again, punching out repeatedly. Each punch erupted with extremely terrifying power, actually none. A Manhwa Hun could withstand it, in the blink of an eye. 10 Manhwa Hun were all killed. After killing all these Manhwa Hun, Su Dafu instantly became a bear commander, looking at the large hand stretching from Su Tang's mouth. Su Dafu actually looked somewhat terrified. Su Tang coldly looked at Su Dafu. Bloodshot eyes, carrying determination and hatred to kill Su Dafu, this time. Absolutely cannot let Su Dafu escape. Su Tang half knelt on the ground, started vomiting. As Su Tang continuously vomited, another arm crawled out from Su Tang's body. Such a strange scene left Su Dafu somewhat at a loss. Intuition told him, if he stayed here now, it would definitely be very dangerous. His expression grave. Didn't dare attack Su Tang again. Saw him take out a bronze whistle, blew it once. Then a soul warhorse appeared in this skull space. Su Dafu mounted this soul warhorse, ordered it to immediately take him away from here. This soul warhorse was very divine, neighed once, then carried Su Dafu. Leaped and left this skull space. Su Dafu just left this skull space. From Su Tang's mouth had already crawled out an ugly-faced dried corpse. From the dried corpse's body emitted a powerful terrifying aura, turned out to be a Wushang Jinjun realm dried corpse. Clearly this dried corpse was an extremely powerful existence when alive, didn't expect to be sealed inside Su Tang's body. As one of his life-saving trump cards, have to say. This De Ri Huang Chao really has profound foundations. Su Tang coughed twice, after spitting out the dried corpse. His face paled considerably, body weak. Go kill him. That dried corpse remained silent, hands pulled apart, tore open the skull space before it. Directly chased after Su Dafu, in the poison zone Su Yuanba saw. Su Dafu riding out on the soul warhorse, seeing him safe and sound, slightly sighed in relief. Your Highness, it's good you're okay. Something happened, something big happened. Seventh Master, quickly get on the horse. We'll talk on the way. Su Dafu's expression grave, pulled Su Yuanba onto the horse. Ordered his subordinates to leave quickly, then led Su Yuanba fleeing towards the distance. Su Yuanba puzzled, Your Highness, what happened exactly, and how is Su Tang now? Su Dafu said, Su Tang, that fellow has many life-saving trump cards. I used Manhwa Hun to besiege her, was about to kill her. Didn't expect from that fellow's mouth, actually crawled out a strange arm, protecting her life. I sensed danger in the unseen, summoned the soul warhorse and escaped. Intuition told me that arm in Su Tang's mouth isn't simple, but not long after. From behind the soul warhorse, a terrifying aura, like a bursting river, surged towards Su Dafu. That terrifying aura instantly submerged Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. The two only felt ice cold all over, especially their hearts. As if a large hand gripped tightly, making the two almost unable to breathe. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba's faces were both extremely pale. Su Yuanba looked behind, saw that dried corpse, his expression fell, extremely bad. This dried corpse's cultivation is unfathomable. Now chasing after them, what should they do? Saw that ugly dried corpse attack, saw it open its mouth, suck, like swallowing heaven and earth. Accompanied by a terrifying suction force, that soul warhorse couldn't resist at all. Pulled back along with Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. Su Dafu's expression horrified. This dried corpse is so strong, either Tianjin or Shangjin, possibly even Wushang. Your Highness, you escape first, I'll block him, Su Yuanba said anxiously. Next moment saw the dried corpse raise its hand palm, chopping towards the two. Su Yuanba struggled to block, but that palm chopped down contained power too astonishing. Seemed able to split a mountain with one palm. Su Yuanba grunted, directly sent flying out, spitting blood. Dried corpse expressionless, attacked Su Dafu again, and Su Dafu was his target to kill this trip. Saw the dried corpse coldly look towards Su Dafu, then raised a finger, pointed. From the fingertip shot out a beam of eerie green light, directly piercing through the void, shooting towards Su Dafu to kill him. But just then, a purple-robed old man appeared before Su Dafu, saw him wave his sleeve, directly blocked that beam of eerie light easily. And this person was precisely Jiang Cheng. As for the poison zone Su Dafu set up, naturally it's useless against the Wushang Jinjun Jiang Cheng. He had been hiding in the dark all along, observing everything. Now, this Wushang Jinjun dried corpse charged towards Su Dafu. Jiang Cheng had no choice, could only reveal himself to save Su Dafu. After all, Su Dafu was Master's good friend. If something happened to him right before him, Master would definitely not spare him. Su Dafu and the heavily injured Su Yuanba beside him looked at this sudden appearance. Zhang Chang resolving the crisis for Su Dafu was very fierce. Both recognized this purple-robed old man. Isn't he Su Tang's Dao protector? Why would he suddenly appear to save them? Su Dafu and Su Yuanba stared foolishly at the suddenly appeared Zhang Chang. Zhang Qing showed a friendly smile to the two. This left the two scratching their heads. What the hell? Why did they feel his friendliness from the smile on this Zhang Qing's face? Isn't this guy Su Tang's Dao protector? Shouldn't he be dealing with them? At this moment in Su Dafu and Su Yuanba's hearts, there were 10,000 whys. But clearly now wasn't the time for the two to ask questions. That Wu Shangjianjun realm ugly dried corpse had already attacked Su Dafu again, continuing to charge towards him, and Zhang Qing had to protect Su Dafu, facing this Wu Shangjianjun. Naturally dared not relax in the slightest, could only use his full strength to deal with that ugly dried corpse. The two sides instantly began a heaven-shaking battle in this area, one person one corpse, both worthy of being terrifying existences of Wu Shangjianjun, every move extremely powerful. Shaking hearts, raising a hand split the earth, collapsed giant mountains, earth moved mountains shook, could be said to have completely destroyed everything around. Watching made Su Dafu and Su Yuanba's scalps tingle. Wu Shangjianjun so strong. Su Dafu sighed, if he had Wu Shangjianjun's strength, how would he still fear this De Ri Huang Chao? Confronting De Ri Huang Chao head-on wouldn't be difficult for him at all. But Wu Shangjianjun, after all, is already the ceiling combat power of Hazhou. Existence at the peak, even if Su Dafu wanted to cultivate to Wu Shangjianjun. Doesn't know what year, what month, what day, maybe even impossible in this lifetime. The clash of two great Wu Shangjianjun, combat power terrifying, destructive power astonishing. Just a casually struck residual wave was enough to crush Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. The two had no choice, could only honestly hide. Luckily Zhang Qing every exchange deliberately avoided Su Dafu and Su Yuanba, otherwise the two, afraid, would have already died in this terrifying aftermath. Good that ugly dried corpse, seeing unable to kill the target after so long, appeared extremely furious, let out deafening angry roars, then saw this ugly dried corpse open its mouth. Unknown what powerful divine ability it used, actually directly spat out terrifying lightning from its mouth, rumbling that lightning carried destructive aura. Charged back towards Zhang Qing, blocking him. Zhang Qing summoned a golden shield, blocked that lightning. Backhand pinched seals performed a secret technique, instantly from behind Zhang Qing. Manifested a god statue phantom. That god statue roared towards the sky. Legs like divine pillars supporting heaven and earth, fiercely stomped towards the ugly dried corpse. This stomp accompanied by a loud bang. Actually directly stomped that ugly dried corpse beneath the earth. Boom boom boom. Next was the god statue stomping, accompanied by earth-moving mountains shaking, earth splitting apart. That ugly dried corpse, unknown how many times it had been stomped by the god statue, but surprisingly, this ugly dried corpse's physical body extremely powerful, even being stomped so many times. Physical body wasn't stomped into meat paste, instead on this ugly dried corpse's body surface appeared countless mysterious runes. Those mysterious runes formed a defensive barrier, blocking the god statue's stomping. Zhang Qing expressionless, he attacked again. Saw his hands quickly form seals, drawing the surrounding power of heaven and earth, rubbed his hands together. Then a flame spear appeared in his hand. Zhang Qing forcefully threw the flame spear, accompanied by a beautiful flame, infinitely streaking across the sky. Flame spear directly pierced through that ugly dried corpse's physical body, and accompanied by astonishing power, directly nailed that ugly dried corpse onto a mountain peak stone wall. Ugly dried corpse roared strangely, struggled hard to break free from that flame spear. Zhang Qing knew the ugly dried corpse's strength. The two's strength were evenly matched, almost neither could do anything to the other. At least for a short while, he couldn't defeat this ugly dried corpse. Gave up fighting this ugly dried corpse. He grabbed Su Dafu and Su Yuanba, turned into a red light, fled towards the distance. His speed was much faster than Su Dafu riding that soul warhorse, speeding along the way. Soon left the ugly dried corpse far behind. Zhang Qing also directly brought the two to a safe place on the 4th level of the underground palace. Okay, here it is. That dried corpse probably won't chase anymore. Zhang Qing finished speaking, prepared to leave. Su Dafu said, Zhang Qing, aren't you Su Tang's Dao protector? Why did you suddenly save me? Also the tip-off I received before, could it be you let that 7-colored crow tell me? Zhang Qing raised his hand, summoned the 7-colored crow. The 7-colored crow saw Su Dafu and Su Yuanba, greeted the two. Su Dafu's pupils shrank. It really was you, Su Dafu? Asked again, why did you save me? Not only Su Dafu was puzzled, Even Su Yuanba was equally puzzled inwardly. This shouldn't be. Jiang Qing doing this is no different from him betraying De Ri Huang Chao. The two couldn't figure out why. And Jiang Qing was about to tell the two. He now serves Chen Changan as master, works for him. You are his friends, he is Chen Changan's servant, naturally wouldn't watch you die without helping. But before Jiang Qing could answer, his expression changed, looked behind. Saw that red light rapidly approaching them. It was precisely that flame spear. The ugly dried corpse nailed to the mountain peak. Didn't expect it actually chased all the way to the 4th level of the underground palace, still hasn't given up. Jiang Qing's heart sank slightly, felt this ugly dried corpse was quite troublesome. Seems the 4th level isn't safe either. You go first, I'll block this dried corpse. Finished speaking, charged towards that ugly dried corpse. The two sides clashed again. Su Dafu watched the scene, could only sigh, couldn't figure out why he would save him. Forget it, this dried corpse's strength is terrifying. 7th Master, let's retreat quickly. This Jiang Qing is Wu Shangjin. That dried corpse can't do anything to him. Su Yuanba nodded, didn't expect beside this Su Tang. Besides this Jiang Qing protecting him, actually hit a Wu Shangjin dried corpse. Protecting him, this Su Tang truly worthy of being De Ri Huangchao's crown prince. Too many trump cards. Killing him isn't easy. Su Dafu didn't think much of it. He sneered coldly, well, De Ri Huangchao, after all, is one of Hezhou's top forces. Profound foundations are normal. But my Manhwa Wangzu isn't bad either, if I can completely open Manhwa Wangzu's treasury. By that time, not necessarily Su Tang, that fellow's trump cards can be more than mine. Su Yuanba also nodded, Your Highness is right, heard in Manhwa Wangzu's treasury. There are still quite a few Wanfa Jing Manhwa In Hun. Even heard there are Dang Xian Jing Manhwa In Hun. Your Highness, as long as you can completely open Manhwa Wangzu's treasury, how would you still fear that De Ri Huangchao? But right now Your Highness must quickly break through to Huashan Jing, become a Wang Ho first. Otherwise don't have the qualification to obtain the treasury. Su Dafu said this problem isn't big. In this underground palace, these days, we also collected quite a few Xin Yuan sure. Can increase my cultivation quite a bit. Speaking of this, Su Dafu's eyes slightly narrowed. His eyes even flashed with cunning light. Your Highness, what are you thinking? Su Dafu said that Su Tang brought a batch of Huangchao experts. Must have also searched for quite a few Xin Yuanshi in the underground palace. Now this Wu Shangjin dried corpse is being sent by him to pursue me. I think he is still in the poison zone now. 7th Master, you say. We take this opportunity to launch a counterattack, see if we can find a chance to kill Su Tang. Even if we can't kill him, if we can get the Xin Yuanshi on him, it's also a big harvest. As soon as these words came out, Su Yuanba's eyes instantly lit up, but very quickly. Su Yuanba worried again. Your Highness's idea is good, but what if beside this Su Tang, there is still a Wu Shangjin protecting him? Su Dafu said even if De Ri Huangchao's foundation is profound, impossible to send so many Wu Shangjin. 7th Master. You really think Wu Shangjin are roadside cabbages? Hit it off immediately. Su Dafu really is bold. While Jiang Chang and that ugly dried corpse fought, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba riding that soul warhorse, quietly returned to the poison zone again. And at this time Su Tang was healing at the edge of the poison zone, his face pale and ugly. Don't believe. This time sending out that Wu Shangjin strength dried corpse, still can't kill Su Dafu. He doesn't believe this Su Dafu is an unkillable cockroach. Su Tang was very angry, since the underground palace appeared. He couldn't figure it out, since meeting Su Dafu, fighting with him. No battle has ever been smooth. This time originally wanted to besiege Su Dafu. Doesn't know why the news leaked out. Instead fell into Su Dafu's poison zone trap. And this time his losses were even more severe. The brought Huangchao experts were all poisoned to death. Turned into puddles of poison water. Even the Wu Shangjin Jiang Qing, life or death currently unknown. This Jiang Qing is really useless. Don't know if he actually died in that poison gas. Good if he died. Let Huangchao side save some salary. He still wants to step into Deng Xian. Don't even think about it in this lifetime.